In a world dominated by the sword, one family stands above all others: the Runkendals. It's said their children are born blessed, with powerful bodies and a natural genius for combat. Their legacy wasn't built on diplomacy, but on overwhelming force, crushing anyone who stood in their way. For a Runkendel, everything begins and ends with combat. It is the very core of their existence, a fire that burns in their eyes. Their code is brutally simple. First, you conquer your enemies, leaving them broken at your feet. Then, you control everything that remains, wielding absolute authority. Combat, conquer, control. These three virtues are the law of the Runkendel clan. For them, strength is the only thing that matters. And this is the storm-clad fortress our story's hero was born into. His name is Jin Runkendel, the youngest son in a long line of legendary swordmasters, standing among his siblings in the shadow of his family's imposing legacy. From his very first day, expectations were sky-high. During the selection ceremony, a ritual to divine a child's future, baby Jin reached out and chose Barisada, the sword of the first patriarch, the ultimate symbol of power. Everyone saw it as a sign. He was destined to lead them all. Even the current patriarch, a man whose presence alone could stop a heart, looked down at the child holding the founder's sword, a flicker of interest from the most powerful man in the world. A rare and promising sign. With such a legendary start, showered with praise, young Jin believed his path was set for glory. How could it be anything else? But that bright future shattered into 1,000 pieces. Everything went so wrong. It felt like a cosmic joke, a cruel twist of fate that made no sense at all, because the boy who chose the legendary sword Barisada had absolutely zero talent for swordsmanship. The whispers followed him everywhere. A Runkendel struggling with a simple wooden sword. How could anyone from that family be so completely useless? He wasn't just a disappointment. He became known as the Runkendel's embarrassment. Soon, that softened title hardened into something much worse: the Runkendel's disgrace. In a family that worshipped strength, he was an outcast, left alone in the vast training grounds with the weight of his own failure. He was branded with the most shameful title of all: the worst dunce in the family's history. Years pass. Jin is older now, still alone, the sound of his wooden sword against a training dummy, the only break in the silence. But his solitude is shattered by a sharp, condescending voice. It's his older brothers, their eyes filled with contempt. The white-haired one sneers, asking if he's still playing with that useless stick. The other mockingly wonders if he's waiting for that special swords he chose as a baby. They press him, asking where Barisada is now, twisting his one moment of glory into a weapon against him. Jin can only look down, shame and sweat on his face, trapped by their words. The white-haired brother steps closer, his voice low and aggressive, demanding to know why he won't answer. The air grows heavy, suffocating under the presence of his so-called almighty brothers. Without warning, a fist drives hard into Jin's stomach. The air explodes from his lungs as his brother snarls that he was asking a question. Jin crumples to the floor, gasping for breath. His brother looks down at him with pure disgust, calling him a useless bastard. As Jin writhes on the ground, the dark-haired brother steps over him, his shadow falling across Jin's face. He picks up the fallen wooden sword, his tone dripping with disdain as he asks why Jin even bothers trying. With a sharp crack, he snaps the sword in two. He declares Jin's efforts pointless, tossing the broken pieces aside like garbage. Jin can only watch, teeth gritted in helpless rage, a choked sound escaping his throat. But the torment isn't over. One of the brothers spots some papers nearby and scoffs, finding Jin's handwritten notes on basic swordsmanship theory. He shoves the papers in Jin's face with a malicious grin, mocking him for thinking that studying a few theories could ever make a difference. He grabs one of the sharp, broken halves of the sword, holding it close to Jin's throat. He coldly states, "This is why useless people should never be given a chance." Despite the fear, Jin cries out for him to stop, to give his notes back. The brother simply crushes the papers in his fist, destroying Jin's meager hopes. He continues his lecture, saying that when chances are given to people like Jin, they fail to know their place. Jin's pleas are ignored. His brother grabs a handful of his hair, yanking his head back. Jin cries out, begging him to stop. In a final act of humiliation, the brother grinds the broken sword and crumpled notes into the floor. Jin's voice is choked with despair as he protests. That small act of defiance earns him another brutal yank on his hair. His brother snarls, enraged that he dared to talk back. They stand over him, the white-haired one trying to twist the blame. He claims they're doing this for Jin's own good, then cruelly asks if his nanny taught him to be so defiant. The mention of Gilly, his nanny, strikes a nerve. Jin fires back, yelling that she has nothing to do with this, defending the one person who ever showed him kindness. His defiance only hardens their resolve. His brother's eyes narrow with a dangerous glint, promising to teach him a lesson in manners he won't forget. This was his life. A constant cycle of torment at the hands of his own family. He knew he was pathetic, that he had no talent. But he tried to ignore it, telling himself that if he just worked hard enough, his family would finally accept him. He pushed himself past his limits, driven by the desperate hope of finally, truly, becoming a Runkandel. Back then, he truly believed that hard work could change his fate. But it wasn't enough. That belief shattered against the cold, hard walls of his home. A final verdict was delivered. Jin Runkandel was banished from the family. He stands outside the massive gates as they slam shut behind him, forever sealing his exile. A smug little laugh from one of his brothers is the last thing he hears from the world he's lost. They told him his effort was commendable. Cold, empty words from the family that broke him. As an act of mercy, they would spare his life. Cast out and alone, he stares into the unknown. His life as a Runkandel was over. And so, at 25 years old, he was thrown out, left to wander a world that had no place for him. He journeyed through desolate wastelands, a lone figure against a vast, uncaring world. It was in this endless wandering that he met her, a mysterious woman with fiery red hair and a mage's staff, the woman he would come to call Master. A golden light seemed to radiate from her, and in that moment, Jin's life changed forever. Through her, he discovered the truth. He did have a talent, a powerful one for the one art that was forbidden to all Runkandels, magic. A brilliant energy glows in his hands, a stark contrast to the awkward way he once held a sword. For 3 years, he devoted himself to this new path, studying how to connect his own mana with the mana of the world around him. He practiced endlessly, pouring every ounce of his being into mastering this forbidden power. But then, without warning, he's ripped from his world, engulfed in a swirling vortex of dark energy. His body feels immaterial as shadowy tendrils coil around him, pulling him into an endless, dark void. A vast, shadowy figure looms over him, a low hum echoing in the darkness. Jin looks up, startled. Jin asks who it is. The voice that answers is ancient and absolute. It is Soldere, the master of all shadows. The god of shadows looks down upon him, speaking his name, Jin Runkandel. Solderet makes his purpose clear. As the god of shadows, he has come to offer Jin a contract. The terms are simple. If he accepts, he will gain the ability to wield shadow energy. And more than that, he will be able to negate all curses. But Solderet stops, his attention caught by something unexpected. As Solderet focuses, ethereal chains materialize around Jin, all stemming from a pulsating red symbol on his chest. The god seems genuinely surprised. He understands. He tells Jin that someone has held a grudge against him since he was just a child. Solderet reveals the devastating truth. All this time, a trivial curse had been suppressing Jin's true potential. The word hangs in the air, unbelievable. A curse. Soldere explains that it's a specific curse called Bladed Illusion, designed to smother any talent for the sword. For a Runkandel, there could be no crueler fate. Now it all makes sense. Solderet muses that this must be why he was drawn to Jin in the first place, this immense hidden power, chained and suppressed. With a deafening shatter, the curse breaks. The chains dissolve into nothing. Solderet declares that from this moment on, no curse will ever harm him again. Jin stares at his hands, feeling a change so profound it leaves him speechless. Solderet tells him what comes next. All that's left is for him to become an extraordinary magic swordsman. The god of shadows looks upon the man he has freed. He declares that he will enjoy watching Jin's journey. The void fades, and Jin finds himself standing firm, power coursing through him. He stands in silence, his mind reeling. Banishment, magic, death, a god, a broken curse. It's too much to process. A simple sword appears in his hand. He grips the hilt, feeling its weight. In a simple room lit by the moon, he looks down at the blade, truly feeling it for the first time in his life. He gives it a practice swing. The motion is perfect, fluid, natural. Blue energy trails the blade, effortless and clean. He holds the sword high, feeling the power humming within it and within himself. The suppression was gone. A surge of exhilarating power washes over him. He knows, with absolute certainty, that he can now surpass every limit he ever had. A wide, confident grin spreads across his face. The sword felt weightless, like a part of him. He swings it again, marveling at the feeling. It was like swinging his own arm. The blade was a true extension of his will. This feeling was a world away from the clumsy boy, once called the worst dunce in Runcandle history. He executes a perfect cut, power flowing through him without restriction. This was him, unchained. A thrilling idea sparks in his mind. Now that his sword talent was unlocked, if he could just add his magic to it. He focuses, and a magic circle flares to life around his hand, raw power ready to be merged with the blade. In that moment, the old Jin, the failure and the disgrace, ceased to exist. A lifetime of pain and struggle culminates in this single, perfect moment of vindication. Finally, all his hard work could finally bear fruit. But the triumphant scene vanishes. He's suddenly walking through a dark, misty forest. Out of the fog, silent, armored figures emerge. Knights. Their presence is cold and ominous. A memory hits him like a physical blow. A vision of his own death, his eyes wide with horror. He remembers the feeling of his body giving out, a trembling hand reaching for nothing. His last thought, a confused question about a scream he might have heard. The vision of triumph is gone, replaced by a crushing weakness. He's collapsed on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. His body feels impossibly heavy. Blood trickles down his face, his vision blurring. He can barely lift his head, a wave of disorientation washing over him. Flashes of his master and the god Soldieret feel like distant dreams as he lies broken and dying in some desolate wasteland. His consciousness drifts as he looks up at the bleak sky. A weak thought forms, asking if anyone is there. There is no answer. He lies there as his life fades, the terrible reality sinking in. His final thoughts are filled with bitter self-loathing. He can't believe he died so pathetically, wondering if he really was useless after all. The most painful regret of all hits him. He never even got the chance to use the incredible power he'd finally been given. His eyes flutter open one last time, a final thought trailing off into the silence. If this was how it was going to end, as he lay dying, one question echoed in the void. Why was he even given a chance in the first place? The darkness gives way to a blinding light. He feels small. He looks down to see tiny hands resting on soft grass. He's utterly confused. He looks up at familiar, stern faces in Runcandle attire. The people of his family. He's in a field of swords, stuck in the ground under a bright sun. Nothing makes sense. He knows he died. A kind, familiar face leans down, smiling. It's Gilly, his nanny, telling him to cheer up. She looks exactly as she did when he was a baby. His gaze snaps to a particular sword nearby, gleaming with a power all its own. Barisada, the founder's sword. He looks from the sword to his tiny body, and an impossible realization begins to dawn on him. The swords, Gilly, the family gathered around. It's the selection ceremony, the day his first life began. He feels the blades of grass beneath his feet, grounding him in this impossible new reality. The truth hits him all at once. He has returned to the past. He's back. Back at the very beginning. Back as a one-year-old baby. He looks at his small hand, flexing the tiny fingers. This is real. He remembers his first life, how he crawled to Barisada purely by chance, an infant drawn to a shiny object. He crawls toward the legendary sword, his eyes burning with the wisdom and pain of a lifetime already lived. He reaches out and touches the cool steel. But this time, it wouldn't be by chance. This time, it would be a choice, a promise to himself to rewrite his cursed destiny from the very start. A murmur of awe ripples through the crowd. Someone whispers that the youngest master has chosen the patriarch's sword. History is repeating itself, but this time, Jin holds all the cards. Baby Jin looks up, his eyes holding the wisdom of a lifetime, his small hand resting firmly on the hilt of Barisada. This time, it wasn't an accident. It was a declaration. The clan members, veterans of countless battles, are frozen in disbelief. Whispers spread through the crowd as an old warrior voices what everyone is thinking. How can this be? Someone else repeats the words in awe. The patriarch's sword. An aide nervously turns to the imposing figure leading the family, stammering that young master Jin has chosen it. A powerful voice cuts through the murmurs, calm and absolute. It is the patriarch, Sairon Runkandel. He states the undeniable fact. The youngest has selected Barisada. With that, he announces that the selection ceremony is over, his gaze fixed on the gleaming sword. Baby Jin continues to stare at the blade, the symbol of a destiny he now plans to seize for himself. Then comes the patriarch's order, simple and final. Move the youngest to the Storm Castle. 6 years pass in the blink of an eye. Storm Castle, a fortress on a lonely cliff, is constantly battered by wind and rain. This has been Jin's world. Inside a vast library, a small hand strains to reach a high shelf. It's Jin, now 7 years old. He lets out a frustrated sigh. Even with an adult's mind, his child's body still has its limits. He leans against a massive chair, his thoughts wandering. It's been 6 years since he was sent here. He climbs onto the chair to try again. He knows the rules. He has to stay locked away in this library until he's 10. 3 more years of this grand, lonely prison. A single, honest thought echoes in his mind. I'm bored. He settles in with a book, his young face already holding the quiet seriousness of the man he used to be. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoes through the castle halls. Jin looks up from his book, startled by the sound. A young maid bursts into the room, her face pale with fright. Jin asks her what's wrong, and she can only stammer, pointing towards his room. She cries out that there's a dead bird in his room. And there on the floor lies the proof, a grim, feathered bundle. Jin's eyes narrow. He knows there are only 2 people in this castle who would do something so cruel. The maid is still muttering in distress, completely unnerved by the sight. Just then, 2 figures appear in the doorway, leaning against the frame with identical smug smirks. One of them comments on the poor bird. Jin looks at them, his voice flat. Brothers. The dark-haired one, Daytona, clicks his tongue, annoyed that the maid found their little surprise first. His twin, Haytona, grins maliciously. He confirms they left it there for Jin to see. The infamous Tona twins had arrived. Haytona leans in, taunting him. So, how does he like their gift? He mockingly asks if Jin is moved to tears. But Jin says nothing, his face a cold, unreadable mask. Jin's mind flashes back to his past life. He remembers these 2. He knows they grow up to be monstrous killers for the clan. Anger simmers beneath his calm expression. These brats, barely 9 years old, killed an innocent creature just to torment him. They continue their taunts, oblivious to the storm brewing inside him. Daytona tells him not to cry, because that would just be annoying. Jin remains perfectly still. Haytona's patience wears thin. He asks if Jin can even hear them. He brings up the selection ceremony, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He asks if the great man who chose the patriarch's destiny is too important to acknowledge them now. Still, Jin is silent. Annoyed, Haytona cups his ear, pretending he can't hear. He grabs Jin's shoulder, his voice thick with fake apology as he pulls his fist back to strike. Just like he always did in the past. But this time is different. Before the punch can land, Jin moves. His small hand shoots out, grabbing Haytona's wrist with impossible strength. His voice is dangerously quiet as he speaks. An invisible energy flares around Jin's hand. Haytona's eyes go wide with shock as Jin's grip tightens, his own eyes glowing with cold fury. He tells him to shut up. A sickening crack echoes through the room as Jin, amplified by his hidden power, slams a devastating blow into Haytona's face. Haytona stumbles back, clutching his face in disbelief and rage. He can't believe Jin dared to fight back. Jin doesn't give him a moment to recover. He follows up with a hard fist to the gut. The force of the blow sends Haytona flying backward, crashing hard against the wall. Jin stands over his fallen brother, clenching his fist. He thinks to himself that he put up with this for far too long. Haytona groans in agony on the floor. Jin looks down at him, his expression ice cold. He can't take it anymore. Daytona can only watch, completely stunned into silence. Jin straightens up, the dark energy around him fading. He makes a silent vow. From now on, things will be different. He looks at his terrified brothers, his voice calm but sharp as glass. He tells them it would be in their best interest to stay out of his sight. Just then, heavy footsteps arrive. It's Khan, their guardian knight. He takes in the scene and demands to know what's going on. Jin turns to face him, his composure perfect as he says the knight's name. Daytona, still shaking, points a trembling finger at Jin, stammering his name. Khan looks from the groaning Haytona to the calm, collected Jin. He thinks to himself that even as a child, a Runkandel is fierce. Jin meets his gaze and calmly repeats the lie he's prepared. He says they fought each other and collapsed. Khan looks skeptical. Khan glances at Haytona, who is clearly in serious pain. He sighs, deciding not to push it. He says he'll take them to a doctor, but Jin interrupts. He says there's somewhere else they need to go. Jin looks over his shoulder, his expression holding an unnerving maturity. He tells the knight to follow him. Rain pours down on the castle grounds. Jin, now cloaked against the storm, leads Khan outside. He stops at a rough, makeshift grave. Khan stands behind him, holding the two unconscious boys. Jin gestures to a spot near the grave, indicating where Khan should leave them. Khan looks at the pathetic state of the two young masters and asks if Jin really plans to just leave them here. He warns that the storm is getting worse. Jin looks at the knight, his voice cold. He says they need to be made aware of what they've done. This is their lesson. Khan bows his head. As a knight, he must obey the young master's order. Jin watches him go alone in the rain. Khan walks away, his mind racing. He replays the fight in his head. That force he felt from Jin, it definitely wasn't aura, the energy of a swordsman. He recalls a faint blue glimmer around Jin's hand. The thought is alarming. Could it have been mana, the energy of a magician? If that's the case, this wasn't just a simple fight between brothers. Using magic is a grave sin for a Runkandel. His expression hardens. He knows what he has to do. He must report this to the patriarch. He calls out to a nearby soldier. He orders the man to bring him a horse. From a castle window, Jin watches as Khan prepares to leave. He knew this would happen. He's on his way to report to father. Jin knows that while Khan is his guardian, his ultimate loyalty is to the patriarch. He is an observer. In Khan's eyes, it must have looked like magic. He couldn't just ignore something like that. Jin looks down at his hand, feeling the faint whisper of his new power. Shadow energy, the proof of his contract with the god Soldaret. Thanks to this power, he knows his contract is still valid, even after being sent back in time. And thanks to Soldaret's gift of curse immunity, the bladed illusion that crippled him in his past life is gone forever. He clenches his fist, filled with a new, unshakable resolve. The dunce of the Runkandel family no longer exists. From now on, things will be different. He knows what comes next. He has to meet his father. Meanwhile, at the main estate, a figure in a wolf-like helmet delivers a report to the patriarch. Sairon Runkandel listens, his face unreadable, as his subordinate delivers the shocking news. The youngest son beat the Tona twins. Siren's expression doesn't change, but he gives a single, heavy command. Assemble the flag-bearers. Khan receives the order, his face grim. Word spreads quickly among the other Runkandel siblings. Luna, Jin's older sister, listens with a thoughtful expression as another brother declares he'll have to go see the youngest for himself. The elite flag-bearers, the clan's mightiest warriors, stand assembled. The wolf-helmed figure finishes his report. All 7 flag-bearers and their 200 knights have been gathered. Patriarch Siren Runkandel simply says, "Good." Luna's expression is one of firm decision. The other siblings look towards the distant storm castle, their minds racing. The news has sent ripples through the entire family, sparking curiosity, annoyance, and calculation. One sister sighs, clearly exasperated by the sudden drama. A powerful aura flares around the patriarch as he prepares to act. A single thought echoes through the estate, a call to action. Let's go to the storm castle. Patriarch Siren Runkandel stands before his army, his face set like stone. The stage is set. The youngest son has shown a new, dangerous kind of power, and now he will face the judgment of his family. Under a dark sky, the Runkandel flag ripples in the wind. Elsewhere, a woman with black hair and red eyes stretches lazily. This is Mary, the 7th flag-bearer. She muses aloud to her companion that a sudden order to gather is strange, and asks Defus if he knows anything. Defus, the fourth flag-bearer, replies coolly that he was busy beating up some mages. He doubts it's about the Tona twins, since they're due to leave Storm Castle next year anyway. He looks thoughtful, offering another theory. He wonders if the patriarch is coming to see their youngest brother. Mary looks surprised. The youngest? Why him? Defus reminds her of the selection ceremony, when Jin chose the patriarch's sword. The memory clicks for Mary, and she gasps in realization. Defus remains skeptical, wondering if that alone would be enough for their father to return. He shrugs. It's impossible to know what the patriarch is thinking. Their chatter is cut short by the arrival of Luna, the first flag-bearer. She addresses them sternly, and Mary quickly apologizes. Mary thinks to herself that, for their father to come back personally, it must be something serious. She leans against a tree, intrigued. She wonders if their youngest brother is really that special. Back at Storm Castle, a maid nervously attends to Jin. She frets that the patriarch is coming, hoping it's just a father visiting his children. Jin knows better, but only offers a non-committal reply. Jin stands alone, perfectly composed. He knows Khan must have told his father everything. He considers the night. Khan is an inflexible man, so he wouldn't have jumped to conclusions. He would have reported everything exactly as he saw it. Jin knows exactly why his father is coming. The youngest son used a power that wasn't magic or aura. He's here to see if that power, and the boy who wields it, could be an asset to the clan. For Siren Runkandel, that is all that matters. The massive gates of Storm Castle creak open, flooding the hall with light. Rows of imposing flag-bearers stand at attention, their presence filling the space with silent power. Their glowing swords cast an intimidating light across the hall. Patriarch Siren Runkandel strides into the room. Awe and silence fall as everyone bows, their greeting echoing off the stone walls. Siren ignores them, his focus absolute. He gives a curt order. Bring the Tona twins. Daytona and Haytona are brought before him, trembling at the bottom of the stairs as their father addresses them. Siren gets straight to the point. He heard they got into a fight with Jin, and he wants to know what their fault was in the matter. The twins hesitate, unsure what to say. They quickly decide to shift the blame. They insist they did nothing wrong, and that Jin was the one who hurt them. Jin anticipates this, a faint swirl of shadow energy forming around his clenched fist. Haytona adds desperately that Jin used an unknown power, not aura. At the mention of an unknown power, Siren's eyes narrow. Haytona presses on, delivering the accusation he thinks will seal Jin's fate. It looked like magic. A flicker of malicious triumph passes between the twins. They exclaim that magic is forbidden, believing they have him trapped. Mary watches with a smug grin, eager to see Jin interrogated. But before she can say more, Siren cuts her off with a single, sharp word. Enough. He looks down at his sons, his voice resonating with power. He tells them to etch this into their hearts. They won't survive in the Runkandel family with such weakness. The twins flinch, terrified by his cold dismissal. Siren turns away from them and gives his next order. Go bring Jin. Jin stands ready, his mind on the man he is about to face, his father, Siren Runkandel. He remembers his reputation, a man far stronger and colder than anyone he had ever known, the strongest being of this era, a demigod, a Genesis Knight. He pictures his father in his prime, an imposing figure of absolute power. He remembers the stories of how his father was once a normal man, but after attaining the status of demigod, he lost almost all human emotion, becoming an entity driven by a single obsession, the prosperity of his family. Jin thinks back to his first life. As someone with no talent for the sword, to his father, he might as well have not existed. He was nothing. He closes his eyes, steeling his nerves. But this time, it's different. His eyes snap open, burning with resolve. In this life, he will make sure no one can ever disregard him again. Jin walks towards the main hall, his small frame dwarfed by the architecture but radiating confidence. He pushes open the heavy doors and steps into the light, ready. Several of his older siblings watch him pass, their expressions a mix of curiosity and cold indifference. Defus calls out to him, but Jin doesn't even slow down. He continues walking, ignoring them completely. He reaches the bottom of the stairs where Siren waits and kneels, his voice clear and steady. I greet the patriarch. Siren looks down at his youngest son. He immediately questions Jin's formal address, asking why he called him patriarch instead of father. Jin calmly explains that with over 100 clan members present, he concluded this was an official visit and chose his title accordingly. Watching from the side, Luna is impressed by his logic, a satisfying answer. Jin politely thanks him. Siren accepts the explanation, telling Jin to call him father for now. He descends the stairs, his presence overwhelming, and says he'll ask Jin the same question he asked his brothers. He stops right in front of him, asking what wrong the twins committed. Jin meets his father's gaze, choosing his words carefully. He states it plainly, his eyes flashing with the memory of their cruelty. Revenge. Siren nods slightly. He recites the family code. A Runkandel must always return what they are given. Mary looks surprised and then impressed. A wicked grin spreads across her face. She finds the whole situation incredibly entertaining. Siren remains impassive, his expression unreadable. He gives an order. Everyone except the youngest is to leave the room. The siblings and knights file out, leaving Jin alone with his father. As they go, whispers pass between the knights, wondering if the youngest son has passed the patriarch's test. Mary and Dyphus exchange a final word before leaving. They depart, and the great hall falls silent. As the doors swing shut, a flicker of something, perhaps interest, crosses Siren's mind before vanishing. His voice echoes in the empty hall. He says he sent everyone away because he had questions just for Jin regarding the special power the twins mentioned. Jin lowers his head, knowing this is the moment of truth. Siren's voice hardens as he reminds Jin of the family's strict law against magic. He looms over his son, demanding to know what power he was using. His voice drops, heavy with warning. If it was magic, he will not let it pass. The unspoken threat of death hangs in the air. Jin remains silent for a long moment. He looks up, meeting his father's gaze. He knows that as long as his father is aware of this power, he won't be able to ignore it. He focuses, and a dark, swirling energy begins to form in his hand. Shadow energy. He presents the swirling darkness, knowing it is the power of Soldoret, the Runkandel founder. He tells his father that he isn't sure what it is either, only that it is neither magic nor aura. He continues, maintaining eye contact, saying that he was wondering what he should call it. He holds the pulsing orb of shadow energy forward. Then, with calculated audacity, he asks his father to bestow a name upon it. He's not confessing to a crime, he's offering a new asset for the patriarch to claim. Siren looks down at the strange, dark power held in his 7-year-old son's hands, his expression completely unreadable. Jin holds his breath, the energy pulsing between them. He has laid his gamble at the feet of a demigod, betting that his father's obsession with power will be stronger than his adherence to the rules. The tension is unbearable. Siren Runkandel stares at the dark energy swirling in his son's hands, his voice thoughtful as he weighs the impossible. Jin holds the power steady, the ghostly image of a god perhaps visible only to him or faintly perceived by the demigod he faces. This is shadow energy, the proof of his contract. Jin speaks the name aloud, deliberately linking the power to the family's most sacred relics. Barisada's shadow energy. He looks up at his father, waiting for a reaction. Siren slowly clenches his fist, a silent acknowledgement. He knows the name. He knows the history. His eyes hold a deep, ancient knowledge. He confirms that this is the power of Soldere, the god of shadows. Jin plays his part, feigning surprise. The god of shadows. Siren recalls the family's founding. Solderet made a contract with their ancestor, Lord Tamar, and helped forge the Runkandel clan. But since Tamar passed away, Solderet had never appeared before a Runkandel again. Not until now. Jin sees his opening, a chance to test the waters, to see how his father truly views this power. He looks up at Siren, his expression deadly serious. He poses a question that no one would ever dare to ask. Is that god, Solderet, stronger than you, father? The question, spoken with a child's innocence, hangs in the air, heavy with challenge. Siren turns away, considering the audacious question. He turns back, a faint, almost unnoticeable flicker of amusement in his eyes. He says he doesn't know, since he has never fought a god before. Jin smirks to himself. Because you've never fought a god before. That's exactly the kind of answer the strongest man on earth would give. A subtle declaration of his own untouchable power. The amusement in Siren's eyes vanishes, replaced by a piercing red glint. He places a heavy hand on Jin's shoulder, his tone shifting back to business. Jin tenses under the weight of that hand, a bead of sweat running down his temple. A rare, unnerving smile touches Siren's lips. He tells Jin it was a good question, one that has sparked his interest. For a fleeting moment, his expression softens. He says that coming here today was a good decision, but the warmth is gone as quickly as it came. His gaze sharpens as he asks Jin a question in return. This power, how does he intend to use it? Jin places a hand on his chest, delivering the perfect, practiced answer. He wants to use this power for the good of the family. Siren's face is a mask, his mind focused only on the clan's strength. For the family. His eyes narrow, he sees right through the lie. Suddenly, Siren bursts into a booming laugh that startles Jin. He calls it an amusing lie, his eyes glowing red. Jin flinches, shocked. Siren leans in, his voice dangerously low. He reminds Jin of what he did, beating his brothers and leaving them in the storm. How could that possibly be for the good of the family? His expression turns deadly serious. He commands Jin to tell him the truth. Jin stands silently, caught. He clenches his fist. As expected, his father wasn't going to be fooled so easily. He takes a breath. He looks up, his voice ringing with the honest ambition born from a lifetime of regret. He wants this power for himself. Siren studies his son's face, searching his eyes for the truth. A small, genuine smile touches his lips. That, he says, is an answer he likes. An ambition worthy of a Runkandel. Jin's eyes widen in surprise. Siren turns to leave, declaring that he will be watching Jin closely from now on. He pauses at the door to deliver his final, shocking verdict. Effective immediately, Jin Runkandel is appointed a provisional flag-bearer. Jin is left completely speechless. The patriarch departs, leaving Jin alone in the vast, silent hall. Jin lets out a shaky breath, relief washing over him. The confrontation was more intense than he ever could have imagined, but he got through it. He thinks about the outcome. Just getting permission to use his power was enough, but to have his father's expectations on top of that, this was better than he could have ever hoped for. He stands before a massive wolf-like guardian, a symbol of his new status. He considers the unbelievable turn of events. A small smile plays on his lips. This life is completely different from his last. Later, back in his room, a cheerful voice calls to him from the rain-swept courtyard. He looks out to see his older sister Mary, grinning mischievously and holding up a large box. She yells for him to take it. A maid struggles with the heavy box, and Mary proudly announces it's a special present. Jin is puzzled. Mary winks, a predatory grin on her face. She tells him to boil it well and eat it all up, and get strong quickly. A demand, not a request. Mary casually tells Dyphus she gave her luggage to the youngest. A gift, she calls it. Jin stares at the ornate box, wondering why his infamous sister would give him something so valuable. The maid opens the box, revealing something nestled inside that pulses with an intense fiery light. Jin stares, recognizing the impossibly rare item. The maid gasps, equally shocked. It's a raw, beating heart of pure fire. A phoenix's heart. Jin is stunned. To give this to a 7-year-old, his sister truly is crazy. He recalls her reputation. Mary Runkandel, a 6-star knight, the 7th flag-bearer known as Windfury Mary. But she also has another, more fearsome title earned in countless bloody battles. The Mad Woman of the South. Jin immediately understands. His battle-crazed sister gave him this. For one simple reason, she wants him to hurry up and get strong so he can become her opponent. He examines the phoenix heart, now prepared in a steaming soup. He knows that if eaten at a young age, it's an elixir that promotes incredible growth. He also remembers that a phoenix heart is a key component for a powerful mage to safely summon a phoenix. He taps his chin, a plan already forming in his mind. In this life, he thinks, picturing the mythical bird at his command, he might just be able to summon a phoenix with his own 2 hands. Gilly brings him the soup, and he thanks her politely. She tells him to eat it before it gets cold, commenting on what a great gift it is. Just then, the Tona twins peek around the corner. Jin calmly invites them to speak their mind. They stammer, making a pathetic excuse that it looked like too much soup for him to eat alone. Jin looks from the soup to his cowardly brothers. He asks them if they want it that badly. They nod eagerly, and Jin smiles, a mischievous glint in his eye. He says he'll share if they just do one little favor for him. Later, out in the pouring rain, the Tona twins are miserably digging a hole, complaining the entire time, while Jin watches. They grumble about the injustice, but the fear of their younger brother keeps them digging. Jin stands nearby, untouched by the storm, a silent, imposing figure. He looks down at his hands, feeling the power coursing through him. A cold, satisfied smile touches his lips. He's establishing his dominance, making them pay for a lifetime of torment, and seizing every advantage this new life has given him. Later, the sound of muddy, shuffling footsteps approaches. The Tona twins, looking utterly defeated and carrying shovels, have returned. Gilly jumps in surprise as the two filthy boys barge into the room. Jin turns to them with a placid smile. He welcomes them back, coolly commenting on how quickly they finished. Tona completely snaps. He points a muddy shovel at Jin, yelling for him to shut up. They did what he asked, and now they want their soup. Jin calmly gestures towards the table, telling them he already put it out. Daytona's eyes go wide with anticipation. They rush to the table, but stop dead in their tracks. On a large plate are 2 tiny teaspoons, each holding a single, pathetic drop of golden soup. They can only stare in stunned silence. Tona looks up, bewildered, asking if this is some kind of joke. Jin's expression doesn't change. He simply states that he promised to give them some, but he never said how much. He gestures to the pathetic portions and tells them to enjoy. Utterly defeated, the twins can only choke out a bitter, sarcastic thanks. Jin watches them, adjusting his cloak thoughtfully. He looks at the hole they dug earlier. He thought they'd do a lazy job, but their greed was a powerful motivator. They actually did it properly. He stands before the pit, feeling a familiar energy building inside him. Not shadow energy this time, but something else. For a hole this deep, he thinks, a 1-star spell should be enough. It's mana, the power he mastered in his past life, now building up with no outlet. Green light gathers in his hand as he admits to himself that he was getting frustrated. This energy felt foreign now, a pressure needing release. He draws a magic circle in the air, the green light intensifying. With a surge, he unleashes the spell into the pit. A loud boom echoes as rock and dirt fly, the pent-up mana finally discharged. He smiles, feeling the satisfying release. This experience sparks an idea. He needs knowledge. Knowledge he was denied in his first life. He walks towards a grand, imposing door. The Runkendel's secret library. He pushes the door open and steps inside. It feels strange to be in a place he was never allowed to even know existed. He remembers his brother telling him he needed a special phrase to enter. Jin smiles faintly. Things are different now. He announces his presence not with a phrase, but a declaration of his new authority. Runkondol's child is here to console Murakan. The heavy inner doors rumble and begin to slide open. Jin steps forward with confidence. He has gained entry to the Runkendel's secret library. He looks around the vast, dimly lit space. This is where the family stored its most secret tomes, a place only flag-bearers were permitted to enter. He remembers the bitter words from his past life, his brother telling him there was no point in him even knowing about this place. He thinks with grim satisfaction that it turned out to be a great help after all. His new status has opened the door. He walks deeper into the library, but he stops, sensing something is off. His eyes land on a colossal, futuristic tank filled with swirling blue liquid. Inside, a shadowy figure floats, suspended. Jin is shocked. The figure inside is humanoid, but surrounded by a dark, powerful energy. He notices faint, scale-like patterns on its skin. He stares at the figure. It isn't human. He cautiously approaches the tank, reaching out a hand. He wonders why such a thing would be kept here. Suddenly, an eye snaps open inside the tank, glowing ominously. Jin freezes, a single drop of sweat rolling down his face as a horrifying thought occurs to him. He remembers the name he used to enter. His eyes widen in disbelief. Black Dragon Murakan? He always thought it was just a legend, that the founder defeated the dragon and it went into a deep slumber. He can't believe the legend was true. He stands speechless before the mythical being. For now, he decides to focus on his mission. He needs to find the secret tomes. He spots shelves lined with ancient books. He scans the titles, looking for what he needs. He finds them. He marvels at the collection, secret texts from all kinds of powerful families. He decides to start with the Kungin family's texts since they were also famous swordmasters. He finds a quiet corner and begins to study, noting that the three-star magic theory is quite difficult. He knows he can't take the books with him, as he'd surely be caught. So he decides to copy them by hand, bit by bit, every time he visits. Sometime later, Gilly brings him snacks while he pores over his notes. He visits the grave with the wooden cross again, placing fresh roses. He continues his studies, determined to absorb all the forbidden knowledge. He glances back towards the secret library, a determined look in his eyes. He returns to the library, drawn back to the mystery in the tank. He presses his hand against the glass, a growing sense of unease washing over him. He knows no one from Storm Castle should be able to get in here. Suddenly, a deep, raspy voice echoes from the tank, startling him. The figure inside stirs violently as it demands to know what he is. Jin jumps back in shock. Jin exclaims the dragon's name, stunned that it's awake and speaking. Murakami floats out of the now open tank and lands heavily on the floor, roaring in frustration. He glares around the library as Jin tries to think. He decides that if he acts respectful and childlike, maybe the guardian dragon will let him go. He begins to greet the dragon formally. He calls him the family's guardian. Murakami's face contorts with rage. "Guardian?" he roars, a terrifying aura exploding from him and shaking the entire library. "You called me a guardian?" He is absolutely livid, screaming that the Run Candles dare to teach their children to call him a mere guardian. He looms over Jin, radiating fury. He mutters that he can't go off on a child, but it's driving him crazy. Jin thinks desperately that he already is. Murakami sighs dramatically, trying to compose himself. He grumbles that he woke up because he smelled something good, but all he sees is a little kid. He leans in closer, sniffing the air around Jin, his eyes narrowing. He asks why he can smell shadow energy. Jin flinches, repeating the words. Murakami points accusingly. He says that even after sleeping for 1,000 years, he could never forget that distinct smell. He glares at Jin, stating that the scent should only come from someone under a contract like their founder, Tamar. Jin realizes the truth. Murakami woke up because of his shadow energy. The dragon stalks around him, agitated and demanding to know where the smell is coming from. A slight smile forms on Jin's face. He decides to test something out. He calls out to the dragon, who snaps back impatiently. Jin raises his hand, conjuring the familiar orb of swirling dark energy, and asks if this is what the dragon is talking about. Murakami stares at the energy, stunned. Jin explains that his father told him this power was from the god of shadows, Soldieret. The dragon reels back in shock, muttering to the absent god, asking if this is some kind of joke. He collapses to his knees, completely overwhelmed. The contractor Soldieret promised would arrive after 1,000 years. Is this, little child? Jin watches, surprised by the dragon's incredibly dramatic reaction. Murakami kneels, processing the fact that his 1,000-year wait has ended with a kid. He finally looks up, addressing Jin directly. He grudgingly admits that he made a promise with Soldieret, and it seems the person he has to cooperate with to keep that promise, El, is him. A promise with Soldieret? This is new. This is something Jin never knew in his past life. Murakami dismissively says he'll fill him in on the details later, claiming he's too groggy from his long sleep and Jin is too young to understand anyway. He stands, regaining some of his composure, but still looking annoyed. He says he should at least introduce himself properly. Shadowy energy gathers around him. His voice echoes with ancient power as he announces his name. Murakami. Solderet's representative, his friend, and the last descendant of the first being created from shadows. His form shifts, becoming larger, more draconic, his eyes glowing intensely in the shadows. He states that according to their 1,000-year contract, his massive, shadowy dragon form looms over Jin. From now on, he will be by his side. He seems to be processing the terms himself, questioning the word side. The massive dragon head leans down and demands the contractor state his name. Jin meets the dragon's gaze, a slight smile on his face. This unexpected alliance is a powerful new weapon. He introduces himself formally. Jin Runkandel, the 13th and youngest child of the family, the Black Dragon and the youngest Runkandel. A strange and powerful pact has just been forged. Jin reflects on the legends he grew up hearing. Black Dragon Murakhan, a being so powerful a mountain was named after him. The stories claimed he was defeated 1,000 years ago by the founder, Temar Runkandel, and went into a deep slumber. But as Jin now knew, the truth was far more complex. They weren't enemies. Murakhan was the founder's guardian dragon, and his closest friend. He remembered the common knowledge. Those who make contracts with gods are supposed to have a guardian dragon by their side. But Soldieret had never mentioned one to him. Now it all made sense. Soldieret couldn't assign a guardian who was sealed away and asleep for a millennium. Jin approaches the library, a new hope in his mind. Now that Murakhan is awake, does that mean he'll finally get his guardian? He calls out that he's here. A lazy voice replies from within, telling him to come in. Inside, Murakhan is lounging comfortably. Jin offers him a box of snacks from his nanny, figuring he should get all his questions answered now that they'll be spending a lot of time together. And so, for the next few months, Jin continued to frequent the secret library, studying ancient texts and getting to know the ancient dragon. During one visit, Jin asks about the legendary fight between Murakhan and Tamar. Murakhan repeats the question while munching on a piece of strawberry pie. He waves a dismissive hand. That was 1,000 years ago. How would he remember? Jin watches him silently and comes to a firm conclusion about the dragon. He goes absolutely crazy over strawberry pie. Murakhan complains that there are only 7 pieces. Jin just sighs, already exasperated by the dragon's appetite. Murakhan changes the subject, asking what Jin is always so busy with. Jin explains that since he can't take the books, he's transcribing them by hand. Murakhan leans in, curious if he understands any of it. Jin admits he only understands about 30%. The dragon grins, patting his head. He tells Jin not to worry, saying that's a lot for someone his age. Jin thinks to himself, that's only true for normal kids. His situation is far from normal. His expression hardens. He is a Runkandel, and this is what's expected of him. He tells Murakhan about the immense pressure. 12 older siblings, his parents, the elders, all of them rivals. He looks up, his eyes burning with determination. If he wants to destroy the people who wronged him, he has to work harder than anyone else. He asks Murakhan how much the founder would have understood from these books at his age. The dragon scoffs, saying he doubts Tamar could have understood a single line. Jin is startled. Murakhan explains that theory doesn't always equal skill. Tamar didn't need books to fight well. Jin compares himself to the legendary founder, wondering how he measures up right now. He asks glumly if that means he can never be like the founder. Murakhan's eyes narrow. He concedes that Jin has potential, but he's not as good as Tamar was. The words sting. The dragon seems to realize he might have gone too far. He quickly changes his tune, reminding Jin that he's a contractor of Soldieret, just like Tamar, and smart enough to read these difficult books. He ruffles Jin's hair, advising him to be patient and train hard, and one day he'll be just as strong. Who knows, he adds, maybe he'll even surpass him. Jin looks up, surprised by the sudden encouragement. Murakhan grins mischievously and asks if Jin knows Solderet's nickname. He gestures towards an image of the vast cosmos. It's infinity. He taps Jin's forehead, emphasizing his point. Solderet's power has no limit, and that means Jin, as his contractor, has no limit either. Murakhan tells him to have more faith, and offers to teach him a new technique to cheer him up, grabbing his arm energetically. He stands back, his expression suddenly serious. The technique is called shadow energy release. Murakhan explains that this is the very foundation of using shadow energy. He warns that it's incredibly dangerous if not learned properly. Jin agrees to be careful and asks what he needs to do first. Murakhan pauses, considering the question. He tells Jin that first he has to learn how to form his mana. Jin is confused. He already mastered that skill in his past life. Murakhan explains that shadow energy release is all about forming and moving mana. He says that just practicing that basic step will likely take 2 or 3 years. 2 or 3 years? That's far too long. Jin needs to be much faster. Murakhan tries to demonstrate, explaining that the next step is moving the mana, but the energy just flickers weakly in his hands. Jin, however, calmly forms a perfect, stable orb of glowing blue mana in his own hand. He asks if Murakhan can teach him now. The dragon stares, utterly dumbfounded. He gapes at the perfectly formed mana, demanding to know how Jin did that. Jin just nonchalantly replies that he's always been able to. Murakami continues to stare, baffled, and asks if he knows how to move his mana too. He sighs, shaking his head in disbelief. He mutters that only the most prodigious of geniuses could do this. He looks at Jin with a newfound respect, realizing this kid is something special. The dragon decides to move on, offering a sneak peek of what shadow energy release is really like. He begins his explanation. As he speaks, shadows begin to rise from the floor, coalescing around him like liquid darkness. He explains that all shadow energy is derived from the shadows, and all the shadows in the world were born from Soldaret. The darkness writhes and gathers, reacting to his command. Tendrils of pure shadow snake across the library floor. Soldaret, he declares, is the owner of all the world's shadows. And Jin, he gestures, is Soldaret's sole contractor. The shadows lash out with incredible speed and precision. They move as if they are alive, extensions of Murakami's own will. The display of controlled power is immense. Thus, Murakami concludes as the shadows recede. It means that Jin can also become the owner of all the world's shadows. He looks down at Jin, expecting a reaction. He grins, pleased with himself. This is shadow energy release. Jin looks up, a slight smile on his face as he processes the incredible potential of this power. Elsewhere, in a desolate landscape under a blood-red sky, a fierce battle has just ended. Luna Runkandel stands amidst the carnage, her blade spotless. A knight reports that they've cleared the area, with only 5 more to go. Luna calmly sheathes her massive sword. She estimates it will take another 4 months, and tells the knights to take a break. She looks out over the barren land, leaves swirling around her in the wind. She has one more thought. The knight asks what it is. Surrounded by the bodies of slain monsters, her expression thoughtful, she asks what 9-year-old kids usually like. Her mind, it seems, is on her youngest brother, back at Storm Castle. Time continued to pass at the isolated Storm Castle. 6 months after Jin met Murakami, the Tona twins finally turned 10, their mandatory confinement coming to an end. They practically scrambled into their waiting carriage, eager to escape. Their time under Jin's thumb was finally over. And so, the months continued to roll by. Jin celebrated his 9th birthday. Gilly and the castle staff present him with a cake, cheering happily. He hears his name called. He smiles warmly at the small gathering, thanking everyone, and asking Gilly to share the cake. Gilly happily agrees. But just as the quiet celebration begins, Khan, the guardian knight, rushes into the room. He apologizes for the interruption, and Jin asks what's wrong. Khan delivers the stunning news. Mistress Luna has come to visit. Jin and Gilly are both taken aback. Luna? Here? A figure with long white hair walks down the main hall. The light catches the pristine strands, a stark contrast to the castle's gloom. It's Luna Runkandel, Jin's eldest sister, radiating an aura of quiet power. Jin knew her reputation well. Runkandel's first flag-bearer and a 9-star knight, a true pinnacle of strength. They called her the White Whale. Despite being the strongest of all the siblings, she had no interest in power and had completely removed herself from the family's brutal succession war. She was an aloof figure who acted alone, separate from the family's endless political games. Because of this, she never showed any interest in her siblings. In his previous life, their relationship could barely be called family. They were practically strangers, and yet that very sister had come all the way to Storm Castle, completely unannounced. He watches her approach, wondering if something terrible had happened to the family. Or worse, had she found out about his trips to the secret library? Jin greets her respectfully. Luna smiles faintly, remarking softly on how much he's grown. Jin replies politely, saying he would have dressed more appropriately if he'd known she was coming. She playfully ruffles his hair, asking if she needs to give notice just to see her own brother. Jin is surprised by the rare show of affection. She observes him with concern, asking if he feels unwell. He quickly reassures her that he's fine. Luna leans closer, lowering her voice and confessing that she's actually a bit nervous. She admits this is her first time seeing him up close, and for some reason, she's on edge. Jin can hardly believe it. This powerful, aloof woman, nervous? She seems to read his mind, wondering if he thinks she's here to keep him in check, following the Runkandel tradition of siblings trampling one another. Her hand tightens slightly on her own arm, a small sign of her discomfort. She looks away for a moment, gathering her thoughts. Jin decides to be direct, acknowledging her discomfort and apologizing for his lack of consideration. Luna looks back, surprised by his perception. Jin explains that he momentarily forgot that despite his age, he is still a Runkandel, and suspicion between siblings is natural. Luna smiles faintly, seemingly grateful for his understanding. She takes a seat, composing herself. Jin asks if she wants to speak with him in private. She nods. Jin agrees, thinking to himself that whatever the reason for her visit, it doesn't seem like a bad thing. Luna dismisses the others. Once they are alone, she gets to the point. The reason she came so suddenly is because she has something to tell him. Jin waits attentively. She explains that his actions during their father's visit have attracted the attention of all their siblings. She places a hand on his shoulder, her tone serious. The moment he leaves Storm Castle, all of them will be watching him. She looks at him intently. She says she hopes he won't lose his own happiness by getting involved in the family's power struggles. Jin is stunned by her sincerity. Was this why she gave up her own claim to lead the family? To avoid being consumed by the endless fighting? A question forms in his mind. If she was so concerned, why did she never warn him in his past life? He looks at her face, wondering if back then he was simply too insignificant to be worth a warning. Luna gently takes his hand. Jin thanks her for her words, but he states firmly that he has no intention of sitting this fight out. Luna looks surprised. She insists she's serious, and not just saying this because she sees him as a rival. Jin interrupts, revealing a shocking truth. He's already survived one assassination attempt. Luna is horrified. His voice is low but intense. That is why he can't back down. He won't let it happen again. Luna's calm demeanor shatters, replaced by a cold, protective fury. Purple energy flares around her as she seethes, demanding to know who dared to touch her youngest sibling. She grabs his shoulders, her eyes blazing, and asks which sibling tried to kill him. Jin calmly replies that he hasn't uncovered their identity yet. He reassures her that despite the attempt, he's fine now. Her anger softens slightly. Jin offers a small, grateful smile, saying he's thankful to know that not all of his siblings hate him. Luna gently pulls him into a hug, whispering his name. Jin is surprised by the sudden embrace. He realizes that with this visit, she has already involved herself in the very family battle she tried to avoid. She pulls back, looking emotional, and says how much this saddens her. He never knew she was such a tender-hearted person. He pats her arm comfortingly, telling her not to be so sad. Luna smiles faintly, agreeing that today is a joyous occasion. She remembers his birthday. She tells him she's here to give him his birthday gift. She presents a small, ornate box. Inside is a pendant. She asks him to turn around for a moment. She fastens the pendant, with its striking blue gem, around his neck. She tells him that if he ever finds himself in a situation too tough to handle, he must break the gem. No matter where he is, she will come for him. He must never take it off. She wishes him a happy birthday, and he thanks her. Luna stays for some cake, enjoying the quiet celebration. She feeds Jin a bite, a rare moment of sibling warmth. Jilly watches them, her heart full. Soon, it's time for Luna to leave. Jin sees her off politely, his hand resting on the new pendant. Back in the library, Murakami emerges from the shadows, immediately noticing the new jewelry. Jin explains that he got it as a birthday gift. Murakami peers closer, asking what it is. But before Jin can answer, Murakami recognizes the energy. He asks if it was from the person with the strong presence who visited earlier. Jin confirms it was his eldest sister. Jin asks if the pendant is something amazing. Murakami grins, impressed. He explains that it grants resistance to attack magic and enhances the wearer's own magical abilities. He bets it even has summoning powers. Jin notes that Murakami seems to know a lot about it. The dragon explains proudly that he and the original owner were alive during the same period. The pendant is revealed to be an artifact of the legendary Demon King Orgel. 1,000 years ago, people would have risked their lives for just one of his artifacts. Murakami muses that Jin's sister must have sensed his own energy as well. Jin is stunned. The pendant belonged to a demon king? He worries that Luna might know about Murakami, but the dragon dismisses his concern. After all, he says, she's someone who gave him such a valuable gift. Would she really tell on her youngest brother and leave him to die? Murakami shrugs it off. He reassures Jin that he can trust this sister, noting again the strong energy she left behind. The dragon, ever the opportunist, eyes the leftover strawberry cake, already plotting how to get his claws on it. Jin looks thoughtfully at the pendant. Luna's parting words echo in his mind, her gentle smile as she left. Whatever he does, whatever he becomes, she will always be on his side. A powerful promise from the strongest of his siblings. Jin looks back on his time at Storm Castle. The years he once dreaded as a boring confinement had brought him more than he could have ever imagined. His father's acknowledgement, a powerful gift from his sister Mary, a new alliance with Luna, and the companionship of an ancient dragon. These were things he never could have dreamed of in his past life. Now, at 10 years old, his time here was finally over. He stood in the training hall, preparing to leave for the main castle. The next chapter of his life was about to begin. But first, there was one last training session. He faced off against Khan, his guardian knight-turned instructor, their blades clashing with intense force. Khan lunges, his fist glowing with aura. Jin meets the blow, parrying skillfully, the energy crackling between them. He dodges the follow-up strike, moving with an agility that no normal child should possess. Khan pauses, impressed, as expected. He analyzes Jin's form, realizing why the patriarch had taken such an interest. He senses that Jin isn't just learning, he's assessing Khan's ability to teach. Khan sees his own reflection in the boy's unnervingly calm eyes. A bead of sweat rolls down his face. This kid was on another level entirely. He lowers his stance, declaring the session over for the day. He formally addresses the young master. Jin asks if there was a problem with the training. Khan bows respectfully, saying it has been a great honor to teach him. Jin is slightly surprised by the sincere gratitude. Khan promises to give him the best training possible in the short time they have left. Jin accepts his dedication, saying he'll be in his care until then. Later, Jin tests the effects of the phoenix heart, holding his finger directly over a candle flame. The fire licks at his skin, but he feels no pain. He thinks with satisfaction that it's finally working. Gilly rushes over, worried, asking if the flame isn't hot. Jin smiles, pulling his finger away unharmed. He says it feels like warm water now, glad that Mary's gift is working. Gilly marvels at the effect, having only heard stories of the phoenix heart before. Jin figures he's absorbed about half of its power. As Gilly packs his things for the departure tomorrow, he calculates that it'll be fully absorbed within a few years. He tells her he understands. Gilly glances at the stack of copied books on his bed. She asks if she should pack them separately, and he confirms, saying he'll read them in the carriage. She agrees, saying just the books are fine. She adds with a smile that she'll prepare a strawberry pie as a snack for today. Jin nods, playing along for Murakan's sake. He tells Gilly he's going for a short stroll. Gilly is startled, but calls out that she'll be right back with the pie. Jin pushes open the door to the secret library. A casual voice greets him from within. He gets straight to the point, asking if Murakan remembers that he's leaving tomorrow. The dragon replies enthusiastically that he's been waiting for this day. Jin looks skeptical and asks how Murakan plans to follow him. The dragon puffs out his chest proudly, declaring that he is the legendary Black Dragon. He leans in conspiratorially, assuring Jin that even though he's a bit weaker now, he'll be able to follow without anyone noticing. Murakan waves off his concern, saying of course he'd be weaker after sleeping for 1,000 years. Jin asks if he'll be able to regain his powers. Murakan confirms it, explaining that as Jin gets stronger, so will he. The dragon adopts a lecturing tone. He tells Jin to hurry up and become a strong magic swordsman like their ancestor Timar. Jin picks up on the phrasing, recalling what Soldier had told him in his past life. The Runkendal family was originally a family of magic swordsmen, and the founder, Temar, was the strongest in history. It's a fact that almost no one remembers anymore. Murakan elaborates. The reason the current Runkendals reject magic is because of a humiliating vow that was made 1,000 years ago. Jin listens intently, absorbing this crucial piece of hidden history. Murakan sighs dramatically. He says that while they still worship him as a guardian, they'd probably be troubled if he actually showed up. He boasts that 1,000 years ago, Jin would have been worshipped for finding and bringing back such a noble being. Jin deadpans, questioning if the Runkendals would really do that. The dragon grins, telling him not to worry, he'll hide well. Jin asks about the empty tank in the library, but Murakami waves it off, saying he can just create an illusion with dragon tongue magic. Jin presses, asking what would happen if the illusion was discovered. Murakami grabs Jin's head playfully, reminding him that he's the dragon of shadows. He assures Jin that something like an illusion is a piece of cake. He admits that since he hasn't fully regained his strength, maintaining it for a long time would be difficult. But he smirks, promising to push himself until Jin is all grown up. Jin thanks him, and Murakami grumbles playfully that he should be more respectful. The dragon then reveals a special surprise. He presents a bottle of alcohol and some strawberry pie that he swiped while Gilly wasn't looking. Jin is shocked. He sternly warns Murakami not to get drunk and make weird illusions. The dragon scoffs at the suggestion. Murakami beams, saying raising Jin was worth it and hopefully asks to be introduced to his nanny. Jin says he'll think about it. The next morning, Jin prepares to leave, Gilly helping him with his warm, fur-lined coat. She looks at him with fond but worried eyes. Jin reassures her that he knows what to expect and will do his best at the main castle. Gilly smiles, pledging her continued loyalty and devotion. Outside, Khan waits with two other knights. The two knights formally introduce themselves. They are Jerome and Holtz, his escort to the main estate. Khan gives him some final words of advice, warning him that life in the main castle will be much more difficult and busy than his time here. Jin says, "Let's go," turning towards the waiting carriage. He walks towards the exit with Gilly and the knights. The date is October 30th, 1790. He takes one last look back at Stormcastle, the place of his isolated but transformative new childhood. He's finally leaving. The horses are ready for the long journey. Jin sits inside the carriage, looking out the window with a resolute expression. He's heading to the heart of his family's power and intrigue. The legendary Garden of Swords awaits. The carriage rattled along the snowy path, leaving Stormcastle far behind. Inside, Jin read a book while Gilly watched the heavy snowfall. Jin glanced out the window, noting how quickly the snow was piling up. They would need to stop at a nearby village and wait for it to pass. Gilly adds that if the snow gets too heavy, they won't be able to use the teleportation gate. The weather was already derailing their plans. Suddenly, the carriage lurched with a violent crash. Gilly cried out, thrown from her seat as she yelled Jin's name in alarm. A knight shouted from outside that it was an ambush, telling them to stay inside. Gilly immediately pulled Jin close, shielding him with her body and trying to reassure him that everything would be fine. The sounds of battle erupted outside. Gilly, tense but ready, reminded him that they had two 7-star guardian knights as well as herself. She peered out the window, assessing the threat. About 20 enemies, a mix of mages and warriors with a chance of archers hiding in the trees. Jin listened to the fight, his eyes narrowing. He knew there was no one above a 7-star rating out there, and yet something felt wrong. His instincts screamed at him. He pushed away from Gilly, shouting that they needed to get out of the carriage immediately. Gilly looked confused. Jin quickly explained. The rum-candled guardian knights would never leave a child of the family unattended. One of them should have been by his side. Gilly stared, the horrifying implication dawning on her. Jin drew the only possible conclusion. One of them was a traitor, or they were both fakes. He looked around the carriage urgently, warning Gilly that there could be a hidden trap inside. They had to get out, now. Gilly understood, her expression hardening with resolve. She vowed fiercely that as a member of the Runkandel household, she would protect him. With a low warning for him to understand if she went a bit overboard, sharp metallic claws extended from her knuckles. The door burst open and Gilly leaped out into the snow. Jin followed, taking in the chaotic battle raging in the forest. Gilly called out his name, already engaging the enemy. She cut down an attacker, a grim thought flashing through her mind that she would be punished for leaving her post. Jin shouted for her to focus. He directed her towards the two fighting knights, saying he needed to confirm something. He explained his suspicion as they moved through the snow. The people the knights were fighting might actually be their allies. If the ambush was meant for him, they should have attacked the moment he left the carriage. The fact that they hadn't was strange. Gilly understood his logic immediately. They approached the main fight, where a red-haired warrior was shouting orders to find Jin Runkandel. As expected, Jin noticed a strange symbol on the attacker's gear, a demon and a black sakura. The attackers shouted their affiliations, magic families, and a mercenary group called the Black King Squad. An attacker spotted them, announcing that he'd found Gilly and Jin. Gilly went on the offensive, shouting for the knights to protect the young master as she dashed forward. The red-haired captain, Manhwa, confronted her, claiming they were here on a request from the Runkendels to rescue Jin. A pathetic lie. The fake knights reacted with manufactured anger. Jin's suspicion was confirmed. They weren't traitors, just fakes. If they were truly 7-star knights, they never would have struggled against this rabble. The fakes were clearly outmatched, proving his assessment correct. Gilly demanded to know who Manhwa was and who he worked for. He just grinned smugly. He shouted defiantly that he wouldn't tell a dog of Runkendel anything. Gilly asked Jin for instructions. He gave a cold, simple order. Kill one eye and cut an arm off the other, then bring him here. His eyes glowed, devoid of all childish innocence. Gilly didn't hesitate. She moved like a whirlwind, her claws flashing through the air. Her eyes glowed with deadly focus. One of the fake knights cried out in pain. He screamed as Gilly landed a devastating blow. The other cursed her as he was overwhelmed. Gilly dispatched him with brutal efficiency. Her speed was terrifying. Blood sprayed through the snow as the second fake knight was thrown back. Gilly stood over his fallen body, her eyes narrowed. She kicked him away with contempt. She turned to face the remaining attackers, her claws dripping with blood. Her gaze was like ice. The captain, Manhwa, watched in horror as his forces were decimated. Gilly commented dryly that his masters had clearly underestimated their opponents. Manhwa, now terrified, realized the truth about the unassuming nanny. To become a nanny for the Runkendel family, you had to be a warrior of 7 stars or higher. Jin approached him coolly, lecturing the trembling captain that if he wanted to assassinate a Runkendel, he should have sent at least 3 or 4 8-star knights. Manhwa spat defiantly that this was just a warning, that the reign of Runkendel would soon end. Jin looked unimpressed, replying cryptically that he wanted that too. A cold smile formed on his face. Not the reign of Runkendel, he declared, but the reign of Jin Runkendel. Manhwa stared, stunned by the 10-year-old's audacity. He suddenly shouted praise for the great Zippel, revealing his true allegiance. Jin's eyes sharpened. Zippel, the renowned mage family that ruled the other half of the world. While Runkendel pursued the ultimate sword, they pursued the pinnacle of magic. 1,000 years ago, after the founder of Runkendel died, Zippel had imposed a humiliating oath, banning magic throughout the Runkendel clan and sealing their abilities. For the Runkendels, Zippel was an enemy of 1,000 years. Jin looked down at the pathetic Zippel follower. He had wondered who was behind such a daring attack, but it was just one of them. He turned away dismissively, telling Gilly to just throw the man away somewhere. He wasn't even worth interrogating. Manhwa screamed in protest as Gilly silenced him. Jin considered the attack. This wasn't how Zippel normally handled things. It was sloppy, disorganized. It seemed their followers had acted on their own. But something was still strange. He looked down at his hand, the memory of the bladed illusion curse lingering. No matter how good their disguise, it was hard to deceive the eyes of a 7-star warrior. Gilly should have seen through the fakes sooner. She looked back at him, perhaps sensing his thoughts. The dots connected in his mind, a cold realization dawning. The childhood curse, and now this sloppy attack. He suspects someone on the inside might be collaborating with Zippel. The plot was far thicker than a simple ambush. In the quiet of the snowy birch forest, the fight is over. Gilly stands before Jin, calm and composed, reporting that the last of their enemies has been dealt with. Jin simply nods, acknowledging her work. "Good work, Gilly." Jin turns his cold gaze to the captured mercenary captain, Manhwa. He calmly repeats the man's lies back to him, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "So, you're the captain of the Black King squad? And you only managed to escape because we conveniently drew the enemy's attention?" Jin just stares down the mercenary, his expression unreadable and utterly unimpressed. Manhwa breaks into a cold sweat. This kid, he's not normal. There's a terrifying calm in his eyes that no child should possess. Trying to salvage some dignity, Manhwa puffs out his chest. He declares that he'll be counting on Jin until they reach the teleportation gate, a pathetic attempt to sound like he's in command. He glances over at the boy, a chilling thought crossing his mind. He remembers the declaration Jin made during the fight, about his reign beginning, the reign of Jin Runkendel. Manhwa realizes with dawning horror that those weren't the delusional ramblings of a child. That kid was telling the absolute truth. Shaken, Mareka turns to his remaining men. He warns them in a low, harsh voice to watch their mouths and actions until they reach the gate. He knows one wrong move could get them all killed. His men don't understand the sudden change in their captain's demeanor. "What's this nonsense?" one grumbles. "Since when do we tiptoe around anyone?" Another whispers if the captain's gone crazy. Mareka just snaps at them to shut up and listen. As Gilly begins to address the captain, Jin cuts in, his voice final. "I think we can depart now." Mareka practically trips over himself to agree. "Understood." With a nervous glance back, Mareka leads his men away, clearly relieved to be putting some distance between himself and the unsettling young master. Gilly watches them leave before turning to Jin. She asks if it's really okay to just leave the defeated imposters lying in the snow. Jin assures her it's fine. He explains that whether they're found dead or alive, they'll serve as a powerful message to anyone else who dares to impersonate a Run-Candle guardian. Jin looks down at the blood-stained snow, commending Gilly for her clean and efficient work. Gilly simply accepts his praise with a quiet, "Thank you." As they continue their journey, the snow begins to fall heavier. Gilly mentions a village is just a couple of hours away. Jin agrees they should take shelter there until the storm passes. Jin turns to his loyal nanny, a serious look on his face. "Anyway, Gilly," she responds attentively. "Yes?" He tells her not to worry about what happened with the escort knights. He knows she feels guilty for being deceived, but he insists it wasn't her fault. After all, he points out, even a 9-star knight like Khan was fooled. It would have been nearly impossible for her, a 7-star warrior, to have noticed the deception. He adds that she also shouldn't feel bad about his earlier lecture on a guardian's principles. He's taking the blame, trying to ease her conscience. Despite his reassurance, Gilly looks down, a quiet, "I'm sorry," escaping her lips. Jin watches her, a wave of familiarity washing over him. She's exactly the same as she was in his past life. He remembers it clearly. Gilly was his nanny back then too, standing by him even when he was a talentless failure, scorned by his own family. In the Run-Candle clan, a nanny's fate is tied directly to the child they serve. So when he failed, she suffered right alongside him, despised by everyone for being the nanny of a worthless child. But through it all, Gilly never once blamed him or showed a hint of resentment. The day he was finally cast out of the family, she was banished right along with him, her unwavering loyalty costing her everything. He can still hear her last words to him, her head bowed low in shame on his behalf. "Young master, I'm sorry for not having served you well." That was the Gilly he knew. But things are different this time. For both their sakes, she needs to become stronger, more confident. But Gilly bows her head again, offering to accept any punishment for her failure. Jin cuts her off, his voice sharp and firm. "Don't blame yourself. This is an order, Gilly." He looks her straight in the eye. "You are my nanny, yes, but you are also my only guardian knight." He tells her that if she lets a small thing like this shake her confidence, it will cause problems for them on the dangerous road ahead. She looks up, startled by his intensity. Jin turns away, his tone resolute. "So don't make me say it again. Understood?" The weight of his words sinks in. She understands now. He isn't scolding her, he's trying to build her up. "Yes, young master," she says, her voice steady now. "I'll rectify that." Gilly is deeply touched. She can't believe how much the young master cares for her well-being. She makes a silent promise to herself. She will get herself together and become the strong, unwavering guardian he needs, so he never has to worry about her again. Jin watches her straighten her shoulders, a small sense of relief washing over him. It seems his words got through to her. They finally arrive at the village inn, where a cheerful innkeeper greets them at the door. While Mareka arranges for their rooms, Jin's mind is already piecing things together. The fake guardian knights, Mareka's sudden appearance, he has a strong suspicion about who might be pulling the strings behind this elaborate plot. A name from his past life comes to mind, Bubere Gaston, the infamous transformation sorcerer. Transformation magic is something dragons excel at, like his companion Murakon. But even for a dragon, a perfect transformation that can fool everyone is nearly impossible. Yet Bubere was the only one in the world known to have mastered it, using his unique skill to commit countless crimes and throw the world into chaos. The flawlessly disguised knights point directly to him. As Jin closes his room door, he comes to a grim conclusion. If Bubare is involved, this situation has just become far more dangerous. He sits on his bed, considering what to do about Mureka. The mercenary hasn't made a big name for himself yet, but Jin remembers that in his previous life, Mureka was eventually arrested by Bement's Special Affairs Division. The man clearly has some potential. He could be a useful ally someday. But he dismisses the thought for now. He has no use for a man who once pointed a sword at him. Loyalty is everything. His priority is clear. Before Bubare causes any more trouble, Jin needs to figure out what, if anything, has changed from his previous life. Gilly enters the room quietly, informing him that she'll be standing guard just outside the door. Jin just gives a slight nod as he lies down on the bed. Gilly seems a bit surprised to see him resting so soon. The moment his head hits the pillow, the exhaustion of the day's events crashes over him and he's out like a light. Seeing him finally asleep, Gilly smiles softly before quietly closing the door. Suddenly, a faint sound breaks the silence, a persistent meowing from somewhere nearby. Jin stirs in his sleep, groaning at the annoying noise that keeps getting louder and more insistent. He slowly sits up, rubbing his eyes and realizing he'd fallen asleep. And there, perched on his windowsill, is a large black cat. He stretches, feeling the deep ache in his muscles. Even after all his training, this 10-year-old body still gets tired easily. The strange meowing and growling continues. He squints at the cat pressed against the window pane, calling out to it hesitantly. The cat just meows back innocently. Jin stares intently at the animal. There's an arrogant, profoundly familiar aura about this cat. A slow, horrified realization begins to dawn on him. Could you be? He remembers Murakan's promise to follow him in secret. The dragon had claimed he would hide himself well so no one would notice. Jin stares at the smug-looking feline. You are going to hide and follow me by turning into a cat? The cat seems deeply offended by his tone. The cat lets out a furious hiss, its eyes glowing and claws unsheathed. Jin immediately holds up his hands in surrender. Okay, I'm sorry. He deadpans that he was just surprised, not expecting this particular disguise. The cat hops down from the windowsill and starts rubbing against his leg. Still, Murakan lets out a series of low, unhappy growls, making his displeasure known. A grumpy voice fills Jin's head. Hey, if I came in my real form, your family's knights would have spotted me instantly. Murakan continues his telepathic rant, complaining about how difficult the journey was for him, before stepping right onto a stack of papers with a loud thump. Without a second thought, Jin grabs the nearest object and hurls it at the cat, hitting him square on. You... Murakan yowls in outrage. The commotion brings Gilly bursting back into the room. Young master, what's the matter? She finds Jin standing calmly and a very flustered-looking cat that seems to be smoking slightly where the object hit it. Gilly's eyes lock onto the strange black cat, and her protective instincts take over instantly. Her hands transform into claws as she snarls, "How dare you go after the young master?" Panicked by the sudden threat, Murakan partially transforms back into his humanoid form. Gilly, not recognizing the legendary dragon, demands to know who he is before she rips him to pieces. Murakan is utterly terrified. Jin quickly tries to intervene. Wait a minute, Gilly. This person is... But Murakan is no longer paying attention. His eyes are fixated on something else entirely. The strawberry pie Gilly had brought in earlier. His anger vanishes in an instant, replaced by pure, starry-eyed adoration for the dessert on the tray. "Oh, my strawberry pie," he coos, reaching for it with trembling hands. Gilly can only stare, her brain failing to compute the scene. She watches the legendary black dragon, her idol, completely lose his mind over a pastry. The shock is too much. Her eyes roll back, and she collapses in a dead faint. Murakan, completely oblivious, continues to profess his love to the pie, leaving Jin to sigh at the absolute chaos that has just become his life. With the immediate danger past, Jin turns to his loyal nanny, Gilly, who peeks out nervously from behind him. It's time for the final, biggest reveal. Standing beside him is a man with wild black hair and a smug grin. "First," Jin says calmly, "this is Runkandel's guardian, the black dragon, Murakan." Jin gestures towards the bewildered Gilly, but before he can finish the introduction, Murakan smugly chimes in with a thought of his own. He already knows exactly who she is. She's his precious strawberry pie. Gilly, trying her best to keep up, politely asks the imposing dragon why on earth he's calling her a strawberry pie. Murakami throws his arms open wide, booming with enthusiasm. "Because you're wonderful, beautiful, and you make a perfect strawberry pie." The gears in Gilly's mind finally click into place. A wave of understanding washes over her. She points an accusatory finger, her eyes wide with realization. "So he's the reason you've been demanding strawberry pies every single day?" Seeing his nanny is on the verge of a complete meltdown, Jin steps in. He calmly asks her to sit down so he can explain everything properly. The title finally registers. This isn't just some eccentric man. He is the guardian dragon. Gilly immediately drops into a deep, formal bow, apologizing for any disrespect. Murakami just laughs, loving the attention. "Do not worry, my strawberry pie. You are gladly forgiven." A little later, once things have calmed down, Jin looks to Gilly. "I'm sorry I lied to you," he says. Gilly just shakes her head, still processing. "No, young master, I always knew you were special, but..." She mentally ticks off the list of impossible truths. Magic, a contract with the god of shadows, and now a dragon. All while Murakami playfully conjures a tiny shadow dragon on his fingertip, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. But any confusion on Gilly's face melts away, replaced by a look of pure pride and excitement. She clenches her fists, her loyalty overriding any fear. "As your nanny, I'm just so amazed and happy for you." Jin gives her a serious look. "Anyway, Gilly, you're one of us now. And for now, the family can't find out about any of this. Understand?" She nods firmly. "Yes, young master, I will keep that in mind." Murakami leans in, puffing his chest out. "You don't need to worry, strawberry pie. I'll always be with the boy." Gilly, still adjusting, just manages a polite, "Thank you for your kindness, Sir Murakami." A thought suddenly strikes her. "Oh! So was that loud noise from earlier when Sir Murakami's transformation wore off?" Jin facepalms, starting to explain that it wasn't, while Murakami mutters something about him needing to be more careful. Down on the floor, the truth is revealed, a set of heavily cracked floorboards. Jin admits sheepishly that Hiei was the one who fell. That was the noise. Gilly just stares, completely bewildered. "Huh?" She glances between her young master and the dragon, who is now laughing hysterically in the background. She leans in and whispers, "Young master, are you sure we can trust him?" Jin just sighs, looking utterly exhausted. Yeah, probably." Their journey continues, and they arrive at the Grand Middle Teleportation Gate. Gilly formally thanks the Black King squad who escorted them, promising a handsome reward from the Runkandel family. Jin stands beside her, with Murakami back in his cat form, perched on his shoulder. The squad's captain thanks her in return, saying the mission was a good experience for them as well. His gaze shifts to Jin and the cat. "I'm excited to see the future of the young Runkandel you're raising," he says with respect. But as he's about to leave, he turns back to Gilly. "But, Gilly McLaurin, I have one question for you." She turns, listening intently. He asks why someone with her incredible talent would leave her own powerful family to become a nanny for the Runkandels. He clearly saw her true skills during the ambush. Gilly turns away, her expression calm as she looks towards the gate. "It's not important enough to talk about," she replies, shutting down the conversation completely. The captain immediately understands he's overstepped. He bows his head slightly. "I see. My apologies. I've crossed the line." Gilly simply tells him it's all right. With a final nod, the Black King squad departs, leaving the three of them alone once more. Inside the magnificent hall of the teleportation gate, an attendant approaches them, asking for identification. Gilly presents a metal plaque bearing the unmistakable crest of the Runkandel family. The attendant gasps in recognition. "You're from the Runkandel family." He immediately bows low, his voice filled with deference. "It's an honor. Please follow me. We'll arrange premium seats for you." As they follow the attendant, he informs them it will be about a 2-hour wait before their teleportation. They're led to a luxurious private waiting room. Murakami, back in his cat form, leaps onto Gilly's lap. Gilly looks at Jin, her expression serious. "Young master." She leans forward, her voice a worried whisper. She knows they can probably bluff their way through Murakami being discovered, but there's a much bigger problem. His magic. She looks down, voicing the harsh truth of their clan. No Runkandel would ever approve of such a thing. Jin meets her worried gaze with a calm, reassuring smile. "Don't worry," he says. "I know. I'll hide it well. He understands the danger better than anyone." Gilly still looks uncertain. How on earth does he plan to hide magic in the very heart of the Runcandle clan, a family that despises it above all else? A sharp, determined glint shines in Jin's eyes. He's not just walking into the lion's den. He has a plan. He's ready. Suddenly, his focus shifts. He spots a silver clasp shaped like wings on someone entering the room. He recognizes the insignia instantly. The mark of the golden dragon. That's a Zipple. A young man with long white hair and piercing purple eyes walks in, followed by two imposing bodyguards. Jin's expression hardens. His suspicion is confirmed. The Zipple clan, his family's greatest rivals. Here, the newcomer walks across the room and sits on the sofa directly opposite them, the tension in the room instantly rising. Jin studies the boy, a flicker of recognition in his eyes from his past life. He knows this face. The white-haired youth lets out a dramatic sigh, looking utterly bored. "Shh. I had a feeling I didn't want to go to Huffester today." Jin is equally annoyed. To think he'd run into these people here. Even Murakhan lets out a soft hiss, sensing the hostility. The youth's gaze lands on the cat, and a small smile plays on his lips. "Oh, but your kitten is cute," he remarks lightly. He leans forward, extending a hand to pet the cat. "Come here, be a good boy." "A terrible mistake." Murakhan hisses, and a clawed paw flashes out, leaving a sharp scratch across the back of the boy's hand. He yelps in surprise, and Gilly gasps, worried, "Jin will be blamed." One of the Zipple bodyguards instantly grabs his sword, his face contorted with rage. But the white-haired youth calmly raises a hand, stopping him. "Hey, it's fine." He glances at his scratched hand, then at Jin. "Animals are like that. And besides," he adds pointedly, "drawing your sword in front of a Runcandle is a stupid thing to do." His purple eyes are calculating as he watches Jin's complete lack of reaction. Jin calmly strokes Murakhan, impressed despite himself. This kid was testing him, and he's surprised to see such composure from the Runcandle's youngest. The Zipple youth clears his throat and gives a slight bow. "I'm Veridin Zipple. I'd like to formally apologize for my rudeness." The name hits Jin like a bolt of lightning. Veridin Zipple. He remembers him all too well. Veridin Zipple, a genius magician, the most likely heir to the Zipple clan, and an icon for all young mages. Veridin thinks to himself how strange it is. In another life, this boy was a figure so far beyond his reach, a master of a different art. But now, here they are, just two kids in a waiting room. "This is a pretty fun feeling, huh?" Veridin says with a small smile. Jin smirks back. "Yeah? I was wondering what kind of a guy you were, too. Good to see you're not a complete idiot." Veridin raises an eyebrow. "Oh, and how'd you figure that?" Jin gestures to the guards. "Because if those guys had drawn their swords, you'd be touring Huefester without any bodyguards, and probably without a few of your fingers." Veridin bursts out laughing. "Wow, even your jokes are violent." The playful atmosphere shatters. Jin's eyes turn ice cold. "You think I'm joking?" The air crackles with sudden, deadly seriousness. The laughter dies in Veridin's throat. He clears his throat, a sly, challenging look in his eyes. "Oh, okay, but let me give you some advice." He leans forward. "If you ever meet another Zipple, don't just decide to cut their fingers off. It would be a pain for both our clans, right?" Jin cuts him off, his voice dripping with disdain. "That's a joke, Veridin Zipple." Veridin seems to be probing, mentioning their fathers, the heads of the two most powerful families in the world. Jin looks at him, completely unimpressed. "Do you really think they'd involve the entire clans in a simple children's fight?" Veridin actually considers this for a moment. Then he laughs, leaning back. "You're right. They'd probably just toss over some gold and be done with it. Hey, I learned something from you. I'll repay this debt someday." Jin seizes the opening instantly. "Not someday. Repay it now." Veridin leans forward, completely taken aback but intrigued. "Oh, sure. What do you need?" Jin's request is simple and direct. "Until the gate activates, I'd like you to please stay quiet and not disturb my rest." Veridin stares, a manic, delighted grin slowly spreading across his face. His eyes sparkle with a strange excitement. Jin Runcandle, this guy, Veridin thinks, is going to be amazing in just a few years. He rests his chin on his hand, thinking wistfully that if it weren't for their families, he'd ask to be friends. His guard has to silently remind him to maintain his image. But Veridon's inner thoughts go wild. An enemy for life? That's so cool. That's the best. Jin just gives him a weary side-eye. As Jin tries to read, Veridon practically vibrates with excitement. What an annoying guy, Jin thinks. He almost lost his fingers, and he's this happy. The whole Zippel family must be out of their minds. An official announcement cuts through the awkward silence, signaling that their wait is over. Blue energy begins to swirl in the teleportation chamber as the announcement warns of potential side effects like nausea or headaches. As the light intensifies, engulfing them all, Veridon waves frantically. Jin Runkandel, it was nice meeting you. Let's meet again. Jin just turns his head away, clutching Murakami, his thoughts firm and clear. No thanks. Let's never see each other again. And, with a flash of light, they're gone. The scene shifts. Sunlight glints off a tall stone tower, flying the proud banner of the Runkandel clan. They've arrived. An empty teleportation chamber stands silent for a moment. Jin steps down, now dressed for the colder climate. Gilly is waiting for him, Murakami now perched on her shoulder. "I've been waiting for you, young master," she says softly. An elderly man in a flawless suit stands before them, flanked by armored guards. He bows slightly. "I am the second-class housekeeper, Pedro. It is an honor to greet you for the first time." The view pans over the legendary Garden of Swords, where countless blades stand like silent sentinels in the grass. Pedro's voice continues. "It must have been a hard journey." The full, breathtaking majesty of the Runkandel estate comes into view, a vast, sprawling mansion that radiates power and history. "I would like to sincerely welcome you," Pedro finishes, "to the Runkandel main estate." The camera holds on the Garden of Swords, a silent testament to the legacy and the daunting challenges that await Jin now that he is finally home. This is the heart of the Runkandel clan's power, the Garden of Swords. Countless blades are planted in the earth, each one representing a life dedicated to the family's glory. To have your sword buried here is the highest honor a Runkandel can achieve, a symbol of their dreams and their legacy. As Jin stands before this field of legends, a bittersweet memory from his first life surfaces. He, too, once dreamed of earning a place here after his death. He remembers the man he used to be, weak, talentless, and utterly alone. He was a failure, pouring all his effort into training that yielded nothing. A bitter regret washes over him. Why did he ever believe that simply trying his best would have made any difference back then? But that bitterness now fuels a new, unshakable resolve. He looks towards the future, his eyes burning with determination. This time will be different. He gazes at the massive estate, a place once filled with nothing but vipers and disappointment. And yet, he finds a new purpose here. Even in this worthless place, he will build a life worth living. With that silent vow, Jin turns and walks towards the main house, his small figure casting a long, determined shadow. The Runkandel mansion looms before him, a fortress of power and history, its banners flying proudly in the wind. But as he approaches the entrance, he finds more than just the housekeeper waiting. His father, the patriarch Siren, his mother, Rosa, and a line of his older siblings are all there, their combined presence like a suffocating weight. A woman with long black hair and piercing eyes steps forward. This is the Black Panther, Rosa Runkandel, lady of the house. "It's been a while, youngest," she says, her voice smooth but cold. Jin stops, Murakami perched calmly on his shoulder. "Yes, mother," he replies with perfect formality. Her sharp eyes immediately lock onto the cat. Murakami stares back, his bright cat eyes showing no fear, only defiance. The patriarch Siron watches the exchange in silence, his calculating gaze fixed on his youngest son. His deep voice finally breaks the tension, directed at the cat. "Did you pick up a stray?" Without flinching, Jin strokes Murakami's fur. "I took him in, father," Siren repeats the words, a subtle test. "Instead of picking it up, you took it in." He seems to weigh the meaning, while Rosa's expression tightens with disapproval. Jin stands his ground, unintimidated. He knows this is how a Runkandel must act when claiming something as their own, with absolute confidence. Murakami lets out a soft purr of approval. Rosa kneels slightly, getting a closer look at the cat. "Son, what is this child's name?" she asks, her voice deceptively calm. Jin's voice rings out clear and steady. "His name is Butterfly Runkandel, mother." Rosa is stunned into silence. Murakami, somehow now in her arms, looks unbearably smug. The name shatters the calm. "What?" one of the Tona twins shouts. "To attach the run candle name to an insignificant beast?" another cries. Rosa whirls on Gilly, her voice sharp with fury. "Gilly, how have you been raising him?" Gilly immediately bows, stammering an apology. Siron raises a hand. "Enough." The commotion ceases instantly. His authority is absolute. He turns his full attention to Jin. "Youngest, why have you attached the Runkandel name to this cat?" Jin meets his father's gaze without fear, placing a hand over his heart. "It is so that I can be responsible for him." He gestures to Murakhan at his feet. "He may be just a beast, but he is the first life I have ever taken in. I thought his name should have weight as well." A flicker of amusement crosses Siren's face. "How amusing," he rumbles. "But, youngest, do you understand the weight of the Runkandel name?" Jin stands tall, holding Murakhan confidently. "Yes, I do." He then makes a vow, his voice cold and sharp. "If anyone insults Butterfly, I will be the one to pay them back." Siren observes his son for a long moment. "Youngest," he says, a dangerous edge to his voice, "it seems you have a talent for making enemies." He glances pointedly at the other siblings who are glaring at Jin with pure murder in their eyes, "Judging by how your siblings are looking at you, that is." A small, confident smirk plays on Jin's lips. "It seems that way." Then he adds with chilling conviction, "However, I will also have a talent for killing my enemies, father." The corner of Siren's mouth quirks into a wide, feral grin. He turns to the other children, his voice a clear warning. "This boy, all of you should keep your guard up." With a final parting challenge to his other children, Siren strides away, leaving Jin to face the simmering storm of hatred he has just unleashed. 4 years pass in a flash. It is now the early summer of 1794. Jin stands tall at 14 years old, a 2-star knight and a low-ranked cadet in the Runkandel clan. After a morning training session, his instructor dismisses him. Jin wipes the sweat from his brow, confirming that they're done for the morning. The instructor reminds him of his afternoon plans. "Didn't you have plans to train with Lady Luna today? A privilege not many cadets get to experience." "Oh, right," Jin recalls. "Guess I'll go after lunch." On his way, another cadet mentions that his mother, Lady Rosa, is probably disappointed he's not eating with the main family. Jin quickly shuts him down. "Forget it. I don't want to have a staring contest with my siblings while I eat." He heads for the bustling cadet dining hall, preferring the simpler company. Gilly, now in an attendance uniform, brings him his meal, her devotion unwavering after all these years. Jin sits across from a blonde-haired cadet named Belop Schmitz. He pushes a piece of meat from his tray onto the other boys. Belop thanks him gratefully. As Belop eats, Jin studies him. He remembers this boy from his past life. A commoner who falls behind in his training, the memory is sharp and painful. Belop will be expelled, and his life will take a tragic turn. Jin's eyes narrow. He refuses to let that happen again. Belop is practically inhaling his food. "Does it taste good?" Jin asks dryly. Belop can only manage a muffled noise in response. After swallowing, Belop launches into an over-the-top speech of gratitude. Jin sighs and cuts him off. "That's enough. Stop it!" Belop scratches his head sheepishly. Jin points out that he said the exact same thing yesterday, asking if he memorized it. He tells Belop frankly that he needs to learn some discretion, that his constant fawning is why the other cadets look down on him. The words clearly hit home, and Belop's face falls. Seeing he went too far, Jin softens his tone. "That's right. Put your shoulders back and have some confidence," he says, reminding him that just being a Runkandel cadet is an achievement. Belop sighs, discouraged that he hasn't even made 1 star yet. Jin counters that it's not easy to even get here in the first place. "No matter how far you fall here," Jin says, "you're still better than most 13-year-olds out there. Got it?" Belop looks up, slowly nodding in understanding. Jin thinks back to Belop's tragic fate. The pure-hearted boy who became a royal guard for another family, only to end up as a mass murderer who took his own life. He remembers his shock and bitterness at the news back then. Looking at the innocent boy now, he knows he can't just leave him to that same doomed path. Jin pushes a sausage from his own tray onto Belop's. "I'm not hungry. You eat it," he says casually. Belop jumps, surprised by the kindness. The younger boy's eyes light up with genuine gratitude and admiration. "Young master!" Jin gives him a determined look, making a silent promise. He will take care of him this time and make sure he doesn't get expelled. A small smile passes between them. Jin hardens his resolve. One lifetime of misfortune is more than enough. He will rewrite Bellup's story. Walking through the estate halls, Jin takes stock of his progress. His shadow energy is at 2-star, mana at 4-star, and swordsmanship at 2-star. Steady growth, but he has a long way to go. He calculates that at this rate, he can reach 3-star swordsmanship in 2 years. But before that, he has another, more immediate challenge to face. He arrives at an open training ground where his eldest sister Luna awaits him. "My lovable younger brother," she greets him with a faint smile. "Today's training will be like yesterday's." As they take their stances, Luna clarifies her method. "However, you will face this same training differently every day. It's about adaptation, not repetition." "I understand," Jin replies respectfully. Luna continues her instruction, hinting at a deeper level of swordsmanship he must grasp. Her final advice hangs in the air, mysterious and profound. He must learn to fight not just with his eyes, but with his mind's eye. Jin takes his stance, focusing his intent. He braces himself for the difficult, unheard-of training ahead, ready to learn everything he can from the legendary white whale herself. Look with your mind's eye. The core of his eldest sister's training is a simple instruction, yet one that feels impossibly deep. With his eyes closed, Jin focuses. Luna had told him that, for those who walk the path of the sword, obtaining the mind's eye is more critical than anything. It's the ability to perceive the world beyond what sight can offer. But he knows the theory is a world away from the practice. Luna uses her aura to effortlessly sense her surroundings, but Jin is forbidden from using his in this run candle training. He's being asked to achieve the same result without the most crucial tool. The difficulty is immense. The mind's eye is a skill usually mastered by knights who have surpassed the 7-star level. And here he is, a 2-star, being pushed to reach for something that should be years beyond his grasp. "No matter what, do not open your eyes," Luna's firm voice reminds him. Jin remains silent, his focus unwavering. Doubt tries to creep in, but he shoves it aside. He chose to trust her. Luna wouldn't give him an impossible task without a reason. For now, all he can do is focus. He steels himself. It might feel impossible now, but he knows one day he will understand the meaning behind this training. The session ends. "Good work today as well, Jin," Luna says, dismissing him. He bows respectfully. "Thank you, sister." As Jin leaves, Luna watches him go. She knew he would do well, but as always, her youngest brother manages to exceed her expectations. She recognizes a rare focus in him, a level of concentration that even seasoned knights lack. With his potential, she thinks, he will surely grasp this in a few years. A rare, gentle smile touches her lips. "Keep growing like that, my brother," she murmurs, a silent encouragement sent on the wind. Later, Jin arrives at the cadet training grounds, where rows of trainees stand assembled. An instructor greets him formally. Jin glances at the other cadets. Bellup is visibly nervous, while another cadet looks on coolly. They all seem on edge today. The instructor, Garen, explains why. "This spar makes up the largest portion of their overall grade," he says with a grin. "It's a shortcut to becoming a guardian knight, so, of course, they're nervous." Garen then turns to Jin. "For your information, today is a very important day for you, too, young master. Lady Rosa said that if you defeat 10 upper ranks, you can advance to the intermediate training group next year." Jin's eyes widen slightly. This is exactly what he needed. Mother did? That's good news. He glances over at Bellup, who seems to be getting more nervous by the second. The boy is practically trembling. Jin sighs internally. Bellup's back to his old habits again. He knows the boy's biggest weakness is his crushing lack of confidence. Though Jin has already decided to prevent his expulsion, he can't help but wish the boy would just stand a little taller. "Attention," Garen calls, bringing the cadets to order. He lays out the rules. The cadets will spar 3 times each. The 10 most outstanding victors will then face young Master Jin one by one. The cadets shout in unison, accepting the challenge. The preliminary spars conclude, and Jin easily dispatches the first few of his challengers. They're skilled, but they pose no real threat to him. Garon dismisses the defeated cadets, telling them to return to their seats. He then turns to Jin. "Get ready, youngest master." Jin gives a simple nod. "Yeah, okay." A determined female cadet with pink hair steps forward. Mesa Milcano, one of the top elites in the basic class. "I'll be in your care, young master," she declares. "This is the first of the 10. Jin recalls his previous best record was defeating 8 opponents. Rosa's challenge is pushing him just beyond his known limit. He takes his stance opposite Mesa. "Next, get ready," Garen announces. Mesa smiles, her competitive spirit shining. "Today I'd like to beat you, no matter what." Jin smirks back. "Okay, I'm looking forward to it. This spar is the key. Beating her decisively will set the tone for the rest." The spar begins with a sharp clang of wood against wood. They exchange blows in a flurry of motion, sparks flying from the forceful impacts. Jin assesses his opponent. Mesa has gotten stronger, but not so strong that he can't defeat her. But the real problem isn't Mesa. It's the 8 more opponents he has to face after her. He can't afford to waste his stamina here. A new strategy begins to form. He changes his tactics, abandoning complex techniques for a series of simple, brutally fast, and precise strikes, all aimed at the exact same spot on Mesa's sword. Mesa is completely thrown. Why is he only using simple attacks? She knows he's capable of so much more. Jin continues his relentless assault, forcing her back. She grits her teeth, realizing he must be doing this on purpose, but she can't figure out why. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock as the reason dawns on her. No way. Is he disrespecting her? Thinking he can win with such basic moves? Her frustration boils over. "Very well," she growls, gripping her sword tightly. "Let's give it a go, young master," she yells, channeling all her energy for a powerful counter. The other cadets watch, awestruck. Belep looks particularly stunned by the ferocity of the fight. Jin meets her powerful strike with another perfectly aimed blow. A bright crack of light erupts at the impact. Mesa feels the jarring impact but refuses to back down. "I won't be pushed back. I'll surpass him this time." She swings down with all her might, letting out a furious battle cry. But it's too late. With a final, resonant crack, Jin's relentless, targeted attacks pay off. Mesa's wooden sword splinters and snaps in half. As she stumbles off balance, Jin leaps back untouched. Mesa stares at the shattered hilt in her hand, panting in disbelief. "How?" Jin stands opposite her, his own sword perfectly intact. A slight, predatory smile touches his lips. "It was a good match, Mesa Milcano." He casually tosses the broken piece of her sword aside, sealing his victory. Mesa is left speechless. She can't believe it. He attacked the exact same spot on her sword, over and over again. They were matched in power and stamina, but he completely overwhelmed her with sheer accuracy and tenacity. She looks at him with a mixture of awe and terror. "Is this," she whispers, "what it means to be a child of Runkendel?" But her spirit isn't broken. "I will devote myself to my training," she declares fiercely, "and I will beat you next time." Jin watches her go, a look of calm satisfaction on his face. Everything is going according to plan. He knew facing 10 skilled opponents head-on would be draining. So by overwhelming the strongest one first with sheer precision, he planted a seed of doubt in the rest. He made them believe a direct fight was a losing battle. And just like that, the 10th opponent falls. He rests his sword on his shoulder, relieved. He has secured his promotion to the intermediate class. Image, HH4858. Narrator, Garen steps forward, beaming. "Marvelous, youngest master." He formally announces Jin's achievement, congratulating him on his advancement. Jin thanks him, knowing his work here isn't done. Garen begins to wrap up the training session, noting they have a bit of time before lunch. "Around 10 minutes, Garen confirms. "Why do you ask?" Jin's gaze sweeps over the remaining cadets. Then, his voice rings out, calm but heavy with intent. "I have one more person I want to face." He plants his sword firmly in the ground. "Who?" Garon asks, surprised. Jin's eyes lock onto one terrified cadet. He takes a deep breath and yells, his voice shattering the calm. "Belep Schmitz!" Belep flinches, pointing at himself in pure disbelief and terror. "Me?" He starts trembling, backing away. "But he stammers. Jin's voice is firm, unyielding. "Belep Schmitz." He points his sword directly at the cowering boy, his expression stern. "You cannot survive in Runkendel like that," he thinks, trying to provoke any kind of fighting spirit. Jin raises his voice, issuing a public challenge that cannot be ignored. Step forward and fight me. I'll destroy you." The words hang in the air, forcing Belop into the one place he never wanted to be, the spotlight. Heavy footsteps echo on the stone as Belop Schmitz forces himself to walk forward, answering the young master's impossible challenge. He stops, small and trembling, before the calm and collected Jin. To the watching cadets, the outcome already seems certain. Belop grips his sword, his mind racing. Why me? Is it because I'm so weak? Is he planning to make an example out of me? Jin simply looks at him, his expression unreadable, and calls his name again, a final confirmation. "Belop!" "Yes, young master," Belop squeaks out. Jin explains his reasoning, his words like a casual jab. "I'm rather tired after fighting 10 people. But you, on the other hand, are fine," he continues, adding insult to injury. "But I will still be stronger than you. That's the reason I want to fight you." Before the completely baffled Belop can even respond, Jin explodes forward, his sword a blur of motion in a powerful overhead strike. With a desperate cry, Belop just barely manages to get his sword up, blocking the crushing blow with a shower of sparks. Jin presses the attack relentlessly. "Young master, why are you—" Belop stammers, stumbling backward. Jin unleashes a whirlwind of strikes, overwhelming him completely. Belop can only gasp, struggling to parry each blow. A direct hit lands squarely on his sword, the force of it nearly shattering the wood. Their blades lock. Jin leans in close, his voice a menacing whisper. "You blocked well." Belop can barely stammer out a thank you. Jin immediately follows up, slamming his fist forward with explosive force that sends a shockwave through Belop. The onslaught is merciless. Belop grits his teeth, trying desperately to hold on as sweat and tears stream down his face. He attempts a clumsy counterattack, but Jin sidesteps with ease, causing him to stumble. With blinding speed, Jin sweeps Belop's legs out from under him. Belop crashes hard onto the stone pavement, his sword skittering away from his grasp. Jin lands lightly, turning to look down at the fallen boy. Belop pushes himself up, groaning, tears of humiliation and defeat welling in his eyes. "Why are you doing this?" he asks, his voice thick with hurt. Jin interrupts him coldly. "I said I wanted to fight with you." He leans down, his gaze piercing. "I could have killed you just then." Image, Sh140222, narrator, he steps back. "Get up. I will only be merciful once." Something inside Belop finally snaps. The fear is still there, but now it's mixed with a desperate, burning anger. A powerful, golden energy explodes outward from him, his wooden sword levitating in a radiant light. Mesa Milcano gasps, her eyes wide with disbelief. "That's aura?" she exclaims, recognizing the impossible. A basic rank commoner shouldn't be able to use aura. No cadet should. She turns to the instructor, panicked. "Instructor Garun, we need to stop this. If this continues, the young master will be in danger." But Jin ignores the commotion. His voice cuts through the courtyard, cold and commanding. "This is an order. What you see here today, you take it to your grave." He's protecting Belop even now. Garen and Mesa exchange a worried glance, but they understand. "I understand," Garen murmurs. Belop stands, his sword blazing with golden light, and looks Jin in the eye. "Is this really what you wanted, young master?" Jin meets his gaze, unwavering. "That's right." Jin takes his stance, ready for the real fight. "If you know how to use aura, don't hold back." Belop's face twists in a snarl of fury. "You've made a mistake, young master." "You should have fought me first," he roars, charging forward to unleash all his hidden power. The clash is intense. Belop, fueled by desperation and rage, fights with a ferocity no one has ever seen from him. The golden aura makes every strike incredibly powerful, forcing Jin onto the defensive. For the first time all day, Jin is pushed back, driven across the courtyard by the sheer force of the attacks. He parries another blow, a flicker of confirmation in his eyes. He didn't know Belop could use aura, but he knew this strength was there. He remembers it from his past life. Belop was always strong. He would perfectly analyze his opponent's skills and strategies, and then lose on purpose, matching them just enough to never stand out, to never draw attention to himself. But now, all that suppressed power is being unleashed in a furious, golden torrent. Jin realizes the truth. The boy had been hiding not just his skill, but his ability to use aura itself. The immense control it must have taken, Jin's own wooden sword begins to chip and crack under the strain of the aura-enhanced blows. Bellop channels his power into another overwhelming strike. Jin grunts, sliding backward, struggling to maintain his footing against the incredible force. Seeing his chance, Bellop unleashes a furious flurry of attacks. A large crack forms in Jin's sword. It won't last much longer, but just as Bellop winds up for the finishing blow, Jin suddenly drops his guard and lunges forward, dodging under the swing and trapping Bellop's sword arm, ending the fight in an instant. Bellop struggles, surprised by the sudden grapple, but Jin holds him firm. He easily controls the smaller boy, neutralizing the threat completely. The fight is over. The golden aura dissipates, and Bellop collapses to his knees, drained and coughing violently. "Why did you stop?" he demands, tears of frustration streaming down his face. "You said you wanted to fight properly. You should have seen it to the end." Bellop glares up at him accusingly. "Do you enjoy toying with people?" He feels utterly betrayed, unable to understand Jin's cruel actions. Jin looks down at him, a hint of regret in his eyes. "Provoking you this way hurts me too." Bellop just glares back, angry and confused. "Then why?" he finally snaps, pushing Jin's hand away. "It hurts me much more. What do you know about me that gives you the right to push me so hard?" Jin kneels down, meeting his tearful gaze. "As you said, I don't know you. But I know one thing," he continues, his voice low and firm. He explains the harsh lesson. Caring for others is something you can only afford to do after you have become strong. He looks Bellop directly in the eyes. "You're weaker than me, and also kinder than me." The words sink in. The kindness is something he values, but the weakness stings. Jin states the brutal truth of their world. "You can't survive this hell with kindness alone." Bellop looks away, shaken as the reality of the Runkandle clan hits him hard. "Bellop," Jin says, his voice now earnest and encouraging, "please become strong so you can protect that kindness, with me and together with everyone else." He's offering not a threat, but an alliance. He offers a hand down to the stunned boy, his expression gentle. "I'm sorry for doing something so harsh." Just then, attendants arrive with lunch, stopping short at the scene before them. They ask if they should come back later, but Jin tells them it's all right. Bellop, still dazed but perhaps finally understanding, speaks up formally, telling Jin to get his own meal. Jin turns back with a warm, friendly smile, the intensity of the fight completely gone. "All right," he says cheerfully. "I'll bring your meal along with mine." The harsh mentor is gone, and in his place, a friend has returned. Deep within the Runkandle estate, a low, guttural growl rumbles through the air. A deep, powerful voice muses to itself. "So the youngest did that, did he?" The scene comes into focus. The patriarch, Siren Runkandle, sits meditating in a moonlit clearing, his power so immense it seems to manifest as a monstrous shadow behind him. The knight Khan stands before him, having just delivered his report. Khan finishes detailing Jin's brutal spar with Bellop and the shocking revelation of aura. "Yes, patriarch," he confirms. Suddenly, Siren throws his head back and lets out a booming laugh that echoes through the night, startling Khan. The laughter dies down, replaced by a dangerous glint in his eyes. "I see," he rumbles, a dark amusement in his tone. "So that's the conviction of the youngest, is it?" Meanwhile, Jin sits with Bellop sharing food. His friend looks much happier now. Jin reflects on his father's likely reaction, a new philosophy taking root in his mind: rule by force, but protect the weak. A calculating smile spreads across Siren's face. If that's the case, he decides, we'll need to see if there's any value in that conviction. He turns to Khan. "I'll give the youngest his first mission." A test has been set. Time moves forward. It is now January of 1975. At 15 years old, Jin has officially been recognized as a 3-star knight. Life in the intermediate class has begun. While some cadets go home for the holidays, others, like Mesa, continue to train relentlessly. The biggest change is the weapons. The wooden training swords are gone, replaced by real, custom-fitted steel. Many cadets immediately place orders for their own unique blades. A custom sword is a mark of status, a sign of true progress within the Runkandle clan. Jin, however, didn't order one. He had searched the family armory, but he remembers his eldest sister, Luna, calling his name. He had looked up, surprised. Luna had insisted on choosing his first real sword for him, claiming she had a hard time finding one that would fit him well. A month earlier, she had practically dragged him along, begging to be the one to choose his blade. Jin had little choice but to agree. He figured she had a much better eye for weapons than he did anyway. But when Luna dramatically unveiled her first choice, Jin could only stare, completely bewildered. She held up a massive, axe-like sword. "This was once known as Vale's Slaughter," she explained. "I used it a lot when I was your age." She told him it was something like the original version of the legendary sword she wields now. "What do you think? Do you like it?" she asked eagerly. Jin hesitated. Well, sister," he politely but firmly declined. "I'm thankful, but I don't think this is the sword for me." Luna looked slightly taken aback. She recovered quickly. "I see." "That's all right. I was just joking." Jin was pretty sure she wasn't joking at all. Still, she insisted it was a good sword. She even claimed it wasn't that heavy, but Jin remained silent. It just wasn't right. Luna watched him, a thoughtful look in her eyes. She sighed. "All right, I hear you. I'll show you the other one." Jin breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Luna led him to a heavily reinforced vault, explaining how much effort she had put into this. "I thought of what would suit you best," she said, "and what kind of sword can only be used by you." She stopped before a specific display, holding a long, cloth-wrapped blade. "And that's when I thought of this." She turned to him, her expression serious. "Since you chose Barasada during your selection ceremony," she whipped the cover away, revealing a magnificent, sleek blade with a golden crossguard. "I think this will suit you best." Jin's eyes widened. "That sword is—" This was no ordinary weapon. It was the brother sword of Barasada, the legendary blade wielded by the very first Runkendel patriarch. "Bradamante," Jin breathed, completely awestruck. He took the sword, and it felt perfect in his hand, humming with latent power. Luna watched, pleased. "I guess you like that one." She told him it was one of the most exceptional swords the family possessed. Jin knew this was a sword he would have done anything to obtain. He couldn't believe Luna had just handed it to him. Both Bradamante and Barasada were perfectly suited for shadow energy. If he had chosen it himself, his jealous siblings would have raised hell. But no one could object to a gift from the first flag-bearer. Image, Shate15041 narrator, he thanked her, perhaps a little too formally. "I don't know how to thank you." Luna sighed. "That doesn't sound right." She looked at him, a little hurt. "Jin, you still aren't comfortable with me, are you?" "No, that's not it." He backtracked, flustered. But she cut him off. "That's a little disheartening." She leaned in playfully. "Really? But I'm already disappointed, so you need to soothe my distressed heart." Jin was completely lost. "Pardon?" She dropped the act. "Close your eyes, Jin. We'll start training." He nodded, still holding Bradamante. "Do you know what I'm about to say?" she asked softly. "Yes, I do, sister," he replied immediately. Luna smiled faintly. "All right, but I need to teach you one more thing today." "What's that?" he asked. She looked at him, her voice suddenly earnest. "That among our siblings who are busy trying to trample on each other, there are some who love you unconditionally." Her gaze was filled with sincere affection. "I want you to etch that in your heart." She then pulled him into a surprisingly strong, almost crushing hug. "And don't upset me anymore," she declared. "Understood. I apologize," he yelped. She released him, explaining that she had lived a lonely life in this family, and she didn't want him to suffer the same fate. Jin was moved by her rare show of vulnerability. "Yes," he said, his voice soft. "I understand, sister." "Okay then," she said, satisfied. "Let's start training again. Look with your mind's eye." Back in his room, Jin called out to his dragon companion, "Murakan." He proudly held up Bradamante, its blade gleaming. "What do you think?" Murakan glanced over from his comic book, unimpressed. "Sheath it, kid. You're not ready. To use Bradamante properly, you need at least 3-star shadow energy. You're only at 2-star. He pointed out that Jin was just barely able to awaken a normal sword. "I think I'll reach 3 stars soon, though," Jin mumbled. Murakan slammed his comic book shut. "How arrogant," he snapped, suddenly furious. "Listen to me carefully, kid." He grabbed Jin by the collar, shaking him. "Barasada and Bradamante aren't just toys. 3-star shadow energy is the bare minimum." "But," Jin tried to argue, "just use a normal sword until you obtain 5-star shadow energy," Murakan shouted him down. "But I'm not a patient person." I'll just reach 5-star in a year, right? Jin countered. A vein pulsed on Murakan's forehead. He got right in Jin's face, practically spitting with rage. Even if you ate shadow energy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, that would be impossible. I'm saying this for your sake. He shoved Jin back. If you understood me, then don't say such nonsense. That's so absurd even a dog would laugh at you. Jin looked defeated, picking up the comic book. Try saying that again, Murakan yelled before spotting what Jin was holding. Gasp! Hey, put that down, I said. Put that down. Just then, Gilly rushed in, looking concerned. Young master. Murakan used the distraction to snatch his comic back. Instructor Garen is looking for you, Gilly explained. He needs you to go to him. He needs to brief you on a strategy while looking at the map. Strategy? Jin asked, leaving Murakan to sulk with his comic. Yes, Gilly confirmed. He's assigned you to your first mission. You'll be departing right after your break. As they walked, Jin reflected. Now that he was a 3-star knight, a mission made sense. But departing so suddenly was strange. Gilly figured it was because the mission was difficult, usually assigned to higher-ranking cadets. I'll go check it out, Jin said, sending Gilly back to deal with Murakan. He pushed open the doors to the strategy room. Inside, Garen and 10 cadets, including Mesa and Belop, were gathered around a map. It's a search mission, Garen explained, near the southern border of the Zhan Kingdom. Jin immediately recognized the danger. That was close to the White Wolf tribe's territory. This wasn't a region they should be sending low-ranked cadets. Garen handed him the details. It's a pretty difficult first mission, and it was assigned earlier than usual. Jin looked over the team roster, all cadets with low to intermediate grades, and Belop, whose results were all over the place. The pieces clicked into place. The dangerous location, the early assignment, the specific team. It felt like someone had ordered this intentionally. Image, Chei15082, narrator? He gripped the edge of the table, a cold smile touching his lips as he connected it all back to his father. He's trying to test me. All right then, father, he thought. I will make sure to show you. His resolve hardened into steel. Fuck. That my conviction is rock solid. He accepted the challenge, ready for whatever his father would throw at him. 3 days later, in the harsh, snowy expanse of the southern border, Jin briefs his team. Our objective is to find the missing heir of the Vil family, Sember Vil. We'll set up a base camp at the center of the border, he explains, and then each group will begin their search. He stands with an air of calm authority. From now on, you'll call me Commander, not Young Master. Belop nods. Yes, Commander. Jin finishes, that is all. Let's hope our target is still alive. One of the cadets reports seeing a member of the Watertail tribe. Watertail tribe? Jin repeats, slightly surprised. He considers this. They're a docile tribe, so their presence probably means the more aggressive White Wolf tribe isn't nearby. A minor relief. He gives Belop his orders, sending him ahead to Zone 13 to prepare the camp. He then instructs the rest of his team to begin their search in the same zone. As they move through the snowy forest, a sense of unease begins to prickle at Jin. He had expected a difficult test from his father, but so far, this mission is going far too smoothly. He watches his cadets pass by the harmless-looking blue creatures. Was he wrong? Was this really just a simple search mission? You guys look poor as hell, he mutters to the creatures. One of them offers him a roasted fish. Poor things, Jin thinks, accepting the gift. Yeah, thanks. I'll repay you for this next time. He consults his map. He knows the basic rank cadets would be no match for the dangers that lie beyond their designated search zones. There's no need to push it. He'll just confirm the searched regions over the next 3 days. Suddenly, a desperate voice cries out from the trees. Young Master! It's Belop, running towards them, his face pale with panic. Young Master Jin! Jin turns, instantly on alert. What is it, Belop? Belop gasps out the terrible news. The second group was ambushed. Jin's expression hardens. His bad feeling was right. All forces, prepare to move. Jin commands sharply. Belop, what's the situation? Belop reports that the second group was scattered, and one survivor made it to base camp to deliver the news. Was it beastmen? Jin asks. Belop shakes his head. No humans. He says there were 3 of them, but Jin knows better. To attack Runkandels with only 3 people is suicide. There must be more. He immediately dispatches 2 cadets to guard the camp. Yes, sir, they respond, heading back immediately. As Jin rushes towards the ambush site, his mind races. There are too many suspects. Why aim for the second group and not his? It feels like they were deliberately avoiding him. They arrive at the scene. The snow is disturbed, clear signs of a struggle. His voice turns to ice. I don't know who they are, but I'll make sure they pay the price for laying their hands on the run candles. Bellop points nervously at patches of blood in the snow. Young master, there's blood. He starts to panic. No way, did everyone die? Jin kneels, examining the stains. Calm down, Bellop. The blood is still fresh. He scans the area. No bodies, no pieces of flesh. This wasn't a slaughter. The footprints tell a story. There was a battle here, and the second group fled. But the tracks suggest only one person ambushed them. A single attacker that overwhelmed Mesa's entire team. Sierra calls out, holding up abandoned bandages. They seem to be from Hufester. Zippel territory. Good work, Sierra, Jean says. Where did you find them? She points to the west. The tracks lead west. It seems they were treating their wounded when they were attacked again by another ambusher. 2 separate attacks. Jin sends Sierra to regroup with the others and relay the situation. Then he turns to Bellop. Let's go. They follow the tracks. Moving quickly through the dark woods, Jin spots figures ahead. It's the second group, young master, Bellop exclaims. But something feels wrong. They find the survivors, injured and exhausted. But Jin's eyes narrow. Mesa isn't there, and he can sense another presence hiding nearby. Last question, Jin says to the empty air. Why did you take Mesa? A voice replies from the shadows. For propaganda. To advertise our revolution. The order was to capture female trainees alive. Jin immediately activates his shadow energy, black tendrils swirling around his sword, Bradamante. The ambusher leaps out, but Jin is ready. He remembers Murakan's lesson. Shadow energy not only increases a weapon's power, but it also thins its presence, making it harder to see. With blinding speed, Jin intercepts the attack. What the hell? The man gasps. Jin disarms him with a single, precise strike, sending the man crashing to the ground. The ambusher stares up in shock, completely outmatched. Image, Aquos 6037 Jano 37. Narrator, Jin points Bradamante, shimmering with dark energy, directly at the man's throat. A desperate counterattack is easily deflected. The man is thrown back again, landing hard in the snow with a cry of pain. Jin pins him down. Is everyone all right? He asks the survivors calmly, as if this was nothing. The ranking cadet, Scott, looks ashamed. We're all right, but they captured Mesa. We have no excuse. It's all right, Jin dismisses. Get yourselves treated. His full attention is now on the captured operative. The man struggles weakly under the blade. Spare me, he gasps. Jin looks down, his expression cold. You don't seem like one of Zippel's moronic followers. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, you tell me everything and you die alone. Or 2, you keep your mouth shut and die alongside everyone you're related to. The threat is absolute. I keep my promises, Jin states, his voice like ice. My name is Jin Runkandel. The man breaks. Okay, please spare my family. I'm part of a revolutionary group called Kinzello. The name sparks a memory from Jin's past life. Kinzello, the terrorist organization that was active even around the time of his death. This mission just became infinitely more dangerous. The man spills everything. He describes Kinzello's bloody history, their goal to overthrow the world's monarchies and install their own kings. He explains that his branch of the group is located at the entrance to the Beastmen territory, with around 24-star fighters. Last question, Jin presses. Why Mesa? The man repeats what the other had said. For propaganda, to advertise our revolution. The order was to capture female trainees alive. Filthy bastards, the man spits. That's everything I know. Jin stands and sheathes his sword. I'll keep my promise. The man's family will live. His own fate is sealed. With a swift, final motion, the interrogation ends. Jin turns back to his shaken cadets. How long has it been since Mesa was kidnapped? Around an hour, Scott estimates. Then they're still nearby, Jin decides instantly. Go request reinforcements from the main estate. Pardon? Scott asks, alarmed. Are you planning on going by yourself? They protest, telling him it's too dangerous. 24-star martial artists against 1 cadet. We're cadets, Scott argues. It's common for us to die during missions. Jin cuts him off calmly. It's just as you say. But when a cadet has been captured, he states firmly, his Runkandel pride blazing, a son of Runkandel can't just do nothing. He asserts his authority. I'm much stronger than you realize. Heed my order. I will deem further opposition as insubordination. He then turns to Bellop. You're the strongest one left, he says, giving the boy a critical responsibility. Keep yourself focused. You know what I mean. Bellop nods solemnly. I will keep that in mind. With his orders given, Jin turns towards the dark forest. He speeds off alone, racing against time. A faint image of Mesa, afraid and captured, flashes in his mind. Please, he thinks grimly, I hope I'm not too late. The rescue mission has begun. Racing through the dark woods, Jin assesses the grim situation. About 20 enemies, all around the 4-star level. He takes stock of his own abilities. His swordsmanship and shadow energy are at 3-star, his magic at 4-star. It's a good pace of development, but he knows he can't handle them all at once as he is now. He has to be smart. He'll avoid fights where he can and focus on finding Mesa. Rescuing her is the only priority. He melts into the shadows of the forest. Using wind magic, he sends out feelers, tracking their path. The magic leads him through the undergrowth, pointing him towards a meadow. He picks up the pace, leaping through the trees. They haven't gotten far yet. Ahead, he spots them. It's a run-candle cadet. One of the Kinzello guards shouts. Get him, another orders, and several charge forward. Jin weaves wind magic around his sword Bradamante, ready to meet them. He moves like a phantom, green energy trailing from his blade as he cuts through the first wave of attackers. Magic? One of the guards gasps in disbelief. What rune candle uses magic? The attack is completely unexpected. God damn it, just kill him, another bellows, lunging forward recklessly. Jin easily parries the blow. Suddenly, a Kinzello mage steps forward, his staff blazing. Back off, Mills, he roars. The mage unleashes a powerful stream of fire directly at Jin. Jin anticipates the attack, shadow energy swirling around his blade. Another fighter rushes in, trying to capitalize on the distraction. But Jin reacts instantly, spinning and slicing through the martial artist before the flames can connect. He braces himself, blocking the fire blast with his enchanted sword, and immediately retaliates, thrusting Bradamante through the flames towards the mage. Huh? The mage recoils in shock, not expecting Jin to withstand the fire encounter so quickly. But Jin pulls back, changing tactics. I'll break through you with ice, he declares, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp ice spears. As the ice slams into the mage, a blue light flashes from the pendant hidden under Jin's cloak, shielding him from the residual heat. This can't be, the mage cries as the ice magic overwhelms him. He collapses, defeated. Jin silently eliminates another nearby sentry, his blade flashing in the moonlight. He stands amidst the fallen, his gaze scanning the area. Kinzello bastards, he mutters. He examines their tracks. They didn't even bother to hide them. Are they that arrogant or just that inexperienced? The tracks confirm they met up with a larger group and a wagon. He knows a group like Kinzello will have a strict hierarchy, which means the low-ranking grunts who captured Mesa wouldn't dare touch a prize meant for a superior. Now is his only chance to rescue her safely. He checks his map. Their base must be nearby. He finds a vantage point overlooking their camp. Flames erupt around his hand as he gathers his mana. He'll create a distraction and find an opening. He unleashes a powerful fire spell, sending a wave of flame cascading down on the encampment. The base erupts in fire almost instantly. Image, H17038. Narrator, he watches the chaos unfold. This should draw them all out. Panic spreads through the camp. Fire! So suddenly? Where did it come from? Put it out! They scramble desperately. Water! Bring some water! Jin slips past the distracted guards, using the smoke as cover. A large, muscular man emerges, bellowing orders. Do you not know how to put out a fire properly? Mages, use your water and ice magic. That must be their leader. Boss, the fire isn't going out, one of them cries. The leader roars back. Do you think a fire would just randomly start? There's definitely someone here who started it. Find him. Jin continues his infiltration, finding a building less affected by the blaze. Inside, the Kinzello members are struggling to control the spreading flames. Move fast. Bring the mages. Jin uses his pendant again, its magic shielding him from the intense heat. He takes down a distracted guard, grabbing a set of keys from his belt. This must be the place. He quietly unlocks and opens a sturdy door. Inside, the air is thick with smoke. Where could Mesa be, he wonders. He spots a heavy trapdoor in the floor. A basement? As he descends the stairs, he sees a flash of pink hair. "Mesa!" he calls out softly. She looks up, her eyes wide with disbelief and relief. She's bound, but seems unharmed. "Young master? Why are you here? It's dangerous!" she exclaims, worried for him despite her own situation. "Don't worry about me," he reassures her. "Can you walk?" Her legs are bound tightly. "Yes, but I don't think I can run." He nods. "All right." He quickly cuts her bonds. Suddenly, a loud rumbling shakes the basement. "What's that sound?" Mesa asks nervously. Jin helps her up, his expression grim. "Can you promise me one thing? If we end up in a really dangerous situation," she insists, "just leave me behind. You're too important." Jin ignores her plea, focusing on escape. "Let's leave first. It's dangerous." She nods shakily. They emerge from the basement into utter devastation. The fire has done its job, but the bodies strewn about, they weren't all killed by the flames. He examines a fallen Kinzello member. Deep, savage claw marks are raked across his body. The work of a beastman, he realizes. A powerful one, from a battle tribe. Jin supports Mesa, helping her through the burning wreckage. They stumble out of the ruined building and into the fiery clearing. Mesa starts to offer to stall for time, but she cuts off, following Jin's horrified gaze. Standing amidst the flames, radiating immense power, is a towering white-furred beastman. Its eyes burn with red light. "Ch, useless brats," it growls, referring to the dead Kinzello members. "No reason to keep them alive if they can't even put out a fire." The creature turns its burning gaze on them. "Are you the one responsible for all this, child?" it demands. Jin instinctively pushes Mesa behind him. Yes," he answers calmly. "I'm Chiron Runkendel's son." The beastman lets out a terrifying snarl, its massive form looming over him. "Runkendel! So you're Runkendel's brat." It grips a colossal stone axe, radiating pure fury. Jin instantly recognizes the tribe, the White Wolf tribe. The situation has just gone from dangerous to deadly. Before the fire and the fury, we flash back a few days to the Runkendel estate. Jin stood alone, tentatively trying to awaken the shadow energy within his new sword, Bradamante. But just as he started, Murakami appeared out of nowhere with a swift smack to the back of his head. "You idiot!" he roared. "Do you have a death wish?" Murakami raged, grabbing him by the collar. "I told you, you're not skilled enough. If you release its power now, you'll get intoxicated by shadow energy." "If you don't want to die from an overdose," he seethed, "don't try to awaken your sword again. Got it?" Jin grudgingly agreed. The warning was clear. Back in the present inferno, the White Wolf beastman laughs maniacally. "Runkendel!" Jin stands ready. The beastman thinks to himself, today is the day his most valuable hunt will change. "My name is Kuajito Truka," the beastman bellows. "I am a warrior of the Truka family." The White Wolf tribe, a tribe born for battle. A fully matured warrior is a 6-star knight at the very least, and Jin knows they loathe the Runkendels. The first patriarch killed their god, Javier. This is generations of hatred staring him down. He glances back at Mesa. He can't run, not with her. This beastman is too fast, too strong. "I'll offer you to Javier's altar," Kuajito roars, "and bring his tormented soul to peace." "Now choose," the beastman growls. "An honorable battle, or will you be torn to shreds like a coward?" Jin tightens his grip on Bradamante, his voice steady despite the overwhelming pressure. "I will engage in an honorable fight." Kuajito bares his fangs in a terrifying grin. "Good, so you're a Runkendel that knows honor. Let us have a good duel then," he bellows, swinging his massive axe down with incredible force. Jin dodges just in time as the axe shatters the ground where he stood. Kuajito presses his attack, a blur of white fur and gleaming stone. Jin parries desperately, the impact jarring him to the bone. He feels the raw power difference with every block. A glancing blow sends him staggering backward. He grits his teeth. Pure swordsmanship won't be enough. Just blocking these attacks is bringing him to his limit. But he has a chance. He has cards his enemy knows nothing about, his sister's pendant, magic, and shadow energy. He touches the pendant, but dismisses the thought. Luna's gift is a last resort. If he can't overcome a threat of this level on his own, he doesn't deserve to get stronger. Magic is also out. His 4-star spells won't penetrate a white wolf's natural defenses, and if the clan investigates this incident, the Guardian Knights would immediately detect traces of magic. He can't risk revealing that he's broken the family's greatest taboo. That leaves only one choice, the riskiest one, the one Murakami forbade. He begins to channel his power, pouring it into Bradamante. Quagito swings again, sensing a shift in his opponent's energy. Releasing my sword, Jin growls with grim determination. He meets the axe head-on, Bradamante now blazing with dark shadow energy. "That's a good sword, Runkendel brat!" Quagito grunts, surprised by the new strength. "But it doesn't match the black sword your family is famous for," he observes. He swings his axe in a wide, powerful arc. Jin dodges, the wind from the blow tearing at his clothes. "But you're stronger than you look." Quagito presses, relentless. The beastman closes in, overpowering Jin with sheer strength. "This is the end, Runkendel brat," he roars, raising his axe for the final blow. Jin focuses, trying to recall the sensation of releasing his sword's true power. "Along with that white sword of yours," Quagito sneers, "I shall offer you to Javier's altar." The axe comes down. A close-up on Quagito's savage, snarling face. Jin meets the attack, his eyes blazing, pushing his shadow energy to its absolute limit. He thinks desperately, "I have to recall it now." In a flash of movement too fast to see, Jin evades the blow. Quagito stares in shock. "What?" A strange web of energy envelops his vision. "I can't see!" he yells, momentarily blinded. In that split second, Jin strikes, his blade now fully cloaked in black shadow energy. Bradamante has transformed, its blade pitch black. Now, Jin thinks, he finally understands why his family was famed for their black swords. Until recently, he never knew. Quagito stumbles back, clutching deep wounds across his chest. "You," he gasps, collapsing as blood stains his white fur. "That was a good fight," Jin acknowledges, his voice strained. The immediate danger is past. The black energy fades from Bradamante, but the victory comes at a cost. Jin stumbles, clutching his head as the backlash Murakami warned of hits him full force. Pain explodes behind his eyes. Dark energy pierces his very being. The world dissolves into swirling, agonizing darkness. Whispers assault his mind. "Useless bastard. What an idiot. You are the shame of our clan." The shadow intoxication is attacking his mind. Murakami's mocking voice cuts through the haze. "What did I say, you damn brat? I told you there would be a price to pay, didn't I? Are you just going to bite the dust after being intoxicated by shadow energy?" But another voice, his own resolve, counters. "Stand. It'll all be over if you lose yourself." He collapses to his knees, waves of dark energy washing over him. The voice urges him on. "You already know what you have to do." He forces himself to focus, trying to channel the overwhelming power. Blood trickles from his mouth. He can't control the flow. It's getting swept away by the ambient shadow energy. "I can't let it get swept away," he grits out. "Let's try again." He forces himself to breathe, to keep his cool. He pushes through the pain, forcing himself back to awareness. Once again, his eyes snap open, focused. Again! He finally regains control, breathing heavily as the worst of the intoxication passes. He sits on the ravaged ground. The pain is gone, but now he feels stuffed with shadow energy. He pushes himself to his feet. It won't affect his movement. He needs to get Mesa back. Suddenly, a rustling sound catches his attention. "Who's there?" he calls out sharply. A terrified young man with blonde hair scrambles out from behind a boulder. "Please don't kill me," he begs. "Are you with Cancelo?" Jin asks, confused. The boy frantically denies it. "No, I'm not." He throws his hands up, blurting out his identity. "I am Semberville, of the Jean Kingdom's Veal family." Jin stares, realization dawning. Semberville, the missing heir. The actual target of the mission he'd completely forgotten about. "Ah, so it's you," he says flatly. "I'm Jin Runkendel. I was ordered to search for you." Sember's terror instantly morphs into ecstatic relief. "Runkendel! Oh Lord, it's a Runkendel!" Tears of joy stream down his face. "I'm alive!" Jin just watches him, thinking with mild exasperation, "I completely forgot about him. I almost feel sorry he's so happy." As Jin carefully lifts the unconscious Mesa onto his back, Sember swears he'll never forget this kindness. Jin just shrugs it off, telling him to forget it. He's just doing his job. Walking away from the devastation, Jin casually asks how Sember got tangled up with Kinzello in the first place. Sember looks back, explaining that he had followed his lover here. Jin pauses. A lover? Was he eloping? Sember looks down, embarrassed by the question. He then admits the truth. His lover died 2 years ago. But he insists the person he followed had her face, her voice, and even the 2 distinct moles on her wrist. Everything was exactly the same as when she was alive. A flashback shows Sember reaching for a perfect image of his lost love. He tells Jin he knows it sounds crazy, but he's certain he wasn't mistaken. Jin's eyes narrow as the pieces click into place, an exact replica of a dead person. In his past life, he knew of only one person capable of such a thing, the transformation sorcerer, Bubare Gaston. He glances at a discarded Kinzello symbol. They likely used this illusion to lure Sember for ransom money. This was the second time Bubare's name had come up since he left Storm Castle. The plot was getting thicker. Something feels off about the whole situation. He decides he'll have to meet the sorcerer himself to figure out what's really going on. Sember thanks him for listening so seriously. Jin is already planning his next move, realizing Bubare's studio is in a capital city he can visit during his intermediate class training. Sember starts crying again, thinking Jin called for reinforcements just for him. Jin bluntly tells him, no, the Guardian Knights are on their way because of Mesa. That doesn't stop Sember, who passionately declares he'll remember Jin forever. Jin just gives a flat yeah. Sember earnestly offers his help for anything Jin might ever need in the future. Jin gives a simple nod. As dawn breaks, their ordeal is finally over. Back in the grand halls of the Runkendel estate, Gilly beams with pride, congratulating her young master on his first successful mission. She tells him he must be exhausted and that his bath is ready. But as Jin turns, he sees Murakhan in his cat form, sitting and waiting. Gilly starts to praise him, but is cut off by a sharp, menacing hey from the cat. Jin approaches cheerfully, asking his little butterfly if he was a good boy while he was gone. But before he can even finish his sentence, Murakhan lunges, sinking his sharp teeth right into Jin's hand. Jin instinctively throws the cat off his hand. A small note appears, reminding us not to throw animals, unless they're secretly a dragon. Staring at his bleeding hand, Jin demands to know if Murakhan has gone crazy. The cat transforms back into his human form, looking just as furious. Murakhan erupts, grabbing Jin and shaking him with the same fury from the flashback. He roars about how many times he warned Jin not to use the shadow energy release, that it would destroy him. Jin tries to get a word in, but Murakhan isn't listening. He frantically yells that nothing is more important than the life of Soldere's one and only contractor. Gilly tries to calm him, reminding him Jin just got back. Murakhan turns to Gilly, his tone shifting slightly, but still serious. He scolds her for forgetting the strawberry pie, calling it a huge problem. Gilly just sighs, understanding. Now it's Gilly's turn. She points out that Jin was supposed to use Orgel's pendant for emergencies, not keep it as a decoration while his friend got kidnapped. Jin tries to argue that the pendant wouldn't have been enough against an enemy that strong, but Murakhan cuts him off. He can't believe Jin would call using the pendant a waste. Gilly calls out his name, trying to keep the peace. Murakhan tries to compose himself, putting an arm around Gilly but still muttering about this damned brat. Jin calmly asks how he knew he'd released the sword's power. A thought bubble from Kat. Murakhan explains that Jin's shadow energy suddenly leaped from 3-star to mid-4-star. There was no way he wouldn't notice. Jin looks at his hand, realizing the power flowing through him. He knew he felt stronger, but a whole star level was a shock. Murakhan grumbles that he should be thanking the god Soldere for his grace. His lecture continues on a more serious note. He reveals that out of 11 people who have experienced shadow intoxication, 9 of them died. Only 2 survived. Jin immediately asks if the other survivor was the founder, Tamar. Murakhan looks away, correcting him. No, the other survivor was him. He says that if it had been Tamar, he would have died. Jin just stares, processing this. Murakhan pats his shoulder, a strange sense of camaraderie between them. He tells Jin not to worry, since they're the same now. He doesn't want to go through that agony a second time either. With the lecture over, Jin says he's going to wash up. But Murakhan isn't done. He whirls around, pointing at Gilly and insisting Jin has to starve to learn his lesson. Gilly calmly ignores him and says she'll go prepare the young master's meal. Defeated, Murakant slumps against the wall, mourning the strawberry pie he won't be getting. Elsewhere in the estate, Jin's older sisters, Mew and Anne, discuss the rumors of Jin's victory with their mother, Rosa. Anne is skeptical, saying there's no way Jin could have defeated a white wolf warrior. Mew agrees, unless it was just some common bandit wearing a wolf pelt. While their mother listens in silence, Anne points out Jin just became a 3-star knight. Mayu thinks for a moment, then says maybe there was a chance. Anne leans in, suggesting it was possible only if the White Wolf warrior was particularly weak. Mayu, the 8th flag bearer, considers it again. Even so, it seems impossible. She finds it even stranger that their mother believed the reports so easily. Anne's gaze shifts to the doorway, where the Tona twins are nervously eavesdropping. She smirks, asking if they agree. She calls them out by name, Haytona and Daytona. The twins enter the room, trying and failing to look casual as they stammer their agreement. Daytona whispers to his brother, wondering if Jin really did kill a white wolf. Haytona dismisses it, saying that no matter what kind of monster Jin is, that's just not possible. But Daytona points out the real problem. Jin is now officially joining them in the intermediate class. Haytona grimly agrees. They flash back to their humiliating defeat at Storm Castle, remembering Jin's cold threat. If Jin comes to their class, they're finished. They both slump over in shared misery. But their pity party is cut short by Anne's sharp voice. She leans back, enjoying their misery. She asks if they're really that scared of their little brother joining them. She tells them to be honest. Her eyes gleam with malice as she adds that she hates liars so much she feels like ripping their mouths off. The threat works instantly. The twins crack, admitting they're terrified of Jin. Mayu leans forward with a sinister smile, offering to help them out. The twins eagerly ask how. With a cruel smile, Anne explains that she'll lend them something to help, their personal slaves. A text box explains the grim reality. Runcandle's intermediate class follows the absolute law of the jungle. Cadets are shown standing at strict attention. These are seasoned fighters, from 3-star knights to grizzled veterans. The class is filled with both newcomers and people who have been stuck there for over 10 years. Advancement is earned through pure, ruthless strength. A chilling image shows Mew and Anne holding chains attached to other cadets, people they treat as nothing more than slaves. This is the help they're offering. The Tona twins grin wickedly. Mew encourages them to take the slaves and put their youngest brother back in his place, admitting she and Anne don't like him either. But her smile holds a warning. If they fail to do it properly, Anne leans in close, her eyes glinting. She advises them to be ready for the consequences. Back in his room, Jin dries off after his bath, already thinking about his beloved brothers and the welcome they're planning for him. His first mission was a success. He's officially enrolling in the intermediate class, and his shadow energy has reached 4-star. Everything is moving forward. But to truly control his shadow energy, he knows he needs to reach the 6-star level in swordsmanship within the next 5 years. He considers the Runcandle power scale, holding up his fingers as he assesses the levels of mastery. A 6-star swordsman is a master. A 7-star is even greater, but these are still considered achievable ranks for elite fighters. But reaching 8 stars and beyond turns you into an irregularity, a monster of a fighter like his father, Sciron. These are the true legends, the Celestial Knights. Out of billions, maybe 100 people in history have ever reached that level. Jin clenches his fist, his eyes burning with determination. He makes a vow to himself. In this life, he won't just become a Celestial Knight, he will surpass it. But for now, he has more immediate problems to deal with once he enrolls, namely, the Tona brothers. As he eats, he thinks about the brutal world he's about to enter. He knows that in the intermediate class, even brothers turn on each other to get ahead. The basic class was peaceful, with everyone being young and at a similar skill level. But in the intermediate class, anyone soft-hearted would be destroyed. Kindness is a weakness. In a place where only strength and skill matter, there's only one thing for him to do. Silhouettes of cadets look up at a single, powerful figure standing above them all, the position Jin intends to take. His strategy will be simple and direct. With brute strength, Jin sits calmly, his eyes glowing with cold resolve, ready for the war to come. He will dominate the intermediate class. Sunlight filters through the grand windows of the Runcandle estate, catching the family crest as faint footsteps echo down the hall. A voice, calm and full of authority, calls out for him to enter. Inside, his mother, Rosa Runcandle, sits at a massive desk, every bit the matriarch of the clan. Jin steps into the study, now in his intermediate cadet uniform, and gives a respectful bow, asking if she was the one who called for him. From her throne-like chair, Rosa confirms that it was her sharp gaze locking onto her youngest son. She tells him that she heard he carried out his mission safely, and a faint, rare smile touches her lips as she adds that the result was very satisfying. Jin simply thanks her, his expression unreadable. Rosa's tone shifts as she brings up a report from the head housekeeper, Petro. She leans forward, her expression turning sharp with curiosity. She was told that Jin refused her recommendation to move to a new room. She explains that the room she offered him is special. It's a room reserved only for a child destined to become the next patriarch. It's been empty since his older brother Joshua used it, but now she wants Jin to have it, a clear sign of her favor. The weight of the offer is immense, a direct placement into the succession race. But Jin, with unwavering calm, refuses. His answer catches her off guard. She asks for his reason. Jin gives a simple, almost unbelievable excuse. The room is just too large and extravagant for him. She presses him one more time, testing his resolve, asking if he's truly sure he won't accept it. With a polite but firm smile, Jin confirms his decision is made. He's sidestepping the power and the danger that comes with accepting such a blatant symbol of status. Rosa studies him for a long moment, her fingers tapping silently on the desk. Seemingly satisfied, she dismisses him, telling him he can go. Jin gives another respectful bow and turns to leave. As he leaves, Rosa is left to ponder his strange refusal. Is it a lack of greed, or is he hiding a much deeper, more patient ambition? She can't quite figure him out. She knows he understood the meaning of her offer. The room comes not just with prestige, but with immense support from the family. It also paints a giant target on his back, making him the enemy of every sibling who wasn't chosen. A small, knowing smile plays on her lips. He wasn't being humble. He saw right through her test. She looks forward to seeing what he'll do in the intermediate class, intrigued by the cunning her youngest son has just shown. The scene changes to the training grounds, where Jin stands with Bellop, Mesa, and the other new cadets. He begins to explain the harsh reality of their new environment, warning them that the intermediate class is divided into factions. He tells the nervous rookies that they are now part of his faction, and because of that, they should expect territorial battles and constant harassment from the senior cadets. But he tells them not to be afraid. He has no intention of just standing by and watching. Once he completely takes control of the intermediate class, all that harassment will disappear. Until then, he gives them one simple rule for survival: move in groups of at least 3, even outside of training. Never act alone. The rookies, their faces a mix of fear and determination, agree. The next day, the induction ceremony for the intermediate class begins, with the vast training ground filled with cadets. A commanding voice calls for attention. Before them stands Zed Runcandle, an 8-star knight and the patriarch's own brother. With a visor covering one eye, he is the undisputed authority here. Zed announces that 10 new rookies have entered the class this year, but 27 have dropped out. The numbers alone speak to the brutality of the training ahead. He looks over the new faces, telling them to learn how things work from their seniors. His role, he states bluntly, is only to teach swordsmanship and to judge their performance. He lays down the one major rule: they are to handle all incidents themselves, with the sole exception of murder. Infighting isn't just allowed, it's expected. Jin listens, his face a mask of calm. Zed turns to the senior cadets and asks them what he always emphasizes. The seniors roar back in unison, their chilling mantra echoing across the grounds. The weak are not needed in Runcandle. Mesa and Bellop flinch, the raw intimidation hitting them hard. Jin watches the display, completely unimpressed. He thinks to himself that they're just being loud to try and scare the rookies. His eyes land on the Tona twins, Haytona and Daytona, shouting louder than anyone, looking especially smug among the seniors. Standing with them is an older cadet, Cajun Romero. Jin recognizes him as an ally of his sisters, Mew and Anne. He figures the twins couldn't have won over a senior like that on their own. As Mesa glances nervously at the screaming seniors, Jin meets Kajun's arrogant gaze. A cold smile touches his lips. They've made a big mistake. Ignoring the ceremony, Jin begins walking calmly and deliberately toward the Tona twins and their crony. The twins see him coming, and their smug looks instantly curdle into panic. Haytona stammers, wondering why he's heading straight for them, while Daytona tries to act tough, reminding his brother they have their sister's support now. Jin stops directly in front of Kajin, completely ignoring the twins, and his hand rests on the hilt of his sword, Bradamante. Kajin sneers down at the younger boy, crossing his arms in a clear show of dominance. The Tona twins watch, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and excitement. From the platform, Zed Runkandel observes the unfolding confrontation, his expression hidden and unreadable. Kajin glares down at Jin, annoyed by the rookie's audacity. Before a word can be spoken, there's a flash of steel. In a single, fluid motion, Jin draws Bradamante and cuts. Kajin lets out a pained scream as his sword arm falls to the ground, severed completely at the shoulder. As Kajin collapses, Jin calmly sheathes his sword. He tells the stunned crowd to call a medic, then turns his cold gaze on the horrified Tona twins. Haytona finally snaps, screaming at Jin, asking if he's insane. But he's completely ignored. Jin turns back to the man bleeding on the ground and calmly asks for his name. Through cries of agony, the senior gasps out his name, Kajin Romero. Jin then asks him a simple question. Does he know why his arm was just cut off? Haytona continues to rage, demanding Jin draw his sword again and face him. Jin dismisses his older brothers without even a glance, telling them he's busy talking to Kajin and will accept their duel later. His casual disrespect sends Haytona into a fury, screaming that Jin is just a rat who attacked his trainee. Haytona's face is a mask of shock, utterly speechless at Jin's cold-blooded brutality and his complete disregard for the clan's hierarchy. On the platform, a faint smile touches Zed's lips. He notes Haytona's choice of words, my trainee, finding the situation very interesting. Jin explains with chilling simplicity that he sensed killing intent from Kajin. And so, he cut him down. In the Runkandel clan, that's all the justification you need. The surrounding senior cadets are completely stunned, realizing what's happening. Jin finally turns to face the Tona twins, his eyes ice cold. This is a hierarchy battle. Zed watches, a smirk growing on his face. The twins tried to suppress their little brother and got hit back harder than they could have ever imagined. By claiming Kajin as his trainee, Haytona just solidified his faction's connection to the fallen senior. Kajin glares up at Jin with pure, unadulterated hatred, clutching the bleeding stump of his shoulder. Thanks to Haytona's outburst, Zed muses, Jin's action is no longer just a random act of violence. It has been perfectly framed as a formal hierarchy battle, a brutal but accepted tradition within the Runkandel clan. Zed has to admit, what his grandnephew just did was incredibly daring. Then Jin turns to the entire class, his voice ringing out with absolute authority. He announces himself, I am Jin Runkandel. He is making his declaration, establishing his rule on the very first day. He tells them they can point their swords at him, even launch a surprise attack just as he did. But he gives a final, cold warning. If anyone shows even the slightest hint of hostility towards him, he will not hesitate to strike them down. He finishes his speech, leaving the entire training ground in stunned silence. The youngest son has just drawn a very clear line in the sand. Haytona, defeated, can only manage a formal reply, acknowledging Jin's position despite being younger. Suddenly, Zed's voice cuts through the silence, cold and menacing. He asks Jin if he really dares to pull a stunt like this right in front of him. In an instant, Zed is off the platform, landing with a heavy thud in front of Jin, his presence radiating immense pressure. Jin replies with a simple, unwavering, I do, meeting his great-uncle's intense stare without a trace of fear. Zed presses him, demanding to know why. Jin explains his logic. He didn't see it as a fight against the Tona twins. He turns his gaze directly to Zed. He saw it as a fight against him. Zed's aura flares with power. He finds Jin's answer interesting. The air itself grows heavy as the 8-star knight focuses his power, the ground seeming to warp around him. Zed points a finger at Jin, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. He demands an explanation, and he makes it clear that depending on the answer, he might just execute Jin right here and now. Jin stands his ground, facing the full might of his great-uncle, ready to justify his actions as the entire class watches, breathless. Jin begins his explanation, his voice calm but carrying a sharp accusation. He says that Zed chose a rather unique way to haze the cadets, even with a direct descendant of the main family among them. He gestures toward the injured Kajin. When that senior came at him with killing intent, Jin considered it a direct attack, orchestrated by Zed himself. He's boldly throwing the blame right back at his instructor. A flash of the attack, Kagin lunging, his aura flaring with hostility. But Jin stood firm, taking the brunt of the aggression without wavering, as if he expected it all along. A close-up on his face shows his eyes are hard as stone. A single trickle of blood near his temple is the only sign of the brutal clash. Silence. Jin has made his case, and now he waits, letting the weight of his accusation hang in the air. Zed considers this for a moment. He summarizes Jin's point, that he's unhappy with the hazing, and that's why he caused a scene. He then admits that, aside from his own feelings, Jin's assessment of the situation is essentially correct. From the sidelines, Bellop and Mesa watch, frozen with anxiety. Zed presses Jin, asking why, if he thought he was being attacked by the instructor, he injured a fellow cadet instead of drawing his sword on him. Jin's answer is shockingly simple. Because I can't win against you. Not yet. A confident, almost challenging smirk plays on Jin's lips. He makes it clear that if he thought he had even a slight chance of winning, he wouldn't have wasted his time on Kajin or his pathetic brothers. He would have come straight for Zed. Energy glows around Zed's hand. He suggests Jin is either careless with his life or putting too much faith in his status as the patriarch's son. Jin immediately denies it. He explains his core belief. Simply standing by and doing nothing just because an opponent is stronger is not the Runkendel way. Something in Zed's expression shifts. The hardness in his eye softens just a fraction, as if he recognizes that fierce, unwavering family spirit. The other cadets look on in disbelief. One of them mutters that Jin must think honor is more important than his own life, completely unable to grasp his mindset. Suddenly, Zed's stern face breaks into a wide, almost crazed grin. A short, sharp laugh escapes him as he calls Jin's attitude foolish. But there's no anger in his voice, only amusement and admiration. He turns to the whole class, his laugh booming through the hall. He declares that Jin's foolish bravado actually makes him happy. Zed looks back at Jin, his expression now something like respect. He declares that an attitude like that proves Jin is truly worthy of surviving as a Runkendel. He sweeps his gaze over the other cadets, commanding them to never forget what they saw today. This, he says, is the reality of being a Runkendel. Jin has shown them their true identity as fanatics of the sword. He throws his arms wide, reveling in the brutal atmosphere, roaring for the cadets to struggle and fight for their place. His voice sharpens to a final command, telling them to never forget who they are. And with that, he dismisses them, announcing that their real training begins tomorrow. The Tona twins, looking pale and shaken, manage a quick reply. As the others leave, Jin turns to his brothers. With a small sigh, he calls out, offering them a piece of advice. He tells them that while they might be scared of their older siblings now, they should think carefully about whether that will still be the case in the future. He advises them to stop focusing only on the present and to start acting with the future in mind. It's a lesson in strategy, a warning they might be too foolish to understand. Later, back in his room, Murakhan, in his cat form, greets Jin, surprised to see him back so early. Jin just gives a short, "Yeah." Jilly enters with a tray, and Jin immediately gets to the point. He informs her that he's officially begun the hierarchy war with the Tona twins. Gilly's eyes widened. She knows exactly what that means. Jin adds that he's certain their older sisters, Anne and Mew, are the ones backing the twins. And, he continues, he hurt one of the cadets who was with his brothers. He confirms that after a little digging, he found out the cadet, Kajin Romero, originally belonged to his sister's faction. A flash of Daytona's panicked face. Jin explains with a smirk that, thanks to his brother's slip of the tongue, Kajin is now seen as part of their faction, a mistake that will surely infuriate his sisters. He explains that a 5-star knight like Kajin would never normally join the twins' faction, since Runkendels typically only ally with those weaker than themselves. Gilly adds that since Anne and Mayu are flag-bearers, it's an unspoken rule that they shouldn't directly interfere with a cadet who isn't also a flag-bearer. Jin sips his tea, completely unbothered. He's actually happy his sisters are keeping him in check, as this failure is a huge blow to them. And since they can't harass him directly, their options are limited. He predicts the only thing they can do now is use their authority to assign him difficult missions with weak team members, hoping he gets hurt or killed. But Jin sees an opportunity. Many of the most difficult missions are solo missions, and on a solo mission, there will be no one watching him, which means he can finally use his full strength. Gilly's expression shifts from worry to excitement. She realizes this is actually a great opportunity, and Jin confirms it. Leaning back, Jin says with a smug smile that he just needs to be thankful for the chances his sisters are giving him, and use them to rack up mission records. Then he suddenly scoops up Murakami, who lets out a startled noise. Jin muses aloud that there shouldn't be a problem with bringing a cat along on his missions. Murakami looks completely offended, while Gilly just sighs. Jin clarifies that he won't actually bring Murakami on the missions, as he has other tasks for the dragon. This piques Murakami's curiosity. Jin tells them he'll explain later. For now, they both need to lay low and not draw any attention. Gilly smiles and agrees, while Murakami lets out a grumpy huff of acceptance. The next day, Jin and the Tona twins stand in a secret training ground. They're told that from now on, after their regular training, they will undergo special training here, reserved only for pure-blooded Runkendels. Zed stands before them, explaining that while this is a privilege, they shouldn't expect it to be easy. He begins by describing the family's swordsmanship, which focuses on pure destructive power, to battle, win, and possess. Jin listens intently, as Zed explains that the ultimate techniques can only be learned as a flag-bearer. He silently guesses his sisters must have already kicked up a fuss about him getting this special treatment. Zed emphasizes that their family's swordsmanship has no fixed form, which is what sets it apart from other martial families. He asks them if they know why. Jin answers immediately, it's because of the unique physical talents that Runkendels possess. Zed nods in approval. Being a Runkendel, Zed explains, means being born with a blessed body and a talent for the sword that surpasses any normal human. Jin silently agrees, knowing that even with slight differences between individuals, every Runkendel is born leagues above the average person. Jin, Daytona, and Haytona stand ready, the three purebloods chosen for this exclusive, grueling regimen. Zed looks at them with a challenging smirk, telling them that everything they've learned so far has been simple and easy. The real difficulty starts now. He picks up a heavy steel ball and hands one to each of them. As Jin takes the ball, he immediately feels something is wrong. There's something shifting inside, like loose steel fragments. Zed holds up one of the stone-like targets, calling it a clear rock, because when struck correctly, it rings with a clear sound. He tells them to listen carefully as he demonstrates the three types of sounds the rock can make. His first strike produces a dull, unclear metallic clang. Jin watches, his expression focused, noting the sound's poor quality. The Tona twins wince at the unpleasant noise. Zed strikes the rock a second time, and a much sharper, clearer note rings out. Jin and Daytona look impressed by the pure, resonant tone. Zed explains that the sound differs based on the strength and precision of the strike. Strike it poorly, and the sound is ugly, but strike it with perfectly controlled strength, and the sound is beautiful. Jin pieces it together. The training is designed to teach strength control, focus, and concentration by forcing them to make a beautiful sound every time. Considering their family's raw power, it's the perfect training to force refinement and control. But as he watches Zed, a doubt lingers. For a special training for Runkendels, simply hitting a rock feels far too safe. He suspects there's a catch. Zed prepares for his third strike, announcing the last sound. Jin holds his own rock, his mind racing. He recalls the rattling sound of the fragments inside. It felt like steel fragments, and a sense of alarm begins to build. Zed swings down, not with precision, but with overwhelming, brutal force. Jin's eyes widen in horror as he realizes what's about to happen. No way. Pure instinct kicks in. He lunges, tackling the bewildered Tona twins and yelling for them to get down just as the strike lands. With a violent boom, the clear rock doesn't make a sound. It detonates. The force of the blast sends the three of them flying backwards across the floor. The explosion fills the room with a blinding light and the roar of destruction. As the smoke begins to clear, a choked cough cuts through the ringing silence. One of the twins is lying in the debris, groaning in pain. Jin helps his dazed brothers to their feet. One of them looks at Jin with shocked respect, admitting that the youngest has good instincts. He knows Jin just saved them. Zed stands calmly by the crater, completely unfazed. He confirms that if you strike the clear rock with too much power, it explodes. That was the third sound. A cruel grin spreads across his face as he looks at the shaken cadets. Now that they know the goal, the method, and the consequences, he tells them, start training. A hint of surprise enters Zed's voice as he looks them over. He remarks that they're the first cadets to avoid getting hurt by the demonstration since their sister, Luna. He crosses his arms, explaining that this brutish performance is a rite of passage for most of the siblings. He admits he never thought another child would get through it unharmed after Luna. Still shaken, Haytona hesitantly speaks up, trying to get his uncle's attention. But Jin, always thinking, respectfully asks a question. How did his sister Luna manage to avoid getting hurt? The twins lean in, suddenly curious. Zed tells him the story would probably just disappoint him, like it did all his other brothers. Jin doesn't care. He wants to know. Zed explains that Luna, to be precise, didn't evade the explosion. A flashback shows a younger Luna standing resolute as a clear rock detonates right in front of her. Zed says she took the explosion head-on, just like everyone else. The image shows her bracing for impact, barely wincing as the fiery blast washes over her. But, Zed clarifies, back in the present, she was just so incredibly sturdy even back then that she didn't get hurt at all. He sounds almost proud of her insane resilience. The flashback shows Luna emerging from the smoke completely unharmed, looking more annoyed than anything else, a testament to her monstrous power. Jin looks stunned, while the twins are terrified at the thought. Zed gets them back on track, telling them from now on they will be striking the clear rocks. Their goal is to produce that clear, beautiful sound in any situation, without causing an explosion. Jin answers with a firm yes. The twins, however, can only manage a shaky, drawn-out agreement. The scene shifts to the quiet, sunlit quarters of Luna Runkendel. An elderly nanny brings tea to Luna, who looks up from her book with a quiet thank you. The nanny carefully brings up a sensitive topic, the sibling who tried to assassinate Jin years ago. Luna's expression darkens at the memory. The nanny says she suspects they're sisters, Mew and Anne, given how they always try to keep Jin in check. Luna considers it but wonders if they'd really be crazy enough to attempt an assassination inside the Storm Castle. She sips her tea, stating that attacking someone still in the Storm Castle is a strictly forbidden act in the War for Succession, and if their father ever found out, their own lives would be at risk. The consequences would be enormous. The nanny then asks if it's possible Jin was lying or simply misunderstood the situation. Luna shakes her head. He was only 10 at the time, so she believes it's possible he either misunderstood or was telling the absolute truth. A memory of a young, guarded Jin surfaces. Luna reflects that even after 5 years of quiet investigation, they found nothing concrete. But one thing is certain in her mind, Jin would not have lied about something like that. She recalls how on edge she felt herself back then. He was so cautious around her even as a child. It wasn't just awkwardness around an older sister. She could feel it. He genuinely believed his life was in danger. The feeling was real, even if the proof was not. The nanny suggests investigating Mew and Anne more thoroughly. Luna agrees, troubled that they haven't found anything yet. It feels ominous. The nanny worries Luna will be hurt by her siblings again, but Luna gently dismisses her concerns. She shifts the topic, gazing out the window and wondering how Jin is doing with Zed's special training. She's confident the mind's eye training she gave him is starting to take effect. A faint, fond smile touches her lips. She muses that getting hit by a clear rock would hurt, but she's sure he did just fine. It's nice, she thinks, watching someone as they grow. Back at the training ground, 4 hours into the grueling afternoon session. Jin is sweating heavily, his face a mask of concentration. This training, he thinks, is the worst he has ever done. Nearby, the Tona twins are already on the verge of collapse. Zed calmly announces a 5-minute break. The 3 of them immediately drop into meditative poses, desperate to recover. Jin catches his breath, analyzing the training. He was wrong. It's not just about control. First, he needs to increase the destructive power of his aura. He remembers his uncle Zed blowing up the rock with pure physical strength without even using aura. Compared to him, Jin knows his own physical strength is lacking. So, he has to make up for it by sharpening his aura, making it denser, more potent. A faint glow surrounds his sword. His first goal is to consistently produce that clear sound. Only then can he even think about deliberately breaking the stone. Zed advises him not to rush. But Jin is determined. If even his stupid brothers could master this basic control in his past life, then there's no way he can't. Zed watches Jin's progress, a thoughtful look on his face. He glances at the struggling twins. They're holding on, but barely. Daytona is gritting his teeth, desperate for the break. Daytona complains loudly that the break is far too short. Zed focuses back on Jin, who is already honing his aura again. That kid, he thinks, is special. He muses to himself that Jin might even be able to break Luna's record for mastering this training. Zed looks from the struggling twins to the relentlessly focused Jin and lets out a small sound of approval. The scene fades to the Run Candle estate at night. Later, the session ends. The Tona twins are completely collapsed, while Jin stands exhausted but upright. Zed tells Jin to inform his brothers not to bother coming tomorrow if they plan on collapsing again. As Jin walks away, Zed reflects that the twins lasted longer than he expected. It seems they truly are Run Candles after all. But the youngest, he trails off, thinking of Jin's performance. Jin walks away, resolute, already focused on what comes next. Zed clenches his fists, his voice filled with frustrated awe as he shouts to the empty training ground. Just why is he the youngest? He laments that if Jin had been born just 10 years earlier, he could have seized control of the entire Runkandel clan by now. He curses his brother, the patriarch, for the shame of such wasted potential. He sits down heavily, sighing. It's such a shame. 1 month later, the intermediate cadets are gathered in the training facility. An officer calls for their attention. He announces their first mission, guarding rookies from the Public Blacksmith Association. He calls out the names for the guard duty. Next, he announces the third mission, Demon Beast Subjugation. The targets are orcs. The location is the unguarded border of the Carano Principality. He pauses, looking over the list of participants. The officer looks up, slightly surprised by the names assigned. He reads out the team, Mesa, Bella, and 8 other rookies. Jin's core allies exchange shocked looks. The team is unusually weak for an orc mission. The mission brief is handed to a grim-faced Mesa. They must subjugate 25 orcs. A senior instructor warns them that orcs move in groups and that they must devote themselves entirely to the mission. She wishes them luck, and another cadet steps forward to give them the finer details. As Mesa's group stands apart, other cadets begin to murmur, wondering why newbies were given an orc subjugation mission. They pity them, doubting they'll even come back alive. A particularly nasty senior smirks, mocking them to prepare a coffin and write their wills. Another joins in, sarcastically suggesting they go crying to young Master Jin for help. One of Jin's allies, Taiment, looks furious, but Mesa grabs his arm, holding him back. She tells him quietly but firmly that they can't afford to get injured before the mission. Then Mesa whirls around, her eyes blazing with fury. "Shut up and stay still," she roars, silencing the mockers. "Have you forgotten? This is Runkandel." She stands tall, embodying the fierce spirit that Jin recognized in her. Proving them all wrong is the only way to knock them down. Her eyes burn with fierce determination. Her Runkandel blood boils, refusing to show weakness, ready to prove everyone wrong. The grueling clear rock training continues. Daytona swings his sword down hard onto the rock. A sharp cracking sound echoes, not the clear ring he was aiming for. He knows what that sound means. A split second later, the rock explodes violently, sending Daytona stumbling back with a cry. His twin brother, Daytona, panics as the explosion erupts right beside him. It seems the twins are still struggling with control. Jin, standing nearby, barely flinches, his focus entirely on his own training. He turns slightly, acknowledging his brother's failure, but his expression remains distant and thoughtful. Covered in dust, Daytona pushes himself up with a groan. He looks over at Jin, annoyed and embarrassed, asking if he's all right and insisting it wasn't on purpose. Jin just sighs, telling him to please go blow things up somewhere else. Daytona stammers out an apology, a rare moment of humility from the usually arrogant twin. Jin turns back to his own training. It's been a month, and he's surprised his brothers have already started to blow up the rocks intentionally. They're clumsy, but they are still run candles. He closes his eyes, focusing. But what was that strange sensation he felt right before the explosion? His mind flashes back. He felt a warning, a distortion in the air. It was like seeing the future path of the shrapnel, drawn so clearly, like the trajectory of an incoming arrow. He places his hand over the clear rock. concentrating. If the shrapnel comes flying at him again, he knows he can definitely avoid it. A new level of awareness is awakening within him. He looks up, a thoughtful expression on his face. Perhaps this sensation, id, is related to the mind's eye training he received from his sister, Luna. An image of Luna, serene and powerful, comes to mind. Her unique training is bearing fruit, giving him a level of perception far beyond normal senses. He stands before his rock, ready to try again before he forgets this feeling and focuses his mind. Sometime later, Zed approaches, holding a document. He announces that they have been given a mission. Zed looks directly at Jin, ignoring the twins for now. The twins look up, surprised. They murmur about an event, thinking it's some kind of social function. Zed confirms it's a social event, but the twins immediately start complaining about being nauseous and hating stuffy banquet attire. Zed just offers his mock condolences. Jin sighs. His sisters are punishing the twins by sending them to a boring party, but at least it means the other cadets are spared the chore. Zed's voice turns sharp, asking if Jin dares to sigh during a mission briefing. He warns him that one more time and he'll make Jin wish he were dead. Jin immediately straightens up and apologizes. He knows better than to test Zed's temper. Zed explains that it's a big event, and they should go and learn something from the other powerful people attending. The twins reluctantly agree. Finally, Zed turns his full attention to Jin. Jin responds respectfully. Zed holds up the document, his voice low and serious as he reveals the mission. It's a VIP assassination. The twins gasp. The target, Zed explains, is one of the many lovers of Talaris, the master of the Ice Palace. He asks Jin if he knows of the Ice Palace and its master. Jin confirms that he does. The Ice Palace, a massive tower of jagged ice rising from the Western Sea. Its owner is known as the Master of the Ice Palace. The current master, Talaris Endorma, an ethereal woman of immense power, nicknamed the Spider of the Abyss, famous for being merciless to anyone who touches her lovers. The danger level just skyrocketed. Zed reminds Jin that the Ice Palace is an independent power and asks if he truly grasps how strong Talaris is. He's making sure Jin understands the immense risk. He shows Jin a portrait of the target, Alcaro Chenderer, who is currently being escorted by the Ice Palace's people, and he's staying in the lawless zone of Mamet. The twins gasp again. Mamet? Haytona whispers that this is too much, even for Jin. Daytona points out that in Mamet, the target will have guardian knights protecting him on top of the Ice Palace guards. Jin interrupts them, deducing that the clients must be the Chenderer family themselves, requesting to have their own child killed. Zed nods grimly. They must have failed to bring him back and decided it was better to have him dead than to let the family's secret about his relationship with Talaris get out. Zed looks Jin straight in the eye and asks, "What do you think? Can you do it?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jin gives his answer. "I will do it." He meets Zed's gaze, his expression filled not with fear, but with pure resolve. Zed seems slightly surprised by the immediate acceptance. He starts to ask how Jin could be so calm. He thinks to himself that if Jin had argued, he would have tested his negotiation skills. But this direct acceptance, Zed lets out a short laugh, pleased. He likes that Jin is so straightforward. He announces that the three of them will leave in 2 days. The twins are shocked, asking if Jin is really going to Mamet. Zed replies flatly that since Jin was willing, there's no reason to stop him. He cancels their afternoon training until departure and tells Jin to make sure it doesn't affect the mission. As Zed leaves, Haytona hesitantly calls out to Jin. Both twins look genuinely worried. Daytona blurts out that if he needs to, Jin should just reveal he's a Runkandel for protection. Haytona nods frantically in agreement. Jin looks surprised that they're actually worried about him. The twins get flustered, quickly denying it and claiming they just want to be the ones to destroy him later. Jin just gives them a small, knowing smile and says he'll see them when he returns. They look ready to argue again, but a sharp glare from Zed freezes them in their tracks. Jin turns away, amused by their strange behavior. Zed sternly addresses the twins. He commands them to prepare themselves and not to go against Jin recklessly until they are strong enough. If you want to live a long life, that is, he adds with a sinister smile. 2 days later, Jin stands ready to depart, dressed in traveling clothes. Mesa, Bellup, and Gilly are there to see him off. One of the cadets asks if he's really going to the lawless zone of Mamet. Gilly notices his hair is now brown. Jin smiles, explaining that it's a disguise. He can't be exposed as a Runkandel on this mission. He nods toward his allies, acknowledging them. He explains that his mission is different from theirs, so he needs to use a different teleportation gate. He asks if their mission is subjugation. Mesa confirms it is. Another cadet asks why Mesa and Bellup look so grim. Mesa replies curtly that they only came to say their farewells. When told this won't be the last time they meet, Mesa's response is heavy. If she's unlucky, one of them might die. Jin offers some practical advice, telling them that worrying won't change anything and that they must focus on their assigned task. He adds with confidence that he will definitely return. He turns fully to Mesa and Bellup. So don't get injured because of needless worrying. Image Sh2 to 307Ds WA70W. Bellup, looking determined, tells him to be careful. Jin nods, saying he'll see them later. As Jin and Gilly turn to leave, the senior cadet asks her to look after the cute ones. Nearby, Murakami yawns, boasting that as the great black dragon, he'll be fine. He warns Jin not to get caught or be obvious. Jin mounts his horse, smiling down at Gilly. He tells her to think of this as a vacation and promises to bring back a souvenir. Murakami calls out one last warning, telling Jin not to be careless and to go quickly. Jin just waves him off. He's ready to leave. Gilly watches, her hands clasped anxiously. She's worried. She knows Jin is strong, but Mamet is a dangerous place, and his target is the lover of the Ice Palace master. Jin looks back, offering her a reassuring smile and telling her to look after herself. He turns his horse resolutely towards the gate. I will. With a final glance back, he urges his horse forward. Then I'm off. He rides away towards the lawless zone of Mamet and the deadly mission that awaits. Mamet, the lawless zone. This is where Jin's deadly mission begins. The sun beats down on a rough, crude town. A hanging noose and shackles greet any newcomers. This is a land where the worst of criminals gather, a place that radiates danger. Inside a rowdy tavern, a massive thug named Tonk slams his fist down, bellowing for someone to get the newcomer. It seems he's a regular troublemaker, always looking for a fight. The air is thick with the smell of cheap alcohol and menace. This is a sanctuary for outlaws, and Tonk is boasting about being back among his own kind. Then, his eyes land on Jin sitting alone at a table. He grunts, having found his target. Jin sits calmly amidst the chaos, his hood pulled low, hiding his face. He looks up slightly, his blue eyes sharp and assessing, completely unfazed by the hostility around him. They say that in Mamet, even the weeds do not grow. It is a truly desolate place. Another patron notices Jin, remarking that it seems they really do have a newcomer. Jin ignores the stares. He tosses a coin to the bartender and calmly orders cold water and some light snacks. The bartender catches the coin, sizing Jin up, surprised by his composure. Just then, Tonk stomps over, grabbing Jin's shoulder. He growls that a newcomer shouldn't carry himself with such confidence and demands to know who he is. He leans in close, his voice a menacing snarl. If you came to Mamet, you should have learnt the rules of Mamet. Get on your knees, he demands, a vicious sneer on his face, and lick my toes. Suddenly, there's a sickening crunch. Tonk's hand, the one on Jin's shoulder, is now gruesomely twisted and broken. Jin stands calmly, his own hand stained with blood. He looks down at the thug's terrified friends and asks coolly how long he's going to have to wait for his water. One of them scrambles away, screaming that Tonk is gone. The rest of the tavern erupts in laughter, entertained by the bully's humiliation. Jin remains completely unfazed, taking a slow sip of water. Just as Zed said, he thinks, all the crazy humans are gathered here. He grips a concealed dagger. To earn a passing grade here, you have to show them a certain level of courage and skill. He just proved he's not someone to be messed with. He looks down, a brief memory of his magic teacher from his past life crossing his mind. He hopes that one day, he can repay that debt. The bartender brings his simple meal. Jin states plainly that he didn't put poison in it. The bartender replies that poisoning isn't allowed here. Even in Mamet, there are some twisted rules. The bartender, intrigued, asks if he has family here. Jin slides another coin over. You don't need to know. The bartender gets down to business, asking what Jin wants. Drugs. Or is he looking for someone? Jin confirms it's the latter. He carefully begins his real inquiry. He asks about a specific kind of place. He steers the conversation, telling the bartender he needs a recommendation for a place to stay. A place where bugs can't crawl in, he specifies, subtly asking for a high-security location where eavesdroppers and assassins would have trouble getting in. The bartender understands. After a moment he says there's only one place like that, an inn in the west of the city called Moonlight Well. He explains that it's where the kings of Mammoth stay. Security is tight, and causing trouble there is a bad idea. Later that night, under a full moon, Jin approaches a well-lit, sturdy-looking building, a clear step up from the rest of the town. The sign confirms it. The Moonlight Well Inn. This is where his target is staying. Jin walks calmly through the streets, analyzing his target. Alcaro Chenderer, a foolish young master who grew up soft. He's a scumbag, weak to the strong and cruel to the weak. The only reason he'd be waiting in a dangerous city like this, Jin deduces, is to get the attention of Talaris. And that means he'd be staying in the most secure location available, this inn. Inside, Jin observes from the bar. He heard Alcaro was looking for a new drug. There's a high chance he's in his room right now, getting high. He stealthily makes his way upstairs. As the lover of the Ice Palace master, Alcaro is certain to have guards. He peeks around a corner, intending to scope out the hallway, but he hears a commotion. He sees Alcaro arguing with an Ice Palace guard, grabbing his arm and shouting petulantly. Alcaro is throwing a tantrum, begging for something the guards won't provide. "If I don't have it," he wails. "I don't have the confidence I can last an hour." Jin watches the pathetic display. He's lucky, seeing his target so quickly. The guard remains unmoved, repeating that he cannot have it. Their duty is only to protect him. Alcaro loses it, screaming at the guard to shut up. He glares hatefully, threatening to have them all beheaded when his darling Talaris returns. Jin just sighs at the empty threats. Another guard sighs nearby, and Alcaro snaps at him for daring to do so. As Alcaro screams about his family name, the first guard has had enough. He backhands the noble across the face, sending him stumbling. The guard mutters to his colleague, wondering how long they have to protect this scumbag and wishing he'd just die from an overdose. The other guard tells him to be quiet. Their personal feelings don't matter. The first guard effortlessly slings the stunned Alcaro over his shoulder. Jin watches from the shadows. The guards seem to be at least 6-star knights. Killing Alcaro will be easy, but dealing with the aftermath is the real problem. He retreats, considering his options. Using poison is against the rules here, and a direct kill would bring the guards down on him instantly. He needs to find a way to kill him, avoid the escort, and escape safely. He finds a quiet spot to think. He needs a secret way to kill Alcaro inside the Moonlight Well. He places a hand on the floor, concentrating. A faint smile touches his lips. A plan is forming. He's decided. Jin observes the inn from the outside once more. He sees the 6 guards escorting Alcaro back to his room. One of the guards speaks with barely concealed contempt. His colleague reassures him that today will be the end of it, because the young lady is here personally to get rid of him. The first guard agrees, eager to get it over with. Inside, a woman with a blue snowflake hairpin tells the guards she needs to give them the good news quickly. Suddenly, the sky outside crackles with intense blue lightning. The patrons of the inn look up in alarm as the room is illuminated. One of the Ice Palace guards outside shouts in recognition. The lightning came from the direction of the Moonlight Well. The woman, Hister, stands amidst the crackling energy, her eyes narrowed. "They must be crazy," she murmurs. She floats down, radiating immense power, frost and electricity crackling in the air. "I think they chose the wrong day to do that," she says, her voice cold and dangerous. Her unexpected arrival changes everything. Inside the chaotic moonlight. Well, Jin finds a quiet moment in his room. He plants a hand firmly on the floor, his decision made. A determined glint appears in his eyes, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He's decided on his plan. He'll terrorize the inn from his own room using magic. By adding his 4-star shadow energy, he can create a blast with the force of a 6-star magician. Once he uses magic of that level, they'll assume the attacker is a high-ranking mage. No one would ever suspect a 15-year-old. Not even Veridin Zippel, the supposed genius of their rival clan, had reached 6-star status so recently. His age is the perfect cover, and thanks to the unique nature of shadow energy, he won't leave behind any trace of his own magic. There'd be no reason for anyone to suspect him. To complete the illusion that the attack came from outside, calling down a thunderbolt should be enough. flashy, destructive, and powerful. Black tendrils of shadow energy begin to seep from his feet, pooling on the floor. The energy surges upward, swirling violently around him as he releases his shadow power. He channels the dark power, combining it with his innate magic. Darkness envelops him. He stands poised, gathering immense energy. He knows that no matter how he thinks about it, this is a reckless, half-witted plan. But despite the risk, Jin grins fiercely, embracing the chaos as blue energy surges around him. His eyes glow with power as he channels the spell. "Summon lightning!" he roars in his mind, unleashing everything he has. A massive explosion of blue lightning erupts from his room, tearing through the inn. The blast rips through the roof and upper floors, a devastating storm aimed down into the main lobby. The entire building shakes, shattering wood and stone. Outside, Ceres and her guards witness the sudden attack. One of them guesses it must be a high-rank magician with a grudge against the inn. Another warns that they might be targeting the Ice Palace personnel. The situation is immediately seen as an attack on them. Ceres calmly notes that they have 6 members inside, along with her mother's lover, Alcaro. She gives a decisive order. Whatever happens to Alcaro, their own members' lives are the top priority. Her guards immediately move out. Ceres watches the storm engulfing the inn. The magical assault continues to rip the building apart. Inside, survivors scream in terror, wildly accusing each other of bringing this destruction upon them. One of the Ice Palace guards shields Ceres from falling debris. She stops one of her guards from rushing forward recklessly. Ceres unleashes her own icy power, preparing to intervene. A nearby patron points at her in fear, recognizing the power of the Ice Palace. Her eyes glow with cold fury. The guard observes that, judging by the power, that was likely the final attack. Jin is hidden somewhere in the collapsing structure. He pushes debris off himself with a groan. He stands up, covered in dust. He's surprised to find the last thunderbolt had the force of a 7-star spell. Thanks to the pendant his sister Luna gave him, he managed to avoid any fatal injuries from his own attack. He looks around the wreckage. All of the Ice Palace guards seem to be alive. But where is Alcaro? He spots something. If Alcaro is still alive, this would be the perfect chance to finish him. He blends into the shadows, playing the part of a terrified survivor. He hadn't expected to see someone his own age here in Mummet. Ceres spots him in the rubble and calls out, asking if he's all right. Jin looks up, feigning shock as she approaches him. One of her guards reports that their members are injured but safe. Ceres tells Jin to get outside for his own safety. She glances towards where Alcaro was, telling her guards to gather outside. If they're still escorting him, she adds coldly, just kill him. Alcaro was completely disposable to her. Ceres deduces the attack was from a single magician and orders her guards to capture them if found. Jin realizes she must be the Ice Palace Master's daughter, far more important than a simple commander. And judging by her cold order, she came here to deal with Alcaro herself. His assassination mission might have been perfectly timed. He clutches his head, feigning pain. Since Alcaro will die anyway, there's no need for him to check. Now, he just needs to escape suspicion. It would be trouble if she remembered his face. He pulls his hood low, covering his face and pretending to be just another victim caught in the crossfire. A guard reports that Alcaro died in the attack. Is that so? Ceres replies, without a hint of remorse. Good. She tells her guard she came to save them the trouble of the escort anyway, and that they did well putting up with the idiot's temper. She takes a step forward, confident and in control. The surviving outlaws look on in terror. Ceres turns to the crowd, her voice ringing with authority. I am Ceres Endorma. Anyone who opposes this will be deemed an enemy of the Ice Palace, she declares, silencing them completely. One of the thugs dares to argue that this is Mummet, and she has no authority here. The guard beside her seems to think the Ice Palace might even be to blame for the attack. Ceres ignores the outburst. Without warning, she raises a hand and unleashes a wave of icy power, instantly freezing the outspoken outlaw solid. She calmly reiterates that opposing her means becoming an enemy of the Ice Palace. She glances at her sword, thinking with disdain that playing king in this trash pit has made people forget the power of the Ice Palace. She tells the innkeeper that if it's revealed the attack was aimed at them, they will be compensated. But from now on, she declares, this inn is under the Ice Palace's control. She repeats her full title for emphasis, Ceres Endorma, daughter of Talaris and commander of the 7 swords of the Ice Palace. Image, Cheju Suo 6-3. Her identity alone commands fear and respect. but she doesn't entirely dismiss the idea that the local thugs might have brought this on themselves. Then she notices Jin still huddled nearby and approaches him. Jin flinches, pretending to be scared and injured. She asks why a kid like him is still here, her tone softening slightly. Jin mumbles that he's scared and his leg is hurt. Unexpectedly, Ceres kneels down, amused. "You sure have a lot of fear for a man," she comments, holding out a small container of ointment. "Here, roll up your pants." Jin looks up, surprised. She tells him he's lucky to have survived. As she gently takes his leg to apply the ointment, she tells him to consider it an honor. Jin stammers, playing his part, and asks how he could possibly repay her kindness. She smiles brightly, a stark contrast to her earlier coldness, telling him it's no big deal. She stands, asking rhetorically how someone like him could ever repay someone like her. She tells him to just think of it as a good memory and greet the ice palace when he thinks of it. She turns to leave with a dismissive wave. "Bye then." Jin watches her go, letting out a silent sigh of relief as he gives a weak wave back. He remains kneeling for a moment, processing the bizarre encounter. Then he slowly stands, looking towards the exit. Mission complete. He assassinated his target and survived an encounter with the powerful and unpredictable Ceres Indorma. Now, he just needs to get out of Mammoth. Meanwhile, far from Mammoth, in the orc-infested forests near Carano, Mesa Milcano's mission is almost over. One of the cadets slices clean through a hulking orc, the creature roaring as its lifeblood sprays. The orc's face contorts in a final, savage grimace before its eyes go dark. The cadet lands smoothly as the beast collapses. "That makes 18, he declares. The 10 cadets stand among the fallen orcs. Bellup wipes sweat from his brow, relieves that it seems they can all return without anyone dying. The others cheer, fired up and ready to crush the pride of the cadets back home who laughed at them. But Mesa, the ever-cautious leader, cuts them off. "Don't be careless," she warns. There are still 7 monsters left. One of the cadets notes that the orcs have been moving alone lately, making them easier to kill. Bellup thinks the gods must be looking out for them. Mesa considers this. Or, she muses, perhaps Master Jin's divine protection has rubbed off on them. She refocuses the group, commanding them to stay vigilant until the very end. But, unbeknownst to them, hidden in the bushes, a familiar black cat is watching. It's Murakan, secretly keeping an eye on them. He sighs to himself. If they just catch 7 more, he can finally go home. This babysitting duty is so boring. He recalls Jin's instructions before he left. He was supposed to be protecting Gilly, but has apparently extended his watch. He mutters to the orcs under his breath, telling them to make sure they go around by themselves from now on. He continues his arrogant internal monologue, warning the orcs that if they disobey his orders and roam in groups, he'll kill all of them. He's taking full credit for their strange behavior. "If you understand, disperse right now," he orders them mentally. The orcs screech in fear and scatter. Murakan pads through the undergrowth, complaining silently that Jin keeps making him do these annoying things. So what if he's the 1,000-year contractor? He's everything, Murakan fumes to himself. He settles on a branch, deciding he's going to make Jin buy him new manhwa books as a reward when he gets back. He stretches, licking a paw. Still, he thinks, for the kid's sake, he should at least make sure they all finish this mission without dying. Despite his complaints, he feels a sliver of responsibility. He prepares to subtly intervene again, to make the last few kills easy for them. But suddenly, his cat eyes snap wide open. He senses something powerful and unnatural. His pupils narrow to slits, detecting an ominous energy. He leaps down from his branch, all playfulness gone, replaced by genuine concern. What is this force? He sees a dark, towering silhouette forming in the distance, and it's coming this way. Bellup points nervously into the trees, asking where something like that came from. The cadets look on uneasily. Murakan feels the oppressive weight of the approaching aura. The air grows heavy as dark clouds gather unnaturally fast overhead. A sphere of darkness seems to envelop the area, blotting out the sun. Bellup looks around, confused. He murmurs that the sky has suddenly gotten darker. Another cadet wonders if it's about to rain. Then a massive armored figure steps out from the shadows, its heavy footfalls echoing through the forest. Murakan instantly recognizes the overwhelming presence. How dare someone spread their force in his territory without permission? His draconic power begins to stir. His aura flares with ancient fury. He glares at the giant. It's not a living being. It's a relic from ancient times. The giant fully emerges, a massive, magically animated suit of armor glowing with an ominous red light. A graveyard giant. Murakami identifies it with dread. He's certain the Dragon Clan destroyed all of them 2,000 years ago. For one to be here now is impossible. And why would a giant meant to guard the graves of dead gods be here in this forest? It takes another heavy step forward. Murakami senses the magic behind the construct. Whatever the reason for its appearance, this is not a pleasant reunion. I'll finish this in one breath, he decides, transforming instantly as dark energy explodes outwards. In a surge of shadow and power, Murakami returns to his true form, a massive black dragon towering over the trees. His draconic eyes blaze with power. A deafening roar shakes the entire forest. He unleashes a torrent of dark energy breath directly at the graveyard giant. The blast engulfs the ancient armor, shattering it completely. The graveyard giant crumbles into pieces under the overwhelming force. Murakami lands heavily, surrounded by lingering shadows. He cracks his neck, complaining that his whole body hurts from using his powers after so long. He looks at the wreckage. There's no way a graveyard giant appeared here by coincidence. No matter how he thinks about it, he concludes grimly, this has to be the work of the Zippel family. He stands amidst the destruction, wondering what on earth is happening to the world. He decides it would be best not to tell Jin about this first. If something happens, he can just protect him. He considers Jin's rapid growth. If the kid keeps this up for 10 years, he'll be able to go against the Zippel family himself. Elsewhere, a nervous subordinate approaches Bishkel Ibriano, the leader of the Kinzello revolutionary group. The subordinate enters his chambers. The stout sorcerer, Bubare Gaston, rushes in frantically, crying that there's a problem with his art, the graveyard giant. Bishkel turns calmly, stating that he's already heard the news. Bubare confirms that his art, it was destroyed. He fumes, pulling at his hair and wondering who would do such a gruesome thing. Bishkel cuts him off coolly, telling him that's not what's important right now. He elaborates on the report. The one who defeated the giant was a dragon, a shadow dragon. He personally went to the scene to check, and it was a relief the Runkondal runts were only around 3-star. If it had been Jin, he would have been noticed. Bubare is stunned. He asks if the dragons have noticed their work. Bishkel isn't certain, but he thinks it's a warning. He tells Bubare to investigate the area. Bishkel turns away, his expression serious. A shadow dragon interfering complicates their plans. He decides he should hold a meeting with the Zippel family soon. Back at the Garden of Swords, Jin stands before his great-uncle. Zed has a wide, satisfied grin on his face, pleased that Jin returned from the notorious Mamit in one piece. Zed lets out a booming laugh. The flag-bearers who gave Jin that impossible mission, he chuckles, took a nice blow from this. They'll definitely be annoyed. Jin just bows his head, knowing he played the political game perfectly. Zed dismisses the gathered cadets. As the class disperses, Mesa, Bellup, and the others rush over to Jin, relieved to see him unharmed. Jin smiles, congratulating them on their own safe return. Nearby, 2 cadets watch with sour expressions. One asks the other, Kajin Romero, if he's heard the rumors. Kajin, his arm now reattached, just grunts. The first cadet relays the unbelievable story of how a powerful magician just happened to terrorize the inn where Jin's target was staying. Jin subtly listens in. The cadet complains about Jin's godly luck, lamenting that no matter how hard some people struggle, they'll never get ahead. He scoffs that Jin is just a 4-star knight with a band of 3-star newcomers. He turns to Kajin, asking if they're just going to let things stand as they are. Kajin flexes his newly reattached hand, his voice tight with anger. He reminds his friend that Jin is still a pure-blooded Runkondel. Until their patrons, Mew and Anne, give a direct order, he says, there's nothing they can do. Just then, Jin walks steadily toward them. They fall silent, watching his approach. The lackey whispers nervously, wondering if Jin overheard them. Jin stops before them. Kajin looks away, resigned. I can hear everything, my friends, Jin says, his voice calm but sharp. The lackeys flinch. He looks directly at Kajin, ignoring the others. Kajin Romero, he asks coolly, is your arm all right? Kajin meets his gaze, answering that it was easy to reattach, thanks to how cleanly Jin cut it off, a backhanded compliment dripping with resentment. Jin continues, saying it seems they were having an interesting discussion. Kajin replies with forced politeness that talking behind his back is all that people like them can do. He asks Jin to please overlook the matter. Jin dismisses the idea, saying it doesn't matter as he's not a flag bearer yet. The gossip is beneath his notice. Kajin grits his teeth, pointing out that Jin has the authority to punish him regardless of rank. He leans forward, almost daring Jin to act. "Because I'm acting quite insolent right now," he smirks. "It sure is an eyesore," Jin agrees. Kajin's lackey looks shocked by his friend's boldness. Kajin continues, saying that seeing Jin get praised for completing a mission through pure luck isn't very pleasant for him either. Jin shakes his head. It seems there is a misunderstanding. He clarifies that Kajin isn't an eyesore because of his taunts or his insolence. He looks Kajin up and down. As a 5-star knight, Kajin's skill is outstanding. Jin even admits that he may even be stronger. Jin draws his sword, Bradamante, his aura beginning to flare. "Then why do you stand back and simply speak behind others' backs?" he challenges. "I'm sure I said that you're free to challenge me at any time," he reminds him, taking a fighting stance. Kajin looks stunned for a moment. He recovers quickly, his own battle spirit igniting. "Raise your sword," he commands, drawing his own weapon. "Let's do this properly." He confirms that they're fighting without limiting their aura. "You heard me right," Jin confirms. Kajin smirks savagely. "You will regret this," he snarls, and attacks. The duel erupts in a clash of steel as Kajin unleashes his full 5-star power. He presses his attack relentlessly. Jin notes that his attacks are heavy, but, Jin thinks as he parries, they're nothing compared to the people he'll have to fight in the future. Kajin's blade forces Jin back. "Do you see the truth now?" he shouts, believing he has the upper hand. The aggressive assault continues. Jin blocks another heavy blow. Kajin's sword narrowly misses Jin's head, and he's surprised by the younger boy's agility. Jin deflects another strike. He uses his footwork to create distance, his aura flaring defensively. He focuses his mind, and suddenly he can see it. The flow of Kajin's aura, the path of his next attack. "I can see it," he thinks with a surge of clarity, easily sidestepping the lunge. Just like that day with the clear rocks, he's starting to see the trajectory of his opponent's attacks. The mind's eye, honed by near-death experience, is fully awakening. Kajin charges again, but his movements are now completely predictable. "There are infinite paths a sword can take," Jin observes, "but not many that a 5-star knight can use effectively, especially," he thinks, "when the opponent is lost in his anger." Kajin's rage is making him sloppy. Jin prepares his counter, Bradamante glowing with a powerful blue aura. He'll end this in 3 strikes. It's time. His first strike is a blindingly fast slash from the left. He follows instantly with an unconventional uppercut. Kajin barely manages to block the second attack. Jin pivots, bringing Bradamante around for the final decisive blow. The attack connects, sending Kajin's sword flying. He stumbles back, disarmed and overwhelmed by an aura a 4-star knight could never produce. Jin stands calmly as Kajin falls to his knees, defeated. He stares up at Jin, utterly beaten. "How?" Kajin pants, struggling to comprehend. "That attack just now was definitely—" He glares, refusing to accept his loss. Jin simply looks down at him. "I'll keep dueling you until I reach 5 stars now," he says coldly, declaring his intention to use Kajin as a stepping stone. Kajin is speechless. "Did you fool me?" he whispers. "I didn't know you were 5 stars. Jin replies flatly that he never said he was. He defeated a 5-star knight without being one himself. He sheathes his sword. "You simply didn't know me well enough," he states. "I never get into fights I think I'd lose." The Tona twins arrive just in time to see Kajin kneeling in defeat, completely shocked. Daytona stares, equally stunned. A nearby cadet gasps, asking if the youngest really just beat Kajin. Jin turns away, bumping his brother's shoulder as he passes. "It wasn't much," he remarks nonchalantly. The twins are completely bewildered, unable to believe what they just saw. Later, they report back to their sisters, Mew and Anne. Anne is skeptical, asking if they really expect her to believe Jin crushed Kajin. Kajin stands before them, ashamed. He insists he didn't go easy on Jin. Anne presses him, asking if a 15-year-old really reached 5 stars in such a short time. Kajin insists that everyone at the training grounds saw it. Jin's aura definitely exceeded 5-star. Anne dismisses him in disgust. Kajin, having had enough, turns to leave. Mew and Anne watch him go, then look at each other. "This is the youngest baring his fangs at us, isn't it?" Anne says grimly. Mew corrects her, looking serious. "Not just us, he's baring his fangs at the whole family." Anne's ally, Jordan, listens from the shadows. They'll have to mix their own people into Jin's next mission. He smiles darkly. They'll send him someplace he'll come back from as a corpse. The internal run-candle power struggle intensifies. Back in his room, Gilly beams with pride. "Young master," she reports excitedly, "the Garden of Swords is bustling. Everyone is amazed by your achievements." She explains that in all of Run-Candle's history, only 3 people have ever become a 5-star knight at the age of 15, the first patriarch, his father Siren, and his sister Luna. Jin has just joined that legendary group. He sits down internally taking stock of his power. 5-star in swordsmanship, 4-star in magic, and 4-star in shadow energy. Even he hadn't expected to reach 5-star swordsmanship so soon. He recalls the duel with Kajin, the surge of power he felt. He knows now that he had already reached 5-star before that fight even began. He looks out the window, a thought forming. It seems that when one of his 3 powers grows stronger, it affects the others. He recalls the incident after his first mission, when he was in a state of shadow energy overload. Even then, he had unconsciously opened a new path for his aura and mana to flow. The 3 energies are linked. Since he's the only one to possess all 3, there's no existing information, but he's sure of it. They are definitely intertwined. He notices a vase of vibrant green flowers and asks Gilly if she put them there. She says they were placed in his room while he was away and asks if she should get rid of them. Jin gives them a quick scan. No magic, no curses. He tells her it's fine. He returns to his strategy. Now that everyone knows he's a 5-star knight at 15, his siblings will slowly start to get nervous, including his brother Joshua, the one currently nominated to be the next patriarch, Joshua Run-Candle. After Luna renounced her claim as the first flag-bearer, Joshua II became the strongest candidate to lead the family. With the full support of his mother, Rosa, he is currently solidifying his position as the chosen heir. Jin knows he could hide his skills, but he's decided that the benefits of revealing his power are greater. He's choosing to make waves. Murakami eyes the nearby strawberry pie. Jin thinks that once news of his 5-star rank spreads, his story will be published around the world. Being the center of attention should make his siblings more docile. He plans to use fame as a shield. He explains his reasoning. His father, Siron, will eventually come to the Garden of Swords. Other than Luna, his father has never been satisfied with any of his siblings. But Luna, the only one to gain their father's interest, had no desire for the throne. And so, Siren decided she was unfit to lead. Ambition is a requirement. After that, Joshua's position as the next patriarch was set in stone, with a clear line of succession behind him. But since Jin appeared, that established order has changed. He visualizes his goal, the empty patriarch's throne. He tells Gilly that his father doesn't discriminate based on age and will surely give him some kind of trial, just like when he was a basic cadet. Jin's eyes narrow. His father's orders will test one thing. Will he be able to overcome the age difference and challenge the nominated successors? But they will also offer protection. His father doesn't want him eliminated by his siblings before he even gets the chance to prove himself. That's because Jin is a special case. His power is unique. Gilly notes that he will be bombarded with requests for visits from families all over the world. Jin agrees. There's no better way to handle those than a banquet. He tells Gilly to be prepared for one when his father arrives, and, he whispers, she has to specially watch Murakami. It would be the end for them if the dragon secretly transformed into a human and crashed the party. Murakami looks offended. "Am I a child?" Murakami protests. "I know that much." Gilly just smiles, promising to heed her master's words. Murakami continues to mutter, likely about strawberry pie. A few days later, Gilly reports that the butlers have been busy replying to official letters. Even the Bement royal family sent one. Jin, now in his formal attire, muses that the Empire's mystics must be curious about him. Gilly continues, saying their father has sent his schedule. He plans to arrive in 1 month, and visits will be scheduled to match. But, she adds, the other young masters and ladies have been suspiciously quiet. Jin knows why. If they try to keep him in check now, it would be like advertising their fear. It's a matter of reputation. Just then, the elderly butler Khan appears at the door looking flustered. He bows deeply, announcing that a mission has been assigned. But, he hesitates, the mission is The Colon Ruins, a notoriously dangerous place, likely deep within enemy territory. Later, Jin stands before his mother, Rosa. With her are several other flag-bearers, Runtia, Ron, and Vigo. She glares down at them, furious. How can you, who call yourselves flag-bearers, do your jobs like this? Her aura fills the room with pressure. To send the youngest to Zippel territory, she roars. Her anger isn't for Jin's safety, but at their clumsy, obvious plotting. The flag-bearers flinch. Ran mutters angrily, likely blaming Mew and Anne. Jin arrives in the tense atmosphere. Rosa acknowledges him coldly. Runtia, the third flag-bearer, watches with a cold expression. Ran and Vigo, the fifth and sixth, look on with resentment. Rosa asks Jin directly if he heard his next mission is at the Colon Ruins. Jin confirms that he has. That mission is cancelled, she declares flatly. There is no way that you will go to Colon. Ran and Vigo shout in protest. Ran pleads, asking if it's really so strange for them to try and kill the youngest. Vigo adds that he doesn't understand why their mother is suddenly protecting him. Mew and Anne's plan has been overturned. Rosa cuts them off with contempt. Jin observes silently. His parents have always encouraged sibling rivalry. This sudden protection is strange. Runtia tries to reason with her, saying they all grew up with this same brutal competition. Ran complains that he was sent on similarly rigorous missions when he was an intermediate cadet. Rosa remains unmoved. She delivers her judgment. You're all right, she says coldly. Competition is needed. But, she asks, have any of you ever achieved the feat of becoming a 5-star at the age of 15? The question silences them. Ran and Vigo look stunned and ashamed. The youngest is different from you all, Rosa states. If they had achieved what Jin has, she says, she would have protected them too. In other words, she clarifies with brutal honesty, you two aren't worth my protection. Ran and Vigo look utterly humiliated. Runtia is furious but says nothing. Rosa adds that seeing her state even after becoming a flag-bearer, she doesn't regret her decision. She holds all three of them responsible for the ruckus caused by their faction. She pronounces their punishment. Runsha is placed on self-discipline, while Ron and Vigo must each return one of the family's prestigious swords. Losing a named sword is a massive blow. Rosa tells them they should be grateful she didn't confiscate all of their swords. She turns back to Jin, dismissing the punished siblings. Jin meets her gaze, a storm brewing behind his calm facade. What will you do now, youngest? She asks, almost daring him. She continues, trying to frame him as the cause of his siblings' punishment. Jin stands tall, looking directly at his mother. Will he accept this favoritism, she asks, or will he punish her for it? Image, T8073. Show me how you will resolve this situation, she challenges. Rosa holds his gaze, her expression unreadable. Mother, Jin begins, his voice clear and unwavering. Speak, my son, she replies, her voice dangerously smooth. Image, T80777. A faint, calculating smile touches Jin's lips. I really like the mission that my sisters have assigned me. Rosa raises an eyebrow, asking if he's saying that even knowing what kind of place the Colon Ruins is. Ran and Vigo look shocked. Jin confirms that he knows it's a dangerous part of Zippel territory where the Runkendels failed to conquer in the past. But, he finishes his sentence, his smile widening, filled with confidence. I have no intention of backing down in this fight. He throws her own words about competition back in her face, rejecting her protection and declaring his intent to take on the dangerous mission, challenging her authority and the entire family. In a room crackling with tension, Jin stands before his mother and siblings. His gaze is locked on Rosa, the powerful matriarch of the Runkendel clan, as he directly challenges her attempt to cancel his upcoming mission. He tells her the assignment is perfect. He calmly explains that, while the land is dangerous, the decision isn't irrational. As his sister Runtia glares in disbelief, Jin cleverly reframes the situation, suggesting that his mother must have assigned it because she already judged him more than capable. Rosa looks down at her youngest son, her expression unreadable. She murmurs that he's either reckless or he's trying to test her. Jin simply says no. He appeals to the family's pride, explaining that suddenly changing the mission would make the Runkendel clan look sloppy and indecisive to their political associates. He continues, laying the family's internal politics bare. He knows their associates wouldn't suspect them of sending him to his death. He says that his sisters are the ones behind this, using their authority to attack their mother indirectly, and he's just pointing out their scheme. Jin turns slightly, his mind already mapping out the future conflict. He admits that if he were to fight his sisters head-on right now, he would surely lose. But succeeding on this mission would be a different story. It would deal them a significant blow. He looks back at Rosa, a confident glint in his eyes. He knows this is a battle he actually has a chance of winning, turning their assassination plot into his own personal proving ground. Rosa walks toward the window, her back to him. She reminds him that the Kallen ruins are a place where one misstep means death, and asks if he's truly confident. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin says yes, and that he also has a request. Then, Jin makes his audacious demand. If he returns alive, he wants the swords his older brothers were just forced to relinquish. Ran and Vigo can only gasp, "What?" Rosa turns, a calculating look on her face as she considers his proposition. Jin presses his advantage, arguing that for a mission even she considers this dangerous, the reward should be just as great. Gah. Ran steps forward in anger, arguing that those swords were theirs. Vigo even offers Jin one of his own personal blades if he'll just give up this insane mission. They are desperate to keep their prized weapons out of his hands. Ran tries a different tactic, asking Jin if he shouldn't at least try to stay alive until their father returns. Jin just looks back at him coolly, remarking on how strange that sounds. He dismisses their supposed concern with cold logic. If they truly cared about his survival, they would have stopped his sisters from assigning him the mission in the first place. He knows their worry is entirely for themselves. Finally, Rosa cuts through their bickering with a single, sharp word. Enough. Her decision is made. If Jin succeeds, the swords are his. Ran and Vigo look utterly crushed as their mother dismisses them all. As Jin turns to leave, Rosa watches him, a private thought crossing her mind. She had worried he would turn out like his sister Luna, immensely talented but with no interest in power. That was why she had stoked the flames of rivalry among her children. But now she sees that her meddling was unnecessary. Jin possesses the exact ruthless ambition she had hoped to cultivate. A faint, cold smile touches Rosa's lips. She is certain that Chiron, the family patriarch, will be pleased to hear how well his youngest son is growing. Jin walks towards the grand exit, his footsteps echoing softly in the hall. From behind him, Ron calls out with a sneer, asking if he thinks he'll get lucky this time too. Rancha adds that his composure won't last for much longer. Jin turns slightly, thinking to himself that they have it all wrong. He's never been a very lucky person. His success comes from power and planning, not chance. Rumtia reveals one last detail, a final twist of the knife. He won't be going on this mission alone. Jin faces the door, his expression unchanged. He thanks his dear sister for her consideration, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He already knew they had another move to play. He leaves the hall, his mind already working on how to handle the help his siblings have arranged for him. Later, as Jin prepares to depart, he thinks of his siblings. He'll be seeing them again soon enough, after he survives this next phase of their conflict. 3 cloaked knights approach him. The leader, a man named Mile Hass, offers a formal greeting. His sister, Lima Hass, introduces herself next, while the third knight remains silent. Mile bows slightly, claiming it's an honor to accompany him and apologizing for any past mistakes. He promises to be flawless on this mission. The third knight with green hair echoes the sentiment, also bowing respectfully. Jin nods curtly, telling them to leave the past in the past. They should all just try to get along. But as they speak, Jin feels a flicker of suspicion. Something about their overly polite behavior feels wrong. He thinks to himself, an honor? He immediately realizes all 3 of them must be spies for his sisters, Mayu and Anne. They weren't sent to protect him, they were sent to ensure he dies in the ruins. Playing along, he tells them he will now begin the mission briefing. Jin lays out the objective. It's a retrieval mission to the Kallen ruins. Their targets are 4 specific guns. Holding up a map, he explains that the ruins were once a thriving native settlement. But now, the land is Zippel territory, associated with the Phelan kingdom. He recounts how, hundreds of years ago, the Zippel clan discovered the ruins. And upon their discovery, they slaughtered or enslaved almost the entire native population. Jin adds that while the Zippels now claim to respect the natives, it's only a facade to cover up their brutal history. In reality, the natives are treated as slaves, their lives and rights ignored by the rest of the world. he explains that the Zippels didn't spare the few remaining natives out of kindness. Their rule is usually rational, but something about this place drove them to extremes. In the past, the Zippel family was known to go too far in their pursuit of power. The real reason they clung to the Colin ruins, forsaking their public image, was because of a legendary mirror-shaped artifact the natives had hidden there. Thanks to the work of a brave journalist in his past life, Jin knows the full truth, a top secret the Zippel family guarded jealously. That journalist's report detailed the atrocities the Zippels committed in their frantic search for this one artifact. The artifact was known as the Fountain of Mana. It was an item so powerful that merely looking upon it could raise a person's magic to the 7th star level. With this fountain as their foundation, the Zippel family planned to create an army of mass-produced, high-level magicians. Jin knows this plan was supposed to begin 10 years from now in the original timeline. This means the Zippels have not yet found the Fountain of Mana. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Jin vows to himself that this time he will not let those Zippel bastards get their hands on it. As they near their destination, Manhwa reports that the magicians stationed at the outpost are returning to their posts. Using magic, Manhwa shows Jin a layout of the Zippel camp. He points out the barracks for the Zippel mages and mercenaries, and a third warehouse where their target, the guns, are being stored. Jin studies the map. A surprise attack would be simple enough, but he knows the entire area will be covered in detection magic. Manhwa offers a hollow assurance, promising that the three of them will protect the young master with their lives. Jin knows it's a lie. Playing along, Jin just nods and thanks him. They make camp for the night. Jin tells his escorts they need to manage their stamina for a safe return. He orders a brief 1-hour rest before they begin their attack. He pulls out some rations and offers them to the knights, who thank him and accept the food. The three knights begin eating the jerky Jin provided. From a short distance, Jin watches them carefully. Now then, he thinks to himself. He pulls his cloak up over his mouth and nose, murmuring quietly that he'll be going alone, so they should all sleep well. Suddenly, Manhwa gasps and clutches his throat, his eyes wide with shock. "Young master," he chokes out, "what are you doing?" Manhwa doubles over, struggling to breathe. "What is this?" she gasps. "It can't be poison." But Jin calmly reassures them. It's just a sleeping pill. The third knight collapses without another word. Jin looks down at the unconscious knight. He asks mockingly if he was going to say no, and if they really thought he didn't know they came here to kill him. He stands over the three sleeping bodies. If they had acted with their usual arrogance, he might have suspected them less. Their overly polite act was a dead giveaway. Jin looks towards the distant Zippel outpost, his decision to neutralize them now fully validated. Stepping away from his incapacitated escort, he cynically muses on whether it's only natural for a dog to follow its master's orders. Now, he prepares to infiltrate the Colin ruins, just as he had always planned. Alone. He arrives at the Zippel outpost, his eyes landing on the target, a simple sign marking warehouse number 3. 2 guards are stationed at the entrance, chatting idly to pass the time. One lets out a wide yawn, clearly bored with his duty. In a silent flash, Jin strikes. Before the first guard can even finish his sentence, a swift blow takes him out of the fight. The second guard just has time to register that something is wrong. He spins around, raising his spear and shouting, "Who are you?" Behind his mask, Jin's eyes narrow. He becomes a blur, crossing the space between them in an instant. He appears directly in front of the stunned guard. A single, decisive blow lands with a heavy thud. The second guard collapses with a choked cry, joining his partner in unconsciousness. Jin stands over them as the dust settles, his mission proceeding exactly as planned. He quickly scans the area. Only 2 guards outside. It seems security is surprisingly light. He turns his attention to the warehouse door and notices the lock. It's a simple mechanism, with no alert magic cast on it at all. He recalls the intelligence report. The Zippels sometimes let outsiders look around this warehouse. They clearly don't consider its contents that important. The real security must lie elsewhere. The lock clicks open easily. Jin pushes the door, but a strange feeling makes him pause. Something is waiting just inside. As the door swings open, it reveals a glowing magic circle etched onto the floor, a trap for blood and detection. Jin analyzes the magic. It's commonly known to identify bloodlines, but its true purpose is to distinguish between humans and demonic beasts, or to detect those afflicted by disease. but he knows its secret. As long as the blood is from a normal human, the circle won't care whose it is. He glances back at the unconscious guards lying on the ground. He draws a small dagger. There's no need to use his own blood and leave behind evidence of his presence. He carefully takes a small sample from the guard and lets a single drop fall onto the circle. The circle flares with a soft, accepting light, the trap successfully bypassed. Jin steps past it. The first layer of security was simple enough. Now, to find the artifact. Suddenly, the circle erupts behind him, glowing with an intense, angry red light. The alarm has been triggered. Jin's mind races. He's certain he used human blood, so why did it activate? The detection magic still went off. The horrifying realization begins to dawn on him. It could only mean the guard was either diseased, his eyes widen, or he wasn't human at all. From the shadows of the warehouse, two hulking figures emerge, their eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. Jin leaps back instinctively, aura flaring around him. Damn it! What is this? He gets a clear look at them now. Grotesque abominations of stone-like flesh, disturbingly alive. He had planned to minimize his use of magic to avoid detection, but the situation has changed. Stealth is no longer an option. He draws his sword, Bradamante. The time for subtlety is over. Jin darts forward, easily dodging a clumsy swing from the first monster. His blade sings through the air, cleanly slicing through the creature's arm. The monster lets out a guttural roar of rage. Its howl echoes through the warehouse. Jin lands, ready for the next move, but something makes him pause. The severed arm lies uselessly on the floor, but the monster itself seems completely unfazed by the injury. Jin grips his sword tighter. Damn it! Aura flares to life around Bradamante's blade. He watches the two figures, analyzing their movements, their strange resilience. He notices something. They seem wary of his aura, recognizing it as a genuine threat. To test a theory, he makes a shallow cut on one of the monster's torsos with his dagger. The creature barely reacts. Jin watches as the wound stitches itself shut, the flesh regenerating almost instantly. It can regenerate? That kind of healing speed is usually only seen in high-class demonic beasts. But he knows these things aren't demons. They were human. He thinks about this place, Zippel territory, oppressed natives, a constant flow of magicians, these mysterious, regenerative monsters. He whispers the horrifying truth to himself: living golems. The creation of living golems is a grave crime, a forbidden magic that fuses living beings into magical constructs. He realizes the Zippel family must be using the Kolin ruins as a secret laboratory for their most forbidden experiments. He unleashes a powerful wave of aura. He knows their capabilities. They have the strength of a low-grade automaton, but their movements are unrefined. They are strong, but not unbeatable. Like all golems, they don't stop until their core is destroyed. The core is always in one of three places: the head, the heart, or the abdomen. Even these forbidden living golems must follow that fundamental rule. Aura gathers around his blade. If that's the case, then first, he dashes forward, aiming Bradamante straight for the golem's head. He narrowly dodges a clumsy grab. His attack glances off its tough hide, missing the mark. The golem roars, enraged. Its attacks are becoming more aggressive. If not its head, then there's only one other option. He redirects his attack, plunging his sword deep into the creature's chest, searching for the core. He focuses his aura into the blade. With a sharp twist, he shatters the core within. A glowing blue stone falls from the golem's chest and clatters onto the floor. The light in the creature's eyes fades as its body begins to crumble. The second golem charges, enraged by its partner's destruction. Jin turns to face it, his voice filled with cold fury. To do such a thing to your fellow man. He thinks of the Fountain of Mana, the prize that drove the Zippels to commit such atrocities. He meets the second golem's charge head-on, his sword blazing with power. The golem's red eyes glare with mindless hate. It roars, swinging its massive arms wildly. Jin dodges with ease, his target already clear. He plunges Bradamante into its abdomen, finding and destroying the second core in one clean strike. As he pulls his sword free, the magic circle on the floor finally begins to fade. He sighs in relief. The alert was about to be released. That was close. He looks at the crumbling golem, but then a faint ghostly whisper reaches him. From the fading light of the golem's eye, a single spectral tear seems to fall. A desperate plea echoes in the silence. Please, kill me. The soul of the human trapped inside begs for release. Jin stands motionless for a moment, his expression hidden by his mask. He looks down at the dissolving remains of a person forced into a monstrous existence. Very well then, Jin murmurs, raising his sword one last time to grant the creature a final mercy. He stands alone in the silent warehouse. He doesn't know what happened to these people, who they were before this. He grips his sword, his resolve hardening into cold steel. He knows one thing for certain. No one on this planet would ever choose to become a living golem. That is especially true because once you transform, you become a consumable, a disposable tool with no future. Jin now understands the true horror of this place, and his determination to stop the Zippels has never been stronger. Jin stands in the silence of the destroyed warehouse, the darkness he's uncovered chilling him to the bone. But he knows this isn't the time for anger. Not yet. He looks at a grotesque blue hand, a remnant of the living golem he just faced. The true, gruesome nature of the Zippel clan's work is now clear. A cold suspicion forms in his mind. Did his sisters, Mayu and Anne, know about this when they sent him here? He closes his eyes, thinking. His mission isn't necessarily over, but confronting this horrifying truth head-on right now would be reckless. His hand clenches around the stony core he ripped from the golem. He knows if he reports this, the powerful Zippel family will just find a way to bury their forbidden experiments forever. He grits his teeth. Creating living golems is a crime so severe it draws the attention of the Empire's highest investigators. The Zippels are playing a very dangerous game. He makes a decision. For now, he'll collect the evidence and keep it safe. The official mission comes first. He has to play the long game. Of course, with their immense influence, the Zippels could probably shut down any investigation before it even begins. He stands cloaked and masked in the ruins. He knows this problem is too big for him to handle alone. At least, not yet. He observes the area. The mages responsible clearly didn't realize the sentries were living golems, or they would have guarded the place more carefully. This tells him the secret is kept even among the Zippel themselves. The security on the stone slates looks simple, but the magic protecting the nearby metal plates glows with a threatening energy. That would be a real pain to disable. Jin stands before a sealed container, knowing it would normally take time and care to diffuse the magic. But things are different now. With two of their living golems dead, the Zippels will have to cover up whatever mess he makes. A vortex of icy energy gathers in his hand. A powerful rush of wind whips through the air as he prepares his magic. He channels immense power, gathering swirling blue energy in one hand and raw, explosive fire in the other. The sheer force radiates outwards, mixing ice and fire into a chaotic, destructive storm. He thinks to himself that he'll just take everything as he slams the two opposing energies together. A blinding explosion rips through the facility, an exploding flame that engulfs the room and destroys everything in its path. Back at the Runkendel estate, Luna's voice cuts through the air like a whip. "You fucking bastards!" she yells, her fury directed at two figures kneeling before her. Sending Jin to Zippel territory? Are you in your right minds? Ran and Vigo Runkendel flinch under her glare, slumped on the floor where she clearly struck them down. Towering over them, she reminds them sharply that Jin is 10 years younger than they are. Luna stares them down, her expression like ice. "Why did you do it?" she demands. Ran looks away, muttering if she's really asking because she doesn't know, implying the reason should be obvious in their brutal family. "And if I am, what will you do?" she challenges, her voice dripping with disdain. She asks if the family's flag-bearers have truly stooped so low as to start a power struggle with the youngest of the intermediate class. Ran looks up, trying to justify himself by citing the unspoken rules of their family's endless succession war. Luna scoffs, utterly unimpressed. "Be ashamed of yourselves," she tells them coldly. "I'm embarrassed that you are flag-bearers of this family," Vigo finally snaps, shouting up at her. "Sister, you never care about our hierarchy battles. With what authority are you doing this?" Luna cuts him off. She states calmly that if they had won after challenging Jin fairly, she never would have said a thing. Ran just looks stunned, not yet understanding her point. Elsewhere in the estate, a servant walks down the hall, realizing that the youngest has succeeded in his mission and is likely reporting to his mother right now. Luna leans down, her expression filled with contempt. "Now, do you see why you should be embarrassed?" she asks. "In the end, all you did was give him the wings he needed to soar." She turns away dismissively, musing aloud if a sabotage has ever failed so miserably in Runkendale history. Then, curtly, she orders them to leave. Defeated, they can only agree. After being dismissed, Ran and Vigo stand facing each other, looking dejected and confused. Vigo looks down, his hand on his sword. He grimly warns Ran that from what he's seen, Jin isn't the merciful type. He tells him they both need to be careful from now on. In another room, Rosa Runkendale sits at her desk, receiving her own report on the matter. She contemplates the situation, thinking that, although things started going wrong somewhere, she looks up, her eyes glinting with cold calculation. She thinks to herself that despite their failures, Ran and Vigo are still her younger siblings. A sharp tap echoes as Rosa enters the room, observing the scene with chilling calm. "To put your hand on your siblings as soon as you returned," she remarks to Luna. "I thought puberty hit you again." Luna turns to face her mother, clenching her fist. She coolly asks what kind of puberty would hit at her age. Rosa replies smoothly that Luna's first puberty phase wasn't very noticeable, a subtle jab at her authority. Meanwhile, an attendant pours tea, thinking that she worries for Mew and Anne. She knows the young master will never forget something like this. She asks Rosa if she also thinks there'll be no match for Jin. Rosa sits elegantly, predicting that in 5 years they won't be able to face him in a proper fight. She coldly states their remaining lifespan is about 5 years. The attendant murmurs not to say something so gruesome, but Rosa's pragmatism is absolute. Luna changes the subject, asking her mother if she's researched what she asked about last time, the sibling who tried to have Jin assassinated. Rosa confirms that it wasn't Mew and Anne. At the time of the incident, they were only in the intermediate class, so there was nothing to investigate. Luna processes this. It wouldn't be Mary or Yona or the Tona twins. The list of suspects is shrinking. Rosa lists the remaining possibilities, the ones who were unaccounted for at the time: Joshua, Defus, Ran, Vigo, and Runtia. Luna sips her tea. She admits that aside from Ran and Vigo, she can't rashly investigate the others. Rosa agrees, noting that Joshua, Defus, and Runtia are all known for their cunning. Rosa advises patience, warning Luna that investigating them will only lead to a headache. She says it's better to just watch for now. The attendant smiles thinly at her mistress, complimenting her strategic thinking. She notes that despite the assassination attempt, the young master is growing well. Back in Jin's quarters, the door clicks open. He stands there, returned from his mission. "Gilly, Murakhan," he announces simply. "I'm back." Gilly rushes towards him, her relief palpable. "Young master, thank goodness you came back safely." Jin offers a reassuring smile, telling her not to worry. He jokes that soon, even she won't be able to beat him. But Gilly replies earnestly that if something had gone wrong, she would have given her life for revenge. Murakhan, in his cat form, pops out from behind her, complaining about how scary she sounds, his love for strawberry cake far more pressing than talks of vengeance. He hops onto a table, asking if Jin finished his report. Jin confirms he has, adding that people will probably say he had outside help, but right now he doesn't care about any of that. Jin turns to them, his expression serious. "Anyway, Gilly, Murakhan, look at this." They both lean in, curious. He presents a small, corked glass jar. Inside rests the jagged, blue stone he took from the golem. He reveals what it is, the heart of a living golem. Gilly looks closely, musing that he was lucky. She assumes the golem must have been a failed experiment for him to return safely. She asks if he found it at the Cullen ruins. Jin clarifies the danger. He explains that the 2 guards in the basement turned into monsters and attacked him, regenerating from every hit until he pierced their hearts, and this came out. Murakhan stares intently at the core, the full gravity of the situation dawning on him. "Living golem?" he repeats, understanding the forbidden magic involved. His fur bristles with rage. "Last time it was a graveyard giant, and now a living golem?" he growls. "These Zippel bastards, what are they up to?" He continues his rant, confirming that if Jin's story is true, this is Zippel's doing, since the ruin is their property. Jin simply nods in agreement. He stands thoughtfully, arms crossed. Murakhan seems to sense his hesitation. Jin looks at Murakhan with determination, Later, he proposes, "You and me, let's go to Colin again." Murakami looks surprised, not expecting Jin to want to return to such a dangerous place so soon. But Murakami's expression turns serious. He says he wants to personally ask them what is going on. Jin clarifies. It's not just about the golems. He admits he'll be much safer with Murakami by his side. He reveals his true objective. If they're lucky, it might be a chance to find the Fountain of Mana. Since the Zippels have to hide this mess, they can use that secrecy to their advantage. Murakami considers this, then reluctantly agrees to make some time. Jin looks pleased. Soon after, Kajin and the Haas siblings returned to the Runkandel estate, only to be stripped of their cadet qualifications and kicked out by Mew and Anne. It was a cruel punishment, but no one felt any sympathy for their treachery. Time passes. It is now June of 1795. A sharp swoosh cuts through the air on the training grounds. Jin's sword clashes against a large training rock with a loud clang. An authoritative voice yells, "Stop!" Zed Runkandel informs Jin that his clear rock training is over. From now on, only the Tona twins need to attend. One of the twins murmurs with jealousy as Jin respectfully agrees. Zed then tells Jin that he no longer needs to attend the morning training with the other cadets either. Jin is surprised. Zed continues, explaining that next week, the family head himself will give Jin some kind of pledge. The Tona twins gasp in utter shock. They can't believe it! Is their father really making the youngest a trainee flag-bearer already? Zed confirms it. As a trainee flag-bearer, Jin will have to leave the Runkandel estate and build his own honor, without any support from the family. Jin clenches his fist, a wave of accomplishment washing over him. Finally, he won't have to be scrutinized by his scheming family anymore. He looks up, a confident smile playing on his lips, feeling a sense of liberation. He thinks with determination that now he can finally build his strength however he wants. This is the freedom he's been fighting for. We open on a vast, snowy mountain pass. Through the howling wind, a formidable procession makes its way forward, led by an imposing figure in black and gold armor. Patriarch Sairon Runkandel is returning home. Riding beside him, his loyal subordinate Khan informs him that they'll reach the Garden of Swords in 2 hours. Sairon lets out a small sigh of annoyance. He had planned to train in seclusion for 10 years, but his youngest son's recent actions keep pulling him back early. Khan glances at his patriarch, reflecting on the youngest master. He knew Jin was out of the ordinary, even back at Storm Castle, but he never imagined it would be to this degree. The things Jin has been doing have truly shocked him. Siren remains silent, lost in thought, the intricate wolf head on his shoulder, a symbol of his immense power. His thoughts focus on one particular quality Jin possesses, his fighting spirit. He recalls their first meeting. He thinks that the kid's fighting spirit isn't normal. Despite being just a small child, he saw deep regrets in Jin's eyes, something ancient and profound that a boy his age should not possess. A small smirk plays on Siren's lips. He knows Jin has been trying to hide the true depth of his experiences, but he sees right through it. He recalls how Jin provoked his siblings as soon as he arrived, how he instinctively understood the brutal Runkandel rule of crushing one's opponent. The other children tried to hold him down, but Jin overcame them every time. Khan reflects on the reports. The youngest succeeded in the Kolin Ruins quest. He survived every time his siblings dropped him in the jaws of death, and he's now a 5-star knight. But Khan is more intrigued by the first mission Siren gave him. He recalls how Jin fought a White Wolf tribesman one-on-one and won. Khan had expected Jin to use his subordinates as shields, but he managed it all on his own. Siren looks pleased. With that act, Jin proved the weight of the beliefs he had declared to his father. He didn't just talk, he acted. Khan poses the question, asking if the patriarch truly believes Jin defeated the tribesmen on his own. From high above, Siren answers simply and firmly, "I do." He clarifies, a hint of mystery in his tone. Well, strictly speaking, he didn't do it by himself. He knows Jin has a hidden power, a black energy that wreathes his sword. As they reach the imposing gates of the estate, Siren thinks to himself that Jin is a fun kid. He decides he'll have to ask him about that strange power this time. A low rumble seems to shudder through the estate, announcing the patriarch's powerful presence. Siren walks down a grand path lined with saluting knights, their movements crisp and uniform. "Salute! A guard calls out. Rosa and Joshua are waiting to greet him. Joshua speaks first, welcoming his father. Siren turns to his wife, acknowledging her efforts in his absence. Joshua steps forward with a humble smile, deflecting the praise. He mentions that Jin prepared things on his own, implying Rosa didn't have to do much. His tone becomes more serious, subtly suggesting that if the older children had been doing well, there would have been no need for Siren to return from his training. He's hinting that Jin's disruption is the cause. The scene shifts briefly to Jin, dressed formally for the banquet. He knows all eyes will be on him tonight. Back with his father, Joshua asks pointedly if this situation doesn't make things more difficult for the other children, framing Jin's rise as a problem for the established hierarchy. Siren simply concedes that's true, then smoothly changes the subject, inviting his son inside for food he had prepared. The tense exchange is covered over with formalities. But for a moment, an intense, questioning look crosses Siren's face. Jin waits for the banquet to begin, the ornate hilt of his sword at his side, the air thick with anticipation. Siren turns his attention to Ran and Vigo, who stand nervously nearby. He addresses them directly. He asks if they gave the youngest the swords he had gifted them. Vigo stammers, unsure how to answer. Ran steps in, explaining with a strained look that the youngest stole them, but quickly adds that it was part of an agreement they made if he succeeded in his mission. Siren throws his head back and lets out a booming, infectious laugh that echoes through the hall. He claps Ran on the shoulder, the sound of his gauntlet clanking loudly. "Good," he says. "Make sure to steal it back." He seems thoroughly amused by his youngest son's cunning. He muses aloud that sometimes he wonders if Jin is really his son, remarking on his exceptionally unconventional nature. Later, Siren and Jin stand together overlooking the grand banquet hall. "This must be your first banquet," Siren remarks. Jin reflects internally. He attended a few banquets in his past life, but this is his first time at one held by the main branch. Before, he would hide in the shadows like a criminal. But now, he stands as the guest of honor beside his father. The change is immense, but he knows this was only possible after dying once. Siren explains that their family rarely hosts banquets, only doing so for occasions that truly deserve celebration. He tells Jin that his achievements are that noteworthy. Siren places a hand on his shoulder and quizzes him on how many guests he thinks will attend. Jin guesses around 1,000. Siren confirms his guess is correct, adding that the number has increased by 200 since the last one 7 years ago. He asks Jin if he knows what that means. Jin understands immediately. It means the family's authority has grown. Siren elaborates. Other families might host large banquets, but every single guest gathered here tonight is an outstanding, powerful individual. Runcandle attracts only the true elite. He reflects on his own activities. For 7 years, he's done nothing but train and kill demonic beasts. And yet, the family's authority continues to rise, because he is the only Genesis Knight in this era. He leaves the implication hanging. If he were to disappear, it's possible the majority of the people here tonight would turn their backs on the Runcandle family. Jin knows this is true. Without his father, the family's power would crumble. The gap in military might between them and the Zippel family would widen significantly, and the Zippels would become the greatest power on the continent. He clenches his fist and turns to his father. Jin presents a stark scenario. If Siren weren't here and all these people turned their backs on them and the Zippels pushed them into a corner, then he would abandon the family. A confident, challenging smirk appears on his face. Siren's eyes widen in genuine surprise, taken aback by his son's ruthless pragmatism. "What?" he asks. Jin calmly explains his reasoning. If the family were to collapse simply because the patriarch was gone, it would be a sign of the next leader's incompetence. And he has no intention of dying a worthless death under such a leader. He then shifts the topic, asking his father how many of their allies' weaknesses the family possesses. He reveals that in exchange for returning one of the stolen swords, he made Vigo show him the family's secret commission contracts, gaining access to highly sensitive information. He rattles off examples of the hypocrisy and vulnerability of the powerful families indebted to them, from pocketing imperial treasures to assassination requests. He highlights how many are not even paying their fees. Jin summarizes his findings. With just a brief glance, he's obtained countless bladeless weapons blackmail material. He challenges his father, suggesting that these political weapons are a form of power independent of his martial might. He concludes that if the next patriarch is not a Genesis Knight, their success will all depend on their ability to negotiate and wield this leverage. Sairon nods, conceding the point. Jin adds that they aren't the only ones holding such weaknesses. The Zippel family has just as many secrets on others as they do, but Siren counters that the Zippels would never be able to justify using such leverage. And why not? Jin asks. Jin smiles, a knowing, dark expression on his face. Because playing the role of the villain, he says, is the Runkandle family's job. He clarifies his earlier threat. If the next patriarch is unable to properly use the weapons at their disposal, he would abandon the family without a second thought. And then he would make preparations to take his revenge on the Zippel family, however long it takes. Siren strokes his chin, a low chuckle rumbling in his chest. Revenge, you say? I see. He acknowledges the cold logic. You need to be alive in order to take revenge, he muses. That isn't too bad. His eyes narrow as he processes the entire conversation, comparing Jin to his other children. He thinks that his other children lack the courage to even presume the family could fall in front of him. They would just whine or make conceited remarks, but the youngest, a slight smile touches his lips. Jin reveals his beliefs clearly, with a level head and cold, hard logic. Sairon thinks it's a shame he had him so late in life. It feels like Jin possesses all of Luna's talent, Mary's wild nature, and Diffus's fighting spirit combined. He estimates his own time left. 10 years for sure, 15 at most. That's how long he can guard the seat of the patriarch. His time is limited. Jin stands confidently, unaware of his father's precise thoughts, but sensing the weight of the moment. Siren thinks to himself that he might just be able to watch and see if the youngest will grow strong enough to flip the entire line of succession on its head. He turns to Jin as the sounds of the banquet grow. It seems our guests have arrived. Let's head in. He pauses briefly. Also, he looks back at Jin seriously, telling him there is something he wishes to speak with him about after the banquet. Jin understands immediately. This is it. He clenches his fist, determination flashing in his eyes. The qualification to be a trainee flag-bearer. He'll have to leave the family after the banquet ends. He looks ahead, thinking that the 4 days of the banquet will feel quite long, impatient for the freedom that awaits him. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echo down the hall as a retainer runs towards them, looking panicked. Patriarch, he calls out. Sairon turns calmly. What is it? The retainer catches his breath and reports that a guest without an invitation has arrived. Both Siren and Jin look startled. This is highly unusual for a Runkandle banquet. Siren's expression hardens. An uninvited guest, he repeats? It can't be. The view shifts to several figures entering the hall, cloaked in distinctive white and gold robes. The Zippel family. Their presence here, uninvited, is a bold and dangerous provocation. The air crackles with tension. The retainer rushes forward, breathless, repeating the news that sent a shockwave through the entrance hall. Siren turns, his expression calm but radiating absolute authority. What is it? He asks. The retainer confirms again. A guest without an invitation has arrived. Siren's eyes narrow. He immediately guesses the only ones with the sheer nerve to try something like this. Is it the Zippel family? The retainer confirms his suspicion. It's a group of 5, led by none other than the Zippel clan's second-in-command, Andre Zippel. 5 hooded figures stand just inside the hall, their presence casting an immediate chill over the opulent celebration. Siren lets out a low growl of contempt. How impudent, he scoffs, disgusted by their blatant disrespect. He turns to the retainer, his voice cold and sharp. Heinz, he orders, tell Andre Zippel to screw off, and tell his family members to come in. Jin observes, realizing his father is deliberately insulting the Zippel leader by refusing to address him directly. Jin reflects on the masterclass in dominance he's witnessing. It's one thing to be rude to an uninvited guest, but to publicly curse off the second-in-command of the Zippel family is a power play on another level. Sairon turns to Jin, almost testing him. Do you think I'm treating him too roughly? Jin replies smoothly. No, I think this is quite satisfying. Jin knows this puts Andre in an impossible position. If he reveals his displeasure and leaves with his family, he'll be ignoring the Genesis Knight's order to let them in. The retainer, Hines, knows this is unprecedented. To humiliate a high-ranking Zippel so publicly in the Garden of Swords is something that should never happen. Siron is supremely confident. He knows Andre will do as he's told, because the alternative is returning home with 2 of his legs cut off. Challenging Siren here is suicide. With the major diplomatic incident handled as if it were a minor nuisance, Siren turns to address his guests. "Now then," he announces, "it's about time to get the banquet started." Overlooking the grand hall, he thanks everyone for coming, introducing himself as Siron, patriarch of the Runkandel family. He looks down at the sea of powerful figures, declaring that having given birth to a fine son in his old age, he will finally be able to relieve himself of his burdens. He places a hand near Jin's shoulder, a public gesture of acknowledgement. He asks the crowd to express their gratitude to his youngest son, Jin Runkandel, forcing everyone to recognize his new status. He then lays out the unique rules of a Runkandel banquet. There are only 2. First, if you end up in a fight, follow the Guardian Knights to the arena. And second, the loser must submit, and the winner must show mercy. After all, this is still a celebration. Jin looks out at the powerful figures below, knowing that conflict is inevitable. It's simply the Runkandel way. There are 1,000 people here with immense influence over the continent, and they are all tangled in a complex web of favor and spite. This banquet is a political battlefield. If this were just a peaceful party, they would only glare at each other. But this is a party at the Garden of Swords, a place that invites confrontation. He knows that by following his father's rules, guests can't kill their enemies, but they can certainly beat the living daylights out of them. Designated dueling arenas are already active, a form of expected entertainment for the guests. The atmosphere is one of constant assessment and simmering conflict. More than that, it's a chance for everyone to publicly show who is truly superior. Siren concludes his opening remarks. "Well then," he booms, "I hope you all have a good time." Below, a guest mutters to himself that this sure is one crazy family. Siron turns to Jin, telling him to also participate, or at least be prepared. He gives Jin specific instructions. If there's someone he likes, he should drag them out and challenge them. However, it can't be someone who looks weaker, unless they insult him or the family first. Jin smirks slightly. "And I'm sure a loss isn't allowed either," he adds, knowing defeat is not an option. "That's obvious," Siren confirms. He warns that if Jin loses, he will take everything back, from his sword, Bradamante, to his nanny. The stakes are absolute. Jin processes the weight of this strange conversation. He reflects that this is the first time he's ever had a talk like this with his father. He never would have dreamed of this in his past life, conversing like a real father and son. For a moment, he feels a flicker of connection he never expected, but he quickly pushes the sentiment aside. His goal in this life isn't paternal love. His only goal is to surpass his father. Later, Jin mingles in the hall, his presence drawing murmurs and stares from the other guests. The Tona twins approach, looking almost nervous. Daytona, the dark-haired twin, manages a shaky laugh, congratulating Jin on becoming a 5-star knight. They awkwardly put their arms around his shoulders, asking if they can stand by his side for a bit, clearly trying to ride his coattails. Jin flatly agrees. They make awkward small talk about training before Jin gives them a sharp look. He quietly tells them to leave after acting just enough to look natural, seeing right through their pathetic attempt. Daytona flinches and nervously agrees. An older guest approaches, giving the twins the perfect excuse to flee. They make a hasty exit, leaving Jin with the flag-bearer of the Ken family. The Ken flag-bearer laughs heartily, respectfully telling Jin he's heard many impressive tales about him. Suddenly, a large hand clamps down hard on Jin's shoulder. A loud, boisterous voice calls out, "Hey, Jin Runkandel!" The man condescendingly remarks on how young Jin looks for a 5-star knight. The man leans in with a sickening grin. "Nice to meet you. My name's Wooger," he introduces himself loudly. Jin looks up, his expression turning cold and sharp. He replies with icy formality, "Ah, I see. Hi, Wooger." Before Wooger can react, Jin's hand shoots up, grabbing a handful of his hair and yanking his head down as a blue aura flares around him. Wooger tries to laugh it off, asking if Jin is really going to shame him for speaking a little informally. He claims that in the world of martial artists, he is still Jin's senior. Still holding him, Jin cuts him off. "Listen well, Wooger of the Tuco family." His gaze is like ice. He states plainly that Wooger's actions have insulted not only him, but everyone who has treated him with respect. Jin stands straight. exuding an aura of authority that makes the surrounding guests wary. He tells Wooger that if he's going to make a fuss over seniority, he should do it more carefully. He points out that the leaders of the Ken family and the Dragon King Knight Order are all Wooger's seniors, and they all treated Jin with respect. "Acknowledge your mistake and apologize," Jin demands firmly. Wooger stares, utterly intimidated and at a loss for words. Jin lets go of his hair, turning away. "I've told you off now," he says dismissively, "so I'll pretend nothing happened." The Ken flag-bearer quickly steps in, telling Wooger that the young master just saved his life and he should do as he says. He tells Wooger not to be so narrow-minded and to smooth things over, trying to de-escalate the situation. Thoroughly chastened, Wooger bows deeply to Jin. "I apologize," he says formally. "Please, forgive my mistake." Jin accepts the apology coolly. Image, KH33061. As Wooger walks away, wiping sweat from his brow, Jin calmly takes a sip from his glass. A new, elegant voice cuts in. Luna Runkcandle appears, remarking that it would be nice if he could act cute like a normal kid sometimes. Jin justifies his stern behavior, explaining that he is effectively the Runkcandle family's representative at this moment. Luna smiles and touches her glass to his in agreement. She asks what he would have done if Wooger, a 6-star knight, had challenged him to a duel. Jin explains that he already knew it wouldn't happen. The Ken family's patriarch and elders were watching, and they would have stepped in to stop it. Luna is surprised by his intricate political calculations. Jin muses that it wouldn't be bad to have someone by his side to teach him such things. Luna replies that learning the sword should be enough, but Jin explains that to survive as the hated youngest son, he needs to learn much more than just sword skills. Luna takes a sip of her drink, thoughtfully reconsidering his point. She thinks to herself that he's talented and has a good head on his shoulders, connecting his competence to the early assassination attempt at Storm Castle. Jin, meanwhile, is still wondering which of his siblings was the mastermind. Luna sets her glass down, saying the banquet doesn't appeal to her and she's off to find somewhere more fun. "Yup," she confirms playfully, teasing him about being too short for a dance. She promises to take him somewhere nice when he's grown up. She pauses, saying she'll try sending a message his way before she leaves. She leans in suddenly and affectionately ruffles his hair, a warm smile on her face. She leans close, explaining that if she does this, everyone will see how much she cherishes him. It's a public display of her protection, meant to ward off others who might be rude to him. "See you later then," she says, pulling back. As she walks away, nearby guests whisper, recognizing her as the White Whale and noting how much she seems to care for her youngest brother. Elsewhere, a man named Buvargavizelto watches her leave, biting his handkerchief in envious agony, groaning about how he wishes he could lean his head against Luna too. He gets increasingly worked up, declaring he must write a poem for her and sing it all night. The man beside him snaps at him to shut up. The man addresses the pathetic admirer directly. "Buvar." A young woman, Margiela Giviselto, approaches, gently chiding her brother for being harsh and defending Buvar's obsessive feelings. Buvar immediately perks up, declaring his undying loyalty to Margiela for understanding him so well. Jin stands alone for a moment, observing the ongoing banquet. He lets out a small sigh, thinking to himself that playing host sure is tiring. He scans the crowd, his gaze sharp. Anyway, where are those Zipple bastards? He wonders, deciding he needs to find them. As he walks, a hand suddenly reaches out, gently stopping his wine glass. He looks up, surprised. The hand belongs to a woman with flowing white hair and a distinctive snowflake accessory. She asks if this young lady dared ask the rising star of the Runkcandle family for a drink. She reveals a sharp, predatory grin, her eyes glinting with amusement. Jin recognizes her instantly. "Image, she 33088. I am Suris and Dorma of the Ice Palace," she introduces herself formally. She maintains her sharp smile, looking him up and down. "It's an honor to meet you," she says, her tone holding a clear double meaning. Jin meets her gaze with a polite but wary smile as she acknowledges his title, Young Master Jin Runkcandle. The arrival of the powerful and unpredictable woman from Mammoth has just added a dangerous new wildcard to the game. After dealing with his other guests, Jin scans the grand hall, his mind shifting back to his primary rivals. Anyway, he thinks, where are those Zipple bastards? He decides to go find them himself. But just as he moves, a hand elegantly intercepts his wine glass. The soft clink of glass on glass makes him pause and look up. His eyes land on an intricate, snowflake-like hair accessory. A woman's voice asks, "Would you mind if this young lady, Factored, dared to ask the rising star of the Run Candle family for a drink?" Ceres, and Dorma stands before him, a sharp, knowing grin on her face. Jin recognizes her instantly. She holds his gaze, her smile unwavering. "I am Ceres and Dorma of the Ice Palace," she states clearly. "It's an honor to meet you, young Master Jin Runcandle." The formality is thick with unspoken tension. Jin recovers quickly, adopting a polite facade as she pours him a drink. He acknowledges her title and she probes, asking how someone his age could have gained such achievements so quickly. Ceres continues, saying she's jealous of his Runcandle lineage. Jin smoothly deflects, replying that he believes she herself is quite blessed. She explains that the blood of the Ice Palace is a blessing in itself, and unlike him, she is her mother's only daughter, uniquely treasured. She gives a small, theatrical sigh, asking if her comment was rude, though she clearly doesn't care. Jin smiles politely, downplaying any insult. He turns the tables slightly, remarking that he's rather envious of her. "It's rather tiring having so many siblings," he finishes lightly, but internally his mind is racing. He's certain she recognizes him, so why isn't she bringing up what happened in Mamit? He senses she's playing a game. He knows a bit of soot on his face wouldn't have been enough to fool her. Ceres raises her glass, her smile still sharp. "By the way, young master," she says, "I have one thing I'd like to ask." Jin maintains his polite exterior. "Of course, Lady Ceres." She leans in, her expression turning intense. "Is your injured skin all right now?" she asks, directly referencing the fake injury from the explosion he caused. A flicker of surprise crosses Jin's face before he conceals it. "Yes, it is," he replies smoothly, adding a carefully crafted lie that a great individual healed him with their own medicine. Ceres steps back, observing that he acts much more brazenly than he looks. Her playful facade drops completely. "Well then," she states, her voice demanding, "I believe you owe me an explanation of why you were at the Moonlight Well in Mamit." Jin calmly asks why that would be. She explains that her subordinates failed to find the magic terrorist, a great blow to her pride. She's wondered ever since if the young boy she let go was the culprit. Jin feigns innocence. "Magic, you say?" "As you can see, I am a Runcandle," he says, appealing to the stereotype that his family only deals in swords. Ceres remains unconvinced. She concedes that she doesn't think he's the magician, but suspects he hired one for a mission that was beyond his own reach. She continues her accusation, stating that the only target in that inn worth the Runcandle's attention would have been someone from the Ice Palace. She declares that as the head of the seventh sword of the Ice Palace, this is not something she can simply ignore. Jin realizes she's misunderstood. She believes he was targeting the Ice Palace units, when in reality they were just collateral damage in his assassination of Alcaro. She's half right. He pushes back, stating that everything she's said is just speculation. Frustrated, Ceres tells him that if he's going to feign ignorance, she'll have to respond in kind. She points directly at him, her voice sharp with challenge. "I'll drag you to the arena," she declares hotly, "and after I beat you to a pulp, I'll spit right in that despicable face of yours." Her challenge rings out, fueled by anger and suspicion. "Duel me, Jean Runcandle." Jean looks at her unfazed. "I was strongly cautioned by my father against fighting those weaker than me," he begins, deliberately provoking her. Then he finishes with a challenging smirk. "However, if you so wish, I'll respond in kind." He accepts, neatly sidestepping his father's rule by framing it as her challenge. The scene shifts to one of the banquet arenas. A guardian knight asks Jin if he's here for a duel. "That's right," Jin confirms. He then requests that everyone except the medical team leave the area temporarily. "Ah," he adds, "and bring over 2 swords in good condition." The head knight agrees and promises to keep anyone else from entering. Jin knows that fighting the daughter of the Ice Palace ruler in front of a huge crowd would be too messy. It's better to handle this now, before more spectators arrive. Ceres steps forward. "Before we start," she states, "there's one thing I'd like you to promise me." She lays out her terms. If she wins, he must tell her everything that happened in Mamit. Jin agrees without hesitation. Then he sets his own condition. If he wins, she must pretend she never saw him that day. Ceres smirks, taking his condition as further proof of his guilt. Swords are brought into the arena. Jin takes one, his posture battle-ready. "Come in," he calls out. Ceres' eyes widen as Jin's aura flares, a snowflake pattern appearing in his eye. A wave of chilling energy bursts from his sword, forming a blade of pure ice. Ceres recognizes the technique instantly. She unleashes her own power, a brilliant blue aura exploding around her. She shouts in disbelief that he's using the Endorma bloodline's secret ability, the 10,000 Ice Sword. Jin holds his own version of the Ice Sword, the blade glimmering with cold energy. He smirks, readying his stance. "I didn't think you'd use your secret technique from the very start," he comments coolly. He taunts her, saying it makes him sad that he hasn't learned his own family's secret technique yet, implying he's at a disadvantage. "What does that have to do with me?" she shouts, dismissing his taunt as she lunges forward with incredible speed. The arena floor freezes as she unleashes a flurry of attacks, filling the air with razor-sharp ice. Jin meets her assault, his own ice sword weaving through hers. Ceres realizes he is most definitely a 5-star knight, and his true abilities are only just starting to show. She grips her sword, confident that even with a 1-star power difference, the third form of her technique will be more than enough to win. She presses the attack, knowing she can't let the battle drag on. She needs to end things now, before he learns all her moves. Jin parries another blow, calmly analyzing her. He knows that as a 4-star martial artist, she can't beat him in a simple battle of strength, even with her special technique. He anticipates her next move. He's sure she's preparing to end things with a single, powerful blow, a secret technique of her own. Ceres gathers immense freezing power, the very air around her crystallizing. Jin narrows his eyes. If that's the case, he thinks, then I'll respond with my own secret technique. He recalls the forbidden tomes he read in the Storm Castle library and the many powerful techniques he learned from them. Ceres prepares her attack, her expression serene but deadly. "This is the end, Jin," she shouts, thrusting her sword forward. An enormous blast of ice erupts from her blade, an avalanche of destructive power that engulfs the entire arena. Jin meets the blast head-on, gritting his teeth against the immense pressure. He realizes the ice crystals are imbued with her aura, a fusion of magic and martial energy. The avalanche of ice crashes towards him, threatening to overwhelm him completely. Jin's face is a mask of pure determination. Ceres stares in disbelief. Through the storm of ice, she sees something impossible. He's smiling. She thinks confidently that even a prodigy like him can't break through the Ice Palace's ultimate secret technique. But a nagging, unpleasant feeling tells her something is wrong. A bright light shines from within the ice storm, pushing back against her attack. The light intensifies, revealing Jin's counterattack, slicing right through her avalanche. His technique, amplified and transformed, shatters hers completely. "Damn it," Ceres cries out. A massive explosion of energy erupts where their techniques collide. From somewhere far above the arena, a powerful voice shouts her name in alarm, "Ceres!" The duel has reached its explosive, critical climax. The aftermath of the explosion hangs heavy in the arena. As the dust settles, Jin stands amidst the debris, questioning the technique he just unleashed. "Damn it," he thinks. "Should I have used something other than the Attila family's Stormblade?" He realizes its destructive force was far too much for a 4-star like Ceres. A powerful shockwave still radiates from the point of impact. From the sidelines, a voice shouts her name again in alarm. "Ceres!" Jin looks toward where she fell, his expression a mix of concern and grim calculation. He sees her struggling to push herself up from the cracked floor. He realizes with a grim certainty that if she hadn't managed to evade at the last second, she could be dead, or permanently disabled. The worried voice calls out her name one last time. Ceres is on her hands and knees, breathing heavily, her sword planted in the ground for support. She looks up, her face a mask of stunned disbelief. "I valued my life?" she whispers. She clutches the ground, pushing herself up, spitting the words out in angry disbelief. "I feared my death and evaded it?" The idea is a deep insult to her pride. The words echo with shame. "I, Ceres Endorma? How could she, the proud daughter of the Ice Palace, flinch in the face of death?" Her wide, shocked eyes reflect her inner turmoil. Jin approaches her cautiously, reaching out a hand. "Are you all right?" he asks calmly, then adds bluntly, "I almost killed you." He looks down at her, his expression serious. "I'm sorry," he says, a genuine apology. He realizes that even after his warning, she met his attack head-on out of pure pride. Ceres grits her teeth, avoiding his gaze. Jin knows that no matter how much she values her honor, she's still just a 15-year-old child. She's too young to suppress the fundamental desire to live. "I would have evaded it if I were in your shoes too," he admits, trying to offer her a measure of understanding and lessen her shame. He kneels slightly. "So, please," he says softly, "let's not speak of this anymore." He offers to bury the incident, preserving her honor. She remains silent, head bowed, clutching a small vial. She dabs something from the vial onto his cheek. "You have an injury on your face," she points out, her voice low. She finally looks up, holding out the vial. "I'll repay you for saving my life with this," she offers, attempting to regain her dignity through a transaction instead of accepting pity. She stands up slowly. "It's because this is a life I begged for," she states, hinting at some past struggle. "I'll value myself once again, so don't worry about that." She turns to leave the arena, her back straight. "Also," she says, "let today be the first day we've met," formally agreeing to his terms. She adds over her shoulder, "See you tomorrow," making it clear she'll be staying at the banquet. Jin stands alone in the empty arena, contemplating the strange and violent duel. The next day, the banquet hall is still active, but with fewer people milling about. Jin sips his drink, thinking that since spectators are now allowed at the duels, the party is probably just getting started. He scans the room, hoping the smaller crowd will make it easier to find the Zippel delegation. He muses that, once he becomes a reserve flag-bearer, he'll have plenty of time to investigate the Kalin ruins with Murakami. He's also curious to see how his own magic skills compare to the Zippel guests, who are all around his age. With Murakami's help, he's confident that finding the Fountain of Mana won't be a problem. And this time, the Zippels won't be able to create their army of mass-produced magicians. Image, Che3S5032, he'll be able to prevent that tragedy from ever happening. Just then, a soft meow breaks his train of thought. He sees a black cat sitting nearby, Murakami. Jin wonders why a cat is even allowed at a Runkendel banquet. The cat looks up with innocent, curious eyes. Suddenly, Sarah Zendorma scoops Murakami into her arms, petting him gently. "Where's your owner?" she asks the cat. She notices his collar. "Let me see," she says. "Your name is Butterfly?" Jin reads the name tag with utter disbelief. "Butterfly Runkendel?" Ceres looks up, smiling faintly. "Did the young master give you this name?" she asks the cat. A dark, annoyed aura radiates from Jin as he grits out, "Yes." A new voice exclaims, "Oh, it's that cat." A young man with white hair approaches, looking delighted. "I knew I'd be able to meet you if I followed that cat," he says cheerfully to Jin. He throws his arms wide in a dramatic greeting. "We finally meet, Jin Runkendel." Jin stares back blankly. "Who are you?" The newcomer looks offended. "How could you have forgotten me? I've been thinking of you every day." He leans in conspiratorially. "Well then, I'll give you a hint. The first letter of my name is V." Jin ignores him completely, turning away. "What a weirdo. Let's go, Butterfly," he says dismissively. The newcomer persists, but Jin cuts him off flatly. "Nope." The man throws a small tantrum. "Damn it, then have another go. The place we first met is the Middle Kingdom teleportation gate." Jin looks back blankly. "I don't remember." The newcomer sighs dramatically. "Listen closely," he says, leaning in again. "My name is Veridin Zippel." He finally reveals his identity as the heir of the rival clan. Jin brushes his hand off his shoulder. "If I'm this insistent on acting like I don't know you, it should be clear that I don't want to show that I know you," he snaps. Veridin's eyes light up. So you remember?" Jin groans internally, disbelieving that this dense idiot is the same person who becomes a 9-star magician in the future. Veridin explains he was searching for Jin everywhere yesterday. Jin retorts dryly, asking how he could possibly wander around for 2 hours in a single banquet hall. "Yup," Veridin confirms. He admits that since he's forbidden from using magic in Runkendel territory, he got lost. Jin realizes Veridin isn't lying, he's just terrible with directions. Veridin claps him on the back, remarking on how it's been 5 years and that he knew Jin would make it big. He puffs up his chest proudly, declaring that he wasn't just wasting his time either. "I've got a whole 6 stars, he boasts triumphantly. Jin just raises an eyebrow, completely unimpressed. Veridin boasts that he's 1 level above Jin's swordsmanship. Jin thinks sarcastically, "The greatest prodigy of the Zippel family is a mere 6 stars at 18. He compares Veridin's progress to his own potential, wondering if he's lying about his rank. Veridin misinterprets Jin's silence as awe, proudly telling him to work hard and catch up. Jin concludes that no, Veridin isn't hiding his rank. He's just genuinely this arrogant. Jin realizes this is a good opportunity. Seeing Veridin now helps him objectively gauge his own potential against the future head of the Zippel clan. He knows he's the one closest to the peak of magic. He tells Veridin coldly to learn how to shut his mouth. Veridin just smiles, saying his own father tells him the same thing. Jin asks bluntly why the Zippels came to the banquet uninvited. "Because of me," Veridin says simply. He grins, pointing a thumb at himself. "I kept nagging Uncle Andre about having to meet you." Jin can't believe the vice-patriarch would head into enemy territory because of a child's tantrum. Veridin waves a hand dismissively, explaining they were on vacation nearby when he heard about the banquet and figured it must be destiny. Jin sighs, exasperated, telling him to stay quiet and then leave. Veridin protests that he's being too cold. He leans in, proposing a promise. One day, Jin has to come unannounced to a Zippel banquet. Jin raises an eyebrow, asking what would happen if he committed an act of terrorism. Veridin grins wickedly. "I always keep my word," he declares. He promises that even if Jin does, he won't kill him, and he won't take part in any fight that breaks out. He's essentially giving Jin free rein to crash their party. Jin turns away, muttering, "What a fool." He explains that he's leaving because an unpleasant fellow has been sneaking glances at him for a while now. He walks towards a shadowy corner where Buvar Gvizelto is lurking. "Excuse me," he calls out sharply. Buvar jumps, startled. "Do you have something you'd like to say to me?" Jin asks, his voice dangerously calm. Buvar timidly asks when Lady Luna will be coming back. He explains that he wants to give her a book of poems he wrote, filled with his love for her. He proudly explains he spent all night writing it. He's certain that once she reads it, she'll understand that he's a better man than he looks. Lost in his delusion, he clasps his hands together, blushing furiously. "It's possible," he says, "that in the near future you will become my brother-in-law." Veridin nearly spits out his drink in disgust. Jin's expression turns utterly cold. "Young master," Buvar stammers as the book of poems in his hands is violently ripped apart by an unseen force. "It appears to me, my dear guest," Jin says chillingly, "that you need a beating." He steps forward, his shadow seeming to lengthen. "Not only did you mention my sister's name as you wished," he says, his voice low and threatening, "you dare call me your brother-in-law?" His eyes are cold fire. "I guess the Runcandle family looks that pathetic in your eyes," he spits. His gaze hardens, radiating pure, killing intent. He gives a simple command to the nearby guardian knights: "Take this man to the arena." The knights immediately move to apprehend Buvar, who panics and pleads that he simply expressed his love. Jin turns his back, ignoring the pathetic display. Buvar continues to wail as he's dragged away, asking why he's being treated this way when he's a guest. Veridin watches with amusement as Buvar is hauled off, still shouting about how beautiful Jin's sister is. Image, Che3S5088. His protests are cut short as he's forced to his knees. Jin declares coldly to the knights, "We'll proceed with a hand-to-hand fight." He removes his formal jacket and rolls up his sleeves, his expression grim and determined. He's about to personally administer the beating Buvar earned for disrespecting his sister and the Runcandle name. As the Runcandle knights escort Buvar to the arena, he panics, wondering why this is happening. He thinks it can't be because he called Jin's sister pretty. He's completely oblivious to the gravity of his mistake. His mind races, desperately searching for a reason. He wonders if Jin somehow found out about his past deeds with the Zippel clan, but dismisses the thought. He remains utterly clueless. Jin stands at the edge of the arena, his steps echoing on the stone. "We'll proceed," he declares, with a hand-to-hand fight. No swords, just fists. This is pure punishment. He stands ready, sleeves rolled up, radiating a cold, focused intensity. From the sidelines, Vishkel Ibriano watches, his hand tightening on his sister's chair. Margella asks what's happening. Vishkel recognizes the man Jin is about to fight. "Bubare!" he exclaims softly, realizing the Luna-obsessed fool is actually their infamous sorcerer. "That fool," Vishkel mutters, annoyed that Bubare has gotten himself caught like this. He tells his sister they need to get a closer look. Ceres and Dorma also watches, holding Murakan, utterly confused by the scene. Bubare is shoved into the arena. Ceres can't understand why Jin, who had just dueled her, would bother fighting someone who seems so insignificant. Image, HH3G6D6D6. Veridin Zippel approaches her, trying to introduce himself, but Ceres coldly tells him to screw off, her attention still fixed on Jin. An announcer shouts that the rising star of the Runcandle family is participating in a duel, and the crowd buzzes with anticipation. Guests murmur amongst themselves, wondering who Jin's strangely mismatched opponent could be. Someone notes he arrived with the Ibriano family's group, speculating that, despite his appearance, he must be a skilled combatant. Bubare desperately calls out, asking for a chance to formally introduce himself before the duel begins. "My name is..." Before he can finish, Jin's fist connects squarely with his face. "Shut it," Jin says curtly as blood splatters from the impact. He stands over the reeling Bubare, his expression cold. "I don't even want to know your name." Enraged and humiliated, Bubare channels a strange green energy into his fist. Jin observes the energy calmly. "Aura," he identifies it, surprised. "Is he around 6-star?" Veridin comments that Jin chose someone stronger than himself. Ceres adds that it would be a shame if he breaks. Bubare throws a punch infused with green aura. Jin easily blocks the blow, unimpressed. Bubare laughs maniacally. "You dare lay your hands on me with such meager abilities?" He winds up for another attack, vowing to make Jin beg for forgiveness. But before he can finish, Jin unleashes his own attack, a blinding flash of red energy erupting from his fist. Jin lands a devastating flurry of blows, each punch crackling with energy, completely overwhelming Bubare's defenses. Bubare is sent reeling back, utterly crushed by the sheer force. "It's over," Jin states calmly. Veridin cheers from the sidelines, impressed by Jin's tactic of getting his opponent to lower his guard. Margella turns to her brother looking concerned. "Brother Vishkel," she protests, "I don't understand young Master Jin's actions. Hasn't the victor been made clear already?" she asks, disturbed by Jin's apparent brutality. Vishkel corrects her. "Margella, he's not weaker than the young master." He then looks at her, his eyes gleaming with a hidden motive, understanding her implicit command to intervene. "Are you telling me to fight against young Master Jin?" he asks, confirming her silent request. A nearby guest, unaware of who they are, overhears Margella and cheers her on. Vishkel sighs, then agrees. "All right." He steps forward, walking towards the arena. "Young Master Jin," he calls out, "why don't you put him down and fight me?" Jin turns, recognizing the leader of Kinzello. A duel against a 7-star knight. He knows that whether he wins or loses, this is a fight with merit. He knows that experiencing the Ibriano family's swordsmanship firsthand will be a valuable lesson, especially since their former patriarch was someone even his father recognized as strong. But, as he considers the challenge, a flicker of realization dawns in his eyes. He looks towards Margella, who sits watching with a serene, calculating smile. What a funny young lady, he thinks. He suspects she manipulated her own brother into this difficult position just so she could spectate the fight. "It seems you greatly cherish your sister, Sir Vishkel," Jin says, his tone polite but pointed. Vishkel replies that it's obvious. Jin's expression hardens slightly. "I cherish my sister as well," he says. "As such, I'd like for you to shut your servants up properly from now on." Vishkel smoothly corrects him, claiming that the man Jin just beat is not a servant, but a companion. Jin feigns ignorance, probing further. Could it be that our Bubare Gaston had made some kind of mistake? He deliberately uses Bubare's real name, and Vishkel pauses, surprised he knows it. Vishkel quickly recovers, claiming Bubare was only there to help his sister and that his abilities don't suit a Runcandle banquet. He asks Jin to overlook Bubare's actions, claiming he had no ill intent. Jin connects the final piece of the puzzle, his eyes widening slightly. Bubare Gaston. A montage flashes through his mind. He realizes the man he just beat up is the infamous transformation sorcerer from Kinzello. He wonders what the relationship is between Vishkel and Bubare, recalling that in his past life there was no mention of the Ibriano family having ties to him. Damn it, Jin thinks. He's found Bubare, but now he only has more questions. He can't afford to get distracted when he's facing a 7-star knight. Vishkel readies his stance. "Well then, let's do our best, young Master Jin." Jin mirrors him, readying his own sword. "I hope to learn much from you." The duel begins instantly, both fighters exploding into motion and clashing in the center of the arena with blinding speed. Their swords meet in a shower of sparks. Jin is immediately pushed back, shocked by Vishkel's superior strength. He realizes this isn't the power of a 7-star knight. Vishkel's swordsmanship is fluid and powerful, on the level of his Uncle Zed's. Veridin comments that Jin is holding up well. Ceres adds that the Ibriano family's swordsmanship is famous for its sly, unconventional nature. A sharp clang echoes as Jin is pushed back again, a testament to Vishkel's overwhelming skill. As Jin struggles against the relentless assault, he senses something unusual in the trajectory of the sword. From a distance, Luna watches, a knowing look on her face. They know nothing, she thinks. These Runkandel guys shine brighter in these kinds of situations. She compares their fighting styles. If the Ibriano sword is a sly snake, the Runkandel sword is a charging rhinoceros. Even if its horn were to break, it would never stop charging forward. Jin endures the attacks, the ground cracking under the sheer force of their blows. He grunts as a blow slips past his guard, grazing his chest. Vishkel presses his advantage. Jin knows his opponent is going easy on him. He clutches his chest, breathing hard. But he also recognizes that he's managing to put up a decent fight against someone well past the 7th star. He's reaching his limits, but he's beginning to feel a familiar sensation rising within him. Vishkel senses the shift in Jin's energy. Jin flashes back to his duel with the Tona twins during his Clear Rock training. The same thing I felt then, he realizes. A faint blue aura begins to coalesce around his sword hand, the telltale sign of his unique power awakening. Vishkel praises Jin's performance, perhaps intending to end the duel. He turns slightly, seemingly satisfied with the exchange. But Jin isn't finished. The blue aura intensifies. Vishkel senses the change and spins back around, surprised. Jin's eyes glow faintly blue as the energy surges through him. He channels the power, not aura, not magic, but something else entirely into his sword. The blade glows with an intense, otherworldly blue light. He stands ready, surrounded by the blue energy of his shadow power. Vishkel attacks again, but this time Jin meets him with newfound strength, blocking the blow effortlessly. Vishkel's eyes widen in surprise. An unseen announcer begins to call the victor. Vishkel instinctively touches his neck. A thin red line appears where Jin's blade narrowly missed, and a single drop of blood forms. The cut is shallow, but it's a testament to how close Jin came to landing a decisive blow. The crowd gasps, someone shouting Vishkel's name in shock. Vishkel touches the cut again, a look of genuine surprise and newfound respect on his face. He realizes the true depth of Jin's hidden power, and the fight has taken a completely unexpected turn. As Jin is attended to, Vishkel replays the final moment in his mind. The instant the sword broke, he felt something sharp graze his throat. Could Jin have truly mastered the legendary heart sword during their brief fight? He looks at the unconscious boy and realizes that if Jin had acted just a tenth of a second sooner, and if he himself had reacted a tenth of a second later, the outcome would have been fatal. The medics carefully carry Jin away on a stretcher. Vishkel watches them go, murmuring the boy's name with a newfound sense of dread and respect. Lying on the stretcher, Jin's eyes flutter open for a second. He faintly hears Vishkel's voice call him a scary guy. A soft groan escapes his lips as he finally succumbs to the darkness. Sometime later, Jin groans again as he slowly wakes up, a heavy weight pressing down on his chest. He cracks his eyes open to see Murakan, in his cat form, fast asleep right on top of him. He struggles to breathe, telling the cat to get off. With a grunt, Jin shoves the cat off the bed, earning an indignant screech in return. He sits up, taking in the familiar, opulent surroundings of his own room. Murakan settles on the bedpost, looking annoyed. He tries to piece things together, wondering if he fainted right after his fight. Just then, Gilly's voice cuts through his thoughts, telling him he's awake. She enters with a tray, and Jin immediately asks how long he's been out. Gilly calmly informs him it's been 2 days, much to his surprise. Jin sighs, realizing the banquet is over and he missed his chance to greet the guests. But Gilly tells him not to worry about that. She smiles, explaining that his fight with Vishkel was the talk of the entire event. That alone was more than enough. The guests were buzzing, speculating that Jin had used the legendary heart sword to nearly defeat a 7-star knight. His reputation had skyrocketed overnight, a feat Gilly calls amazing. Jin thinks back to his training with Luna. It wasn't a perfect heart sword, but he finally understands. The grueling days he spent training blindfolded are finally paying off. He remembers her strict commands not to open his eyes. He didn't get it back then, but now he sees how that seemingly impossible training saved him. He flexes his hand, admitting to himself that this power only seems to activate in the most extreme life-or-death situations. Still, he knows he doesn't need to be impatient. Just holding his own against a knight of that caliber was a victory in itself. Besides, he reflects, he gained a lot more from this banquet than just a duel. He now knows for certain that the sorcerer Bubare Gaston and the Kinzello leader Vishkel Ibriano are connected. And that's not all. He also confirmed the status of Verdun Zippel, and even managed to form an unlikely bond with the heir of the Ice Palace, Ceres and Dorma. He focuses on the connection between Bubare and Vishkel. Jin decides the mystery of the transformation crimes can wait. For now, he just needs to gather information. His thoughts are interrupted as Gilly enters with a vase of flowers. He looks at them, surprised. Gilly smiles and explains they were a gift from the heir of the Ice Palace. Looking at the frosty white blooms, Gilly explains that, in the Ice Palace, these flowers mean a never-ending fight. Jin smirks. It seems Ceres is already challenging him to a rematch. Murakami grumbles from the bed that it's the first time he's ever seen Jin get flowers from a girl. Gilly ignores the cat's comment about strawberry pie, her nickname for him. She turns back to Jin with a more serious expression. She tells him the patriarch has summoned him. As soon as Jin asks if his father called, Murakami's ears perk up. Gilly adds that she believes the time has finally come for Jin to prove his worth. Jin says nothing, his mind already connecting the dots. A faint smile appears on his face as he understands what this summons means. He's going to be away from the family for a while. This is it. The moment he officially becomes a trainee flag-bearer. "Where is father?" he asks Gilly, ready to face his destiny. Dressed in a simple traveling cloak, Jin walks through a dark, imposing corridor deep within the Runcandle estate. His heavy footsteps echo in the solemn hall. He arrives at a massive stone archway where his father, Sairon, is waiting, also cloaked. Sairon turns slightly, acknowledging his son's arrival. Jin stands before him in respectful silence. Sairon notes Jin's simple clothes, remarking that it's been a long time since one of his children came to him dressed so humbly. He asks if Jin predicted he'd be leaving home. Jin confirms, stating his plans to depart soon. Sairon seems pleased. Jin thinks to himself that since his regression, his father has become the easiest person in the family to read. Sairon asks if Jin knows where they are. Jin recognizes the mausoleum, the final resting place for those who have performed great deeds for the family. He adds that it's where the clan's greatest heroes are buried. Sairon nods, pleased with his knowledge. His father explains that this sacred ground is reserved for those who have protected the family name for thousands of years. Sairon then brings up the first patriarch, Tamar Runcandel, noting that he isn't buried here. Jin confirms he knows this, and that Tamar has no grave anywhere in the Garden of Swords. Then Sairon gets to the real reason he brought him here. That dark power Jin possesses. He reveals that Jin's shadow magic is the very reason the family cannot properly honor their first ancestor. Sairon explains a dark chapter of their history. After the first patriarch made a pact with a god of shadow, the Runcandles were forced into a humiliating deal with the Zippels, forbidding them from using magic and honoring any ancestor who did. The consequence was a curse on their bloodline. Every Runcandle born since was physically unable to use magic, forcing them to rely solely on the sword. Sairon looks at Jin, recalling the day he defeated the Tona twins. He reminds Jin that he never asked where his power came from, and Jin admits he lied, saying he would use it for the family. His father tells him that his youth saved him back then, but now, things are different. The time for ignoring this anomaly is over. Sairon looks at him intensely and asks a question that stops Jin cold. "Soldaret, have you heard his voice before?" He names the god of shadows. Jin knows the answer is yes. Soldaret calls him his contractor. Though he hasn't heard the god's voice in this life, he knows his father is testing him. Sairon states that the power Jin wields must seem terribly unfair to his siblings, who are bound by the family's curse. Looking Jin dead in the eye, he asks the ultimate question. Can he use that forbidden power to overcome his siblings and seize control of the Runcandle clan? Jin meets his father's gaze without flinching. He declares that he will leave and see the world. Only if he finds nothing more worthy than Runcandle will he return to claim it. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touches Siren's lips as he processes his son's audacious answer. He muses that while Jin's siblings leave to earn the family's acknowledgement, Jin is leaving to decide if the family is worthy of his. He can't decide if it's arrogance or pride. Siren holds up 5 fingers, giving Jin 5 years. In that time, he must either be acknowledged by the family standards or acknowledge the family on his own terms and return with his answer. In response, Jin draws Bradamante, its familiar energy swirling around the blade. He bows his head, holding the sword in a gesture of respect. He thanks his father for everything and promises to greet him again in 5 years. Jin turns and walks away. Outside the mausoleum doors, Gilly waits for him with Murakun on her shoulder. She asks if his talk with the patriarch went well. Jin confirms it did and says all that's left is to depart. But then he pauses, noticing the large trunk Gilly is holding. He looks at her, questioning the luggage. Gilly stands ready, packed and prepared for a long journey, with Murakun looking equally eager to leave. She opens the trunk slightly, fumbling for an explanation. She pulls out a piece of equipment, explaining it's an artifact that will seal his aura. It's a rule for trainee flag bearers, something she learned from the senior nannies. Jin takes the artifact. He admits it feels a little strange, knowing his powers will be sealed away. Gilly reassures him with a gentle smile. As his nanny, her reputation is tied to his. Her own journey is to support his, so he shouldn't feel bad for her. Jin looks at Gilly, truly touched by her unwavering devotion. It's not just for the next 5 years. He promises to protect her always and apologizes for the burden his path places on her. Gilly places a hand on her heart, telling him not to say such things. She explains that her own powers will be sealed as his retainer, but she'll regain them once he completes his trial. She is content with this role. Jin nods, accepting her resolve and telling her to hang in there. Jin looks ahead, his eyes glinting with determination. The imposing towers of the Runkandel estate loom behind them, a world he is now leaving. His eyes are filled with anticipation for the journey ahead, the future unknown. 5 years. The time frame echoes in his mind as he stands on the precipice of his new life. Looking out at the vast world beyond the Garden of Swords, he murmurs that this is the real start. Under a bright blue sky, Jin, Gilly, and Murakun leap into the air, finally leaving Runkandel territory behind. It's time to go. He soars through the air, his cloak billowing behind him as he flies towards a new horizon. A determined smile plays on his lips. He is finally free to see the world, and his 5-year trial has officially begun. Back at the entrance to the Runkandel mausoleum, Siren stands alone, watching the path his youngest son just took. A thought crosses his mind. With his sword alone, he had reached the realm of a demigod, yet even he had failed to break the humiliating oath his ancestors made with the Zipples. The weight of that failure was heavy. Still, he thinks of Jin, a child blessed by Solderette and wielding the forbidden power of shadow. Perhaps his youngest son was their only hope. A flicker of determination appears in Siren's eyes. That child might just possess the strength to finally free the Runkandel family from the shackles of their past. He looks out into the dark woods, a rare sense of anticipation stirring within him. He was eager to see what the future held for his unconventional son. Miles away, deep in a forest clearing, the small group makes camp. A warm flame crackles to life in Jin's palm, a simple feat of magic to light their fire. Gilly watches him, her expression worried. She asks if it was really all right for him to leave without saying goodbye to anyone. She explains that the cadets who followed him, and especially his sister Luna, must be disappointed. Jin waves a dismissive hand. He knows Luna is a free spirit who would understand, and while it was a shame to leave the cadets, it's not like he was heading off to die. He knew if he had told them he was leaving, they would have made a grand, complicated scene out of loyalty. Leaving quietly was simply easier for everyone. Gilly looks to the path ahead and asks where they're going. She mentions that most flag-bearers start their journey in the lawless land of Mamut. Jin looks at her, his plan already set. He knows hunting villains is the fastest way to build a reputation, which is why everyone goes to Mamut. It's the Runkandel way. A reserve flag-bearer must go out into the world with no family support and build their name from nothing. It's a trial to prove they are worthy of the title. He remembers his sister Mary, who became known as the Wind Fury of the South after defeating every challenger in the southern continent. That's how she earned her flag. But his other siblings returned in a year or two. His father had given him 5. Jin knew there was only one reason for the extra time. The swirling shadow energy in his palm is the answer. His father's true test wasn't about fame. It was a command: master this power, and then return. Jin extinguishes the flame and announces their destination, the Arkan Kingdom. Jilly is shocked, reminding him that it's part of the Lutero Magic Federation. She asks why on earth he would head straight into Zippel territory. Jin explains that during his mission to the Kalin ruins, he heard the area was crawling with unregistered magicians causing trouble, a perfect place to start. But he wasn't just after petty criminals. The information from his past life told him these magicians were all puppets for a gang, and what he was really after were the underground auctions they held. He knew those auctions would be filled with priceless artifacts whose true value was unknown. There were a few grimoires he needed, and one very specific ring. But Gilly brings up a more immediate problem, jingling a tiny coin pouch. They can't afford to use the teleportation gate to get there. Jin confirms the family rule. He was only allowed to take 10 gold coins, and since he has to hide his identity, they can't ask for any other support. Their funds were almost nothing. Jin simply holds up a hand. He says that little problem will be solved once they get to the Zhan Kingdom. Jilly is confused, wondering how they'll manage that. Murakhan, perched on her shoulder, sniffs disdainfully and states the obvious: they can just fly. Jin turns to him. "What are you waiting for, Murakhan?" Transform. The dragon is startled, worrying if that's really a good idea. Gilly immediately objects. If someone recognizes him, it could expose everything. But Jin insists, saying they should at least try it once. Murakhan reluctantly agrees, grumbling about what would happen if the family found out as he begins to stretch. Dark blue energy erupts around his small cat form, swirling and expanding with immense power. The energy explodes outwards into a storm cloud of pure shadow, and from within that storm, the massive, terrifying silhouette of a dragon emerges, throwing its head back in a silent, powerful roar. Murakhan, now a colossal black dragon wreathed in shadow, towers over them, his presence blotting out the stars. He lowers his massive head, smoke curling from his nostrils. His voice booms like thunder, telling them to hold on tight. With Jin and Gilly securely on his back, Murakhan tells them he'll have to fly hard to reach the Zhan Kingdom by morning. Far away, back at the Runkandel estate, Luna stands by her window, looking out at the night sky. Her expression is calm, but her eyes are sharp, catching a flicker of movement in the distance. She watches a dark shape moving with impossible speed across the heavens. Even from this distance, she recognizes the silhouette against the dawn sky. It's a dragon. Her eyes widen in disbelief. "It can't be," she whispers. "Jin?" She's astounded. The moment he becomes a reserve flag-bearer, he's already riding a dragon? Her little brother was more audacious than she could have ever imagined. A soft, exasperated sigh escapes her lips. She places a hand gently on the window pane, a small smile playing on her lips. He really was something else. He left without so much as a goodbye to his older sister. "May you find fortune in battle, my cold younger brother," she whispers, sending her blessing after him as the dragon disappears over the horizon. Later, they descend through the dense canopy of a forest in the Zhan Kingdom. Murakhan lands and transforms back into his human form. Gilly stumbles off his back, pale and nauseous. Murakhan rushes to steady her, asking if his strawberry pies is all right. He immediately glares at Jin, blaming him for Gilly's motion sickness. Jin looks back innocently, asking how it's his fault, but Murakhan insists it's because he was flying weird. As they bicker, Gilly moans again, and Murakhan instantly forgets the argument, turning all his attention back to her. He coaches her to take slow, deep breaths, his voice surprisingly gentle. Jin watches, bewildered by this sudden, caring side of the arrogant dragon. Murakhan helps Gilly lean against a tree, fussing over her constantly. Jin wonders if Murakhan's usual rotten attitude was just an act, a persona to fit the fearsome reputation of a black dragon. Murakhan sighs, telling Jin that he'll take care of Gilly. He orders Jin to hurry up and get the money, and to stay out of trouble. Under the moonlight, Jin arrives outside an elegant mansion in the capital. This is the home of the Ville family. Nearby, sitting by a moonlit lake, is Semberville, the young heir Jin rescued years ago. He sighs, thinking of his savior, Jin. He regrets that he only heard about the banquet in Jin's honor after it was already over, missing his chance to see him. He clenches his fists, eternally grateful. Even if it was just a mission for Jin, the boy had saved his life. He remembers Jin's promise to help if he ever needed it, and yearns for a chance to repay the kindness. Just then, a figure emerges silently from the bushes behind him. Sember sighs again, staring at his reflection in the water. When, he wonders aloud, will I ever be able to meet him again? A quiet voice speaks from right behind him. "Hey, Sember!" Sember turns, startled. A hooded figure steps closer, reaching out a hand. Sember starts to ask who it is. Before he can shout, a hand clamps firmly over his mouth. Jin whispers urgently for him to calm down. Jin lowers his hood, revealing his face. He quickly explains that he's the one who saved him from the Kinzello assassins. Sember's eyes go wide with shock and recognition. He asks how Jin got here, and Jin reminds him of his promise to come find him if he ever needed help. Sember nods vigorously, saying he could never forget such a kindness. Jin cuts him off. "All right, that's wonderful. Then I'll wait here." Jin looks him dead in the eye, his expression completely serious, and makes his request. "So bring me some gold and money." Sember just stares back, his jaw slack, utterly dumbfounded. The only sound he can manage is a confused, "Huh." The journey of a reserve. Fladbearer begins with a simple, immutable law. You must hide your identity. The entire point of the trial is to build a reputation from scratch, with your own strength, not the power of the family name. For most young Rimkadels, who had only ever learned how to fight, this meant their first few months were spent in extreme poverty. They were forced to scrape by as mercenaries or bounty hunters, earning every coin and building their name through blood and sweat. They were forced to live poor lives, but we were different. Thanks to a life debt, our journey started with a pouch, overflowing with gold and jewels. We were very different. Instead of a cold camp, our first night was spent feasting at a fine restaurant, with Murakhan tearing into a prime cut of meat. Gilly sighs happily, enjoying the comfort after her rough dragon flight. She remarks that the food in the Zhan Kingdom really isn't bad at all. Murakhan speaks around a mouthful of food, telling Jin he was prepared to starve for a few days. But thanks to him, their journey was starting off easy. He then turns to tease Gilly, reminding her how yesterday she was worried it was extortion. Now, she seemed to be enjoying the spoils just fine. Gilly flushes, but Jin cuts in smoothly. It wasn't extortion, he explains. By giving them the money, Sember was finally able to repay the debt he felt he owed. In fact, he was honored to help. Jin turns to Murakhan, who's still stuffing his face. He points out that they're taking a water teleporter next, and he'd rather not have a repeat of the last time Murakhan got sick. The dragon just scoffs, declaring he's a binge eater who needs to eat now even if he throws it all up later. Jin deadpans that if it wasn't for him, Murakhan would be starving. Murakhan retorts that if he doesn't want to see him vomit, they can just fly. But Jin reminds him he's the one who wanted to use the gate in the first place. Gilly, looking a bit green herself, tries to mediate, but Murakhan immediately drops the argument to fuss over her instead. Jin sighs, getting them back on track. Gilly's motion sickness aside, there was a bigger problem. The place they were heading to now was the Arkan Kingdom. And Arkan is affiliated with the Lutero Magic Federation, which is managed by none other than the Zippel family. They were heading deep into enemy territory. He explains that with 80% of all active dragons sided with Zippel, flying in on Murakhan's back would be an open declaration of war. Murakhan glares, boasting that half of those dragons would run scared at the mere mention of his name. He transforms back into a cat with a puff of smoke, grumbling about how the world has changed. Jin just tells him to stop transforming in the middle of the street. Jin continues his explanation. The Zippels had the backing of dragons, the gods those dragons served, and dozens of contractors. Runkandel, on the other hand, had only him. If it wasn't for his father, the Zippels would have crushed their family long ago. A thought suddenly strikes him. Wait a minute. How was Zippel able to gather so many contractors in the first place? To gather that many in a single generation? Could that really be a coincidence? He strokes his chin, sensing something deeply unnatural was at play. They soon arrive at the Zhan Kingdom's teleportation gate, where a guard asks for their identification. Jin presents their documents, thinking they've finally arrived. He gives the guard their aliases, Jin Grey and Gilly Peaton, here for some simple sightseeing in the Arkan Kingdom. The guard examines their papers and lets them pass. Inside the luxurious waiting room, an attendant makes an announcement. As they settle into the plush seats, the voice warns them of potential dizziness from the teleportation. The announcement fades as the process begins. Jin leans back, relieved. The identification cards fabricated by the family were perfect. Gilly adds that they're sophisticated enough to fool even the infamous Bement Special Affairs Division. An attendant announces that the teleportation is about to start. As the energy swirls around them, Jin thinks back. It's been 15 years since he was last here. The world dissolves into a flash of light and color. As the light fades, the attendant's voice echoes, "We have arrived." They stand before the gloomy, imposing architecture of the Arkan Kingdom's capital. Jin takes in the grim, familiar surroundings without a word. He remembers this place from the last year of his previous life. Even after 15 years, the scenery has barely changed. The streets are still filled with struggling merchants and homeless people huddled in the corners. Everywhere he looks, he sees people with dark, grim faces. As they walk, he remarks on how strangely gloomy the city feels despite the nice weather. Gilly blames it on the tyranny of the local gangs, and Jin agrees, recalling that things were especially bad around this time. First, they need to find a place to stay. After that, they can start hunting for their prey. They soon arrive outside a dilapidated, run-down inn that looks like it's about to collapse. Murakami stops dead in his tracks, utterly disgusted. He asks Jin if they really have to stay in such a run-down dump. Gilly tries to reason with him, but Murakami gestures wildly at Jin, complaining that a rich guy like him shouldn't be staying in a place like this. Jin explains that it would be a bad idea for a group of supposed unregistered mages to show up in a rough neighborhood flashing a lot of cash. Murakami retorts that even orcs wouldn't stay in a place this filthy. Jin cuts him off. "Shut up, we're going inside." Murakami grits his teeth, clearly annoyed. Jin pushes open the creaky door and steps into the grimy, dimly lit common room. He approaches the counter, where a man is slumped over, snoring loudly. Jin asks if he's the owner, startling the man awake. The innkeeper, a sleazy man with thick glasses, blinks at the three of them, surprised to see guests. His eyes dart between them, sizing them up. He sees a gigolo, a beginner swordsman, and a pretty maid, a group of easy targets. A greedy, predatory grin spreads across his face. He quickly grabs a tray holding 3 glasses of a murky orange liquid. He slides it onto the counter with a practiced, cheerful welcome. He offers them the inn's special orange juice, insisting they have a glass while they choose their rooms. Murakami picks up a glass, a knowing smirk on his face. The innkeeper, Jet, urges him to drink up, thinking that once they do, they'll wake up to a new life as slaves in the underground auction house. Jin stares at him, ice in his veins. He thinks to himself that this insignificant bastard must be crazy. Without a word, he smashes his glass against the counter. Jet just stares, completely confused by the sudden violence. He flinches back as Jin glares at him, stammering out a confused question. The tray clatters from his nerveless fingers, crashing to the floor. Jin leans forward, his voice dangerously low and full of menace. He slams his hand down on the counter, the wood cracking under the force of the blow. "How dare you," he asks coldly, "try to poison me?" He picks up the drugged drink intended for Gilly, his expression lethal. Jet stumbles back, terrified, stuttering that he doesn't know what Jin is talking about. Jin looms over him, his voice like doom itself. "Today, Murakami steps forward, cracking his knuckles. His eyes begin to glow as he finishes the sentence. "Will die here." Jin looms over the terrified innkeeper, his voice as cold as steel. "Today, behind him, Murakami radiates pure menace, dark energy swirling as his eyes glow with draconic fury. He finishes the sentence with deadly finality. "Ours will die here." Jet scrambles backward, pleading for them to wait, to talk it over. But Murakami just takes another menacing step forward. "Talk my ass," he scoffs, before lunging forward with a brutal kick that sends Jet flying across the room. Jin watches impassively. He recognizes this man. Jet, the self-proclaimed informant. In his previous life, Jin was once indebted to him. He remembers it clearly. After being exiled, with nothing to his name, it was Jet who helped him settle down in this very city. They had even become close, but it wasn't for any good reason. The man had scammed him countless times, using the promise of introducing him to the underground Tessing auction house, to take every last coin from a naive, desperate Jin. Back in the present, Jin rubs his temples. Just thinking about the past humiliation makes his blood boil. He looks down at the pathetic innkeeper. This life is different. This time, he won't be the victim. As Murakami continues to beat Jet, Jin thinks to himself that this time, he'll be the one doing the using. Jet tries to bluster, shouting that he won't go down without a fight. He boasts weakly that he's a 5-star warrior. Murakami just grabs him by the collar, completely unimpressed. "Who cares?" he snarls, before landing another heavy blow. As the beating continues, Jet finally breaks, screaming that he was wrong, that it wasn't poison, just a sedative. "That's the same thing!" Murakami roars, hitting him again. Gilly watches calmly as Jin decides the man has had enough. Jin places a hand on Murakami's arm. "Stop! Let's hear what he has to say first." Murakami glares, demanding to know why they should talk to someone who tried to drug them. Jet pleads with Jin to save him, promising to make up for his sins. Murakami just tells him to shut up. Jin calmly takes a seat on a nearby barrel, crossing his legs. He tells Jet he's going to ask a few simple questions. The terms are simple: lie and you die. Tell the truth and you live. "And I will be the one judging your answers," Jin adds, his gaze sharp and unwavering. "Got it?" The terrified man nods frantically. Murakami finally shoves Jet to the floor with a grunt, stepping back to let Jin handle the interrogation. "Okay," Jin begins. "What do you do?" The man scrambles to answer. His name is Jet, an inn owner and an informant. Jin presses him for more. Jet reluctantly confesses he's also a scammer and a human trafficker. Murakami sighs in disgust. Jet quickly adds that if they spare him, he'll be incredibly useful. He claims to know everything about the city of Arkan. Jin stands, confirming that the reason Jet drugged them was to sell them off somewhere. Jet hastily agrees, apologizing profusely. Jin then asks the crucial question: where? Jet hesitates, and in that instant, a flash of energy crackles in Jin's hand, a clear threat. The man screams in terror, expecting another blow. He blurts out the answer: an underground testing auction house. Jin looms over him, demanding every detail. Jet spills everything, explaining that Tessing is a dark organization that auctions slaves, illicit drugs, and stolen artifacts. A place that has everything. Finally, Jin says, the name he wanted to hear. He tells Jet he'll be healed by tonight, and that he should know what to do next. The man bows, thanking him over and over. Murakami questions why they're wasting money healing trash like him, and Gilly agrees, worried he'll just betray them again. Jin turns to them, a plan already forming in his mind. A dark organization and an underground auction house, he says. Is there anything better to bring down? He adds that it's not too late to get rid of Jet later. For now, he says, they need a guide in Arkan, so they might as well trust him. Gilly heads for the door, saying she'll go find a healer to treat him. Murakami just watches her go, silent. Jin lets out a soft sigh. It's tiring, he thinks, having to act like this when he already knows everything. But since he can't tell anyone he's a regressor, he has no choice but to play the part. As he leaves the inn, he tells Jet to get plenty of rest. Jet calls after him weakly, telling him to call if he needs anything. Later, Jet examines his bruised but healed face in a mirror, assuming the talented healer Gilly found was from the Magic Federation. He curses them under his breath for beating him, then healing him. He wonders who his mysterious guests are. Heirs to a powerful family? Special agents? He considers betraying them, but quickly realizes it would be suicide. There would be nothing left of him if he crossed them. Later that night, Jin returns. Now then, he says, let's get going. He states their destination simply, to the underground auction house. Jet leads them through the dark city streets to a lavish, well-guarded mansion, the public front for the auction. The guards at the gate eye their group with suspicion. One of them calls out to Jet, asking why he brought so many people with him. He eyes Jin's group, asking if they're products. Jet quickly smooths things over, telling the guard to open the door for his guests. The guard hesitates for a moment. He reluctantly opens the gate and lets them pass. The heavy door creaks shut behind them. They step into a surprisingly opulent hall, flooded with light. Jin takes in the scene, his eyes sharp. A massive, glittering chandelier hangs from the ceiling. Elegantly dressed guests in masks mingle, while an orchestra plays softly. Jin comments dryly that it's a funny sight. For a place run by gangsters, it's quite the elaborate facade. Murakami whispers to Jin that while the public boss is a man named Salka, the real power behind Tessing is someone else entirely. Jet approaches, handing them masks and advising them to cover their faces. Jin takes a mask and asks who the real boss is. Jet leans in and whispers the name Spider Hands Alu. He explains that the lavish decor is all to Alu's taste, an attempt to hide the fact that he's just an uneducated gangster. But Alu is more than just a street boss. He's an imposing figure, a man with the power to control the city's entire underworld. And more than that, he's a 7-star martial artist from a foreign land. Jet leans closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Rumor has it, he says, that he has connections to the pure-blood Runkandle family. The name hits Jin like a physical blow, his eyes widening in shock. Runkandle? Murakami warns him to ignore it, doubting that the Runkandles would associate with low-life gangsters. Gilly agrees, saying she can't imagine anyone in the family who would fit that description. But Jin thinks to himself, no, there is one. His mind flashes back to his first life, and the bastard who placed a curse on him, preventing him from ever wielding a sword. If this gangster has ties to the Magic Federation, Jin reasons, then it's highly likely it's him, the Bladed Illusion, a 9-star curse. There couldn't be a mage in a place like Tessing capable of casting something so powerful. For 15 long years, he had searched for a clue, any clue, about the origin of that curse, and found nothing. Murakami tries to refocus him on their mission, but Jin knows he can't let this go. He has to grasp at any straw he can find. He puts on his mask, his eyes glowing faintly with resolve. The potential link between this underground auction boss and the tormentor from his past is too important. It's worth checking out. Inside the opulent heart of the Tessing auction house, the air is thick with tension. Murakami, ever the skeptic, gets straight to the point, asking Jin for the plan. He doubts it's anything more than brute force. Gilly agrees, noting the skilled guards and hidden mages lurking everywhere. A straight fight would be suicide. Jin turns slightly, a mask hiding his expression, but his eyes hold a calm, unnerving confidence. "Don't worry about that," he says smoothly. "I have a plan." Murakami throws his hands up in exasperation, wondering what goes on inside Jin's head. Gilly, genuinely worried, calls his ideas unconventional, questioning if a Runkandle should even be involved in such shady dealings. Jin leans in closer, lowering his voice to share the details privately. Murakami hesitates, still doubtful, but ready to listen. Sensing their unease, Jin offers a confident smirk. "Don't worry," he says. "If a problem occurs, we can just run away." Murakami is not comforted by that option. Jet nervously interrupts, gesturing to a private balcony. He explains he got them a seat that wasn't too conspicuous, just as he was told. Just then, a man peeks dramatically through the stage curtains, bathed in light. He spreads his hands wide in a showman's welcome. His voice booms, welcoming the guests to the Flower of Tessing. The view expands, revealing an opulent hall filled with masked figures in plush red seats. The auctioneer finishes his grand introduction, the underground auction house. Jin stands silently at the railing of their private box, taking it all in. His eyes scan the layout, the patrons assessing every detail. As they take their seats, the auctioneer announces the next product. "It doesn't matter where you're from or what your story is," he booms. The view suddenly shifts to a bare foot clamped in a cruel metal shackle. "Today's first product is something you can use to your liking," he continues cheerfully, as the camera reveals both ankles are bound. With sickening enthusiasm, he announces the item, a slave. A line of broken, chained men are paraded onto the stage. A murmur goes through the crowd. Someone remarks on the good condition of the slaves. Another points out one who looks useful. The casual dehumanization is chilling. Jet shrinks in his seat, sweating. The reality of what he almost did to them hits him hard. He was going to sell them just like that. He forces a terrified laugh, realizing how foolish and close to death he had been. Jin watches the deplorable scene with disgust. Slaves, he thinks. But then, a small, grim silver lining, at least there are no children. Murakami leans over, his usual flippancy gone. "Kid, what do we do?" he asks. Jin's eyes remain fixed on the stage. "We wait," he replies calmly. Murakami accepts this. He knows that sometimes useful things pop up in these auctions. He decides he'll get first dibs on anything he wants, and then they'll make their move. But Jin's mind is on a specific prize, the ring artifact. He knows from his past life that it's probably rotting in a storage room somewhere. He can just grab it after their plan is in motion. On stage, the auctioneer claps his hands together, ready to begin. With a final flourish, he officially starts the auction, and the crowd roars with anticipation. For now, they would have to wait patiently. A week passes. The auction is still going strong. The same energetic auctioneer calls out bids rapidly, asking if there's anyone else. In their private box, Jet leans towards Jin, looking extremely anxious. He whispers that they've done nothing but observe for a whole week. He warns Jin that if they don't purchase anything soon, the people from Tessing might start causing trouble. Jin turns his sharp gaze on him. "Isn't it your job to prevent that?" he asks coolly. Jet immediately backpedals, completely cowed. Jet fumes silently, terrified he'll get caught in the crossfire. He knows that at this rate, his powerful guests are going to get kicked out. He panics, begging them in his mind to just buy something before he gets into trouble. As if on cue, the auctioneer announces the next item, an ornate grimoire. The auctioneer claims it belonged to Matthew Wannock, a legendary mage. He says they couldn't neutralize the magic inside, hinting at its power, and starts the bidding at 80 gold. Jin sighs internally. "Matthew Wannock? It's Matthew Mornick, you scammers," he thinks. He knows all of Mornick's real grimoires are managed by the Zippel family. This one is a fake, just like most of the items sold over the past week. The host keeps spinning lies, and arrogant mages with more money than sense keep falling for it. As the fake is removed, the auctioneer prepares to announce the next grimoire. He dramatically reveals the author's name, Chenmi. The bidding starts at 50 gold. The price climbs quickly. Suddenly, Murakami leans over, his voice sharp and urgent. "Kid." He looks surprisingly intense. "Buy that," he commands. He thinks to himself that if this grimoire truly belongs to the Chenmi he knew, this is a very big deal. The auctioneer's eyes widen in surprise as an unexpectedly high bid is called. It's Jin holding up his paddle. The bid is 150. The crowd murmurs, wondering who this noble is, buying an unknown book at such a high price. The sale is confirmed. Murakami watches with satisfaction, still wondering how a grimoire recommended by a dragon ended up in a place like this. But Jin knows there's no need to ask why. Sometimes, things are just found in unexpected places. The auction moves on to the next item. The name is announced, Shujiel Hister. Jin reacts instantly, his eyes narrowing. The name resonates deep within him. Murakami turns, completely unfamiliar with the name. He's never heard of Hister, just like he'd never heard of Chenmi. Before the bidding can even start, Jin raises his paddle, a faint purple aura flickering around it. 200, he calls out, shocking the room. The crowd buzzes with confusion. Who is this guy, buying strange, obscure items at such high prices? Murakami demands to know why he bid so high. Jin brushes it off, saying he just felt like buying one more thing. But his real reason is much deeper. To think he would find it here. The grimoire belonged to the family of his master from his previous life. An image of a powerful, red-haired mage flashes in his mind. That family was wiped out hundreds of years ago. Finding a trace of it here is impossible, a ghost from a forgotten past. The winning bid is confirmed. Jin thinks he'll give the book to his master one day when he meets her again. Shaking off the nostalgia, he decides the observation phase is over. It's time to act. Later, in a private room, the two grimoires rest on a table. Murakami picks up the Chenmi grimoire, flipping through the ancient pages. After a moment, a single word escapes his lips, filled with impressed recognition. Amazing. He confirms it's the Chenmi he was thinking of, but then he points to the Hister grimoire, noting a bizarre and tacky code written inside. Jin smirks. Of course there's a code. The only people who can decipher it are his master, and him. Jet, meanwhile, sighs in relief, just glad they finally bought something and didn't get into trouble. Jin's demeanor shifts. He turns his full attention to the informant. "Jet," he says, his voice now cold with command. He stands tall, looking down at the suddenly fearful man. "I need to meet with Spider-Hand's Alu." Jet panics, insisting it's impossible. Jin cuts him short, grabbing his shoulder. "Then go and tell Alu this," he commands, leaving no room for argument. Leaning in, he delivers the message with a chilling smirk, a calculated bluff designed to shake the very foundations of this place. That Veridin Zippel wants to see his face. The name Zippel strikes absolute terror into Jet's heart. This crazy bastard, he thinks, scrambling down the hallway as fast as he can. He realizes his guest isn't just some agent, but a pure-blooded Zippel, a member of the most powerful magic clan in the world. Jet sees his chance. He'll become an informant for Zippel and leave this hellhole for good. He bursts through a door into a room full of guards, screaming that Veridin Zippel is here. Alu's personal security, a group of imposing men in suits, turn at the commotion. One of them takes a heavy, purposeful step forward. Moments later, the lead guard approaches Jin's group. "Hey you," he says, his tone rough. "You're Veridin?" he continues. "Follow me. The boss wants to see..." But Jin doesn't wait. In a flash, he strikes, a powerful blow connecting squarely with the guard's face. The guard stumbles back in a furious rage, a ball of fire erupting in his hand. He's no ordinary thug. Jin remains completely unfazed. "Hey you," he says calmly. "Are you Alu?" The question and Jin's clear power intimidate the guard. He stammers that he was only sent to escort them. Jin doesn't care. He unleashes his own power. A massive wave of crackling energy slams into the guard, overwhelming him completely. As the man reels amidst the smoke and dust, Jin stands over him, his voice dripping with the arrogance of the identity he's assumed. "I revealed my name, but he dares to send his underlings?" He stares down at the incapacitated guard, his eyes glowing. "I'm saying this one more time." His voice is hard, leaving no room for misunderstanding. "Tell him to come here himself." Image, show 4 Itono 78. The final, humiliating demand hangs in the air. Crawling on all fours at my feet, the real confrontation has begun. A heavy thud echoes in the silent room as a large, thick-veined hand slams onto the floor. A man in a red coat is performing a full kowtow, his forehead pressed to the ornate tiles, completely prostrate before Jin. His voice is muffled but filled with reverence. "I am Alu," he says, "the one who takes care of the Tessing. The powerful hidden boss is completely submitting." "I failed to recognize you," he continues, his voice strained. "Who resides in the sky above this earth?" He finishes his plea simply, "Please forgive me." Jin stands over him, cloaked in radiating cold authority. Alu's mind races. He thinks back to Jin's earlier display of power. Had anyone else claimed to be Veridin Zippel, he would have laughed. But this one is different. He recalls the overwhelming aura, the menacing grin. The flame ball he used was at least 5-star magic. To use magic of that level at such a young age, Alu reasons that only a Zippel could do it. The power Jin displayed gives frightening credibility to his claim. The scene shifts. A week ago, Jin explains his plan to a shocked Murakhan and Gilly. "I'm going to pretend to be Veridin Zippel," he states plainly. Murakhan recoils, yelling, "What?" Gilly is equally stunned. Jin explains that even if Alu has connections within the Zippel clan, they'd be low-level. He's banking on the fact that Alu can't get in touch with the real Veridin quickly enough. He tells Gilly that Alu won't be able to prove he's a fake. But Gilly is deeply troubled. For her, it's not about being exposed. Her concern runs deeper. If the Runkandel family, or even the Patriarch, ever found out that Jin impersonated the heir of their greatest rival, the consequences would be catastrophic. Back in the present, Jin looks down at the kneeling Alu. "Get up," he commands curtly. Alu rises, towering over Jin but keeping his head bowed in deference. Jin holds up the 2 grimoires. "Take a look at these," he instructs. "What do you think they are?" Alu recognizes them from the auction and immediately understands the implication. He stammers an apology, claiming he requested the magic texts without Zippel's permission, trying to cover his tracks. Jin presses his advantage, stating that the 2 magic texts are dearly valued by his family, adding weight to his presence. Alu continues to grovel, claiming he's just a martial artist who didn't recognize their value. Jin cuts him off, grabbing his coat. "How much money have you made like this?" he demands. Alu tries to deflect again, but Jin interrupts coldly, threatening to retrieve the stolen goods himself. He drops the pretense. "Shut up," he snaps, "and bring me the account book and customer list." The command hangs in the air, emphasized by a close-up on Jin's piercing blue eye. He adds a deadline and a threat. "My family will begin their investigation tomorrow." Alu stares, processing the terrifying implications of a full-scale Zippel investigation. He is silent, his mind racing. He knows this could be the end. Tessing may be powerful in Arkan, but compared to Zippel, they are nothing more than a local gang. He's a small man, standing in the palm of a giant. If the investigation uncovers anything that irritates Zippel, That will be the end of Tessing. In his office, Alu presents a partial list of items from the auction. Jin isn't satisfied. Are there more? Alu admits that other items are being guarded in the employee residence. He asks for permission to leave, claiming he can bring them immediately. But Jin sees right through the lie. "You're going to destroy the important documents," Jin states bluntly. "Then check if I'm real by contacting the people you've bribed." Alu flinches, hit exactly where it hurts. Jin feigns permission. "All right, go on," he says. "Go and do all that you can." But he adds a chilling reminder, a predatory glint in his eye. "Don't forget, you're still in the palm of my hand." Alu bows stiffly. "I'll be right back," he says, before instructing a subordinate to guide Sir Veridin around the storage area. The subordinate dutifully agrees. As he leaves, Alu gives one last order: "Keep him within the mansion until I'm back." He's setting a trap. Once he's alone, Alu's composure cracks. "Piece of shit!" Acting all arrogant, he seethes. His face contorts in fury. He thinks of all the money he's spent on his Zippel connections, the very connections he will now use to verify Jin's identity. He resolves to find a way to get the grimoires back. He can't let them stay in the hands of this suspicious Veridin. Meanwhile, in the storage area, Murakami is gleefully rummaging through chests. Gilly asks Jin if this is really all right. Jin just reassures her that it's all stolen goods anyway. The subordinate watches in dismay as Murakami loudly complains that everything is garbage. Murakami turns to Jin. "Hey kid, Alu is going to realize you're a fake. What are you going to do?" Jin looks up calmly. "What do you mean?" He explains the simple plan with a smirk. They're just shopping for free, and then running off before Alu gets back. Jin focuses on a set of ornate black boxes. He opens one carefully. Inside, nestled on silk, is a simple but elegant ring. A satisfied smile spreads across his face. "Found it," he thinks. "This was what he came for." Gilly approaches, still worried. "Young master, are we going to continue doing reckless things like this?" Jin just smiles. "I'll take that as a compliment, Gilly." An urgent voice calls out his title. Jet bursts into the room, waving a ledger frantically. He presents the book, panting, explaining that it contains all the information on the slaves. Jin takes it, his work here almost done. He turns to leave, signaling their departure. The subordinate nervously tries to stop them, saying the boss will be back shortly. He asks them to please stay in the mansion. Before he can finish, Jin moves in a blur, incapacitating the guard with a swift, brutal strike. The guard collapses, unconscious. Jin stands over the fallen man as his companions watch in shock. Jet stammers, utterly bewildered. He quickly switches to frantic praise, impressed but terrified by Jin's power. He doesn't understand why Jin is beating up Alu's men. Jin turns to him, his expression serious. "Jet, do you have any family?" The man stammers that he has a son. "Take him and run away," Jin instructs, "preferably to the Bement Empire." He explains that Jet's only path to survival is to become a whistleblower, to give the accounts to the authorities. But Jet rejects the idea, declaring he'll stay by Veridin's side. This is his chance to finally succeed. He drops to his knees, pleading to serve in this great endeavor. Jin looks down at him, almost pityingly. "Ah, I'm sorry, but..." He delivers the final, crushing blow. "I'm not Veridin Zippel." Jet freezes, his face a mask of utter disbelief and horror. "Chudding? Sorry?" The single word echoes his complete shock as his desperate hope crumbles into dust. 2 hours later, Alu stands in the darkened room, his expression grim. He'd heard something through the Zippel hotline. He glances at the unconscious guard on the floor. "Veridin Zippel," he says, has long silver hair. He knows he's been played. A heavy silence hangs in the air. Alu turns, his face masked in shadow. A subordinate reports that the imposters took the customer lists and information on the slaves, and then they ran, saying Tessing was finished. Alu clenches his fist, his jaw tight with rage. He gives a simple, deadly command. "Chase after them." The subordinate is shocked, unable to believe the boss would openly pursue them. Alu doesn't tolerate hesitation. He grabs the man by the throat, his eyes glowing red with fury. Power surges around him as his rage manifests. He slams the guard into the ground with immense force as the other men flinch back in terror. He roars his final order, his voice filled with killing intent. "Take all the remaining men and bring back those fraudulent bastards." His face is a mask of pure, unrestrained fury. "I'll skin them with my own hands." The hunt is on. Jin looks up from the campfire. I need to see if he's connected to the run candles, he states calmly. The suspicion from his past life still lingers. Murakami just sighs, resigned to Jin's decision. Jin holds up the Heister ring. He says that after Alu basically gifted them the grimoires and this masterpiece, he can't just leave. The ring clearly holds significant personal value. Murakami leans forward, genuinely curious. He's still baffled by how Jin knew about such ancient and obscure items. Suddenly, a shout cuts through the night. "Over here," another voice confirms, closer now. "They're hiding over here, they've been found." The pursuers are closing in fast, yelling to call the boss. Alu's forces have arrived. Murakami looks up, annoyed. "Tsk, they're so noisy." Jin gets to his feet, ready for the confrontation. He draws Bradamante, its blade gleaming in the firelight. An imposing aura builds around him as he announces his intention to go have a short talk. A figure bursts through the trees, breathing heavily. It's Alu, his face contorted with rage. "Found you," he snarls. "You scamming bitches," he roars. He glares down at them from a higher ledge. "How dare you? Did you really think you could fool Alu and get away?" His face twists in a mask of pure fury as he screams his threats, promising to hang them in the market as an example to all who would dare cross him. Jin calmly interrupts, holding up the slave ledger. The register upon which the names of kidnapped slaves were written? Alu falters, shocked that Jin still has the evidence. Jin continues smoothly, listing the damning items. The transaction ledger with the ancient grimoire the Zippel family is looking for. As well as the customer registry, he adds, that lists all the aristocrats who turned a blind eye to your crimes. With a flick of his wrist, magical energy flares. Jin reveals his checkmate. "I've been spreading those all throughout the world. Countless copies of the documents fly into the night sky like magic mail. By tomorrow," Jin states coldly, "the entire world will be watching you." He adds mockingly, "Isn't magic mail convenient?" The magical papers swirl around them. Jin looks Alu dead in the eye, delivering the final verdict. "To be frank, you're finished." Alu lets out a primal scream of pure, unrestrained rage. His threats escalate into promises of torture, of skinning them alive and burning them every time they pass out. Jin calmly turns to Murakami. "Murakami," he says. The dragon just glances over, annoyed. "What? I want to have a one-on-one fight with Alu," Jin requests. Murakami just lets out an exasperated groan. He stands up, stretching dramatically as he walks towards the approaching crowd of Tessing thugs. "What a pain," he sighs. Allah spots him. "You crazy bastard. What do you think you can do alone?" he bellows, ordering his forces to attack. He gives a specific command, "Leave the kid alive and bring him to me." He wants his torture. "Kill the rest of them," Alu screams, as magic and steel fly towards Murakami. Murakami simply raises a hand, completely unimpressed. A blade of pure shadow manifests, instantly slicing through an attacking guard. He moves like a whirlwind, effortlessly cutting down every man who charges him. The guards attack with grim determination, but a single blast of dark energy sends them all flying. The battlefield is chaos, but Murakami moves through it untouched, blasts of shadow and ice erupting around him, taking out dozens of opponents in seconds. His eyes glow with power and utter boredom. He stomps his foot, unleashing a massive shockwave of dark, icy energy that engulfs the remaining attackers. A mage screams as the blast hits him point blank. The impact sends him flying. Murakami casually flicks his wrist, taking out more distant foes. His eyes glow fiercely as he channels more power, the very ground freezing and cracking beneath him. The Tessing mages look on in terror, their spells useless against this overwhelming force. Alu screams at them to fire, but they stammer that they'll hit their own comrades. "Then just aim for those guys in the back," Alu bellows, pointing at Jin and Gilly. "Jilly," Jin says, "step back." He raises a hand, and a swirling ball of intense fire magic forms instantly. Spells fly through the air, but Jin's magic intercepts them all. He stands amidst the colliding elements, effortlessly countering every attack. He thinks to himself that they're all below 5-star. These mages pose no threat. As the spells collide, Orgel's pendant flares to life, a gift from Luna, forming a powerful barrier that absorbs the remaining impacts. An attacking mage stares in disbelief at the impenetrable shield. Jin smiles faintly. Things have gotten a bit easier thanks to Sister Luna. Gilly just chides him for not even saying goodbye to her. Murakan's exasperated voice cuts through the chaos. "Oh, for crying out loud," he roars at the few terrified survivors, his eyes blazing with draconic power. "You weaklings have nothing but your numbers." Image, Shay4P34333CG. "What a pain," he yells again, unleashing a massive wave of pure blue energy. The energy crashes down like a tidal wave, freezing and shattering everything in its path, wiping out the rest of Alu's forces in an instant. Alu stands alone amidst the frozen remains of his subordinates, utterly stunned. His face is slack with shock, his boiling rage warring with complete disbelief. A low, broken chuckle escapes his lips. The chuckle builds into a full-blown maniacal laugh as he clutches his blade, trembling with fury. The laughter turns into a raw scream of pure rage. He's consumed by it, lost in a vortex of fury. A surviving guard whispers that the boss has gone mad. Jin just watches calmly. Has he gone insane? Well, that'll save me some trouble, Jin thinks. Murakan strolls back, brushing dust from his clothes. "Hey, kid, I took care of the small fries." "You can do whatever you want now." Alu finally brings his rage under control, focusing it like a laser on Jin's group. "You bastards," he demands, his voice dangerously low. "Who sent you here?" His eyes glow white with power as he roars the question again. "Who was it?" Jin responds coolly. "What does it matter? You'll die anyway." With blinding speed, he lunges forward, energy crackling around him. Alu is shocked by his speed. He realizes he needs information, but Jin is already pressing the attack. Alu gathers his own power, his body erupting in a column of white fighting spirit. "I don't intend to get beaten down here," he declares. Murakan smirks from the sidelines. "Heh, kid, you finally found someone worth fighting." Jin assesses his opponent, confirming the rumors. He is indeed a 7-star martial artist. Murakan calls out a final warning. "Hey, kid, he'll be different from that Vishkel guy. This one is itching to kill you." Alu stands ready, surrounded by his immense aura, focused entirely on Jin. "Give it your best," Murakan advises with a grin, "and don't die. The stage is set." Alu erupts in fury. "How dare a measly mage come to the front line?" he roars, still believing Jin's strength is only magic. He sees Jin's smirk as disrespect. "Are you looking down on me, you rookie?" With explosive speed, they charge. Their swords clash with a blinding flash and a deafening clang as pure force meets skilled defense. Alu's eyes widen in surprise. He felt the strength behind that block, far more than he expected from a mage. He stares at Bradamante, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. A sword, he thinks, startled. Jin uses the opening, his swift counterattack forcing Alu to leap back. "You bastard," Alu snarls, his initial assessment completely shattered. The pieces click into place. "So you weren't a mage," he yells, finally understanding he's facing a swordsman. Their blades meet again in a furious exchange, the clang of steel echoing through the night. They trade blows rapidly, sparks flying as Jin moves with incredible speed, easily keeping pace with the veteran martial artist. The fight is a blur of motion. Jin spins, deflecting another powerful blow. Another quick slash is narrowly avoided. Jin darts back, creating distance, his eyes keenly observing his opponent. He lunges forward, his blade scraping against Alu's coat as the larger man twists away just in time. Alu grunts in annoyance. A shallow hit. Jin notes that he only grazed him. Alu is already sweating. He's fast, he thinks. He's not even fighting with his all, but it's already too much to handle. A thought strikes him. "So the fireball you used was an artifact?" he shouts, trying to make sense of it all. He can't believe he fell for such a simple trick. But Alu's focus quickly shifts to the sidelines. His real fear is directed at the man who single-handedly decimated his forces. He knows that man is stronger than him. He wonders why the stronger opponent is just standing there, watching. Murakan just smirks, clearly enjoying the show. "Looks like he's receiving some hard blows," he chuckles. Gilly turns to him, her expression worried, asking if he's really not going to do anything. She fears that even for Jin, a 7-star martial artist might be too much. Murakan dismisses her concerns. "It's fine, strawberry pie," he says. "That brat needs to learn how precious life is." Gilly is unconvinced, but knows arguing about the nickname is pointless. Murakami raises an eyebrow. It seems like you think the kid's going to lose. Gilly looks startled by the direct question. Back in the fight, Alu presses his attack, swinging his massive blade down with full force. Jin meets the blow again, but this time he doesn't just block. His eyes flash with determination. He begins channeling energy into his sword. Alu grins ferociously, expecting to overpower him. "This is the end!" Alu roars. But Jin just smirks back, a predator's grin. He thinks back to the history of his clan, back when Runcandle magic swordsmen ruled the battlefield. Alu's eyes widen in shock. To them, a mere 2-star difference in power was nothing. As the thought crosses his mind, he gathers bright orange fire magic in his free hand. He unleashes the fireball point blank while their swords are still locked. The explosion engulfs Alu, sending him staggering back in a cloud of flames. He recoils, smoke rising from his coat, his eyes wide with disbelief. "It wasn't an artifact?" he realizes with horror. "You bastard," that means. The impossible truth dawns on him as Jin stands amidst the flames, sword held ready. "You're a magic swordsman?" Jin doesn't answer. Instead, crackling blue lightning begins to arc across his body and sword. The lightning intensifies, swirling around him like a storm. A bolt streaks across the sky above, mirroring the power he now wields. He charges forward, sword wreathed in lightning, striking faster than ever before. Alu grits his teeth, struggling against the unexpected onslaught, cursing himself for underestimating his opponent. He glares at Jin, who stands ready, surrounded by lightning. "You'll lose your life, child," he bellows, preparing his own counterattack. Jin ignores the threat. Dark, swirling shadow force begins to gather around him. A command echoes in his mind, "Helmet release." The shadow force erupts, surging upwards in a pillar of pure darkness. Alu stares, confused and wary. "What is this?" he stammers, unable to comprehend this new power. The swirling shadows coalesce, taking form around Jin. "What is this?" Alu shouts. "Image. Shay44055. Jin grips his sword, now infused with the dark energy. Alu looks on, his face a mask of shock as the shadows solidify. The shadow energy forms sharp, intersecting lines across Jin's body. The transformation continues, the dark energy hardening around him. Alu is utterly stunned, mouth agape. Intricate patterns of shadow armor spread across Jin's form. Suddenly, a deep cut appears on Alu's chest. He didn't even see Jin move. The shadow armor fully materializes, sleek and menacing, covering Jin's torso and head like a helmet. Jin stands within the newly formed armor, his eyes blazing with power from behind the dark visor. He radiates an aura far more dangerous than before. Alu is now facing an entirely new level of threat. He stands over the fallen man, casually inspecting his blade. Murakami and Gilly approach. "As I thought," Murakami says, recognition in his voice. "It was Muleta's rune." Gilly looks confused. Murakami explains that thousands of years ago, the rune was crafted for the first emperor of Bement, a masterpiece that could block any attack below 7-star. He wonders how it ended up in the hands of gangsters. Jin holds up the ring artifact that activated the armor. He already knew what it was, an object that, in his past life, wouldn't be discovered for another 5 years. He remembers the chaos it caused in the news back then, which is how he knew the exact location and date of its discovery. His regression gave him the ultimate advantage. Alu coughs violently, spitting up blood. His life is fading fast. Jin walks over to the downed man, his armor now dissipated. "Let me ask you one thing before you die, Alu," Jin says, looking down at him. "Image, HH4's ATO-17 I heard you have ties to the Runcandle family. Is that true?" Murakami comments dryly that he should have asked earlier, wondering what kind of answer he expects from a dying man. Alu lets out a weak, choked laugh, a rattling, dying laugh. "Okay," he rasps, a strange light in his eyes. "I know now." He speaks, his voice weak but clear. "You're Jean Runcandle," he continues, confirming Jean's deepest fears about his past. "I see. So it was true that you failed." "Image, Shay4444022." Jin's expression remains neutral. "But you're merely the youngest," Alu adds cryptically. "You can't stop that," he gasps. "Person." With that final broken word, Spider Hands Alu dies. Murakami looks over at Jin, confused. What is he talking about? Jin realizes that Spider-Hand's Alu was just an alias. Murakami is still puzzled. I need to look into it, Jin states simply. He ponders the situation. A 7-star martial artist running a gang with connections to his family. Murakami shrugs, mentioning that a 9-star run candle once ran a bar. It's not that strange, but Jin's focus is singular. He needs to know who that person is. It's crucial, especially since he plans on becoming the head of the family one day. Alu's dying words echo in his mind. You failed. You can't stop that person. He analyzes the implications. If Alu knew who he was, then the failure he mentioned was likely his death in his first life. And the reason he pointed out that Jin was the youngest, unable to stop that person, is because he knows about the power struggle between the Runkandel siblings. Jin mentally cycles through them. His sisters, Mew and Anne, were too inexperienced. The Tona twins, not smart enough. His thoughts pinpoint the most likely suspect, someone sensitive to rank, who would have pulled strings the moment they discovered his talent. A sharp, calculating orange eye flashes in his memory. That person is... An image forms in his mind, his imposing second brother, the next heir to Runkandel, Joshua. There's no one else as influential, whether he's jumping to conclusions or not. I'll find out soon, he resolves, determination hardening his expression. The face of his brother, confident and calculating, looms in his thoughts. Time passes. The world moves on. Newspapers fly off the presses. The headlines scream the news. Tessing has been eliminated in a joint investigation between the Zippel family and Bement. The public celebrates the downfall of the evil gang. The articles credit an internal informant, Jet, whose remorse led him to come forward. The official narrative credits Zippel and Bement, and Tessing was destroyed in just one day. Elsewhere, Jin reads the same paper. Seems like Jet did a good job, he comments. Murakami just clicks his tongue. Jin knows Jet is paying a price, being harassed by the authorities. But it's a small price to pay for his life. Murakami just thinks the trash deserves more pain. Murakami grins. Zippel and Bement may have taken the credit, but Jin got all the benefits, the ring, the grimoires, and a victory against a 7-star knight. Gilly offers a word of caution, reminding him not to get careless just because he won. Jin agrees, acknowledging that Alu was nothing compared to a true master like Gilly. They stand on a dock, ready for their next move. Thanks to Jet, no one will be looking for them. So, Jin says, let's relax and head to our next destination. Tikan, the independent city. Gilly immediately makes the connection. They're going there for the 7 colors. Jin confirms. Murakami is still processing. Jin explains it's a large information guild, the most reliable one outside of the great powers. Murakami notes Jin's pattern of using shady characters to achieve his goals. Jin just smiles. Murakami sighs, accepting it as one way to do things. As they board a ship, Jin reflects. He needs to provide a proper purpose for his actions to Gilly and Murakami, a justification for his seemingly random knowledge. There are so many things to look into, Conzello, Alu's past, the Colin ruins, image HHHHHHHHHHHHHHH9HH, and for that, the 7 colors in Tikan is the most suitable place. Later, Murakami approaches him. More importantly, kid, I figured out that magic from the Chenmi grimoire. I think it's light magic, he reveals. Jin is surprised, thinking it vanished long ago. Murakami confirms it did, explaining that Chenmi was an enemy of the Zippel family. He describes their ruthlessness. The Zippels wiped anyone who annoyed them from the history books. That's why no records remain. He gives Jin a grave warning. If the Runkandels don't overcome their own limitations, they will face the same fate. Jin silently considers this. Murakami says learning this magic is important and that he'll show him now. He smirks, gathering dark energy in his hands that coalesces into a bright point of light. Look forward to it, he says. This might be the magic you need most right now. Jin watches intently, wondering why light magic is starting from a ball of darkness. Murakami unleashes it. A blinding flash of pure white light erupts from his hands. Image, C Oris 4C47 double Jin is momentarily overwhelmed, shielding his eyes. Murakami grins maniacally, gloating over Jin's disorientation. Jin recovers, thoughtful. I can definitely use it for both offense and defense. Murakami agrees, revealing its name, Flashbang, Chenmi's most prized magic. Murakami then picks up the Hister Grimoire, asking why Jin has it out. Jin explains his frustration with the book's bizarre code, wondering if it's even useful. He looks contemplative for a moment. He decides to leave it for now. Someday he'll find a good decipherer. A week later, they arrive at a bustling port city. Gilly looks around in wonder, impressed by the sights, with Murakami perched on her shoulder as a cat. A sign confirms their location, Tikan, the independent city. It's a neutral territory, unaffiliated with the great powers. It's a popular tourist spot, a beautiful coastal city with a low population. Gilly remarks on how alive the city feels. A local resident overhears her and agrees as children laugh and play nearby. Image. Shore-4-4-083, Murakami hops off Gilly's shoulder as they decide to find a place to stay in the center of the city. They walk through the lively streets. Suddenly, Murakami transforms back into his human form, right in the middle of the street. Gilly sighs, exasperated, reminding him not to do that. Murakami just dismisses her, demanding they don't stay in another dump. He continues arguing that humans don't pay much attention anyway, but a small voice exclaims, "Wow!" A little blonde girl stares at him with wide, amazed eyes. "A cat turned into a person," she shouts. She points directly at Murakami, announcing to everyone that the black cat turned into a black-haired uncle. Murakami and Gilly freeze in shock. "How did you do that?" she asks innocently. Image, Shea-Force-4509. Her eyes sparkle with excitement. "Teach Julia," she demands, completely captivated. Murakami has just drawn exactly the kind of attention they were trying to avoid. The little girl, Julia, is staring right at him, and Jin knows he has to talk his way out of this. He leans down, trying to sound reasonable. "You must have seen it wrong," he says. "Cats can't just turn into people." But she's not having it. "It wasn't you, it was him," she says, pointing right at Murakami. "A black cat turned into that man." Then she looks him dead in the eye, asking bluntly, "Why are you lying?" Jin sighs. "This kid is relentless." "I'm not lying," he insists, but she just stomps her foot, pointing accusingly. "Yes, you are." As Jin starts to walk away, Julia follows close behind, pleading with him. Nearby, Murakami looks completely defeated, while Gilly quietly wonders what on earth they're going to do. Gilly thinks aloud, her voice low. They had planned to take the lost girl to the garrison, but if she starts telling stories there, it could expose them to their enemies, the Zippel clan. She shoots a frustrated glance at Murakami. You can almost hear her thinking, "If only you had listened to the young master, we wouldn't be in this mess." He immediately realizes his mistake. Suddenly, Julia stops walking, a curious look on her face. She points towards a large building up ahead, announcing that it's the information center. But her expression quickly sours and she hides behind Jin. "Julia doesn't like the garrison," she mutters, making Gilly wonder what's wrong. "They always bother my mom," she explains, her voice small. A look of surprise flashes across Jin and Gilly's faces. Jin's mind races. Could this garrison be a corrupt place that bullies its citizens? Gilly considers another possibility, wondering if the girl's mother might be a criminal. Deciding they need answers, Jin walks toward the gate, ready to see for himself what kind of place this is. The guard at the gate recognizes the little girl instantly. "Isn't that Julia?" he asks while she just glares back at him. The guard turns and shouts towards the building. "Hey, bring the leader! Little Miss Julia is here." Jin turns to the guard. "Do you know this child?" The guard just laughs, explaining that of course he does. She's the leader's daughter. Leader's daughter? Before Jin can process it, Julia points towards the entrance with a happy shout. Heavy footsteps echo from the doorway, and as a figure emerges, Julia runs towards them, crying out, "Mommy!" A woman with striking gray hair and a scar across her eye comes into view. Jin studies her, a sense of deep authority radiating from her. He can tell there's more to her than meets the eye. The woman rushes forward, calling her daughter's name as Julia leaps into her arms. She pulls her daughter into a tight, relieved hug. Holding her close, she gently scolds Julia for wandering off. Julia pouts, complaining that her mom is never around to play. The woman's expression softens, promising to make time for her after work. Julia looks at her sternly, reminding her not to break her promise like last time. The woman smiles warmly and agrees, while Jin, Gilly, and Murakami watch the touching scene unfold. Jin realizes his first impression was wrong. The people of this city seem to know and care for Julia. This place is more complicated than he thought. The woman turns to them, her demeanor shifting to something more formal. "My apologies," she says, her eyes sharp. "I'm Alicia Badger, the leader of Tikon's garrison." Jin introduces himself with his alias, Jin Gray, explaining he's just a tourist passing through. "I must give you something as thanks," Alicia offers. Seizing the opportunity, Jin asks if she can recommend a place for them to stay. Just as Alicia is about to answer, Julia tugs on her ear to get her attention. The little girl whispers something into her mother's ear. Alicia listens, her expression unreadable. A brief, heavy silence hangs in the air after the whisper. Alicia then reaches into her coat and pulls out a pen. "Paper, please," she requests from the guard, who quickly hands her a clipboard. With a steady hand, she quickly writes a short note. She hands the note to Jin, explaining it's a letter of recommendation sealed by the garrison leader. With this, they'll be treated well anywhere in the city. Jin politely accepts the letter as Alicia thanks him one last time for finding her daughter. With their business concluded, Jin says they'll be on their way. As the group walks away, Alicia watches them go, her expression thoughtful and calculating. She turns back to her daughter. "Julia," she says gently. "Did a cat really turn into a human?" she asks quietly. Julia nods enthusiastically, adding that the travelers didn't seem to want to talk about it. "So I pretended not to know," she finishes proudly. Alicia smiles, ruffling her hair. "Good job. Everyone has their secrets." But as she looks in the direction Jin's group went, her smile fades, replaced by a sharp, calculating gaze. "Transformation, huh?" she murmurs to herself. Her mind connects the dots. An image of a great dragon flashes in her thoughts. That kind of magic is something only a dragon can do. She now knows exactly what kind of being is walking through her city. Sometime later, the group is led into a luxurious lodge, far better than anything they expected. Murakami looks around, thoroughly impressed. He immediately flops onto a plush bed, exclaiming how amazing the service is. He hasn't been treated this well since his days in the capital. He sighs contentedly. This is the power of a recommendation from the city's leader. Jin smiles, pleased with how smoothly things are going. It feels like their luck has finally turned. Gilly suddenly remembers the treat Julia was eating. "Young master," she asks, "could I try that famous ice cream from earlier?" Jin just chuckles. "Of course, Gilly. Go on." "I'll be right back," she says cheerfully, heading for the door. Jin watches her go, thinking that for the first time in a while, it almost feels like they're on vacation. Lounging on the bed, Murakami gets serious. "So, kid," he asks, "how are you planning to meet the head of the Seven Colors Guild? That won't be easy." Jin sits, his expression focused. His first step is to find a specific person within the guild. At the very top of that guild is a man known as the Noble Sword, Kashmir. Publicly, he's a famous swordsman, so skilled he was once considered for a teaching position at the Runcandle main house. But that's all the world knows. From his past life, however, Jin knows the truth. In 10 years, Kashmir will reveal his true identity, the secretly exiled emperor of the Bement Empire. He will use the information network he built to challenge the great powers of the world, including the Zippel and Runcandel clans. Eventually, he will even be crowned the first king of the newly independent nation of Tikon. Jin knows this man is meticulous, skilled not just with a sword but also in the art of deception. If Jin can get him on his side, he would be a powerful ally. The problem is, Jin thinks to himself, how do I even approach a man like that? Just then, the door bursts open and Gilly rushes back in, her face pale with alarm. "Young master, Sir Murakami," she says urgently, "something is very wrong. The entire lodge is empty. The staff, the other guests," Gilly explains breathlessly, "they've all vanished." As Jin tries to process this, sensing the eerie silence, something shifts in the room. A hand clamps down firmly on Gilly's shoulder from behind. It's him, Noble Sword Kashmir. "Hello?" Kashmir says with unnerving politeness, appearing out of thin air. "Are you well?" Gilly, Jin, and Murakami all turn, completely stunned by his sudden arrival. He smiles faintly, his gaze fixed only on Gilly. "May I intrude for a moment?" he asks, as two imposing guards materialize behind him. In an instant, Murakami senses an immense, suffocating power coming from the intruder, a power that dwarfs even the demon they just fought. His eyes begin to glow with a fierce, predatory light as his draconic instincts take over, preparing to eliminate the threat. His mind reels. The Noble Sword, Kashmir? Here? Now? Jin is just as shocked. An aura of shadow energy begins to swirl around him. This wasn't part of the plan. How did he find them so fast? Without a second's hesitation, Murakami lunges, his hand outstretched like a claw, aimed straight at Kashmir's throat. "Wait!" Jin shouts, realizing the mistake. But Gilly is faster. She grabs Murakami's arm with all her might, her eyes wide with panic. "Murakami, stop! Don't kill him!" she screams, desperately holding back the enraged dragon. Kashmir looks over at Murakami, completely unfazed by the near-fatal attack, as if Gilly's desperate plea was the only thing that interested him. His calm expression hardens into one of cold annoyance. He looks directly at Gilly, a dark, draconic aura flaring behind her as Murakami struggles against her grip. He answers her earlier polite question. "No." Then, his voice drops to a dangerously smooth tone, his eyes locked on Murakami. "Do you think I'm well, you bastard?" Jin stares at the man before them. Noble Sword Kashmir, the secret emperor of Bement, standing right in their room. His mind races. Why is he here? This makes no sense. As far as the world knows, Kashmir has no business in a city like Tikan. Behind Jin, Murakami's shadowy aura continues to simmer with rage. And it can't be because of them. They just arrived. They haven't done anything to attract this kind of attention. Jin's eyes dart around the room, and he realizes they're surrounded. Hidden guards on the balconies, armed and ready. Kashmir didn't come alone. Murakami is still radiating pure killing intent. If this escalates, they're all in trouble. "Calm down, Murakami," Jin yells. "The space is too small." He thinks frantically. "If you fight here, Gilly could get hurt." The shadowy aura flickers, but Murakami holds back, silent and waiting. Kashmir looks unnerved by the sheer hostility rolling off the dragon. "You," he says, addressing Murakami directly. Murakami gets right in his face, snarling. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Kashmir, completely intimidated, can only stammer, "What? Do you know who I am, you bastard?" Murakami presses, furious. He mocks Kashmir's earlier greeting. "Why so informal with me?" Jin tries to intervene, relieved Murakami hasn't attacked yet. But the dragon is on a roll, roaring at Kashmir again. "You barge in here like you own the place. Answer me." "I don't know," Kashmir admits, shrinking back. Jin finally steps between them, placing a firm hand on the dragon's chest. "Murakami, that's enough." Jin turns his full attention to the Emperor, his expression calm. "If you're not here to arrest us, then please put your weapons away." He takes control of the conversation. "You're Sir Noble Sword Kashmir, correct? I've heard a great deal about you." Kashmir seems surprised. "How do you know my name?" he asks, then glances at Gilly. Jin gives a slight, apologetic smile. "My apologies, I haven't introduced myself." He drops the alias, letting his true name hang in the air. "My name is Jin Runkendel." The name hits Kashmir like a thunderbolt. Murakami and Gilly are just as stunned. Before anyone can react, Kashmir recovers. "It seems we have much to discuss. Shall we move to a more private location?" "I will answer all of your questions," he offers, his entire demeanor changed now that a Runkendel is in the room. They relocate, and Kashmir dismisses his guards. With everyone seated, Jin begins, "Thank you, Sir Kashmir." Kashmir regards him thoughtfully. "I brought my men because I received a report that a dragon had appeared." He glances at Murakami. Clearly, that was a mistake. It only made him angrier. He knows without a doubt that the volatile man beside Jin is the dragon. The immense pressure he felt could only come from such a being. He looks back at Jin, his mind piecing things together. If Gilly hadn't stopped him, they all would have died. His gaze settles on Gilly. He recognizes her. Gilly McLaurin. He remembers her fearsome reputation from before his exile, from a time when he was still in the Bement Palace. But something is off. He can't sense any of her powerful aura. He spots a ring on her finger, an artifact to suppress her power. A Runkendel, a famous warrior with a hidden aura, and a dragon. What a strange group. Kashmir focuses back on Jin. "You say you are Jin Runkendel. I don't doubt you, but I must ask." He leans forward, his voice low. "Why are you traveling with a dragon? Dragons form contracts with mages, or those blessed by the gods." "Not with a Runkendel," he finishes, hinting at the family's famous curse that prevents them from using magic. "They bond with a Zippel," he says pointedly. "Does your family know about this, young master?" My family doesn't know, Jin answers calmly. Kashmir's eyes widen slightly. You speak so lightly of a secret that could get you killed. Jin meets his gaze, unwavering. The fact that I'm a Runkandel isn't what's important right now. Please, tell me, why did you really come looking for us? Kashmir sighs, deciding to trade one secret for another. Very well, since you have been honest with me, I will be honest with you. You met my daughter Julia, he begins. I came here because she told me she saw a cat transform into a person. Jin looks skeptical. And you simply believed the words of a child? My daughter is no ordinary child, Kashmir says with grave seriousness. She is a contractor of As-Mil. A vast, starry cosmos seems to open up around Julia before a single, giant, glowing eye. Murakami recoils in shock. As-Mil? You mean the god of sight? Jin clarifies. Yes, Kashmir confirms, the god of sight. A contractor of As-Mil can never see something wrongly, he explains. Her divine connection means her observations are absolute truth. Jin considers this. A contract with such a powerful god is a dangerous secret to share. But Murakami cuts in, suddenly alarmed. Wait, something's not right. He turns on Kashmir. If she's a contractor, where is her dragon? I didn't sense another dragon anywhere near her. As-Mil's dragons are fiercely protective of their contractors, Murakami explains, a disturbed look on his face. They would never leave a child alone. This is very strange. Kashmir sighs heavily, the weight of the world on his shoulders. Julia's guardian dragon vanished a year ago, he reveals. I suspect the Zippel family, or my old enemies in the Bement Empire, are involved, but I have no proof. Murakami is stunned. That's impossible. No dragon is stupid enough to get kidnapped, he roars, especially not for an entire year. Then he pauses, a dark realization dawning. Wait, 1 year? Your daughter is only about 5 years old, isn't she? Kashmir nods, confused. Yes, that's right. Murakami falls silent, the pieces clicking into place in his ancient mind. His expression turns grim. If that child really is As-Mil's contractor, and she's been without her dragon for this long. He looks at Kashmir, delivering the horrifying truth. Your daughter will soon go insane and become disabled for life. The color drains from Kashmir's face. What? Listen closely, Murakami says, his tone deathly serious. As-Mil's contractors can see the future. Seeing the future takes a terrible toll, even on a dragon's mind. Right now, she's too young to know the difference between her visions and reality, so the damage has been slow. But if she keeps seeing the future without her dragon's protection, her mind will shatter. Jin interrupts. Murakami, explain. How will seeing the future disable her? It's about the law of causality, the dragon explains. Those who see the future are bound by it. The moment they try to change what they've seen, As-Mil's punishment begins. If they see a death, they can't interfere. Any attempt to defy fate will cause their own destruction. From the moment she was born, Murakami tells the horrified father, your daughter has been living by a different set of rules than the rest of us. He looks at Kashmir's devastated face, and judging by your expression, you know I'm telling the truth. Kashmir looks down, broken, finally understanding the terrible fate that awaits his child. You have to find her guardian dragon, Murakami concludes, his voice firm. You have to find it, and you have to do it now. There is no other way. In an instant, Kashmir is on his knees before the dragon. He bows his head to the floor, the proud, secret emperor reduced to a desperate father. Mighty dragon, I am the leader of the 7 colors. My information network is second to none. But for an entire year, I have found nothing. Murakami watches the kneeling man, his expression unreadable. He understands now. Their meeting with Julia wasn't a coincidence. It was the god of sight himself, reaching out through his young contractor, asking them for help. Please, mighty dragon, Kashmir begs. But Murakami just waves a dismissive hand. Ah, no, don't ask me. There's nothing I can do, he says flatly, leaving the emperor looking up in confused despair. Murakami points a thumb directly at Jin. You need to ask our leader. All eyes turn to Jin. Murakami smirks. So, kid, what's it going to be? Jin gestures for the emperor to stand. Please, Sir Kashmir, get up. This is about a child's life. He looks at him calmly. First, you need to compose yourself. Then he makes his decision. We will find Julia's guardian dragon together. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Kashmir grabs Jin's hand. I will never forget this kindness, young master. Jin thinks to himself that this is a much more complicated situation than he'd planned for. His mind is already working. If the Seven Colors Guild couldn't find the dragon, they'll need access to an even greater information network. Murakami leans in. So, is this city allied with the Zippels? Jin shakes his head. No, Tikan is independent. Murakami grins. Good. Jin turns back to Kashmir. If your guild is as capable as you say, you must have information on other dragons, correct? Kashmir nods eagerly. Yes, of course. We know the locations of dragons across the continent. Excellent, Jin says. Then give me all the information you have on dragons currently residing in the Bement Empire. He glances at Murakami, already guessing his plan. Murakami grins wickedly. His plan is simple. If you want to find a missing dragon, you go ask other dragons. It's a traditional method, and it never fails. The scene shifts. Deep in a dark forest, inside a quiet log cabin, a young girl's voice calls out, Miss Kikandel. Inside, a breathtakingly beautiful woman with long silver hair and elven ears sips her tea. This is Quicantel, the silver dragon. A young girl with glasses, Enya, rushes towards her. Look, Enya says, holding up a newspaper. It's more news about Sir Jin. He's the same age as me, and he's already a 5-star mage. Quicantel smiles gently. Anya, you are also a contractor for a god. You have your own path. Really? Anya asks, still starry-eyed. Yes, the silver dragon replies. Compared to the contractor of Olta, the god of time, she says, gesturing to Enya, the child of a family guarded by that black-haired brute is of little consequence. Enya looks down, a little disappointed by her guardian's dismissiveness. Suddenly, Kikantel's demeanor changes. Enya, she says abruptly, go home. Do not come out until I return. The girl is startled. Did something happen? Not really, Kikantel says vaguely. It's just... Her eyes snap wide open, her hands shifting into scaled claws. Her expression is one of pure alarm. A black thing is here. With a surge of dark energy, Murakami takes to the sky in his true form, a colossal black dragon, soaring high above the clouds. He carries Jin on his back, heading towards the Bement Empire. Kid, we're almost there. His voice rumbles through the air. I'm going to get a bit closer, Murakami explains, and then I'll release my energy. The dragons in this territory will have no choice but to show themselves. He glances back at Jin. Find a good hiding spot, he instructs. Jin just pulls up his hood and nods. All right. Murakami hovers over the vast ocean, his shadow stretching for miles across the water. Okay, he announces, I'm starting. He dips his massive talons into the sea, sending ripples of pure energy spreading out from him. He rears back, letting out a pulse of power so immense it washes over the entire region, a silent, commanding roar that only his kind can hear. Just before they left, back in Tikan, Kashmir had handed Murakami a list. Here it is, mighty dragon. This is the list of all active dragons within the Bement territory, the Emperor had explained. Murakami scanned the names, murmuring to himself, so they were hiding here all along. But then his eyes fell on one name in particular, Silver Dragon, Quicantel. His expression instantly soured. Jin noticed the change in his mood. Is there a problem, Murakami? He asked. No, no problem, Murakami lied, quickly masking his annoyance. Might get a little dangerous, but that's just how things are between us dragons. He then turned to leave. Let's go, kid. As they were leaving, Kashmir called out again. Excuse me, mighty dragon, please wait. Murakami spun around, his patience gone. Seriously, just call me by my name. What am I, some cult leader? Ignoring the outburst, Kashmir continued to offer advice on how to care for his daughter. He finished with a simple, heartfelt, thank you. As Jin and Murakami departed, Kashmir bowed deeply. His thoughts were a desperate prayer. I'm leaving my daughter's fate in your hands. Murakami's expression was grim, the weight of the Emperor's words settling on him. Kashmir recalled the specific advice the dragon had given him just moments earlier. From now on, Murakami had instructed, you need to make your daughter tired every single day. Exhaust her. The more tired she is, the weaker Asmil's power will be. Play with her until she drops. Kashmir had agreed, asking what else he could do. "The ice cream," Murakami had said. "Bring me one." "One of my companions didn't get to have any because of you," he'd demanded, referring to Gilly. Gilly had looked at him, surprised. She thought he was just being kind, trying to reassure the worried father. Murakami just scoffed. He would never admit it, but he didn't care for seeing the desperate look on the microbe's face. Jin watched him, a small smile on his lips. He pretends not to care about anyone, but he's actually quite considerate, this dragon of mine. Back in the present, Murakami continues to send out his call. He senses a response. "Kid, they're coming," he says, as two smaller dragon shapes appear in the distance. Two brown, earthy dragons emerge from the sea, looking terrified. Murakami scoffs. "Labus and Untel. I remember beating them up the most." "Put on your helmet, kid," Murakami advises. This could get messy. Jin activates his shadow armor. "Just how badly did you beat them?" he asks dryly. "For them to show up just from feeling your energy?" "Back in the day," Murakami boasts, "anyone who wandered into my territory got a beating first." Jin just sighs. "Good for you," one of the dragons roars, recognizing him instantly. "Murakami, what are you doing here?" Jin mentally files away their names. Earth dragons, Labus and Untel. Murakami lands before them, his presence alone enough to make them tremble. "I have business here," Murakami states. The other dragon whispers nervously, "Should we tell him?" He clearly doesn't know. "Friend of Soldaret," the first dragon pleads, "we don't know why you're here, but this is not a good time. Please, you have to leave, now." The other adds, "Hurry, our young contractors are nearby. We can't have trouble here." Murakami glares down at them, insulted. "How dare you tell me to retreat? There is nowhere under the sky that I, Murakami, would ever run from." The Earth Dragon panics. "Oh, forget it. Just run away, you idiot. That energy you just released is causing chaos," the other one shouts. Murakami just looks confused. "What are you talking about? Quiquentel is on her way here right now to kill you." Murakami freezes. "Quiquentel," Jin clarifies, "as in the Silver Dragon, the guardian of Olta, the god of time. What is your relationship with her?" Murakami looks incredibly uncomfortable, sweating bullets. "Well," he admits reluctantly, "she's my ex-girlfriend." Jin is speechless. The two dragons are still begging him to leave, terrified their young contractors will get caught in the crossfire. But Murakami just glares at them, completely ignoring their pleas. "Kid," he says to Jin, "hold on tight." He gathers an immense amount of energy, a brilliant light forming above the ocean, and unleashes it in a massive blast, a shockwave of pure, defiant power. The blast tears a hole through the clouds and freezes the sea below into jagged spikes of ice. "You damned fool!" the Earth Dragon screams as they flee for their lives. Jin can only think, what on earth is happening? "Kid, don't lose focus," Murakami warns. "She's here." A brilliant pulse of silver light descends from the heavens. It takes the form of a spectral hand, reaching down from the sky, and slams into the ocean with incredible force. Murakami flies through the chaotic explosion of water and energy. The ocean churns violently from the impact. Even protected by his armor, Jin can feel the sheer power. An 8-star level attack, maybe higher, and she fired it off like it was nothing. A furious roar echoes from above. "Murakami!" A figure descends from the sky, a silver-haired woman radiating pure rage. "It's her, Quiquentel." "You bastard," she screams, her voice filled with venom. "Death would be too good for you." She materializes fully, her eyes blazing with white-hot fury. "How dare you show your face here so shamelessly?" "So," Jin says grimly, "I take it we have to fight that monster?" Murakami sighs. "Looks like it." "An ex-girlfriend, huh?" Jin asks, almost conversationally. "How long did you two date?" Murakami actually answers, 500 years. "About 5, in human time." Then he gives Jin a deadly serious instruction. "Anyways, when you get a chance, stab her with Bradamante." Jin digests that shocking order. "Isn't this a little extreme for a breakup?" "Kid," Murakami says cryptically, "it seems you don't know." Quiquentel descends, her voice dripping with contempt. "I don't associate with those beneath me." "So when a problem arises," she snarls, baring her teeth, "I gather all my strength and destroy it in a single blow." She summons a massive blade of pure energy, preparing to strike. "It's too late to run, Murakami," she declares, her voice burning with 1,000 years of hatred. She transforms, her body erupting into the form of a massive, terrifying silver dragon. "I will kill you at sea." A colossal blade of pure energy forms above Quikentel, radiating a power that chills the very air. Her voice echoes across the sea, a promise of doom honed by centuries of resentment. "It's too late to run, Murakami." Her massive silver form dominates the sky, her eyes blazing with an unforgiving, cold fury. "I will kill you at sea." The world dissolves into lines of light as she begins her assault. Murakami faces her down, desperately trying to reason with her. "Wait, Quikentel, calm down," he pleads. "I know you hate me, but that's not what's important right now. Let's just handle what's urgent first, and then we can talk." He tries again, but his words are lost to her rage. She ignores him completely, unleashing a powerful blast of energy from her jaws. The beam slams into the ocean, erupting in a massive explosion. "Damn it," Murakami curses, barely dodging the blow. But she gives him no time to recover, her massive wings slicing through the air like a blade. She moves with blinding speed, her tail whipping around in a deadly arc. Murakami is thrown completely on the defensive, unable to keep up with her relentless assault. Her claws rake through the air, missing him by inches. Clinging to Murakami's back, protected by his shadow armor, Jin can only watch the ferocious battle unfold. Quikentel lunges, her jaws wide open, ready to tear him apart. Murakami meets her charge, slamming his head against hers with a sickening crunch. "Damn it, why are you so angry?" he roars as they grapple violently in the air. They twist and turn, scales scraping against hide. She overpowers him, sinking her teeth deep into his shoulder. Murakami bellows in pain, struggling against her crushing grip. As he struggles, Quikentel begins gathering energy for another blast, this time at point-blank range. She's completely lost to her rage. He realizes the danger too late. At this distance, the beam erupts, striking him directly and sending him hurtling towards the sea. The world explodes in light. Murakami is stunned, caught in the heart of the blast. Through the smoke and chaos, Quikentel dives after him, never letting up. Murakami twists in the air, trying to recover his senses. He unleashes a vortex of shadow energy, desperately trying to create some distance. He lets out a ragged breath, having narrowly escaped the worst of it. "He's bought a few seconds, but that's all. It's a good thing I came with you," Jin comments from his back. "You would have been killed without a sound." Murakami just grunts. "I don't die that easily." "Still," Murakami says grimly, "it's hard to find an opening. Since talking isn't working, I have to find a way to calm her down by force." Her mocking voice cuts through the air. "You think you can use your shadow energy on me?" She appears before him again, completely unfazed. "How unfortunate for you, Murakami." He stares in disbelief. "How did you?" She just snarls. "You foolish bastard. You have no idea how weak you've become," she sneers, pointing an accusing claw. "You're not the same dragon you were before your long sleep." Murakami makes one last, desperate plea. "Quikentel, stop! For old time's sake, let's just leave it at this. I only came because I have something to ask you." She pauses, the words hanging in the air. "Old time's sake?" Any hint of sentimentality vanishes, replaced by pure, chilling fury. "When I think about old times," she screeches, her hatred absolute, "it makes me want to do more than just rip you apart." She lunges again, faster and more savage than before. Her claws dig deep into his hide. Murakami is thrown back, reeling from the brutal blow. He crashes onto her back, trying to grapple with her. "Calm down, Quikentel. Why are you going this far?" "All we did was break up." The words infuriate her even more. "Just break up?" She whips around, slamming him with her tail. "This is exactly why you're getting beaten." Murakami is battered and bleeding, but he's still fighting. He glares back, wounded but defiant. Then he senses an opening. "Now!" he shouts. "Go, kid." Jin leaps from Murakami's back, his sword Bradamante held ready. Quikentel turns, stunned. "What? A human?" She analyzes his armor, an outer skin tougher than her own scales. She knows it will be difficult to harm him. The intricate shadow armor gleams in the chaotic light. Jin sees his chance. With this small opening, and what's left of Murakami's shadow energy, the shadows swirl around Quikentel, momentarily distracting her. Jin dives, aiming his glowing sword directly at her neck. "Shadow energy release," he shouts, channeling his own power through the blade. Kikantel roars in pain and surprise as the shadow-infused sword strikes home. Dark energy explodes on impact. The blade cuts deep, drawing the blood of the silver dragon. For a moment, the two colossal dragons hang in the air, stunned by what the human has just accomplished. Murakami looks back, his voice filled with shock and awe. "Kid." Jin lands back on his neck, the shadow armor still active. Murakami immediately flies away, putting distance between them and the wounded, enraged dragon. Jin pants, the effort of the attack taking its toll. "You're out of energy," Murakami notes, "but good job." Jin thinks to himself, "Did I just become a dragon slayer?" "Hopefully she's calmed down a bit now," Jin says, touching his throat. Murakami immediately shatters that hope. "What are you talking about?" That little scratch wasn't nearly enough. A normal dragon might have died, but... Ooh, Quick-and-Tell is different. The dragon's voice is grave. Dragons who can manipulate time don't die so easily. Murakami looks genuinely worried. At this rate, we might just end up missing before we can even find the dragon we came here for, he finishes. The fight may have paused, but the true danger of Quick-and-Tell's power has only just been revealed. The air around Quick-and-Tell crackles with power as she invokes her authority over time, the world around her warping into clockwork patterns. She is the master of this domain. The deep, bloody wound Jin inflicted on her neck begins to reverse, knitting itself shut as if it were a film played backwards. In moments, her scales are pristine. The injury is completely gone, erased from reality. Murakami stares, completely dumbfounded. Is she rewinding time? He thinks, finally grasping the true extent of her power. "Don't worry," he tells Jin. "It's a cheat ability, but it consumes a lot of her energy." Still, he warns, "don't move an inch." Quick-and-Tell shifts, her massive dragon form melting away, leaving her elegant, elf-like humanoid shape floating gracefully above the water. She looks down at him, her expression still like ice. "Have you calmed down a little?" Murakami asks tentatively. He tries to sound reasonable. "I didn't realize you still had feelings for me, to the point you'd go completely crazy like that." Her fury reignites instantly. "Feelings? Didn't we break up on good terms?" Murakami repeats the words, incredulous. "Good terms? You dumped me one-sidedly with no explanation," she screams. "You call that good terms?" Murakami retorts. "You got angry every time I even mentioned it. I left because our personalities didn't match." Jin listens to the 1,000-year-old dragons arguing like teenagers and can only think, This is really happening? Whatever," Murakami says, trying to get back on track. "I didn't come here to fight. I came to ask you something." But Quick-and-Tell's sharp gaze shifts to Jin. "Wait, before that, is that human Soldier Ray's contractor?" she asks, sensing Jin's unique energy. Murakami tries to deflect. "That's not important. One of our people is in grave danger," Quick-and-Tell scoffs. "One of us? You're despicable, Murakami. You talk about me after all the dragons you killed?" He fires back, her eyes narrow. "The dragons I killed were your enemies, not mine. I killed them for your revenge, for your brother." A flash of guilt crosses Murakami's face. Quick-and-Tell turns away. "Whatever. It's my fault for even trying to ask you for help." "Wait a second," Murakami shouts. She sighs, turning back. "Damn it, I always get emotional when I see you. Fine, ask your question." She pauses, then adds, "And I'm sorry for what I said. The missing dragon you mentioned, it's one of Asmil's, isn't it?" "You mean Latri from Tikan?" Murakami asks. "Yes, I believe that was the name," Quick-and-Tell confirms. Quick-and-Tell explains that the wind dragon, Valletta, had taken Latri under the pretense of teaching the young dragon magic. Valletta, a dragon aligned with the Zippel family. So it's the Zippels again, Jin thinks. Murakami suggests they move to a more secure location. Quick-and-Tell agrees. "Let's go. I'll guide you to my home." They arrive at her secluded cabin. "My apologies," she says. "We weren't able to introduce ourselves properly before." As they sit for tea, Jin begins, "I'm Soldier Ray's contractor." But Quick-and-Tell nods. "I know. You are a descendant of Tamar, are you not?" The youngest son, Jean Runkendel. Murakami jumps in surprise. "What? How do you know that? How could I not?" she replies simply. He radiates the same energy as Temar. The three of us spent a great deal of time together 1,000 years ago, she reminisces, referring to herself, Murakami, and Jin's legendary ancestor. I am Kikantel, she finishes. She sips her tea. Now, to the main topic. Violetta took Latri a year ago. Murakami pieces it together. So they lured her away with the promise of teaching her magic. This doesn't sound good. Quicantel confirms his fears. As Mill's current contractor is too young to control her powers. Without her dragon, she is in grave danger. Violetta knows this. So they have another motive, Murakami presses. Quicantel explains that Violetta was meant to bring Latri to meet her, but never did. Instead, she kept obsessing over my own contractor, Enya, she recounts, asking to meet her alone, as if I would ever allow that. But my hands were tied, she sighs. Enya's identity was already known, and the Zippels have too much influence here. I had to be cautious, Jin interrupts, connecting the dots. Miss Quicantel, your contractor's identity was known, but Julia's was not. It's suspicious that they knew about her and approached her dragon. Is there some kind of contractor detection magic now? Murakami wonders. Quicantel shakes her head. Impossible. But if such magic did exist, Jin asks, what would be the benefit? Two things, he explains, his eyes dark with knowledge from his past life. First, they could eliminate rival contractors outside their territory. And second, he reveals the Zippel's horrifying goal. If they kill a contractor, they get a chance to steal the contract with that god for themselves. That's why they took Latri. They plan to steal the contract with Oz Mill. Quicantel looks at him skeptical. You seem to be awfully certain about this. Jin looks her directly in the eye. You're telling lies that even you don't believe. Murakami adds, human greed has no end. Even at the peak of their power, the Zippels will always want more. I am certain they are planning something, Jin states firmly. I don't understand why you're pretending not to see it. He leans forward, his gaze intense. Are you afraid of them? Quicantel glares, but Murakami quickly jumps in. Wait, Quicantel. We all know how greedy the Zippels are, but they are powerful. We should be careful. I won't ask for your help, Murakami pleads. Just get your contractor out of Bement before it's too late. Quicantel is silent for a moment. Then a small sound escapes her lips. She suddenly bursts into laughter, leaving Jin and Murakami completely bewildered. Wiping a tear from her eye, she looks at Murakami. You've changed. I never thought I'd see the day you'd be the cautious one. She stands up decisively. All right, I will get my contractor to safety. She looks directly at them. And I will help you. Murakami is stunned. What? You will? I need to see Violetta and find out the truth for myself, she explains. If what you say is true, I will deal with her. She places a hand on Jin's shoulder. Besides, I owe a debt to Tamar. Seeing his descendant here reminds me of the old days. She smiles slightly. Even your cockiness reminds me of him. I'll call Violetta, she says, turning to leave. But just then the door bursts open. Miss Quicantel, I'm back. It's Enya. She stops short, seeing the visitors. Who are these people? Quicantel sighs. Enya, I told you to stay inside. No, actually, this is for the best, she says, deciding to make introductions. This is Enya, contractor of the god of time. Enya, this is an old friend of mine and the contractor he is protecting. Neen Much Andal. Jin Runkendel. Anya just stares. The name hits her like a lightning bolt. Oh my gosh, it's really Jin Runkendel? She gasps, completely starstruck. He's right in front of me. Jin looks slightly uncomfortable as Enya turns to her guardian. Ms. Quicantel? Quicantel just facepalms. I forgot to tell you. Enya turns back to Jin, eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm a huge fan. Please, can I have your autograph, young Master Jin? The meeting with Olta's contractor Enya is already off to a rocky start. She gasps, flustered, as someone calls her out for losing her dignity. She stumbles over an apology, admitting that seeing the famous young Master Jin in person just short-circuited her brain. She quickly introduces herself, adding that she's just a commoner on an academy scholarship. Jin notes this internally. The god of time usually values strong bloodlines. For a commoner to be chosen, Enya must be incredibly talented. Outwardly, he just offers a small smile, telling her there's no need to apologize. Misreading the mood, Enya starts to ask, then, can I do more? but is immediately cut off by a sharp number. Quikantel turns to her, her tone stern. More importantly, Enya, I told you not to leave the house, didn't I? Enya tries to explain, saying she was feeling down and thought a visit would cheer her up. And then, she continues, gesturing to Jin with a huge smile, young Master Jin was right here. I knew I made the right choice. As she speaks, Jin's mind connects the dots, a commoner on a scholarship. He can already imagine how badly the arrogant nobles at the academy must bully her. He reflects bitterly that this is exactly why he avoided academy types, even in his past life. Enya then asks Quikantel why Jin is here, but Jin answers for her. I'm here because of you, Miss Enya. She looks completely confused. Pardon? Jin explains. There's a possibility that someone is after you, the contractor of Olta. He extends a hand, his expression serious but kind. Will you come with me? I will protect you. Enya stares, her eyes wide with disbelief. Protect? Me? Her shock instantly melts into pure, unadulterated excitement. You're taking me with you. She practically launches herself at him, grabbing his arm with unrestrained joy. All my prayers to Olta have been answered. Nearby, Quikantel looks on, completely exasperated. But Enya is lost in her own world, shouting, I'll go. Please, take me with you. Her face is a mask of pure worship. Praise Olta, praise the god of time, she screams, vibrating with excitement. Having had enough, Quikantel delivers a swift chop to the back of her head. Quikantel sighs, looking down at the now unconscious girl. Well, I was worried she wouldn't want to go. Seems I worried for nothing, she adds. Seeing her like this, she'd probably follow you to the Runcandle's basement prison. Jin just raises an eyebrow. Our family doesn't have a basement prison. Quikantel smirks. No need to pretend. I know there's a dragon there too. Jin just plays along. Pardon? Suddenly, Murakami, who'd been resting in human form, bolts upright with a yell, only to immediately collapse. He's out cold again from the exertion. Quikantel glances at him. He couldn't even wait, she mutters. She turns back to Jin. The reason I'm helping you. There are many, like my loyalty to Tamar and Enya's safety. But the biggest reason is, she gestures to the snoring, drooling dragon. Well, that idiot who's passed out from exhaustion. Her expression turns serious. He has no idea how weak he's gotten. I may have held back during our fight, but he truly cannot win against Valletta in his current state. Her eyes glow with determination. So, if we have to fight Valletta, I will be the one to do it. Jin asks, Is Valletta that strong? She is, Quikantel clarifies, but mostly he's just gotten that weak. She reflects on their battle. The power Murakami displayed was a pale imitation of the dragon she knew 1,000 years ago. Jin shifts the topic. We'll need a place to stay until Valletta arrives. What do you think about staying here? Quikantel seems surprised. Will that be all right? If you don't mind, Jin says smoothly. But you'll have to convince that one, he adds, gesturing to Murakami. I'm sure he'll throw a fit about staying at his ex-girlfriend's house. Jin observes her. The silver dragon is far more thoughtful than he first imagined. Yes, I will, he says, agreeing to stay. Okay then, Jin says. About time. Quikantel looks at him, curious. Is there something else? He glances at the unconscious Enya. In 10 seconds, she's going to wake up. Please explain the situation to her carefully. Quikantel is skeptical. What? I hit her pretty hard. Enya lies peacefully on the floor. Then, her eye snaps open. She sits up, dazed but conscious. Young master, Jin? She asks. In this world, Jin states cryptically, there are things that go beyond common sense. Enya, seemingly recovered, reaches out to him, her eyes glowing with adoration. Young master Jin. Jin just turns to Quikantel. I'll leave this to you. Later, after being briefed, Enya summarizes the situation. So, someone is after Tikan's contractor and I might be their next target? Her concern quickly melts back into excitement. I trust you, young Master Jin. A scheme involving a child, dragons, and you. It's actually kind of romantic. Jin just deadpans. I suppose you could see it that way. Enya beams. Thinking positively is always better. I'll prepare to leave, Tikan. When do we leave? She asks earnestly. The sooner the better, Jin replies. I can be ready by tomorrow, she says confidently. The only family I have is a little brother and an old dog. Jin nods. Sounds good. Quiquintel sends her off to pack. "See you tomorrow, young Master Jin," she calls, waving as she leaves. Once she's gone, Quiquintel looks at Jin. "I'll just tell the academy she's sick." Jin agrees. "If you say she's dropping out, they'll investigate." "All right then," Quiquintel muses. "Now we just have to worry about Villetta." Just then, footsteps approach outside. A voice calls out, "Is anyone home? I'm here for some firewood." Quiquintel looks puzzled. "Firewood? There are trees everywhere." "Wait, Miss Quiquintel," Jin interrupts. "Do you really think he's here for firewood?" He thinks to himself, "Are all dragons this careless?" Jin's form blurs with shadow energy. "That man is from Bament's Special Affairs Division," he warns. "They're here because of Miss Enya," he explains. "They'll be watching this place from now on, and they want to confirm who you brought with you." Quiquintel's expression darkens, her eye flashing with draconic power. "Watching me? How dare they?" She throws the door open, confronting the man outside. Before he can react, she moves in a blur, grabbing him by the collar. "Tell me the truth," she snarls, her voice dangerously low. "Are you from the Special Affairs Division?" The man struggles, desperately trying to deny it. "Who sent you?" a calm voice asks from inside the house. "I did," another voice admits. A new figure stands silhouetted in the doorway, a man with red hair and a mask. He's wearing the uniform of an officer. "Can you please?" Quiquintel glares at the newcomer, her eyes glowing. Release your grip," the man finishes. "If you kill him," Jin advises calmly, "they'll just send another one." The masked commander turns his head slightly, assessing the situation. "Oh," Quiquintel sneers, recognizing his rank. "So you're the commander." She throws the first man aside. "Fine. If I need to kill someone..." In an instant, she closes the distance, a blur of silver and white. Her fist, crackling with power, slams towards the commander's face. "Oh, you're the better choice." A massive shockwave erupts from the impact, blowing dust and debris everywhere. Through the dust, Quiquintel's fist is still pressed against the commander's mask. He's absorbed the blow. She stares, surprised by his resilience. The commander stands firm, his red eyes glowing menacingly behind the mask. "Did you get to blow off some steam?" he asks coolly. Quiquintel had put everything she had into that punch, a desperate final blow. But the masked commander Raz stands completely unshaken, her fist still pressed against his face. His eyes glow red as he asks coolly, "Did you get to blow off some steam?" Watching from the doorway, Jin is stunned. To take a direct hit from a dragon and be completely fine, this man is no ordinary officer. Jin's eyes narrow, taking in the details. That red mask, only the group leaders of Bament's Special Affairs Division are allowed to wear those, and the curved sword at his hip. There's only one person who fits that description. The Emperor's right hand, leader of Group 3, codename Raz. A man known even to the Runkendals as a master swordsman. Jin can feel the immense power rolling off him. At least an 8-star knight. He thinks with a sense of relief, "I'm glad I covered my face." Quiquintel slowly lowers her fist. "You're pretty good," she admits, a grudging respect in her voice. "For a human." Raz gives a slight bow. "My apologies if I offended you," he says politely. "We had to confirm the identity of the guests who snuck into our country." He straightens up. "Since we have, I will head back now." Quiquintel's eyes narrow. "You think a simple sorry is enough after invading my home?" Raz counters smoothly. "There's a limit to how arrogant one can be." "Miss Enya left here just a short while ago." His gaze sharpens. "Don't you think it's dangerous for her to be walking out there so late at night, alone?" The threat hangs in the air, unspoken but perfectly clear. Raz continues, acknowledging her power. "If we were to fight right now, you could probably defeat me. But," he points out, "you can't help Miss Enya if something were to happen to her out there in the woods. So, would you still like to continue?" Quiquintel remains silent, her glare fixed on him, held in check by the threat to her contractor. Raz takes her silence as his answer. "I'll take my leave then." As he walks away, he warns over his shoulder, "Don't forget this. Next time, you'll have to put something much more valuable on the line. Everything you've protected until now." His voice trails off, a final, chilling promise. "You'll need to constantly look over your shoulder." Once out of earshot, Raz gives his subordinate an order. "I've confirmed their appearance. Go find out who they are. And, for now," he adds, "all observation on the Silver Dragon is paused." The subordinate looks surprised. Sir? If we provoke her any further, it will only make things worse, Raz explains. I'll take responsibility, so pull back. He clenches his gloved hand, noticing a trickle of blood. The punch had injured him after all. He thinks grimly. They're definitely up to something. Stop all close-range surveillance, he orders. If you get too close to her, you'll be in danger. The subordinate nods. I understand. Back inside, Quicantel slams her fist on the table in frustration, cracking the wood. She slumps into a chair. I was an idiot for letting Enya stay in this town, she says, looking at Jin. If you two hadn't come, I can only imagine what would have happened. It's a relief we avoided the worst of it, Jin says calmly. For now, let's make sure Miss Enya is safe. Quicantel nods slowly. Her expression hardens with resolve. We need to move tomorrow. The next morning, Jean and Quicantel stand on a cliff overlooking the sea, watching a merchant ship sail towards the horizon. It's a relief we found a ship heading to Tikon so quickly, Jin remarks. Quicantel remains silent, her gaze fixed on the disappearing vessel. Don't worry, Jin says. I paid the captain well. He won't neglect her. Besides, he adds, Murakhan is with her as an escort. A quick flash shows Enya saying a tearful goodbye to her little brother and dog, while Murakhan, in cat form, looks on with annoyance. Quicantel just sighs. That's what I'm worried about. She turns away from the sea. Then, I'm going to contact Villetta right away. A week passes. Murakhan, back in his human form, returns to the house where Jin and Quicantel are waiting. Good work, Jin greets him. Murakhan just pauses, sensing the strange atmosphere. Jin smirks. Quicantel is a lot more sentimental than I expected. Murakhan looks confused. What are you talking about? This house, Jin explains, gesturing around them. She told me the two of you built it together back in the day. I think I know why she insisted we stay here. Jin asks teasingly. Is your cold heart warming up a bit? Murakhan scoffs. Don't be ridiculous, kid. Reviving old feelings is a difficult thing. It's just, he starts, but his voice trails off. They're only memories. But despite his words, a vivid memory washes over him, a scene from 1,000 years ago. Himself, Quicantel and Tamar Runkandel laughing together in this very house. Happier times. The memory shows him giving Tamar a cheerful wink. His own name flashes across his mind, distorted, like a glitch. He sees Tamar smiling back at him, the image warped like an old film. Back in the present, Murakhan stumbles, clutching his head. Damn it. Jin looks over, concerned. Murakhan, what's wrong? Nothing, he grunts. My head just suddenly. Quicantel appears, her tone scornful. How pitiful. Already tired from a little flight. Murakhan bristles. Be quiet. Even as weak as I am, I wouldn't get tired from that. Jin just cuts in dryly. Then, hurry up and get it together. Quicantel ignores them. Valletta's reply came, she announces, tomorrow night. The location is a deserted island off the southern coast of Bement. Jagged cliffs rise from a dark, stormy sea. The next night, Quicantel arrives on the desolate island. She stands tall, arms crossed, waiting impatiently. Jin and Murakhan are already there, leaning against the rocks. What's the plan when you meet Valletta? Quicantel asks Jin. She states her own simple approach. I'll ask her where Latrie is. Her eyes flash. And if she plays innocent, I'll beat the truth out of her, she adds with a grim smile. How refreshing. Murakhan grins. Not a bad plan. Jin quickly cuts him off. No, Murakhan, don't do anything. What? Murakhan whirls around, offended. I don't need sympathy from my ex, Quicantel retorts coolly. Who said it was sympathy? This is about Enya's safety. Valletta is serious about a dragon's honor, Murakhan argues. She'll come alone. You think I can't handle her by myself? Quicantel just holds up a hand. Don't worry, just take it easy. As they bicker, Jin voices his own concern. To be honest, he thinks, I don't believe for a second she's coming alone. If they really did kidnap Latrie, if they're planning what I think they're planning, they'll come fully prepared. Just then, a swirl of vibrant green energy begins to manifest nearby. The energy intensifies, crackling as it takes shape. A figure begins to emerge from within the light. A man in dark robes steps out, a familiar, arrogant smirk on his face. "Haha, what an honor," he says smoothly. "To think I'd get to meet the silver dragon of time." He gives a slight bow. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the contractor of the Wind Dragon, AR, and the vice head of the Zippel clan. He finishes with a chilling grin. Andre Zippel. Image, Chi 5E271 Quicontel explodes with fury. Villetta, she roars. Villetta's voice echoes in her mind. I thought you said you'd come by yourself, Quicontel demands. I was with Andre when I received your letter, the Wind Dragon replies calmly. He seemed just as interested in the story of Ulta's contractor as I was. So, she finishes, her voice laced with false politeness, I hope you'll understand. A reptilian eye glows with hidden intent from within the swirling green energy. Silver Dragon, Villetta's voice resonates, setting the stage for a dangerous confrontation. The air crackles with tension. Quicontel's eyes burn with rage, fixing not just on the green dragon Villetta, but on the man beside her, Andre Zippel. She spits Villetta's name like a curse, twisting it into an insult. Beretta. She accuses her of being wildly out of line recently. But the massive green dragon, Villetta, is completely unfazed. She simply scoffs, suggesting they get to the point, mentioning Ulta's contract and a name that hangs in the air, Raturi. Quicontel's patience is gone. Her voice echoes with raw power as she demands to know where the young dragon is. A grating, mocking laugh escapes Villetta's throat. She acts as if she's just been let in on a grand secret, amused that Quicontel was so transparent about her true intentions. That's the final straw. Quicontel erupts into her true form, a majestic, terrifying silver dragon. Her roar shakes the very island as she demands an answer, accusing Villetta of kidnapping the young dragon, Ratura, a year ago. She declares that ever since then, Asmil's contractor has been desperately searching for his lost guardian. Villetta tilts her head, feigning thought. She smugly wonders what answer would possibly satisfy the furious dragon before her, before finally admitting that Raturi is, doing well. The casual cruelty of the remark makes something in Quicontel snap. A raw, disbelieving roar tears from her throat as she bellows, How dare you make jokes with me! From their hiding spot, Murakan scoffs, quietly warning Jin that Quicontel is getting far too involved in Zippel's dangerous games. Meanwhile, Quicontel's voice booms across the island, questioning Villetta's sanity for preying on a helpless young dragon. Murakan can only agree, muttering that the Wind Dragon is an arrogant piece of work. Suddenly, a dry chuckle cuts through the tension. Andre Zippel steps forward, a bored expression on his face, as if the bickering of dragons is beneath him. He points his staff directly at the colossal silver dragon, a malicious grin spreading across his face. He has an offer for Quicontel. Hand over the contract, he demands, and in return he'll let her live. Amidst the swirling energy, Quicontel's humanoid form scoffs at the sheer audacity of his words. What nonsense! Andre's voice drips with contempt as he calls her nothing more than an old lizard. And with that, he unleashes a torrent of crackling green magic roaring for the silver dragon to die. A massive vortex of raw magical energy gathers around him, a storm of power ready to be unleashed. Villetta adds her own threat, her voice smug as she claims to have an offer of her own. Quicontel ignores Andre's posturing, her focus entirely on the dragon. She makes her own demand, return Raturi this instant, and she'll grant Villetta a painless end. Andre just laughs, a wild, manic sound. He seems thrilled by the promise of battle, mockingly commenting on how easily Quicontel seems to be handling Villetta's power. He raises his staff high, and the air itself seems to scream as immense blue energy crackles around it. For the first time in a long while, he declares he can finally give it his all. A colossal sphere of pure blue mana forms above him, a second moon lighting up the dark, stormy sky. This is the Zippel clan's vice head finally getting serious. From the sidelines, Jin feels the immense pressure wash over him. He recognizes this oppressive aura. It's the power of a 9-star mage, something he hasn't witnessed since his regression. He recalls what he knows about Andre Zippel, a man of immense ambition and power, a core member of the Zippel family, even if he was once turned away by the Runkendels. Jin watches grimly. Now, they would see just how powerful a 9-star mage truly was. Quicontel braces herself, facing down the combined might of a hostile dragon and one of the world's strongest mages. Seeing the catastrophic spell Andre is weaving, Villetta knows she has to move. As Andre's attack looms, she gathers her own green energy, preparing to fire a beam straight at Quicantel. But suddenly, Violetta falters. Her massive wings stop beating and she starts to fall. She's grounded. Quicantel's voice cuts through her shock, a triumphant taunt that the wind itself has abandoned her. Violetta's attack fizzles out, striking Quicantel's defenses with barely a whisper. The silver dragon simply stares her down, unimpressed. In a desperate attempt to regain control, Violetta roars that she is the king of Meljidor, the god of wind. She claims that without her permission, no one can fly here, and that Quicantel was never her rival to begin with. A massive ball of churning green wind energy gathers in her maw, the prelude to a powerful breath attack. Quicantel watches the display with pure disdain. Is this really the best they can do? It's not good enough. A powerful, ancient aura begins to flare around the silver dragon. Violetta continues her rant, mockingly asking if Quicantel truly thought she could only control the wind. And with a final, hate-filled scream, she unleashes her ultimate attack. A massive beam of green energy laced with furious lightning surges towards Quicantel. At the exact same moment, Andre unleashes his spell, sending a devastating torrent of lightning magic to join the assault. Watching the two devastating attacks converge, Jin screams Murakan's name, ready to intervene. But the ancient dragon holds him back, his voice grim. Not yet, kid. Murakan admits that Quicantel had become complacent, letting her guard down. But, he adds with a grim smile, those two fools were just as overconfident. Just as the attacks are about to hit, a brilliant blue halo of pure temporal energy flares to life around Quicantel's head. The halo expands in a silent, blinding flash, releasing waves of power that warp the very air. It pulses with an otherworldly light, distorting space itself. Jin can only stare in awe, his vision blurring as the world bends around Quicantel's magic. She focuses her immense will, unleashing the signature power of a silver dragon. Andre's eyes widen in horror as he feels it. Time itself has stopped. Violetta's raging thunder freezes inches from Quicantel's face, its immense energy held static and harmless. Even Andre's lightning crackles in place, caught in the temporal lock. With the world frozen around her, Quicantel opens her massive jaws, and in a stunning display of power, she redirects Violetta's own attack, sending the beam of green energy hurtling back towards its caster. Andre watches, his jaw slack with disbelief, sweat dripping down his face. But his fear quickly twists into a manic grin. The power to control time, it's a sight he hasn't seen in ages. And now, he declares, he's going to tear it apart. Quicantel ignores his raving, her cold gaze locking onto him. She snarls, promising to shut that bickering mouth of his. Andre seems momentarily surprised that she's focused on him instead of Violetta. He quickly recovers, shouting at his draconic ally to launch her next attack. But when he looks over, he sees Violetta isn't moving. He screams her name, demanding that she hurry up and move. But Violetta is powerless. She realizes with dawning horror that her body is completely frozen, locked in place by Quicantel's magic. Quicantel stomps a massive foot onto the ground, and a wave of golden energy radiates outward. The temporal shockwave slams into Andre, throwing him backwards. He braces himself with his staff, trying to weather the incredible force. He manages to deflect the worst of it, but curses in frustration as the impact rattles him. Quicantel takes to the sky, blood dripping from wounds she sustained earlier. She glares down at the completely immobilized Violetta. Dust settles around the green dragon, pinned helplessly to the cracked earth, unable to move a muscle. Furious, Andre gathers his magic once again, lightning crackling around him. He prepares to strike the airborne Quicantel, roaring that he'll show her how it's truly done. He screams Violetta's name again, enraged by her incompetence as he rushes forward. Bleeding but unbowed, Quicantel roars back a defiant challenge, her body glowing with temporal power. Ignoring Andre completely, she dives towards the frozen Violetta, telling the lowly reptile to go ahead and keep blubbering. As the ground cracks beneath the helpless Violetta, Quicantel declares her absolute dominance. Unfortunately for them, all the wind on this island now belongs to her. The battle on the island reaches its peak. Quicantel, bleeding but relentless, dives towards the helpless Violetta, ready to deliver the final blow. Andre Zippel screams Violetta's name in a desperate rage, rushing forward to stop her, but he's already too late. And then he skids to a halt. The panic on his face melts away, replaced by a look of manic certainty. He bellows for the silver dragon to stop. Kikantel ignores him completely, roaring back that the lowly lizard should keep running his mouth as she closes in for the kill. Andre raises a hand, his voice filled with a chilling confidence. He questions how she dares to go against him as Quicantel's attack lands with a deafening crack. Her voice echoes with menace as she tells the mage to shut up and watch, because he's next. She pulls back from the downed Valletta, breathing heavily. She's taken care of the wind dragon, but she knows she used too much of her power, too much of her authority over time. Glaring at Andre, she realizes she'll need Jin and Murakan's help to finish this. That mage, he had gone too far. But Andre just smirks. He holds up a smooth, dark, egg-shaped stone that pulses with an eerie blue light. Such arrogance, he mocks. He holds the stone high, radiating a power that he believes only the truly strong deserve to wield. From the sidelines, Murakan's eyes go wide with shock. He knows what that is. He stares, completely bewildered. An origin stone. No way, he mutters, his mind reeling. It should have been destroyed ages ago. Even Kikantel, for all her power, freezes in terror. How could a mere human have that? Andre's face is lost in shadow, but a terrifying, predatory grin stretches across it as the stone glows with malevolent power. His features are hidden, emphasizing the sheer, world-breaking evil he now commands. His sharp-toothed grin radiates pure menace. A roar of pure denial tears from Kikantel's throat, unable to accept the reality before her. Andre mocks her disbelief, sneering that for all her power, she was mistaken. He claims that everything, humans, dragons, even the gods, will eventually fall into the hands of the Zippel family. He roars at her to stop denying it and accept her fate. A pained cry escapes Quicantel as the stone's energy washes over her. Her massive form convulses, struggling against the foul energy emanating from the forbidden artifact. It is the Origin Stone, an artifact created by the gods themselves as a final safety measure meant to prevent the end of the world. But in the end, the very stone that held the combined power of all the gods was shattered by their own hands. Because they realized its power was so immense, it was more likely to destroy the world than to save it. Back in the present, Murakan voices the terrifying question that hangs in the air. Why is an object that should have been destroyed in the hands of a mage? He leaps forward, roaring Quicantel's name as she falters. Quicantel groans in pain, her scales darkening where the stone's corrupting power touches her. Her authority over time feels completely negated. Andre just chuckles. That's right where she belongs. Exactly where the weak should be when facing the strong. A surge of blue energy flares from Andre as he channels the stone's terrifying power. Suddenly, a massive shape lands between them. Murakan in his full, majestic black dragon form, wreathed in shadow and blue flame. He roars for the mage to get away from Quicantel. Andre seems only momentarily surprised. Oh, a black dragon? He quickly puts the pieces together. There are only 2 black dragons left. He recognizes him as Runkundel's Murakan, awake after 1,000 years, and that must mean the boy beside him is his contractor. Andre's eyes lock onto Jin. He identifies him as the youngest Runkundel, the one who just left home. He admits he only came here to capture Olta's contractor, but now his grin widens. It seems his meal has just gotten much bigger. To be fair, Andre announces, holding up the Origin Stone, he'll wake up his sleeping friend. Dark, corrupting energy flows from the stone straight into the downed Valletta. Murakan utters a word in the draconic tongue, bracing himself for what's to come. Valletta's eye snaps open, now glowing with a foul, amplified power. She rises to her feet, surrounded by crackling purple and green energy, fully recovered and stronger than before. Murakan looks on grimly. He shouldn't have tried to save his energy. He regrets his hesitation. He looks at the corrupted Valletta. I'm sorry, my old friend, he thinks, lamenting the destruction that is about to unfold. A low growl escapes Valletta, radiating pure, dark power. Her eyes lock onto Murakan. She thought he was really dead. Murakan snarls back, calling her a crazy bastard. It's been a while, she says, her voice dripping with malice. The 2 dragons launch themselves at each other in a ferocious clash of shadow and corrupted wind. Murakan roars at her to get lost, but Valletta just sneers that while he's gotten weaker, his mouth is as harsh as ever. She charges another breath attack, roaring for him to go back to sleep. But Murakan meets the attack head-on, shadows coalescing around him. Dark tendrils erupt from his form, intercepting and enveloping the green energy beam. The shadows twist and writhe, completely consuming her attack. The shadow energy slams back into Valletta, sending a shockwave across the ground. Valletta looks momentarily surprised by his strength. Good. She would have been disappointed if he were too weak. She boasts that Murakami should be happy. She will be the one recorded in history for killing a legend. Murakami just retorts that she should stop kidding herself. While the dragons clash, Andre turns his attention back to the recovering Quikentel, mockingly asking if she's ready to continue their fight. His expression turns deadly serious. He was going to go easy on her, but now that she's seen what he's capable of, he has to kill her. His eyes flash with pure killing intent. He summons a massive, spectral skull of dark energy and launches it directly at Quikentel. Just as the skull is about to hit, Jean appears, intercepting the attack. Andre shouts in surprise, remembering the boy was there. He mocks that a child interfering won't change a thing. The mage seems genuinely confused by Jin's intervention. Even Valletta pauses, surprised to see the human boy stand against Andre. Jin yells Andre's name, pushing back against the dark magic with all his might. Murakami curses, seeing Jin directly engaging the 9-star mage. Seeing an opening, Valletta whips her tail around, aiming to strike Jin from behind while he's occupied. Murakami screams a warning, telling him to dodge. But Jin can't move. He's locked in a struggle with Andre's spell, completely exposed. Valletta's tail slams into his position with devastating force, kicking up an explosion of dust and rock. Jin lands hard in a crater, coughing and bruised, but somehow he's still in one piece. He looks up, panting, a determined glint in his eye. Valletta wastes no time, preparing another breath attack aimed directly at the vulnerable boy. The beam of green energy shoots towards him. Jin closes his eyes, focusing his will inward. He clutches Orgel's pendant, the defensive artifact from his sister Luna. The pendant glows with a brilliant holy light. A massive pillar of white light erupts from it, completely engulfing Valletta's attack and shielding Jin from all harm. And from above, a calm, powerful voice cuts through the chaos. "You haven't contacted me even once." Jin looks up as a figure lands gracefully nearby. The voice observes the battlefield, noting that he seems to have found himself in a tough situation. The light fades, revealing Luna Rumkandel. She stands tall and imposing, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, her piercing eyes taking in the entire scene. Her arrival changes everything. "Our youngest," she says, her voice echoing with calm authority. Note, these panels recap the end of Chapter 54. The narration will begin from the moment of Luna's confirmed arrival. As the blinding white light fades, a calm, powerful voice echoes across the ravaged island. "You haven't contacted me even once." The silhouette of a massive sword, Krontel, cuts through the dissipating light. Luna Rumkandel lands gracefully, her presence instantly silencing the battlefield. Jin looks up, relief washing over him as his sister surveys the chaos. "But it seems like you have a tough situation on your hands?" She stands tall, radiating an aura of absolute control. Her gaze finds her brother, our youngest. Andre Zippel stares, his eyes wide with disbelief as he recognizes the legendary figure before him. "She's, the White Whale," he breathes, her infamous title escaping his lips. Luna glances dismissively at him and the recovering dragon. The Zippel's vice head and the wind dragon, she muses that, yes, a threat of this magnitude is certainly enough to call for your sister. Luna turns her full attention back to Jin, her expression softening slightly. "Youngest, you did well holding up against these people," she says, looking him over for injuries. Jin manages a weary smile, still clutching his sword. He admits he was barely hanging in there. "Thank you for coming, eldest sister," he says, his voice filled with sincere gratitude. Luna gives a slight, almost imperceptible nod in response. Then she turns back towards Andre and Valletta, her entire demeanor shifting. A powerful purple aura begins to emanate from her, pressing down on the battlefield. Her voice is calm, but leaves no room for argument. This fight is over. Murakami, now back in his human form, quietly tells Jin that it's time for them to stand back. Jin looks over to see Murakami supporting the injured Quikentel. Murakami apologizes, admitting he couldn't fully protect Jin from Valletta's attacks in the chaos. He glances at the imposing figure of Luna. "Anyway, you have a good sister, kid," he says. "If she had arrived a little later, you would have been done for." Thanks to her, you're alive, Murakami concludes. Jin looks on silently, knowing every word is true. Andre Zippel glares at Luna, the implications of her arrival crashing down on him. He clenches his fist, muttering that this is an unexpected development. But then, a cruel realization dawns on him. With this, he has confirmation. He points an accusing finger at her, a monstrous spectral face forming in the air behind him. That the Runcandle family has broken the oath with the Zippel family. Luna Runcandle, your brother used magic. He threatens that the Zippel family won't overlook this. Luna just smiles faintly, completely unfazed. I see, she says. However, don't worry. Her tone becomes chillingly calm, since you won't be able to tell your family the news. Andre's confusion instantly turns to rage as he sputters, "How dare an insignificant girl!" Luna cuts him off, her voice sharp as steel. You dare act out when you don't know your place? Her aura flares, sending a ripple of pure pressure across the island. With effortless speed, she draws Krantel and sends a wave of pure sword energy slicing through the air towards Andre. He's caught completely off guard, barely managing to deflect the attack as it tears past him. All the Zippel members I've met were all talk, Luna comments with disdain. As expected, the Vicehead is no different. Her eyes narrow, dismissing him and his threats entirely. She lands gracefully, dust settling around her feet. Now, she turns her attention to Valletta, who tenses under her impossibly heavy gaze. Luna sizes up the massive dragon. Are you going to stay in your original form? A predatory smile touches her lips. That's good. It means I have a big area to slice. Valletta lets out a sound of pure irritation. Amidst a swirl of corrupted energy, Valletta rapidly transforms, shifting from her colossal dragon form into a humanoid shape. She stands revealed, a tall figure with flowing green hair and glowing eyes, her power now concentrated into a new form. In her hands, a massive weapon made of pure green energy, crackling with purple lightning, materializes from thin air. She points the energy spear towards Luna, radiating immense, unstable power. Luna calmly observes the transformation. She notes that the power Valletta is using isn't magic. It feels similar to an authority, but also disturbingly like the energy of the demon race. She glances back at Andre, who is clutching the pulsating origin stone. So, she thinks, the Zippel's Vicehead and the Wind Dragon have to rely on such a pathetic tool. She addresses them both, her voice dripping with contempt. Do you both seriously think, by that, a measly thing like that can save you? Valletta roars, gathering her power into a swirling vortex around her weapon. She thrusts the spear forward, launching a devastating attack. How dare a lowly girl, she screams, channeling all her borrowed power into the strike. Luna raises a single gauntleted hand, completely unimpressed by the display. What do you know, she asks, for you to say that? She meets the attack head-on with Krantel. Her pure white aura clashes violently with Valletta's corrupted energy in a deafening explosion of light and sound. The impact explodes outwards in a chaotic storm of conflicting power. Luna moves like a blur, her swordsmanship far surpassing Valletta's raw, clumsy power. She effortlessly parries the energy spear, each block a flash of brilliant light. Valletta grits her teeth, finding herself completely overwhelmed, pushed back by Luna's sheer skill and speed. Luna breaks through her guard and lands a clean, powerful hit, sending Valletta staggering backward. Valletta digs her heels in, the ground cracking beneath her as she stops her forced retreat. She coughs, clutching her side where Luna struck her, unable to hide the pain. Luna looks down at her, her expression cold and final. In the end, that's your limit. She raises Krantel high. Since you don't have anything else to show me, I'll finish this quickly. Her grip tightens on the hilt of the massive blade. A torrent of pure white energy surges from Luna, gathering around her sword. Valletta can only brace herself knowing she has no defense against what's about to happen. The air crackles with immense power as Luna prepares to unleash one of her family's ultimate techniques, the Runcandle third finishing move. Her eyes glow with intense white light, her entire form radiating divine power. Energy condenses around Krantel, forming a blade of pure, untouchable light. Her eyes narrow, focusing her lethal intent. The light intensifies, becoming blindingly bright, ready to be unleashed. Luna swings her sword down, unleashing a devastating rain of light energy upon the battlefield. A meteor shower, aimed to erase her enemies from existence. A memory surfaces of the Runkandle patriarch, Siren. His voice echoes with absolute authority, explaining the core of their clan's swordsmanship. If I were to summarize our family's sword technique in one word, it would be domination. It is destructive, ruthless. A Runkandle's entire mentality, our will to fight and possess, is contained within the sword. He explains that because of this, there is no single method to their swordsmanship. The only things they have to utterly destroy their opponents are the secret technique, and the finishing move. Back in the present, Luna embodies that philosophy. The third finishing move, Meteor Shower. A cataclysmic torrent of pure white energy erupts from her sword, so bright it's blinding. The swirling vortex of light is overwhelming in its intensity, and to her, it is beautiful. The meteor shower slams into the island, targeting Andre and Violetta directly. The very ground cracks and shatters under the immense force. The world is lost in a sea of blinding white light. In one word, strong. Andre is caught in the path of the onslaught, his eyes wide with disbelief as Violetta screams his name. She yells frantically for him to get a hold of himself as the sheer force of the attack tears through the landscape. As the light recedes, Andre stands battered amidst the devastation, somehow still on his feet. He whispers, completely stunned, "Is this possible?" He struggles to comprehend. She didn't use the authority of a god or some ancient artifact. It was with just a human strength. Luna descends slowly, her sword gleaming, her expression calm as she looks down on the shocked mage. "How is this possible?" Andre finishes, unable to accept that pure swordsmanship could be so devastating. He clutches desperately at the origin stone, his only hope. Violetta yells that as long as he has the Devil Stone, as long as he survives, they can still win. She screams that if he has to die, she can just use the stone to resurrect him. Andre clings to that hope, clutching the pulsating purple stone. That's right. As long as he has this Devil Stone, he won't die. He pours his mana into the stone, roaring that with this, he is a god. A massive explosion of dark light erupts from him as he fully taps into the stone's forbidden power. Luna simply watches the transformation, tilting her head with a non-committal She lands softly amidst the debris of Violetta's defeated form. She reflects that she is still a long way from reaching her father's level of swordsmanship. She glances towards Jin, knowing he's watching. But even a display like this, she thinks, will be a good lesson for him. It will also provoke him. Jin feels the weight of her power and understands the unspoken message. In the end, if he can't even dream of taking on their father's sword, then he will never reach the top. Luna knows her youngest brother understands this better than anyone. Meanwhile, Andre completes his transformation, emerging as a towering, monstrous creature of pure dark energy, with sharp claws and a glowing core. The creature lets out a guttural, inhuman sound. Luna sighs, looking slightly exasperated. Her pride is hurting a bit. She can't let something like this drag on, not while her younger brother is watching. The monster roars and charges at her with terrifying speed. Jin stares at the transformed Andre and asks what it is. Murakan's voice is grim. "It's finally clear, kid. The Zipples used contractors to make that origin stone." Jin repeats the name, trying to understand. Murakan explains it's a weapon meant to be used against the gods, though this one is a poor quality imitation, likely forged through horrific sacrifice. Realizing the danger, Jin tenses. Murakan immediately prepares to teleport them away, telling Jin they have to leave now. Jin protests, "Wait!" He argues that they can't leave Luna to face something so dangerous alone, but Murakan cuts him off firmly. "No! His sister can handle someone like that. We'll just be in the way, kid," Murakan states bluntly. Jin looks back at Luna, who stands calmly facing the monster Andre has become. He grits his teeth and accepts the truth. "Let's retreat." Frustration burns in him. He hates this feeling of weakness. He thinks back on his journey since regressing. He made a contract with a god, met Murakan. He started with more power and luck than anyone else. But look at him now, forced to retreat without even being able to fight properly. It's just like that time, just like his powerless death in his first life. A fierce resolve ignites within him. Never again. Never again will he feel this powerless. He clenches his fist, a silent vow echoing in his soul. He must become stronger. Murakan watches him, sensing the burning determination. He thinks with fierce pride, knowing Jin wasn't scared but was furious at his own weakness. He's so proud of this kid's spirit. Yes, that's it. He won't let that fighting spirit stop. A vortex of spiritual energy seems to swirl around his mental image of Jin's resolve. He vows internally that if Jin continues on this path, he will become the best. Until then, he, Murakami, will support him. Jin looks on, unaware of his friend's thoughts, but his own determination flickers like a flame in his hand. My contractor after 1,000 years, Murakami finishes his silent vow. Back at the fight, the monster Andre taunts Luna, asking if she thinks she can kill him. He calls her a pitiful person, utterly mistaken about the power she now faces. He summons a glowing pink orb of destructive energy from the stone embedded in his chest. Luna just watches, unfazed. Andre unleashes a massive beam of destructive energy that tears across the island. The beam rushes toward Luna, its power immense. The area is bathed in a violent pink light. Andre roars in triumph, declaring that the power of the 12 gods is now within him. He screams at Luna, asking what she has besides a sword that's too big for her. He demands that she surrender, boasting that not even her father could stand against him now. Luna simply smirks, completely dismissing his delusional rant. For a swordsperson, one sword is enough. She raises Krantel, and the blade begins to glow with an intense, blood-red aura. Andre falters, sensing the terrifying shift in her power. Luna continues, the red aura enveloping her sword. If you had used the magic you cultivated your whole life, you might have been able to see half of my technique. She plants her foot, the ground cracking under the pressure. Out of sympathy, she says, I'll show it to you. How strong a honed sword is, or Daya, against something so inferior. Her sword radiates a crimson light, ready to strike. Andre stares, shocked. A red aura. He's fought countless knights but has never seen anything like it. Refusing to be intimidated, he pushes his own power further. It doesn't matter. He has achieved the level of a god. Purple chains lash out from his body as he roars for her to come. He screams that he'll show this little girl how powerless she truly is. The monster lets out a final, enraged roar. Luna focuses, her eyes glowing within the crimson aura. Heart sword, field moon. With a single, devastating swing, she unleashes the technique. A colossal wave of pure crimson energy washes over the entire island, engulfing the monstrous Andre and turning the world red. The monstrous Andre Zippel roars, consumed by his delusion of godhood, challenging Luna to witness his power. His scream echoes across the island, a final act of defiance. Luna focuses, her eyes glowing within the crimson aura of her heart sword. She swings Krantel and unleashes the technique. Field Moon. A colossal wave of pure crimson energy explodes outwards. The red energy completely engulfs Andre's monstrous form, silencing his roar as the destructive power vaporizes everything it touches. The Origin Stone, caught in the crimson torrent, cracks and shatters under the immense pressure. The energy flares, consuming Andre entirely in a final, blinding flash. A swirling vortex of purple energy, the last remnants of the Devil's Stone, marks the spot where he once stood. Luna stands amidst the swirling aftermath, her sword still radiating power, the island beneath her feet utterly annihilated. The red energy finally dissipates, revealing nothing but churning water where an entire island used to be. The power of her attack was absolute. She turns to leave the scene of destruction, knowing the political fallout from this will be complicated. Her decision is made. Elsewhere, Murakami flies through the night sky, carrying Jin and the injured Quikentel far away from the battle. In a flash of light, Luna teleports, appearing beside them in mid-air. Together, the four of them fly towards the safety of Takan. Jin, still recovering, thinks back to the moment he called for his sister. He remembers desperately reaching out, begging her to take his hand through the pendant. Today, Luna recalls the moment the pendant activated, summoning her across the continent. She thinks to herself that in the end, it seems her youngest brother was the one who saved her, pulling her away from her duties and into something far more important. A bond, forged in desperation, connects them. Meanwhile, in the Bement Empire, Commander Raz reports to his emperor. He confirms that the island has completely disappeared. He continues, explaining that a strange vortex has formed where the island was, and that a massive amount of mana was detected. While humans were involved, what's certain is that the magic signature belongs to the Silver Dragon and the Wind Dragon. Emperor Amir questions him. The Wind Dragon? Raz confirms that they suspect it was Villetta of the Zippel family, who was reported crossing the border shortly before the incident. The Emperor clasps his hands deep in thought. And, far away, Murakhan examines a small, inert scale recovered from the battle. His expression is grim. It seems the Wind Dragon is dead. Back in Bement, the Emperor continues his questioning. What about the human mana signatures? Raz admits they believe it belonged to the dragon's contractors, but there was also another, more ominous energy present. The Emperor pieces it together. It must have something to do with the thing the Zippels have been rumored to be creating. He asks sharply about Andre Zippel's whereabouts. Raz can only say they're still investigating. The Emperor sighs, leaning back in his throne. He expresses his displeasure, noting how many things seem to be missing from recent reports. He fixes Raz with a demanding stare, asking why they still haven't identified who Kikantel's guests were. Raz has no excuse. Amir falls silent, his expression unreadable. Finally, he concedes that if Raz can't find the answers, then perhaps no one can. He gives his orders, keep this out of the press, and if Olta's contractor Enya isn't found by tonight, submit a missing persons report. He then commands Raz to send more agents into Zippel territory, making it clear that despite their friendly terms, he's not afraid to escalate things. He gives Raz a pointed look, reminding the commander that his patience is not infinite. Raz bows his head, promising to fulfill his emperor's expectations. In another dark, opulent room, the leaders of the Kinzello organization discuss the news. A subordinate is shocked. They used the Devil Stone? The sorcerer Boubere Gaston slams his fist on the table in a rage. He rants about the island disappearing and the vortex left behind, confirming his product, the Devil Stone, was broken. He screams that he told them not to use it so carelessly until it was complete. Opposite him, the cold and calculating Vishkel Ibriano sighs. Boubere demands they confront the Zippels immediately, but Vishkel simply mutters that those stupid Zippel bastards made a mess of things. Vishkel thinks to himself that, thanks to this mess, he'll have to postpone killing the loudmouth sorcerer. Boubere, meanwhile, misreads the killing intent, thinking Vishkel is as angry as he is. A third figure speaks, a massive red dragon named Kadun. She says their leader is furious and wants to reconsider their alliance with the Zippels, ordering all communications with them to be ignored for now. A fiery symbol of their leader's anger seems to sizzle in the air. Flames flicker around the impatient red dragon. She radiates heat and annoyance. Kadunhe holds a scrying orb, showing the faint silhouette of a woman holding the intact core of the Devil Stone. The dragon grumbles in frustration. Vishkel calmly reports that Andre is dead. Kadun is surprised. Vishkel speculates that whoever escaped with Villetta must have also taken what was left of the Devil Stone. Kadun considers the possibilities. Either the Silver Dragon was far stronger than they expected, or someone else got involved. But who? Vishkel recalls that the Shadow Dragon, Murakhan, was the one who destroyed their graveyard giant. His thoughts turn to Murakhan's sister Misha. If it was her, a black dragon of her power, it would all make sense. She certainly wouldn't be afraid of a mere Devil Stone. Back in Tikan, the group has returned. Jin is confused as Murakhan mentions his sister Misha and then randomly brings up his past relationship with Quikantel, clearly flustered by the topic. Luna thoughtfully notes that she's not a complete stranger to Misha either. Meanwhile, Kadun asks Vishkel if he wants her to go find the Black Dragon. Vishkel dismisses the idea as impossible. If a black dragon wants to hide, no one can find them. Kadun just laughs. She sighs, lamenting the loss of the Devil Stone. Vishkel looks down at the pink orb, the core of the stone now in his possession. Kadun callously asks if he's fine with his younger brother Andre being dead. He replies coolly that, of course, he's sad. Kadun scoffs, calling him a liar. She tells him to just have the sorcerer make another one. Vishkel's thoughts drift, scheming about the Runkendels and the Black Sea Kings. Kadun tells him to stop being a baby. Vishkel sighs, admitting she's not the only one annoyed by this setback. But he composes himself. This is the price one must pay, Nivengao, if you want to become the god of this world. He smiles faintly, speaking the name of their true leader, Keliark. Back in Tikan, someone knocks on the door of their lodging. A cheerful voice calls from inside to wait a moment. Gilly opens the door, peering out to see who it is. She sees Jin, flanked by Murakami, Kikantel, and the imposing figure of Luna Runkandel. "We're back, Gilly," Jin announces. Gilly can only stare, completely speechless. Jin asks if she can prepare them a meal, explaining they couldn't eat on the way back. Gilly stammers, her eyes locked on Luna. "Lady Luna is here," she breathes. She drops the cleaning supplies in her hands with a clatter, letting out a gasp of pure shock. Her mind immediately goes to the one thing she knows how to make in a crisis: strawberry pie. The unexpected reunion is complete, setting the stage for new plans and new complications in the heart of Tikan. Back in the Tikan residence, the chaos of battle has been replaced by a more domestic kind of panic. Murakami vigorously fans Gilly, who lies passed out on a lounge chair. "No, young master," he frets. He continues fanning, explaining to Jin that Gilly seems to think he's about to be expelled from the family. Luna comments calmly that his nanny seems to be misunderstanding things. Luna offers a small smile. "That just means she worries a lot about you. You have a good nanny." Jin looks over at Gilly with affection. "She's too good for me," he admits. The door creaks open and a voice calls out, "Young Master Jin, it's Kashmir." Jin greets him, but the guildmaster is taken aback by the new faces in the room. Jin makes the introductions. "This is my eldest sister, Luna Runkandel." Luna gives a polite, regal nod, greeting the noble sword she's heard so much about. Kashmir is stunned, recognizing the name of the legendary white whale. He quickly bows, humbled to be in her presence. His gaze then falls on the imposing silver dragon sitting calmly on the sofa. "And the other person is Miss Enya's guardian dragon," Jin explains. The silver dragon, Miss Quikantel." Kashmir stumbles back, completely flabbergasted. "Another dragon!" Determined not to make the same mistake he did with Murakami, he bows deeply, introducing himself as the head of the Seven Colors Guild. Jin apologizes for the surprise, but Kashmir waves it off, reminding him they're in the same boat now. Then he remembers the reason he came. Before he can speak, Kikantel cuts in, her voice sharp. "Where's Enya?" Jin calmly assures her he was just about to tell them. Kashmir delivers the shocking news. 3 hours ago, the missing dragon, Latri, came back. He confirms that Latri is with his daughter Julia and Enya right now, all of them safe. However, his expression turns serious. There's something strange. Latri has no memory of the time she was missing. A flashback shows the young dragon, confused, asking if she was really kidnapped. She couldn't believe it. Latri remembers Valletta refusing to teach her dragon magic, but after that, nothing. Her memory is a complete blank. Quikantel is skeptical, suggesting the kidnapping might have been a ruse. But Jin immediately shuts that down, stating he got a confession directly from Andre and Valletta on the island. Murakami speaks up from beside Gilly, his voice grim. They're erasing the evidence. He explains they are likely wiping any trace of the Devil Stone, including Latri's memories. Kashmir confirms that this is a Zippel's specialty, erasing anything that doesn't go their way. As Jin asks about the Devil Stone, Murakami promises to explain everything. Gilly slowly starts to wake, her mind piecing together the terrifying events her young master just endured. She asks aloud what the Zippels could possibly be after. Murakami turns, his expression deadly serious. There's only one reason they would make an imitation of an origin stone. They want to become God. He explains their ultimate ambition, to gather the power of all existing gods and destroy any who would oppose them, in order to become the one and only God who controls the world. An image of Keliark Zippel flashes, the face of that world-ending ambition. Kashmir suggests they rest, promising his guild will investigate. He offers to escort Quikantel to Enya, and she immediately agrees. As they leave, Murakami notices Gilly is awake and immediately demands his strawberry pie. Jin ignores him, asking Gilly if she's feeling better. Gilly is confused about why she fainted, until she spots Luna standing nearby. She stares, her mind still trying to process the fact that the white whale of the Runkandel family is in their living room. Overwhelmed, she suddenly tackles Murakami, screaming about strawberry pie, venting all her stress and shock on the startled dragon. Later, things have calmed down. Luna sips wine while Gilly pets a cat form, Murakami. Luna summarizes Jin's recent incredible accomplishments since becoming a reserve flag-bearer, killing the Zippel vice head and the Wind Dragon and securing the city of Tikan, all within 2 months. She reminds him that he also used magic without permission, a crime punishable by death. It's an incredible feat, youngest, she says with a slight smile. Gilly nervously admits she thought they were done for when Luna first caught them. Luna reassures Gilly not to worry, that she can look the other way this once. All they have to do now is avoid the patriarch, but then she casually drops a bombshell. Father already knows. Gilly freezes. The cat in her lap lets out a startled yowl. Luna explains that Siren knows everything, from the Tessing incident to Andre's death, and that he'll soon know about her involvement too. Gilly panics, asking if that means they're in serious trouble. Jin stands up calmly. Don't worry, Gilly. I have something in mind. Gilly looks at him, waiting. I'm planning on meeting Father, Jin states plainly, together with my eldest sister. Gilly breathes a sigh of relief, glad he has a plan, until the words sink in. Both Luna and Gilly shout in unison, completely shocked. What? They stare at him, dumbfounded. Luna demands to know who he thinks he's meeting. She tells him he's not in his right mind, that he shouldn't provoke their father when he's turning a blind eye. Jin calmly replies that he's going to warn him about the Zippel's plot against their family. Luna argues that Shi should be the one to tell him about the Devil's Stone, but Jin counters. If he, a reserve flag-bearer, returns home without permission, he'll have to give up on the exam. Their father will know it was all because of him anyway. Since it has come to this, he concludes, it's better if I talk to him personally. By using this information, he can make a deal with his father. Luna stands up, her tone turning ice-cold and deadly serious. Youngest, if you continue to do this, Father will kill you. Her eyes flash with a dangerous light. Jin looks back at her unfazed, a small smile on his lips. When that time comes, he says, I trust that you'll stop him, eldest sister. A tense silence hangs between them. They stand facing each other, an unspoken challenge passing between them. His eyes are filled with determination and trust. Hers are sharp and assessing. Luna lets out a quiet sound of resignation, a mix of exasperation and grudging acceptance. Gilly watches, amazed at Jin's boldness in the face of his terrifying family. Luna finally concedes. All right, I'll go with you, she says. When are we departing? Jin plans to use the first teleportation gate tomorrow. Luna agrees, saying it's best to move as quickly as possible. Gilly asks why she would agree to such a dangerous plan. Luna explains that since their family is so busy trying to tear each other apart, she feels she should at least be a warm family member to him. She looks at Jin with a soft, supportive smile. So with that, this sister of yours will become your shield. Jin smiles back confidently, knowing she would have a plan. Of course, eldest sister, he replies smoothly. The next day, they stand before a teleportation gate, ready to leave. But they aren't alone. A contingent of heavily armored Runkendel knights stands with them. Luna implies that instead of just persuading the gatekeeper, 7T, she brought them along. Her eyes suddenly glow with an intense red light as she turns to Jin, questioning if he really expects her to believe his simple plan. She grabs his wrist firmly, her intensity surprising him. Youngest, she says, her voice low. Yes, eldest sister, he replies obediently. Her expression softens slightly, though her grip remains firm. I should really treat you well. Image, Chafe 5807 years. Of course you should, Jin replies, accepting both her protection and the unspoken threat that comes with it. Jin and Luna stand before the gates of the Runkandel main house, the Garden of Swords. A guard, his eyes covered by a band, stares at Jin in disbelief, muttering, Look at this crazy bastard. He steps forward aggressively, pointing a finger at Jin. Youngest, do you not give a damn about the rules? Why did you come back? How dare a reserve flag-bearer show their face at the Garden of Swords? Nearby, Jin's older siblings watch. Dyphus comments dryly that this is what happens when their eldest sister is too lenient. One of the twins sneers that Jin is simply shirking his responsibilities. Luna glances at the gathering crowd, noting how everyone seems to be prepared for their arrival. Below, other Runkendels whisper, shocked that Jin would give up his chance to be a flag-bearer by returning. Luna lets out a quiet sigh. She thinks to herself that the guard's posturing is pointless. Jin still needs to grow strong enough to have a proper fight with her someday. In another window, one of Jin's brothers slams his hand down in frustration, agitated by their youngest brother's flagrant rule-breaking. One of the twin sisters approaches Luna, demanding to know why she brought him here. Luna replies coolly, I didn't. He came on his own. The sister insists Luna should have stopped him, calling her thoughtless. Luna just looks away, irritated. Giving up, the sister asks where their father is. Jin observes the interaction, remembering how even Luna found some of their siblings difficult to handle. Another sister approaches, asking Jin if he really came all this way to meet their father. Jin turns and politely confirms that he did. Her red eyes narrow, assessing him. The aggressive guard steps forward again, flanked by Dyphus and Tona. He yells that Jin only survived his first trials by luck, and that being slightly better than the Tona siblings doesn't make him special. Tona shrinks back, intimidated. Ignoring the commotion, Luna asks Jin if their father is in his study. Jin thanks her and starts walking toward the main building. The guard moves to intercept him. But in an instant, Luna is there, blocking his path with her own blade. The red-eyed sister, the current first flag-bearer, steps forward, her hand on her sword. Luna states calmly that the first flag-bearer is to discard her weapon. She's reluctant, but Luna reminds her of the Patriarch's order. The reserve flag-bearer was to come alone. This is a direct command. The other siblings and guards tense up, drawing their swords, ready to defy even the white whale. Luna's gaze remains fixed on the first flag-bearer. This is your last chance. The guard reiterates the order. Discard your weapon. He adds that anyone who resists will be killed. The first flag-bearer glares, but Luna's calm, unwavering power is absolute. Jin turns back slightly. Don't worry, eldest sister, he says. As a son of this family, I've come to tell father something. Nothing bad will happen. Luna watches him go, then finally tells the others to stand down. They reluctantly sheathe their weapons. She stands silent, watching her brother walk toward the lion's den. The guard sheathes his sword, muttering, "Crazy bastard," under his breath. As Jin approaches the imposing doors, he thinks to himself that his siblings don't understand their father. Siren doesn't care about rules nearly as much as he cares about results. He steels himself. If his father gives him a chance to explain, just like last time, he remembers the day he chose his sword, when Siren had asked him, "Why?" It was a good question, a real test. He recalls his father standing protectively over him, promising to keep a close eye on him from now on. Back in the present, Jin takes a steadying breath. He raises his fist and knocks on the massive, ornate doors to his father's study. Inside, Siron Runkandel sits reading, his presence immense even in repose. He looks up, his voice calm but carrying the weight of a mountain. "It seems my expectations of you were too high. I'm sure I gave you 5 years. Why have you already come back?" he asks, his gaze penetrating. An immense pressure, the very aura of his power, begins to fill the room. Jin feels it instantly. This is his father's sword energy, the power that completely annihilates his enemies. It's an aura so powerful he can form a sword from it alone. Siren stands, and a blade of pure energy forms behind his back. Jin realizes his father is showing him what will happen if he fails this test, a warning before the strike. Siren faces him fully. "I won't ask you twice, Jin Runkandel." Jin meets his gaze, a faint smile on his lips. "Is there a reason for a son to visit his father?" he asks. He knows he cannot apologize, not even on pain of death. He must be confident, but not arrogant. Jin declares boldly, "I came because I missed you, father." Siren pauses, seemingly taken aback for a fraction of a second. "Missed me? Image IH59044C." He looks down, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. "Have I ever heard that from my children before?" He thinks to himself that the sentiment isn't bad, but he quickly hardens his expression. How immature. Have you become soft after being in the outside world? Jin replies smoothly that it has nothing to do with the outside world. "I always liked you, father," Jin continues, his voice sincere. Siren's eyebrow twitches almost imperceptibly. Jin immediately worries he said the wrong thing, but Siren is merely suppressing a laugh. Suddenly his killing intent flares, washing over Jin like a physical force. The air crackles with murderous energy. Jin braces himself, caught completely off guard by the sudden, terrifying shift. Siren dismisses the sentimentality, his voice returning to its usual cold authority. "Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. What did you bring me?" Jin takes a breath, ready to play his hand. "The vice head of the Zippel family, Andre, is dead," Siren asks calmly. "Did you kill him?" "No," Jin answers truthfully. Eldest sister Luna did, but I put him in that situation. He continues, holding up a report. Besides that, there are a few more things. If you'll allow it, may I report on what happened? Sairon considers him for a moment, then concedes. All right. He gestures to a chair. Take a seat. Sairon sits back down, leaning forward, ready to listen. I'll hear it. The real test has just begun. Inside the patriarch's study, Siren Runcandle leans back, having heard his son's report. So, he summarizes, from Arkan to Bement, you've done a lot in a very short amount of time. He continues, and you came all this way, breaking the rules, simply to tell me that there might be internal movement in the Zippel family now that their second-in-command is dead. Is that what you wanted to tell me? Siren asks, his gaze sharp. Jin meets his eyes steadily. Andre is not their real second-in-command, he states. He elaborates. My eldest sister is strong, but for the vice-head of the only family that can challenge the Runkendals, Andre was lacking. Siren listens intently, a thoughtful silence filling the room. Jin adds cautiously that it's just a feeling he has. Siron leans forward, confirming his son's intuition. You're correct. Andre was just the vice-head, nothing more. He reveals a crucial piece of the puzzle. After their leader, Keliark, there is someone else in power. He dismisses the topic, saying it's not information he can share with Jin right now. Jin bows his head, grateful, before pressing on. I haven't told you the most important fact yet, Siren prompts him. What is it? They used a strange artifact, Jin reveals. Siren's expression is unchanged, but his ear twitches almost imperceptibly. An artifact? Yes, Jin confirms. Andre called it Prus, the Devil Stone. He explains that based on what he's gathered, it's an imitation of the Origin Stone, a legendary object created by the gods. The name resonates with Siren's vast knowledge. Origin Stone, he muses. He looks at Jin sharply. Did Murakan tell you what it was? Jin smirks slightly, caught but not surprised. You knew? Siren returns the smirk. That's not the only thing I know. I know you can use mana. Did you really think you could hide it from me? Jin admits internally that while he expected his father to know about the magic, he had no idea he knew about Murakan. A rare, faint smile touches Siren's lips, and then he lets out a short laugh. He admits his knowledge of Murakan was just a guess, but Jin's reaction confirmed it. Butterfly run candle? Siren continues, amused. To think you reduced the great black dragon to a mere cat. Jin coughs awkwardly as his father thinks. Seems like he's having fun. Siren's expression turns serious again. He acknowledges that Jin has acquired some very important information. He muses that the power of the Zippel's imitation stone is dangerous, and that he should talk to Luna about it. He wonders aloud if the kings of the Black Sea know about this. He decides he must visit the Black Sea himself. He then turns back to Jin. I will overlook the fact you broke the rules. But you won't be satisfied with just that. Tell me one thing you want. Jin makes his request. Please don't let any other Runcandle enter the independent city, Takan, for a while. Siron recognizes the name immediately. The place you've secretly settled down in. Siron agrees, but with a condition. You must pass a test I'll give you. He gestures towards the door, where a confused Kashmir has been summoned. The hidden master of Tikan, the noble sword. Make him one of your people, and prove it to me. If you succeed, Siren promises, no Runcandle will step foot in Tikan without my permission. Jin smiles slightly, accepting the challenge. Siren adds the final condition. The time limit is 1 year. He leans back, a challenging look in his eyes, telling Jin to prove he can acquire. The arrogant bastard who once turned down a teaching position at the Runkandel main house. Jin stands respectfully, while Kashmir stands beside him, looking understandably nervous to be in the patriarch's study. Kashmir stammers, unsure what to do, as Jin gives him a reassuring glance. That's how it happened, Siren concludes the audience. Arrogant bastard, Jin thinks, recalling his father's words about Kashmir. Kashmir glances nervously at the patriarch. He recognizes the overwhelming presence of the world's strongest knight, Siren Runkandel. Just being in the room is giving him indigestion. He quickly tries to placate the man, bowing deeply and insisting he's just young Master Jin's guest. Siron acknowledges him directly. So you're the one they call the noble sword, Kashmir's. Kashmir bows even lower, begging him to drop the title, embarrassed to be called such in his presence. Jin addresses his father, who curtly tells him to speak. Jin places a hand over his heart and makes a bold declaration. My relationship with Sir Kashmir is like a shared destiny. Kashmir flinches, shocked by the declaration. Jin presses his advantage, telling his father that since he's proven their relationship, it's time to uphold his promise. Siren smirks, seeing right through his son's ploy. A shared destiny with his son means Tikan now belongs to the Runcandle family. Kashmir panics, thinking Tikan's independence is doomed. Siren chuckles. You wicked child, you're confident even after fooling your own father. Jin plays innocent. What do you mean? I was just lucky. Siren gives his verdict. All right, you passed the test. From now on, no Runcandle will step foot into Tikan without my permission. Image ASAX 6SXP045. Jin bows respectfully. Thank you, father. Kashmir thinks ecstatically that he and Jin will share a destiny forever. Siren dismisses them. As Kashmir turns to leave, Jin stops him, saying he has something to discuss with him separately. Jin tells his father he will wait for him outside. Kashmir is flustered, realizing what's about to happen. He is about to have a private audience with the Runcandle patriarch. He swallows hard. Siren looks down at the nervous man, his aura flaring slightly. Let's talk. Kashmir manages a weak, honored laugh. Jin walks calmly down the corridor, leaving the two powerful men to their discussion. The Tona twins rush towards him, asking if he's okay. One asks what all the fuss was about and if their father spared him. Jin realizes they must have been hiding nearby, afraid of the tense atmosphere. Jin calmly asks his brothers for a favor, to look after his faction cadets until he returns. They're surprised he even has a faction, but more concerned if he's actually safe. Jin just waves dismissively as he walks away, telling them he's leaving it to them. The twins watch him go. One remarks that he's the same as ever, so relaxed after meeting with their father. The other agrees. As expected, their youngest brother is a little scary. Outside, Jin finds Luna waiting for him. Jin tells Luna that their father wants to speak with her. He explains that Siren has questions about that day. From nearby, Dyphus shouts at Jin for ignoring them. Jin ignores him, his focus on Luna. Outside the main gates, Jin meets a relieved Kashmir, who says his talk with the patriarch went well. Dyphus storms over, yelling at Kashmir for loitering in the Runcandle's garden. Luna steps forward curtly and tells him to stop. The first flag-bearer sheathes her weapon, stating that since the head is finished, there's no need to take things further. Dyphus grits his teeth in frustration. Jin thanks Luna for her help, acknowledging he's always indebted to her. She smiles gently, saying a simple "thank you" is enough. He bows slightly, sincerely thanking her. He asks if she's leaving now, and she confirms, planning to focus on her own training for a while. She pauses before she goes. She looks back at him, a genuine warmth in her expression. I'll see you again, she promises, before walking away, leaving Jin to his own path. 1 month later, in the underground training hall of Kashmir's mansion, Jin pants heavily, leaning on his sword, completely exhausted. Across from him stands Alicia Badger, Tikan's garrison leader, looking composed after their 30th spar. It was Jin's 30th defeat. Alicia smiles, wiping a bead of sweat. One more? She prompts. One more, Jin repeats, pushing himself back to his feet. He grips his sword, sweat dripping from his face, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. Please, he grits out. He requested his 31st defeat. His relentless drive to become stronger continues, unabated. The world is still reeling from the chaos on that deserted island. It's early August of the year 1795, and the fallout is just beginning. The Zippel family finally makes the official announcement. Their vice head, Andre Zippel, and the dragon Valletta are dead. But the announcement conveniently leaves out how they died. The truth is being buried, and in its absence, rumors are spreading like wildfire. Was it an internal power struggle, a mysterious cold group, or did they anger the Emperor of Bement? However, amidst all the speculation, there is one rumor that feels heavier, more believable than the others. A whisper that centers around the imposing figure of Luna Runcandle and the younger brother who stood beside her. The rumor is that Andre and Valletta died because they dared to fight the Runcandle family. This instantly reignites the old tensions. The world holds its breath, wondering if this will finally be the spark that starts the war between the two colossal powers. Will it be the Zippel's magic or the Runcandle's sword? The answer to that question is developing rapidly. Back at the Run Candle main house, Patriarch Sciron listens to a report from his attendant, Khan. Neutral powers are already turning their backs on the Zipples, sending gifts and requests for allegiance to the Run Candles. Sciron has ordered Khan to send the gifts back, but to accept their requests for allegiance. He's even planning to support a prince from the Shuchern kingdom, sending him a decent swords to ensure he takes the throne. Khan confirms the order, promising to send an 8-star guardian knight, a serious show of Run Candle's support. Sciron leans back, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. He muses aloud that all of this fuss is the result of his youngest son causing trouble on one deserted island. He's already controlling the family's influence. "How insolent," Sciron says, but it sounds less like a reprimand and more like an impressed acknowledgement of Jin's audacity. He then turns his attention to his attendant. "Khan," Sciron gives another command, "I'm leaving for the Black Sea again. After I leave, if Kashmir sends a letter, bring it straight to me." "You must," he emphasizes, his gaze locking with Khan's. The attendant understands perfectly. "Yes, I understand." Far away in the city of Taikan, Jin is lost in a storm of relentless training, his sword a blur of motion. A close-up reveals his face, etched with extreme concentration, sweat and blood dripping from his brow. Energy flares violently around him as he pushes himself past his limits. His only thought, "When I swing it for the 10,000th time," he finishes the swing, hunched over and panting, the target dummy behind him shredded to pieces. It needs to feel like the first. He's demanding impossible perfection from himself. Gritting his teeth, he forces the words out, the feeling of his own weakness weighing on him. "I'm still lacking." The image of Luna's overwhelming power flashes in his mind. If it wasn't for her, he would have died. He knows he's reached the 5-star level in nearly all his disciplines, but after seeing what's out there, he knows it's still not enough. Blood drips from his hands, staining the hilt of his sword. "I need to become stronger," he vows. He takes a heavy step forward, his shadow stretching long behind him. "In the 5 years Father gave me, I need to become strong enough to overcome all my other siblings." A worried voice cuts through his focus. "Please stop, young Master Jin." He turns, his breathing heavy, to see Gilly and Kashmir watching him. Gilly looks panicked, with a worried Enya beside her. She pleads with him, telling him that even a Run Candle body will break down if he keeps this up every single day. Enya gasps, shocked by the state Jin is in. He finally pauses, acknowledging their presence. Enya hurries over, gently taking his hands, revealing the raw, torn skin underneath. "Your hands are all ripped," she exclaims, distressed. Kashmir approaches, his expression calm and understanding. "I understand, young Master Jin," he says. "You must be impatient." He acknowledges Jin's incredible growth, but reminds him that his future opponents will be far from normal. "However," he says, delivering a crucial piece of advice, "being impatient is the biggest poison." As he speaks, Enya begins healing Jin's hands with a gentle green light. She adds softly that in the end, impatience will only make him backtrack on the path he's walking. Jin looks down, a hint of shame on his face. "I'm ashamed," he murmurs. He knows they're right, but he struggles with his own relentless drive. Kashmir meets his gaze firmly. "It's not something to be ashamed about. You're completing an amount of training that no one else could. It's amazing." The deep slash marks and drops of blood on the training floor are stark evidence of his incredible effort. Kashmir smiles faintly. "However, how about changing your training to something that'll calm you down?" Jin looks up, intrigued. "It's sparring," Kashmir reveals, "with someone who's much stronger than you." Jin quirks an eyebrow. "Are you talking about yourself, Sir Kashmir?" Kashmir pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face. He just smiles. "What do you think?" He gestures to his sheathed sword, hinting at his hidden strength. Suddenly, he unsheathes his blade, and a powerful teal aura explodes around him. The pressure blasts outwards, forcing Jin to brace himself. He's stunned. This is the power of the noble sword. Just as quickly, the aura vanishes. Kashmir calmly sheathes his sword. "Let's spar when you're able to deflect that tech," he says. Instead, right now, he turns as his wife, Alicia Badger, arrives holding their daughter, Julia. "Please be satisfied with sparring with Tikan's strongest guard." Alicia smiles, unfazed by her husband's display of power. Kashmir lays out the terms. 6 months, Defeat my wife within that time. Use everything you have, young master. Julia asks if her mommy is going to fight Brother Jin. Kashmir gently explains that they're just solidifying their friendship. Julia pouts, not understanding. I don't like fighting. Kashmir chuckles and asks who she would cheer for if they did have to fight. Brother Jin, of course, she declares without hesitation. Alicia feigns indignation as Jin sizes her up, thinking she doesn't look that not strong, a potentially dangerous underestimation. But, Julia yells, clutching her toy, Brother Jin is weak! Mommy said I always have to be on the side that's weaker and trying harder. Kashmir erupts in laughter, trying to smooth things over. Jin forces a tight smile, the brutal honesty clearly hitting a nerve. Kashmir gets back to business, setting the sparring time for every day after dinner for the next 6 months. Jin worries he's taking too much of Alicia's time, but she just gives him a confident, almost predatory smile. Don't worry, she says, since it'll finish quickly for a while. 2 days later, on the rooftop training ground, Jin and Alicia face each other. The first spar is about to begin. Alicia wraps her hands tightly, her style clearly different from a typical knight. Before they start, she has something to say. She looks him straight in the eye. I'm formerly from the Bement Special Affairs Division, and if you're from the Special Affairs Division, you don't hold back. Her eyes flash red for an instant, a sign of her honed killing intent. So, even if you lose, she warns, please don't be discouraged. Jin takes his stance. Then, shall we start? He now understands the true nature of the challenge Kashmir set for him. His resolve solidifies. He's not going to be careless. The spar ignites instantly. Alicia lunges, her bare, wrapped fist cocked back, radiating an incredible amount of pure, physical energy. Jin is surprised by the sheer speed and force of her unarmed attack. Reacting instantly, he raises his sword, infusing it with Soldere's dark energy. Her punch slams into the blade with devastating force, creating a massive shockwave. Alicia looks genuinely surprised. He blocked it. Jin's shadow energy flares defensively, forming shadowy armor around his arm to reinforce the block. Alicia's eyes narrow, instantly reassessing his strength and this strange power. A bright flash erupts around her as she shrubs off the blocked attack. Jin holds his ground, dark aura swirling around him like a living cloak, ready for her next move. She gives him no time to breathe, immediately pivoting and launching another powerful punch towards his unguarded side. Her bandaged fist glows with concentrated power, aimed like a battering ram. Jin twists desperately, blocking the blow again, but the impact sends him sliding across the stone floor. He looks up, breathless. Will you call a medic? Alicia grins fiercely, her eyes alight with battle lust. Of course, she shoots back, clearly implying the medic won't be for her. The intense spar continues. Jin clashes with Alicia's relentless, bare-fisted combat style, clearly struggling against her overwhelming close-range pressure. The 6-month challenge has begun, and he is already feeling the massive gap in strength. Later that night, after their first brutal spar, Alicia reflects on the fight. I was surprised, young Master Jin, she thinks. The Takan mansion is peaceful under the starry sky, a stark contrast to the violence of their training. Inside, she looks at Jin, who is quietly recovering. She admits to herself she didn't expect him to be able to attack twice on the very first day. Jin observes that she didn't put much force into her first attack, realizing she was testing him and weakening the ground before they even began. Alicia just smiles and he nods, understanding her meticulous approach. He reflects on the ancient magic spell he used, Flash Veil, and how it didn't even faze her. He sighs internally, realizing simple tricks won't work. Alicia, however, recognizes that what Jin calls tricks are actually well-thought-out strategies. His ability to fight stronger opponents isn't just luck. Jin understands this too. His performance wasn't just brute force, it was the result of detailed calculations and predictions, creating opportunities where there were none. Alicia acknowledges his cleverness. In a spar, it's admirable. But in a real fight, she can only imagine the faces of his opponents, caught completely off guard by his ruthless tactics. This is a sobering moment for Jin. It's the first time in this life that he's suffered a complete loss after using every tactic he could think of. He understands that Alicia's experience in Bement's Special Affairs Division puts her on another level entirely. 6 months, his eyes narrow with fierce determination. To defeat her, he'll have to face this overwhelming power every day for the next 6 months. The thought doesn't daunt him, it invigorates him. This will be fun. Meanwhile, Kashmir diligently writes by lamplight, composing the report for the Rung-Candle Patriarch. The sound of his pen scratching across the paper fills the quiet room. 1 month later, the scene shifts to the chaotic and desolate landscape of the Black Sea, where monstrous beasts crawl and fight. Amidst the carnage stands Siren's trusted knight, Khan, breathing heavily after dispatching a creature. He calls out to his patriarch. He holds out a sealed letter. Siren takes the letter, questioning why it took 10 days to arrive. Khan apologizes, explaining that the extreme number of monsters delayed his journey. Siren accepts the explanation and opens the letter. He begins to read. The letter opens with formal flattery. To the respected Sir Siren Rung-Candle, Kashmir's humble words continue, expressing how deeply moved and obliged he is. We see Kashmir as he wrote the letter, maintaining a perfectly composed and respectful demeanor. The flowery prose goes on, comparing the stars in the Tikan night sky to Sir Siren's greatness. It's signed from Kashmir Alfrian, a lowly swordsman. Siren's expression turns annoyed as he scans the lengthy letter. He told the man to report on his youngest son, not write poetry. He mutters that he'll tell him to cut it down next time. He scans the pages, impatiently looking for the information he actually wants. Khan lets out a nervous laugh, sensing the patriarch's growing irritation. Siran finally finds the relevant part, reading that his youngest son has been getting wrecked by Kashmir's wife recently. A small smirk plays on his lips. The letter details Jin's progress. The first spar ended in 3 hits, the 7th in 10, the 20th in 25, and in the 30th he withstood 40 hits. He's lasting longer and longer. Khan summarizes that the letter contains details up to the 40th spar, observing that the young master has lost a lot. He wonders if the patriarch is amused. Khan clarifies a key detail. Kashmir's wife is from the Bement Special Affairs 2nd Division. He concludes that the 2nd Division isn't something the young master can overcome with just good fortune. He congratulates the patriarch, but Siran cuts him off. That's not all. He reveals the most crucial detail. In the 40th spar, Jin withstood over 120 hits. Siren looks out at the desolate landscape, delivering his assessment. His son has broken his limit. He looks thoughtful, almost impressed. If he were the firstborn, he muses, I would have given the family to him without any regrets. Khan is visibly shocked, but Siran cuts off any discussion about the line of succession. Khan is floored. This is the first time the patriarch has ever mentioned the heir personally. He's kept watch over his children, but never has he spoken about one with such direct consideration. Siren considers the political reality. Joshua's only in his position because Luna stepped down. He wasn't appointed directly, but Siren knows that just because Jin is suitable now, it doesn't mean it's confirmed. He says that Jin isn't cold. He's good-natured, with a soft temperament, a potential weakness for a Rung-Candle leader. He acknowledges that this part of him is different from Joshua, and when necessary, a Rung-Candle leader must be able to cut off their own family. He falls silent, reaffirming his core belief. Yes, that is who a Rung-Candle is. Ruthlessness is a requirement. He dismisses Khan curtly. Return for now. Khan bows respectfully and prepares to depart. As he leaves, Siren unleashes a fraction of his immense power. A colossal wave of purple aura erupts outwards, obliterating the surrounding monsters and reshaping the very terrain in an instant. He stands amidst the destruction, calmly stating, I guess this will do. He glances at the retreating Khan. Next time, he commands, make sure to arrive a day earlier. Khan simply replies, yes, Patriarch. Back in Tikan, Jin recovers from another intense training session. Almost 3 months have passed. Today is the 93rd day. Alicia smiles, genuinely impressed. You're amazing, young Master Jin. To think you can already push me back this much. Image, Shia6 6620 Jin. Grins, wiping sweat from his brow. I need to work hard to finish this within 6 months. Alicia offers him dessert, but he declines, saying he still has more work to do. She knows what he means. Are you doing it today too? He confirms with a nod. He grips his sword, shadow energy swirling around his hand. I still have a long way to go. He takes his stance, channeling his dark blue shadow energy. Alicia watches, her expression analytical. She thinks that his growth rate is abnormal, likely because his aura and magic are growing simultaneously, and the thing that makes it all possible is that strange black power that connects them. She is awestruck by the power he obtained from his contract with the god, but she knows that power is only meaningful because of his incredible endurance, a genius who also works this hard. As she walks away, she throws a final comment over her shoulder, a smile on her lips. At this rate, forget 6 months. I think you'll defeat me tomorrow. The next day, the spar begins. Alicia throws a punch, radiating white energy. This time, Jin doesn't block head-on. He lets the shadow energy swirl around his sword, absorbing and redirecting the force. He flows around her attack, avoiding a direct confrontation of strength. Alicia lands softly, immediately recognizing his new tactic. He stands firm, the shadow energy, a protective screen around him. Alicia identifies the technique, obvious screening, a high-level defensive move designed to nullify attacks. She's intensely focused, impressed that he's mastered such a difficult skill so quickly. The shadow energy around Jin pulses, showcasing his newfound control. Alicia grits her teeth, ready to press her attack against his defensive mastery. The fight continues, now on a whole new tactical level. The spar continues, Jin's defense holding strong. But then, he finds his opening. A dark red energy flares as his blade strikes true with a sharp sound. Alicia stumbles back with a sharp gasp, her hand flying to her shoulder as blood sprays from the wound. Jin rushes to her side, his victory forgotten in a wave of concern, asking if she's all right. Straightening up, she assesses the damage, admitting it's been a while since she's taken a hit like this. But Jin is already turning, determined to find Enya for healing. Soon, Enya arrives. A soft green light glows from her hands as a complex magic circle forms, gently mending Alicia's wound. As Jin watches, he replays the final moments in his mind. He knows she could have dodged that stab. It was a lucky shot, and this doesn't feel like a real victory to him. Sensing his dissatisfaction, Alicia looks over. Jin meets her gaze and declares the fight a draw, unable to accept a win born from a moment of carelessness. A small, knowing smile touches her lips. She muses that she can't believe she would lose before the 100 days she promised him. Jin just shakes his head, telling her it's fine. She smiles faintly as the magic heals her. Of course he'd say that. She knew he would. Once the healing is complete, Alicia looks at Jin and apologizes sincerely. She admits that her own carelessness was a discourtesy to him and cost her the match. But Jin shakes his head. This isn't just about her carelessness, and they can't simply ignore the real reason this happened. He points out that just 3 months ago, a simple mistake on her part wouldn't have even mattered. His own explosive growth is what turned her small slip-up into a decisive blow. Alicia looks at him, truly seeing it now. His endless ambition, his fierce fighting spirit, and the raw talent to back it all up. He's on the verge of becoming a 6-star in both aura and magic, and she realizes that when he does, the outcome of their fights will no longer be left to chance. Nearly 2 months pass. It's now the 1st of December, and a bustling port city is blanketed in a thick layer of snow. A wooden ship sits docked in the snowy harbor, the air still and quiet. Jin walks through the wintry streets, bundled against the cold. Beside him, Murakami is strangely hauling a massive stack of boxes, their footsteps crunching in the snow. Jin glances at the boxes, asking why on earth he bought so many popsicles in this freezing weather. Murakami just shrugs, claiming cold things taste best on cold days. And also, he gestures to the pink boxes. Strawberry pie, Gilly's favorite. Jin deadpans, asking if he's trying to make her stomach explode. Suddenly, Murakami's playful mood vanishes. A faint green energy flickers around him as he admits he was careless back then, with the shadow cow. He thought the man was just another Zippel lackey, and he let his guard down. He clenches his fist, frustrated with himself. He feels he's gotten soft, and now everything has gotten complicated. Just then, a voice calls his name. It's Kashmir, with little Julia trotting beside him in a fluffy animal costume, waving excitedly at Jin. Jin gets right down to business, his expression turning serious. He needs to talk about work for a moment. He brings up the name that connects so many of their problems, Vishkel Ibriano. He recalls what he knows. Vishkel was the temporary head of his family, the only talent left in a house that was fading into obscurity. Kashmir understands immediately, agreeing that there's likely a close relationship. But he adds a strange detail. It seems Vishkel regularly brings food to someone, acting almost like a caretaker. Kashmir thinks back on their investigation. This must mean Bubere holds a higher rank in Kinzello than they first thought, which explains why he attended the Zippel banquet. Meanwhile, Murakan is under attack by a very fluffy monster. Julia clings to his head, demanding attention, while Murakan growls in irritation, telling her to wait while Jin is busy. He tries to freeze her costume with a touch of ice, but she easily shatters it. She retaliates by yanking his cheeks so hard it makes a snapping sound. Murakan stumbles back dramatically, howling in pain as Julia stands over him, victorious. She points an accusing finger, scolding the bad kitties for messing with her daddy. Kashmir just looks confused until Jin pulls his attention back to their conversation. Jin's focus is unwavering. He asks if there's any new information about their other target, Spider-Hand's Alu. Kashmir's expression turns serious. Alu has far more secrets than he first thought. Even his best informants are struggling to find anything. There are no traces of his life before he became the head of Tessing. It's as if someone deliberately erased his past. A flicker of regret crosses Jin's face. He thinks that maybe he shouldn't have killed him. Jin thanks Kashmir for his hard work. Kashmir just smiles, promising to keep digging for information on both Kinzello and Alu. Kashmir tells Jin that he's the one who is always indebted. He leans in and says that if he's really grateful, he could play with Julia for a little while, especially since Murakan looks completely exhausted. Jin agrees, but tells him it will have to wait for today. His gaze shifts toward the training grounds. It's almost time for his spar. He invites Kashmir to come watch, and Kashmir eagerly accepts, curious to see Jin's progress for himself. As he turns to leave, Jin mentions that he started to realize something recently. With a confident look, he tells Kashmir he can look forward to it. On the training ground, Alicia is wrapping her hands for the spar, but she looks utterly shocked by what Jin just said, letting out a disbelieving, "What?" Kashmir follows Jin onto the field. Alicia immediately asks her husband why he's here. He looks surprised, explaining that Jin invited him. Alicia looks flustered, trying to find the right words. She glances between Jin and Kashmir, then quietly admits she just didn't want him to see her lose. Her husband looks completely stunned. Jin tightens his grip on Bradamante, his expression calm but firm. He confirms her fear, stating that he thinks today will be their last day. Alicia accepts the challenge, saying she hopes he'll remember her as a good opponent in the future. Jin asks her what she means by a good opponent. He looks her directly in the eyes, his own gaze intense. He declares that he will remember her as a good teacher and a friend. Kashmir is floored by the exchange. It's only been a little over 3 months. He can't believe Jin has already reached a level where this is even a conversation. Alicia readies her stance, sensing Jin's resolve. She thinks to herself that if she is really going to lose today, then so be it. Breaking the tense silence, Jin calmly asks, "Shall we start?" He stands ready, radiating absolute focus, a close-up on his determined face. He utters a single word, charged with echoing power: "Summon." Brilliant blue energy erupts around him as a massive, intricate magic circle materializes in the air, pulsing with immense power. From the circle's center, magnificent ethereal blue feathers begin to swirl upwards into the sky. The energy coalesces into a breathtaking form, a giant, majestic phoenix, forged from pure spiritual flame. Its eyes glow with ancient power as it looms behind Jin, a testament to a powerful new ability he's unlocked. The final spar is about to begin on a whole new scale. Summoning a phoenix is a privilege reserved for only the greatest of mages. But it is not the mage who chooses the contract, it is the phoenix who chooses the mage. And while any mage would be honored, they all secretly dream of being chosen by one of the special ones. Among them, one is considered a legend, the rarest of all, the blue fire phoenix. Kashmir stares, his mind reeling at the impossible sight before him, a phoenix that wields blue fire. He shouts, his voice filled with disbelief, "Impossible! Young Master Jin, did you actually make a contract with Tess?" The name itself is a legend. Tess, the phoenix who only ever appeared alongside the greatest mages in history. Jin stands calmly before the magnificent creature, his sword held ready. He ignores Kashmir's outburst and turns to his opponent, asking politely, "Shall we start, Ms. Alicia?" Alicia raises her fists, her eyes locked on Jin. Despite the legendary being floating behind him, she takes her stance, a white energy gathering around her hands as she prepares for battle. "I'm coming," she declares, her voice firm, "young Master Jin." At Jin's command, Tess unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue fire, the flames roaring as they surge directly towards Alicia. She reacts instantly, dodging the searing flames. She recognizes the power as 5-star level fire magic, but she can feel there's something more to it. As Alicia dodges, Jin moves in perfect sync. His shadow energy flares as he closes the distance, bringing Bradamante down in a powerful slash. This is his chance to end it. She's forced to block the sudden sword strike with her forearm, the impact jarring her. She grits her teeth, a bead of sweat tracing down her face. The sheer force and coordination of the attack catches her completely off guard. But Jin gives her no time to recover. The instant his blade is blocked, green energy erupts from the ground around her, sharp blades of wind magic. Alicia leaps back, startled by the seamless blend of attacks. First the sword, and now wind magic. Jin is fighting with everything at once. Jin holds his stance, analyzing her movements. He knows that while her patterns are varied, they all share one common principle. Alicia lands and immediately powers up. A powerful red aura, like flickering flames, envelops her body. It's her will made manifest, a fighting spirit that seeks to dominate any opponent in any situation. Jin sees the red aura flare. He knows she's trying to regain control of the fight's tempo. He readies his blade, anticipating her move. She dashes forward, wrapped in her aura of dominance. At the exact same moment, Jin directs Tess to dive, unleashing another storm of blue fire to intercept her. Jin's shadow armor forms more completely around him, reinforcing his defense. Alicia grits her teeth and pushes straight through the blue flames, determined to close the gap between them. Jin pivots, using her own forward momentum against her. He blocks her punch while signaling Tess to attack from another angle, creating the perfect opening. In the same fluid motion, he summons a small, concentrated ball of orange flame into his own hand. He thrusts it forward, adding yet another layer to his relentless assault. Alicia is now trapped. Pinned between Jin's physical block, Tess's blue fire from above, and his own fireball from the front. The combined pressure forces her back. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes the sheer complexity of the power she's now facing. Jin presses his advantage, leaping forward with his sword coated in shadow, aiming to land the final blow. Facing the overwhelming threat, Alicia has to make a split-second decision. Does she dare try to dodge? She chooses to leap back into the air, narrowly avoiding his direct attack. Jin watches her retreat. He knows that if he lets her keep this distance, he'll be forced back on the defensive. He has to end this now. A faint smirk plays on his lips from behind his shadow mask. He has no other choice. It's time to finish this. Alicia lands and unleashes everything she has. Her red aura explodes outwards as she yells, "Are you just trying to show off that you're a magic swordsman, young Master Jin?" Jin meets her charge head-on. He activates Photon Sword, and a perfect glowing replica of Bradamante appears in his hand as the real blade vanishes. Fueled by her fighting spirit, Alicia throws a devastating punch aimed directly at the blade of light. Her fist connects, but passes harmlessly through the illusion. A fatal mistake. For a split second, she believes she's won, shouting, "Got you," as she destroys his weapon. But as the light dissipates, she finds only empty air. He's not there. She looks around frantically, confused. She was so sure his weapon was right there. Suddenly, the real Bradamante, now wreathed in blue flame, materializes right beside her head. She feels an immense pressure and searing heat as the real blade appears at point-blank range. She barely has time for a single thought. Shit. Jin's calm voice sounds from right behind her. "You're behind me again." He'd used the feint to mask his movement, repositioning instantly with wind magic. He strikes with the flat of his blade, channeling his shadow energy into the single, decisive blow. The impact sends her staggering forward, coughing up blood. It's over. Jin stands behind her as his energy recedes. Alicia slowly turns, acknowledging her defeat. "I have to accept this match. It's your win, young Master Jin." With those words, she collapses to the ground. Jin himself seems a little surprised by how cleanly his final gambit worked. Kashmir, who had watched the entire fight in stunned silence, finally snaps out of it, yelling urgently for Miss Enya. Jin echoes the request, his concern for Alicia returning the moment the spar ended. Alicia lies on the ground, staring up at the sky, exhausted but accepting. Elsewhere, Murakami is in the middle of a shouting match. "What did you just call me, you microbe? Say that again?" Quiquentel stands with her arms crossed, utterly ignoring him. Murakami, having just gotten the news, turns to boast. "Yes, the young master defeated Alicia. Can you believe it?" To beat someone from Bayment's Special Affairs Division in just 3 months, Quiquentel finally cuts him off, her voice sharp with impatience. "No, not that." Murakami grabs a startled Kashmir. "The kid summoned what?" Quiquentel demands, needing clarification on the real's news. Kashmir stammers, "Pardon?" "Oh, well, a phoenix." Quiquentel leans in, her expression intense as she grabs him. "He summoned Tess." The name strikes Murakami into silence. His eyes go wide as the single word processes. He can only manage a weak, disbelieving, "No, no!" he finally yells, his voice filled with a shock that borders on terror. Back on the training ground, Jin holds a piece of Alicia's torn sleeve, looking utterly confused by the sound of a distant, panicked argument between 2 ancient dragons. Alicia sits on the edge of the training ground, catching her breath. She reflects on the fight, admitting that her own attempt to shield and overpower him became her downfall, leading to her being defeated from behind twice. She looks at Jin, asking when he first planned that final move. Jin answers calmly, "From the very first match." He runs a hand through his hair, a little embarrassed. "Saying that makes me sound pretty arrogant, doesn't it?" Alicia just gives him a warm, genuine smile. If it's him, she says, then yes, his confidence is more than earned. Jin offers her a pouch, thanking her for everything she's done. But Alicia looks up at him with pride in her eyes, telling him that it was fun for her too. He has no idea how proud she is of the growth she's witnessed. She then shifts gears, asking how it feels to have defeated a member of the Ment's Special Division before even turning 16. But before he can answer, a frantic shout echoes from the mansion. It's Murakami, with Quiquentel right behind him yelling Jin's name. Jin looks up, recognizing the panicked tone. He starts to greet him, but Murakami cuts him off, his voice booming with a single urgent word, "Tess!" Murakami vaults over the railing and lands hard, pointing a trembling finger at Jin. "Call Tess right now! Quickly!" he demands, practically vibrating with urgency. Confused but obliging, Jin summons the blue fire phoenix once more. Tess materializes, radiating a calm, majestic power. The instant the phoenix appears, Quiquentel collapses into a deep, reverent bow, pressing her forehead to the ground. "I greet the master of the flame," she proclaims. Murakami stands awkwardly beside her while Jin just stares, utterly bewildered. Murakami stammers a formal greeting, saying, "It's been a while." The phoenix seems to acknowledge him with a soft pulse of light. Then, without warning, Tess pecks Murakami sharply on the head. He yelps in protest, but the phoenix pecks him again. Murakami pleads, trying to argue that as a free being, he shouldn't have to be so formal. One last peck sends him crying out in pain, finally apologizing. Nearby, Kashmir looks stunned, feeling a strange, refreshing energy from the impacts, wondering what on earth is happening. Quiquentel, still bowed, seems to be relaying Tess's silent commands, muttering for the phoenix to stop because she'll pass on the message. Murakami points frantically at Jin, begging him to recall the phoenix. Jin complies, and Tess vanishes in a swirl of blue flame. Rubbing his sore head, Murakami grumbles about why he was getting hit. Jin finally asks the obvious question. "Murakami?" The dragon throws his hands up in exasperation. He groans, knowing Jin would want to know why the great Murakami was bowing and scraping before a bluebird. He gets serious, explaining that what they saw wasn't Tess's true form, which can only be seen in a place called the Fire Realm. Jin asks if that's the world where phoenixes live. Murakami clarifies that it's just a name that gods and dragons use for convenience. Not even the highest-ranking gods know the true name of that place. Jin realizes the implication. If the gods don't know, then the Fire Realm is a place beyond their authority. Murakami confirms it. That's why even the flame god, Shinu, cannot wield its flames. He leans in, explaining that long ago, a few gods made the mistake of getting on Tessa's nerves. That, he says, was the day they all witnessed the phoenix's true, terrifying power. Quiquentel shivers at the memory. The enraged Tess, Murakami reveals, burned 5 gods and several dragons to ash on the spot. Jin considers this. If Tess is that incredible, how strong would he have to be to unleash that kind of power? Murakan's answer is blunt: impossible. No matter how strong Jin becomes, he can never bring out the full strength of a being from another world. It's a cosmic penalty. It's why gods who cross over are weakened, and why even Tess cannot use its full power here. But, Murakan says, turning back to Jin, he gets right in Jin's face, yelling that a kid like him could be burned alive. How could he be so reckless as to get into a fight the moment he summoned such a dangerous being? Jin calmly cuts through the panic. No, he explains with simple logic. If Tess intended to harm him, it never would have chosen him in the first place. Chi6's 5027, narrator, Murakan stops, realizing Jin has a point. He sighs, folding his arms, and relays Tess's actual message. The Phoenix likes him very much. Tess is far greater than he ever imagined, and Jin immediately sees the strategic advantage. Shinu, the flame god, controller of all fire. Against Shinu's contractor, Keliark Zippel, or his guardian dragon Kadun, normal fire magic is useless. But now, Jin realizes with a small smile, if he has Tess, his unique blue flames will be a decisive weapon. Back in the Black Sea, Siren reads the final part of Kashmir's report. He notes the brief mention of Jin's swordsmanship improving at an alarming rate. He sits amidst a desolate, slain landscape. He muses that being chosen by Tess is interesting, but he has no interest in phoenixes. He crushes the letter slightly. He allowed Jin to use magic and shadow energy, but at his core, the boy is a Runkandel. Khan, he calls. His attendant appears instantly. Siron mentions that he knows Ron Heron has a grandson. Khan confirms it, adding that, by luck, they just received a request to assassinate a prince who will be at the same competition. And on the list of participants is the name Dante Heron, registered under an alias. Siron recalls the Cosmos competition, a brutal fighting tournament hosted by pirates. He remembers that 10 years ago, his own daughter Mary suffered her first defeat there, a defeat she avenged 2 months later. He makes his decision: send the youngest there too. His reasoning is simple. With so many eyes watching, Jin won't be able to rely on his magic or shadow energy. He will have to use his sword to win. In a true match against another genius of the sword, Siren knows his youngest son will be forced to realize something. That as a Runkandel, he must first and foremost prove himself with the blade. Back in Taikon, Jin is preparing for more training when Kashmir approaches him. "Young Master Jin," he calls out cheerfully. He holds up a document announcing that it's an application for the Cosmos competition. Jin is surprised. A pirate playground? Kashmir explains it's a little reward for his hard work, and that, according to his intel, Dante Heron will be participating. He reminds Jin of Dante's grandfather, Ron Heron, a man who was once on equal footing with Siron himself. And Dante is his most treasured grandson. "Aren't you curious," Kashmir asks, leaning in, "to find out just how strong he is?" Jin feigns reluctance, asking if he really needs to go. Kashmir immediately panics. "Please, young master, think about it. He's the next head of the Heron family. You won't get another chance like this," he pleads. Jin smiles faintly. If Kashmir insists, then he has no choice. He'll participate. Kashmir stammers in relief, telling him he made the right decision. But Jin sees right through it. His father must have asked Kashmir to arrange this, to force him into a sword-only duel against the Heron heir. He understands the test perfectly. He looks at the gleeful Kashmir, who has no idea he's been found out, and thinks wryly that the man seems to have his hands full. Kashmir then adds that he has to leave tomorrow, as the timing is tight. With a cheerful thumbs up, he wishes Jin a safe trip and makes a hasty retreat before Jin can protest. The scene shifts to a dark, oppressive island in the south. Chains hang ominously, and the air reeks of desperation. Jin stands among a crowd of grim-faced fighters, thinking that this place is even more sickening than Mamit. It's a fighting competition where you can kill your opponent, with no rules against assassination or poison. He wonders what kind of man would send his treasured grandson to a place like this. He walks through the crowd, Gilly and Murakan close by. Whatever the reason, he thinks, it doesn't matter. He spots a figure in a green cloak up ahead. Getting to compete against the Heron heir is a good opportunity. The figure in the cloak sighs dramatically. "Ha! This place reeks, just like I remember." She throws back her hood, revealing a young woman with short white hair and wild, excited eyes. A maniacal grin spreads across her face. All right, let's have some fun. Jin steps into the registration hall. The air is thick with the smell of cheap booze and old blood, and tension hangs heavy in the dimly lit room. At the main desk sits a mountain of a man, the organizer, nursing a bloody, bandaged arm. Jin's footsteps echo as he approaches the desk. The large man looks up, annoyed at being disturbed. Huh? He grunts. Who's this? He asks gruffly, sizing Jin up. Jin states his purpose simply, I've come to enter the competition. The man scoffs, waving a dismissive hand. Applications are closed. Get lost, he adds with a sneer, and it'd be even better if you die on the way back. But Jin remains calm. I'm sure I heard it was open until sunset today. The organizer leans forward, his voice rising in irritation. I'm not in the mood to take applications right now. Are you deaf? I'm busy, so stop annoying me and get lost. Jin lets out a soft sigh and subtly reaches into his cloak. The man glances over, his annoyance growing. In a flash, Jin reveals a handful of gold coins and flicks them with blinding speed. They shoot like bullets, embedding themselves deep into the wooden desk right beside the man's injured hand. What are you doing? Jin asks, his voice dangerously calm. The impact throws the massive organizer back in his chair. He chokes, startled by the casual display of overwhelming power. Jin leans over the desk. This should be enough, right? He says, his gaze like ice. Put my name down. The organizer stares at the quivering coins, then back at Jin, letting out a pained grunt. He struggles for breath. He seems to be trying to process what just happened. Then, suddenly, he erupts into loud, booming laughter. He slams his good fist on the desk, his mood completely changed. You're an intense kid. I like it. All right, I'll put your name down, he bellows, scribbling on a dirty piece of parchment. He tears it off and hands it to Jin. You're in group 13. The guys inside will kindly guide you. He strikes a dramatic pose. With romance and love, I welcome you to the competition, he declares, revealing his title, owner of the island, the Pirate King, Cosmos. But as Jin turns away, he mutters to himself, cocky brat. Jin takes the slip of paper. Group 13, Jin Gray. His alias is set. As he's guided away, he hears Cosmos giving instructions to a guard. If the kid is confident, put him with someone decent. If not, feed him to the sharks. The guide leading him through the grim, prison-like corridors grumbles, Gosh, this year is crawling with young guys. He glances back at Jin. There's another one, a bastard who beat up the captain. It's a shame you two aren't in the same group, he says with a shrug. I wanted to see you fight. But good luck. You might meet in the finals if you have enough of it. They arrive at a large, barred gate. All right, this is the area for Group 13. Inside, dozens of rough-looking fighters are already gathered. I'll see you later if you survive, the guide says, turning to leave. When Jin asks about his room, the guide just waves dismissively over his shoulder. Beats me. Jin looks into the crowded cell block. It seems there weren't enough rooms to begin with. He sees two fighters already brawling in one of the cramped rooms. He understands the setup immediately. They want the participants to fight each other for a place to sleep. This is less a fighting competition and more a survival game. A nearby fighter notices him as the cell door creaks open. A large, tattooed man blocks his path. And who are you? He asks aggressively. He gestures to the three men already in the room. Don't you see we're full? Get lost. He leans in, but Jin calmly interrupts him. I'm going to count to 3. His voice is low, but it carries a chilling promise that echoes through the room. By the time I'm done, all of you should be gone. He casually shrugs off his coat, a faint blue aura of power flaring around him. 1. The large man is stunned. What? Hey, wait! 2. Jin adjusts his glove. The man curses under his breath. This fucking youngster! 3. The man's eyes widen as an intense energy flares around him. But before he can even move, Jin is a blur. There's a swift, decisive crack of impact. Jin is already past him. The first challenger collapses as a second one rushes forward. The second man goes down just as quickly, his eyes wide with shock. Jin stands calmly, the 3 men unconscious on the floor behind him. He looks completely unfazed. He rests a hand on the hilt of his sword. Well... He addresses the remaining occupants of the cell, his voice dangerously quiet. Who wants to stay with me? The room explodes into a fury of motion as the remaining fighters all charge him at once. Jin draws his sword, the blade a silver flash in the dim light. The fight is over in an instant. He moves like lightning, his blade a whirlwind of steel and blood as bodies fall around him. A masked assassin lunges, twin daggers aimed for his heart. Jin pivots and slices cleanly through the attack. The assassin collapses, and Jin looks down at him, blood dripping from his blade. Even if this place is a lawless zone, it doesn't compare to Mummet. He surveys the room, now littered with bodies. From the shadows, figures with glowing red eyes watch him warily. He sheathes his sword, his eyes glinting with determination. He won't be sleeping tonight. Amidst the carnage, he calmly sits down and pulls out a book. He opens it and begins to read. The guide from before returns and peers through the bars, his jaw dropping at the scene. "This is quite annoying," Jin remarks casually, not even looking up. The guide stammers, "Hey kid!" He stares at the dozen or so bodies littering the floor. "Are you planning on killing everyone before the match even starts?" Jin finally looks up with a slight smirk. "Let's just say this was the opening act." The guide remembers what Cosmos said. "I thought you were just an arrogant brat." "But the captain was right. You are one intense guy," he exclaims. "No wonder he said to put you with the decent ones." He changes the subject, gesturing outside. "The matches for groups 1 and 2 are starting. You should go watch if you want to scout your future opponents. Come with me. I'll personally escort you." The guide eagerly leads him away, towards the main arena. They arrive at the spectator stands overlooking a vast, sand-filled coliseum. The guide reminds him that no weapons are allowed in the stands. "So just sit and watch comfortably, super rookie." Jin looks out at the arena. The scale of it all is impressive. He takes in the massive crowd filling the stands. "This many people come to watch this," he muses. He glances down at his simple disguise, thinking he should have been more careful. He overhears a nearby conversation about how half the fighters in Group 13 were wiped out and someone lamenting their lost bet. He ignores it, knowing they're talking about him. But then he catches another, quieter conversation. "No, besides that," a man whispers, among the participants for this competition. I heard there was a reserve flag bearer from the Runkendel family." Jin turns his head slightly, his expression hardening. It seems his presence here isn't a secret after all. The sword-only test just got a lot more complicated. A Runkendel reserve flag bearer? The words hang in the air around Jin. The spectators continue their conversation, completely unaware. One asks why a Runkendel would ever come to a place like this. The other leans in, explaining he heard from a pirate executive that there's a powerful boy here, and the rumor is he's from the Runkendel family. If that's true, the first man muses, it could be Daytona, Haytona, or Jin Runkendel. They get excited at the thought of it being Jin, the one who became a 5-star mage so young. Jin just listens, his face a mask. So the rumor's true, he thinks. It's not surprising they know his name, but he's a little surprised they know about the Tona twins as well. He looks out over the arena. It's about time the twins got out into the world. If they really are here, he'll find them later. Just then, fireworks explode over the Coliseum, signaling the official start of the competition. In the center of the arena, bathed in spotlights, the pirate king Cosmos makes his grand entrance. He bellows to the roaring crowd. "To all the ladies and gentlemen who have graced the arena, you haven't dropped dead from waiting, have you?" The crowd chants his name as he throws his arms wide, soaking in the adoration. He thinks greedily about how many people have come to fill his pockets. "Let's stop the small talk and get started," he roars. He announces that with 82 artists on standby, it's time to introduce the main character of the first match, the beast from the Shark Pirates. A tall, lanky fighter with a cruel grin and wicked hooked blades attached to his arms steps into the light. "Mentis!" Cosmos screams. He then points to the other entrants. And his opponent? Someone participating for the first time. A calm figure with blonde hair walks into the arena. "Let's see what kind of swordsman he is. Paul Mick." From the stands, Jin watches the newcomer. The crowd murmurs about how young the blonde fighter looks, but Jin's eyes narrow as he gets a better look. "A young boy?" He remembers the guide's words from earlier, about another young guy who beat up one of the captains. This must be him. Down in the arena, Mentis looms over the much smaller Paul Mick. Cosmos announces, "Now then, the battle. We'll start," he bellows, and Mentis immediately lunges, swinging his hooked blade in a vicious arc. The crowd gasps, anticipating a bloody spectacle. Mentis's eyes gleam with bloodlust. And then, there's a flicker of movement from Paul Mick, almost too fast to see. He hasn't moved an inch, but his opponent freezes mid-swing. Mentis's eyes widen in confusion. What? For a split second, there is absolute silence. Then, Mentis's head slides cleanly from his neck and falls to the sand with a dull thud. Cosmos stares, completely bewildered. "What just happened?" he mutters. "Did anyone see that?" Jin watches intently. He saw it perfectly. In a single instant, the boy beheaded him with pure sword energy. Paul Mick stands calmly, his sword already sheathed. Jin watches him, his mind racing. "I see," he thinks. But the name that comes to mind isn't Dante Heron. Recovering from his shock, Cosmos announces the result. The match ended in an instant. The winner is Paul Mick. The name echoes through the stunned arena. The crowd erupts. The white-haired girl Jin saw earlier leaps to her feet, screaming with excitement. Yes, this is what you call a fight. It's Paul Mick. Others join in, declaring they'll bet everything they have on him. Someone shouts, "Let's go, Dan!" "No!" "Paul Mick! Paul Mick! Paul Mick!" Jin stares at the blonde swordsman, his eyes wide with shock and dawning horror. "Veridin Zippel!" As the white-haired girl continues to cheer, Jin is completely thrown. Why on earth is that guy's here? Paul Mick! The girl turns to the people around her, pumping her fists. "All right, I'm betting on Paul Mick too. Can't you see? Paul Mick is the future. Bet everything you have." Jin watches Veridin, ignoring the chaos. Is he on a mission too? He seems to be enjoying this far too much for that. Just then, Veridin turns, and his eyes seem to lock onto Jin. "If I get caught, I'll be in big trouble," Jin thinks. "I should pretend." But it's too late. The white-haired girl spots him. "Huh. Hey, long time no see," she calls out cheerfully, waving at Jin. Veridin's gaze follows hers, and a small, knowing smile plays on his lips. The girl bounces over, landing right in front of Jin. "Veridin Zippel," Jin thinks, the name confirming his worst fears. The girl beams, thinking she's the one being greeted so openly. "I'm happy to see you too, Veridin," she shouts back enthusiastically. Jin puts a hand to his forehead, completely annoyed by the unwanted attention. Veridin just continues to smile pleasantly. Cosmos's voice booms through the arena, interrupting the bizarre scene. Now, let's hear what the winner has to say. "Paul Mick," he asks, "how do you feel?" Veridin looks up and replies with a simple, "Ah." He pauses for a moment, as if in deep thought. Then he looks toward the stands with an almost pious expression. "I'm happy to have gotten rid of one of the world's evils. I hope," he continues, his voice calm and steady, "that you don't become a pirate again in your next life." Silence hangs in the air. Then Cosmos bursts out laughing, clapping him on the shoulder. "Well, becoming a pirate isn't something I'd recommend to children." He winks. "But saying that might make all the pirates here a little sad." He leans in, a malicious grin on his face. "This is fun, kid. Do your best. All the pirates who heard what you said will be very pleased to meet you." Cosmos turns back to the roaring crowd. "All right, let's start the next match. Bring up the participants." Later, Jin walks back through the dark, blood-stained corridors. He observed the rest of the matches, but no one caught his eye besides Paul Mick. He sits down against a cold stone wall, his sword resting beside him. He thinks about his intended opponent, Dante Heron, and the unexpected arrival of Veridin Zippel. "Can I win?" he wonders. He summons a small wisp of shadow energy to his palm. He knows it would be possible if he could use his magic and shadow energy, but his swordsmanship alone won't be enough to win. He clenches his fist, the shadow energy swirling around it. It's still too early to tell, he resolves, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. He leans his head back against the wall. His first match is in 4 days. Until then, he just needs to survive the nights. Chach 6-67056, narrator. A figure walks down the dark corridor, their footsteps echoing on the stone. The footsteps stop right beside him. Jin looks up. It's Veridin Zippel, standing over him with an unreadable expression. The confrontation he hoped to avoid has just found him. The story flashes back to a hand holding a familiar, eye-shaped pendant. Orgel's pendant. It's a younger Veridin Zippel, standing before a hooded elder named Zephyrin. "I didn't give that to you so you could play around with it," Zephyrin says sternly, as Veridon tosses the artifact like a coin. That is something the Vice Lord will use when he truly needs it, the Elder continues. Please keep it safe. Veridon apologizes, his voice soft. He clutches the pendant, saying he'd feel better if it was with him. Zephyrin sighs in frustration, but Veridon just asks why he was summoned. The Elder explains that in the Southern Islands, a martial arts competition is held every year around this time. Do you perhaps know about the Cosmos competition? He asks. Veridon looks startled. He immediately begins to deny it, waving his hands frantically. No, first time hearing about it. A pirate competition? How would I know about that? I would never. Zephyrin watches the over-the-top performance and thinks dryly, so this is where he disappears to every year. Zephyrin cuts through the act. Dante Heyron, he says, and Veridon's playful demeanor instantly vanishes. He's participating this year. Go there, the Elder commands, and see for yourself how powerful your future opponent will be. Veridon, now in a green cloak, sighs. And that's why I'm here, he explains cheerfully to his attendants. It was a good excuse to get some pocket money, so it's fine. But how could there not be a single fun match in 2 days, he complains. It was great to see Dante's skill, but everyone else was terrible. This year is so bad. He walks over to the tournament bracket posted on the wall. Where the hell are the good guys, he mutters, scanning the names. His eyes stop on a familiar name. Jin. He reads the full entry. Jin Gray? He glances back towards the spectator stands, realization dawning. Don't tell me it's that, Jin. So he wasn't just here to watch. A huge, excited grin spreads across his face. I'm already looking forward to this. The prospect of facing Jin Runkendel has completely changed his outlook on the competition. The scene returns to the present in the dark and dangerous holding cell. Veridon stands before Jin. Jin sits against the wall, utterly exhausted, his sword resting beside him. He assesses his situation. Out of the survivors, 35 have already died, most of them outside the arena, in ambushes just like this. He scans the darkness, knowing that soon more challengers will come. He can't let his guard down, not even for a second. If he falls asleep, he knows he might not wake up. He was trained to function without sleep during his cadet days. But this is the first time he's stayed awake for 4 days straight. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. He senses something. Footsteps approach, making no effort to be quiet. To approach so openly in a silent place like this, he grips his sword. Whoever it is, they're confident. A figure steps out of the shadows. Jin reacts instantly. Wait, it's Veridon Zippel. He smiles, offering a polite but disarming greeting. I'm sorry for the intrusion, but do you have time to talk? Jin's mind races. Paul, no, Veridon. As Jin stands up, Veridon makes an unbelievable offer. Please let me sleep. If you do, I will stand guard so you can rest. What are you talking about? Jin asks, completely taken aback. Veridon continues earnestly. I've been watching you. I think you're a real martial artist. So, please, let me sleep, he pleads, swaying on his feet as if he's about to collapse from exhaustion. And before Jin can even respond, he does just that, falling to the floor and instantly passing out. Jin stares down at the sleeping Zippel heir. What the hell, he wonders. Did they not train him to function without sleep? He looks closer. He can smell the faint scent of blood and see the subtle signs of a recent battle. It seems Veridon was attacked by a lot of people. Just then, he senses movement outside the cell. A group of assassins with crude weapons gather in the corridor. Jin turns towards them, his eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. One of them charges forward, yelling, "Die!" Jin intercepts the attack effortlessly. Did you not hear the rumors? He asks, his voice dangerously cold. That everyone who steps foot in this room leaves dead. The attackers hesitate, finally realizing who they're facing. One of them tries to talk his way out of it. Wait, we know! You're Jin Gray, the one who took out 13 men by yourself. Another pleads with him to calm down, saying they didn't come for him. He raises his crossbow. If you just give us Paul Mick. Jin's eyes narrow as he sees the crossbow bolt. It flies towards him. He catches it easily. Poison. He examines the tip, his face darkening. Poison, huh? The assassin who fired the bolt looks terrified. To go this far just to kill a kid, Jin thinks grimly. He doesn't know who's behind this, but he raises his sword, now coated in a shimmering white aura. Can you withstand this? Just then, Veridin stirs on the floor. He jolts awake with a gasp. He sees Jin surrounded by assassins, ready to strike. "Ah," he pants. As Jin turns, Veridin quickly explains. "The guys chasing me are the subordinates of a pirate called Cyclops Joe," he says. "He heard it from the last man he fought. They planned to capture the Runkandel for money." Veridin looks up at Jin, his voice filled with gratitude. "You protected me. A total stranger, thank you so much." He sits up, looking slightly embarrassed. "Anyway, a Runkandel, huh?" I'm speechless. He shakes his head. "Ah, what am I doing? Since you're my hero, I'll explain," he says, deciding to be partially honest. "They're after me because I'm a noble. I'll just say I'm a noble from Bement. I'm sorry I can't tell you more." Jin listens in silence. Veridin bows his head slightly. "Thanks for understanding. I owe you my life. I don't know how to repay you." Jin looks directly at him, his eyes sharp and awake now, and repeats the words he'd muttered earlier. "An eye for an eye. A life for a life." Veridin beams, completely misinterpreting the cold, transactional statement. "Whenever your life is in danger," he vows passionately, "no matter the situation, I will also put my life on the line to protect you. I will put all my honor on the line." Jin just stares back, his face blank. He turns away, dismissing the conversation entirely. Veridin sits down, undeterred, and takes a guarding posture with his sword. "Do whatever you want," Jin says. "First, I need to sleep. I'll be in your care. Wake me up before Group 13's match," he adds. "Okay," Veridin replies cheerfully. "Protecting you is what I swore to do, so rest assured, Jin is already half asleep." Veridin looks at the sleeping Jin and thinks warmly. He's cold on the outside, but he fought for me, a total stranger. He smiles, feeling a connection. "I think I made a great friend." He settles in to stand guard, completely unaware of the complex web of lies and motivations surrounding them both. The days pass in the brutal Cosmos competition, and in the arena, another fighter charges with a ferocious roar. Veridin Zippel, fighting as Paul Mick, stands ready, his sword held loosely. With blinding speed, he dispatches his opponent in a single, effortless slash. As blood arcs through the air, the announcer screams, "The winner is Paul Mick!" Veridin flicks his sword clean, looking completely bored as the crowd goes wild, chanting his name. He finished him in one strike again. "Paul Mick, Paul Mick, Paul Mick, Paul Mick!" Another match, another instantaneous victory. Veridin's sword flashes, leaving only a spray of blood in its wake. "The winner is..." Jin, fighting as Jin Gray, has his own match. He stands over a defeated opponent, his sword resting on his shoulder, radiating a quiet menace. The announcer yells, "Another strong young person, Jin Gray." The crowd begins to chant his name too, recognizing another dominant force in the tournament. "Jin, Jin, Jin." From the stands, Veridin watches Jin's match with a thoughtful expression. "That guy, Jin Gray, he's pretty amazing." Spectators nearby debate who is stronger, but one scoffs, saying Jin is no match for a Runkandel reserve flag-bearer. Veridin overhears and thinks irritably, "I'm not a Runkandel." Back in the grim holding cells, the echoes of the crowd's chants can still be heard. Two defeated fighters grumble. "So this year's finalists are those two kids," one says. The other spits. "Because of those young bastards, this year's done." The first one looks around, a scheming glint in his eye. "Are you just going to sit there? They might be decent, but it's just two guys. Before the winner's group starts, if we gather up some men and get them..." A sharp voice cuts him off. "Quit it," another fighter says from nearby. "You can't handle them." Jin's guide walks past, smirking. Jin Gray's nickname is the God of Death. You should have heard why. He stops and looks back at the plotters. On top of that, they're using the same room. "Do you really think that'll work?" The guide calls back, "I'm stopping you because you're all popular fighters. It would be troublesome if you all died before the matches even start." The lead plotter clicks his tongue. "There's no helping it. Let's stop here." His accomplice looks surprised. "Let's just get out of here," he decides, abandoning the foolish plan. "That's probably for the best," the other agrees readily. "Thankfully, looking at the program, we won't have to go against them. I don't want to die here." "All right," the leader confirms, "we're the only ones who know about this." Leaning against a wall just outside their cell, the guide overhears everything. Cosmos must never find out, he thinks. But elsewhere, the pirate king Cosmos slams down a large mug. "Those damned bastards," he fumes. His attendant asks what he plans to do about them trying to rig the matches. Cosmos stares into the distance. This is for the better. He reveals his ruthless decision, his eyes glinting. Get rid of the whole program. Since Jin Gray and Paul Mick are going to the finals anyway, the decent guys and the ones left over will all become sacrifices for the main event. Veridin easily dispatches another opponent. And except for those two, Cosmos continues, increase the dividend rate as high as you can, to the point where they won't be able to sleep if they don't bet. He slams his fist into a barrel of booze. Okay, it's lightning speed from the winner's match to the finals. He grins maniacally. Let's go make some money. The crowd in the arena is whipped into a frenzy, chanting both names. Paul Mick, Jin, Paul Mick, Jin, Jin. The white-haired girl sits with her hooded attendants discussing the final match. One has been a shocking supernova since the first match, she says, and the other is a god of death who has reeked of blood since the beginning. She asks who they think will win. They both agree that Paul Mick's swordsmanship seems more refined. The girl then turns to Jin, who is sitting nearby. Did you also bet on Paul Mick, young master? She asks cheerfully. Jin replies coolly, Me? I bet on Jin Gray. 100,000 gold. The girl and her attendants are stunned. Young master, she calculates, Jin Gray's dividend is 3 times. Will those pirates really pay you 300,000 gold? Jin just shrugs. Well, Cosmos is a well-known pirate. He has several islands he can sell if he has to. Suddenly, Cosmos's voice booms over the arena. I've kept you waiting for a long time. He drops dramatically into the center of the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the Pirate King Cosmos. An impatient spectator throws a can at him. Who cares? Hurry up and start, Cosmos roars back. Bring Paul Mick, another spectator yells. Where's Group 13's Grim Reaper, Jin Gray? Cosmos thinks irritably. You noble bastards, I'm doubling the entrance fee next year. He clears his throat. Let's skip the long talk and call them out. He raises his fist, red energy flaring around it. Paul! Mick! The crowd roars. Veridin walks calmly into the arena, bathed in sunlight as the crowd chants his name. Cosmos points to the other entrance. His opponent is Group 13's Grim Reaper, the unknown young swordsman, Jin Gray. Jin walks into the arena, his expression calm and focused. A spectator shouts, I believe in you, Jin Gray. I put everything I have on you. Jin Gray, let's go, the crowd screams. Jin thinks wryly, where do you keep telling me to go? The two fighters face each other across the vast sand pit. Now then, Cosmos says, there's no need to wait any longer. Match start, he bellows, and a small flame appears between them, signaling the beginning. Jin takes a single step. They circle each other slowly, assessing, the silence thick with tension. The slow, deliberate circling continues. Veridin watches Jin intently. Jin makes the first move, a quick feint to test his reaction. Veridin doesn't fall for it. Suddenly, he explodes forward, swinging his sword in a powerful overhead strike. Jin meets the blow head-on, their blades clashing with a deafening ring. The impact forces Jin back slightly as Veridin presses the attack, steel grinding against steel. Veridin grins fiercely. I knew these small techniques wouldn't work on you. Jin meets his gaze and thinks. Then, as a green energy flashes at his feet, Veridin raises his sword high, gathering a golden energy around the blade. I'll do it properly, he declares. Jin responds in kind, coating his own sword in a swirling blue aura. Do as much as you want, he invites. The two prodigies stare each other down, raw power crackling around them, ready to unleash their full strength. Their energies collide violently, sending a huge plume of dust and light into the air. The shockwave expands outwards, obscuring the fighters as the true battle finally begins. In the stands, the Pirate King Cosmos watches the duel with a smug grin, while his attendant sweats, completely overwhelmed by the skill on display. Down in the arena, the fight rages on. Jin's blue glowing sword clashes with Veridin's golden blade, sending sparks flying with every high-speed collision. The exchange is a blur of motion, a whirlwind of steel and colored energy as they deflect and counter with incredible precision. Veridin presses his attack, his movements fluid and precise. Their blades meet again in a rapid flurry, gold and blue light erupting with each parry. But even in the heat of battle, Jin is analyzing his opponent. He's certain that Dante's first attack was his quickest. He realizes Veridon is conserving stamina, only increasing his speed when absolutely necessary. He isn't going all out yet. Suddenly, Veridon disengages, a look of surprise on his face. He seems to have realized something about Jin's style as well. A small smile plays on his lips. I should match his tempo, he thinks, deciding to mirror Jin's measured pace. Their swords clash again in a massive burst of energy. The force of the collision sends a shockwave through the arena, and the crowd roars its approval. One spectator grabs another, shouting, "This is crazy to see a fight like this in a shabby place like this. Get him!" The white-haired girl watches, completely captivated. Wow, she thinks. How is that a children's fight? Jin feels the pressure, his hand clenching tightly around the torn fabric of his shirt. Veridon calls out across the arena, a confident smirk on his face. "You're holding up well, Jin Gray, but if you're hiding something, you'd better use it now. Because right now," Jin's eyes widen. "I'm going to speed up," Veridon declares, his sword beginning to glow brighter. He unleashes a blindingly fast series of strikes. Jin is forced onto the defensive, struggling to keep up with the sudden, explosive acceleration. Veridon's blade becomes a golden blur, weaving intricate patterns of light as he presses Jin relentlessly. A shallow cut appears on Jin's cheek as he narrowly avoids a strike. He grits his teeth in frustration. Veridon's assault is a whirlwind of motion and speed. Their swords clash again, creating another massive explosion of golden energy. Jin is pushed back, the sheer force and precision of Veridon's attack almost overwhelming him. The crowd roars, sensing a climax. "Yeah, Polmick, that's it! Get him!" "A little more." Veridon presses his advantage. "That's right," he thinks. "That's your strength." He's analyzed Jin's style completely. Destructive swordsmanship, powered by a blessed physique and superior stamina. He knows Jin is purposely dragging this out, fighting a battle of attrition. As expected. Whoa, you're also using an alias. Veridon prepares for his final decisive strike. He lunges forward, shouting Jin's true name, breaking the facade. Jin Rungkandel. However, if this is everything you have, he thinks, absolutely confident in his victory. You've made a mistake. Veridon's golden blade speeds towards Jin's heart, but Jin's eyes suddenly snap into focus, a faint blue light swirling within them. Veridon senses the shift, his eyes widening in alarm. Jin effortlessly sidesteps the fatal attack, Veridon's lunge missing completely. In the stands, the white-haired girl gasps, "What? Why is he calling my name?" completely misinterpreting the shout. Veridon looks shocked. Sweat drips down his face as he realizes his attack failed. Just now, if I had slashed him, I would have been attacked by something else. He sensed that Jin was ready to unleash another hidden power. Jin stands calmly, a dark blue aura of shadow energy now subtly swirling around him. Damn, he thinks, annoyed with himself. I almost used my shadow energy. He barely managed to restrain himself from breaking his father's one rule. Veridon catches his breath. He looks at Jin, a challenging glint in his eye. Is it my turn now? Jin grips his sword, a blue aura flaring around his hand and blade. He unleashes his own technique, sending multiple slashes of pure, sharp blue energy shooting towards Veridon. Veridon grits his teeth, raising his own sword to defend against the onslaught. As their energies collide, Jin analyzes his opponent's defense. All his parries have the same force as his first swing. Blood trickles from Veridon's mouth as he struggles against Jin's relentless assault. He has no faults, Jin thinks. Veridon blocks desperately. Shit, he thinks. Maybe I should have gone all out from the beginning. Jin had thought there was no way to win with swords alone, but now he sees an opening. He raises his sword high, concentrating his aura. If this continues, he thinks, I might end up killing you. Veridon Zippel. He prepares a powerful downward strike, the very ground beneath Veridon beginning to crack. But then he calls out, breaking the flow of the fight. Stop messing around. Veridon pauses, surprised by the sudden words. Jin lowers his sword slightly, his gaze sharp and commanding. Who do you think you're standing in front of for you to be hesitating? I am Jin Rungkandel. Don't make this fight shameful, he demands, challenging Veridon to fight with everything he has. Veridon stares back, completely shocked. And then Jin throws what he believes to be Veridon's true identity back at him. Dante Hiran. Veridin just smiles faintly, a strange mix of amusement and perhaps relief. Jin stands ready, waiting for the real fight to begin. Okay, Veridin says simply, accepting the challenge. Both swordsmen take their stances again. The aliases are gone. The atmosphere has completely changed. I showed you a shameful side of me, Jin Runkandle, Veridin says, a genuine challenge in his voice. Will you fight me again? A slight smile touches Jin's lips as he lets out a small breath. He accepts. He grips his sword tighter, ready for the true duel between Jin Runkandle and the man he believes to be Dante Haran. They stand facing each other, swords crossed, ready to begin anew. The warm-up is over. Veridin grips his golden sword, ready to unleash the true power he's been holding back. Their blades are locked, blue aura crashing against golden light. The air crackles with the raw energy building between them. With a determined step, Veridin pushes the fight into the next gear. In an instant, they explode into motion, charging across the arena floor, their swords flashing as they close the distance in the blink of an eye. Their blades meet again, harder this time. Blue and gold energy erupts violently where the steel connects. Veridin's usually calm eyes are narrowed with fierce concentration. Opposite him, Jin's blue eyes blaze with that same cold, unwavering focus. The intensity is written all over their faces. The duel descends into a chaotic whirlwind of strikes, blades flashing as blue and gold auras collide like fireworks. They duck, weave, and parry with incredible speed. Jin's attacks are relentless and powerful, while Veridin meets them with blindingly fast, precise counters. Another explosive clash rings out, the sheer force sending shockwaves rippling through the air. They are fighting on a whole new level now. A single bead of sweat traces a path near Jin's eye. Even with his monstrous stamina, this fight is starting to take its toll. The lightning-fast exchange continues, a blur of steel and clashing light. Jin presses his advantage, forcing Veridin back step by relentless step. Seeing an opening, he swings his sword high, channeling all his aura into one devastating overhead strike. Veridin's eyes widen as he braces to block the blow. Opposite him, Jin's face is a mask of pure ferocity as he brings the sword down with everything he has. The blade crashes down like a meteor. A massive shockwave erupts from the impact, shaking the very ground they stand on. Jin watches his opponent, a single thought flashing through his mind. He must be at his limit. How is he still enduring this? He is genuinely surprised by the resilience of the man he thinks is Dante Haran. Driven by this thought, he shouts the name he believes belongs to this impossibly tough swordsman. Dante Haran! But the fight doesn't pause. Veridin manages to parry another powerful strike as Jin keeps pushing forward, relentless in his assault. Jin's thoughts turn inward to his own brutal past. I have swum through hell because of the damned curse, he thinks, remembering the endless suffering he endured just to survive. That is how I know. His own journey through despair gives him a unique understanding of what it takes to endure pain like this. But the pressure is also fueling Veridin's own memories. He recalls being hailed as a once-in-a-century genius, blessed by the gods, only to be born with a frail, weak body that couldn't contain his immense talent. He remembers the lonely suffering, the crushing despair, and how he pushed himself past every limit just to get to where he is now. Fueled by these painful memories, Veridin explodes forward again, launching a fierce counterattack. His face contorts with a mix of anger and envy as he screams Jin's real name. Jin Runkandle, Runkandle's 13th child. You were born with everything, he accuses, his voice raw and bitter. A blessed body, talent, everything. In his eyes, Jin represents everything he was denied. Their swords lock once more. Veridin stares into Jin's eyes, confused. But what I feel from you is desperation. It doesn't make any sense. How could the privileged youngest Runkandle be radiating such a raw, pitiful desperation? Why are you this desperate? He demands silently. He searches for a simple reason. Is it rage? Because he's the youngest? Because he's not the heir? But he dismisses these thoughts. No, it's not for some foolish reason. He senses something deeper is driving Jin. Jin's own inner voice cuts through the chaos, clear and absolute. I do not see anything else. I just aim to become the strongest. That is his only goal. He raises his sword again, his resolve hardening. Just for that. How long have I endured to get to where I am right now? The question hangs in his mind, unanswered. Looking across at Veridin's equally determined face, Jin admits to himself, "I cannot even recall anymore." Flashes of past hardships flicker in his mind. How many times have I fallen into despair? How many times have I given in? 71037. Narrator, the clash continues, a brutal dance of strength and skill. And how many times have I picked myself back up? The number is countless, lost to memory. As Jin reflects on this endless cycle, Veridin surges forward again, pouring every last ounce of his strength into another desperate attack. Their faces are inches apart as their swords grind together one last time. Jin's internal declaration echoes with absolute conviction. "I cannot recall any of those things." He doesn't count the falls or the pain, only the climb matters. Suddenly, a horrifying cracking sound cuts through the clash of steel. Something gives. Veridin's eyes widen in pure shock and agony. He stumbles back, coughing up blood. Jin freezes, his own eyes wide with genuine surprise. "What?" Veridin gasps, clutching his chest. Jin stares as ugly red cracks, glowing with unstable energy, spiderweb across Veridin's body. He's literally shattering from the inside out. Seeing his opponent breaking apart, Jin's expression hardens. A flicker of sympathy crosses his face, but his warrior's code takes over. "To withdraw my sword because of that," he thinks grimly, "would be an insult to you." Veridin grits his teeth, pain and frustration warring on his face. A single thought screams in his mind. Damn it! Honoring his opponent's will to fight, Jin surges forward again, bringing his sword down with full force. Veridin throws his sword up desperately to block, his mouth open in a silent gasp of pain. Damn it! The thought echoes his frustration, the helplessness of his situation. Jin grips his sword, his own knuckles white. Damn it, he thinks, perhaps regretting that it has come to this. 710 Fifi. Narrator, he follows through with the strike. "I'm sorry." A silent apology for the necessary brutality of this fight. Veridin somehow meets the blow, bracing himself against the impact as his body screams in protest. Please understand. Is he pleading for Jin to understand his pain, his limits, or the sheer determination that keeps him standing? The final clash ends. They stand apart, weapons lowered, the silence broken only by their ragged breathing. Veridin is panting heavily, leaning on his sword for support, clearly battered and nearing collapse. Jin watches him, his expression unreadable, perhaps shocked that Veridin is still standing at all. Then, unbelievably, Veridin lifts his head slightly. A faint, almost delirious smile touches his lips. "Ha-ha," he breathes out weakly. A single thought seems to float from him. "This is fun." Jin's eye twitches. He's completely thrown off guard. Fun? After nearly breaking himself apart? And just like that, the last thread holding Veridin up snaps. His eyes roll back, and he collapses forward, hitting the ground hard. Jin rushes to his side, his battle intensity replaced with genuine alarm. Seeing Veridin lying still and broken, he yells out urgently, "Get the medic!" Looking down at the cracked and bleeding form of his opponent, Jin's expression turns grim. This is worse than I anticipated. He senses someone else approaching. Suddenly, a hand cloaked in vibrant green light appears above Veridin's battered body. A calm, feminine voice speaks. "Don't worry, Jin." A complex, glowing green magic circle materializes, pulsing with healing energy. It's the white-haired girl. Her playful demeanor is gone, replaced by intense concentration as she pours powerful healing magic into Veridin. Looking directly at Jin, she declares with fierce determination, "I'll make sure he lives." The arena floor glows with an intense green light. Marjela pours her healing energy into the fighter, desperately trying to mend his shattered body. Jin watches, stunned. Marjela grits her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead as she focuses. She had been so confident, but now she mutters to herself, "I say that, but it's too late. Even magic can't heal this." The green light flickers weakly. She looks down in despair. There isn't a single part of him still intact. His aura is exploding inside him too, she realizes with horror. In this state, all healing magic will do is increase his pain. Her eyes widen. The only way to save him is... She turns abruptly to Jin. "Jin, listen up." She holds up the Orgul's pendant. "This is going to be a secret between the three of us. Before Jin can react, a new figure appears beside them. It's Veridin Zippel, cloaked and holding his own golden pendant, completely unharmed. The real Veridin. "Young master, no!" Margella shouts, trying to stop him. He cuts her off calmly. "Shush! Block us with your cape!" Veridin quickly grabs the large white cape from the man on the ground, who groans weakly, surprised by the action. Veridin holds the cape up, obscuring the view as dust kicks up around them. Up in the stands, Cosmos the organizer sees the Zippel emblem and panics. "Zippel!" he gasps, finally realizing the true identity of Paul Mick. He starts trembling. Why is he here? The implications are terrifying. "If I get involved, I will die for sure," he screams at the oblivious crowd below. "Everyone, block your ears and close your eyes." He knows whatever the Zippel is about to do, no one should witness it. Behind the cape, Veridin looks at Jin with a slight smirk. "He's quick to catch on," he says, referring to Cosmos. Jin just stares, bewildered. "Veridin, that's—" Veridin cuts him off, his expression turning serious. "Have you ever heard of Numerous's blood?" Jin's eyes widen. "The name is ancient, legendary, numerous." Veridin explains the legend. A god of hope who died long ago, right before the founding of the Vankella Holy Empire. On his deathbed, Numerous left behind 8 drops of his tears and 100 drops of his blood. The tears are said to bring back the dead, and the blood can heal any disease or injury. These were priceless artifacts, sought by the powerful throughout history, especially the Zippels. Now, Veridin concludes, they are only talked about as a legend. Jin stares, still processing. "You're going to use that on Dante?" he asks, still believing the injured man is the Heiran heir. Veridin smiles. "Yeah, so keep it a secret." He holds up a single, glowing red drop. Jin is confused. Why? Zippel and Heiran aren't even on good terms, are they? Even Margella looks perplexed. Why would he put so much effort into helping him? Veridin just looks at Jin. "You'd understand, right, Jin?" He then turns to the injured swordsman and gently places the drop of Numerous's blood on his lips. "Losing an enemy," Veridin says cryptically, "is just as sad as losing a friend." The moment the blood touches him, a blinding golden light erupts. His eyes snap open. The light intensifies, enveloping him completely. The golden energy surges, healing his wounds at an impossible speed. He stands tall, completely healed, the golden light fading around him. He takes a breath, flexing his fingers as if testing them for the first time. The healing is complete. Veridin smiles, pleased with the result. Jin just stares, baffled by the incredible power he just witnessed. "It's done." The healed swordsman coughs, looking around in confusion. "What happened?" he murmurs, his eyes landing on Jin and then Veridin. Jin looks him over. "Seems like there are no side effects," he observes, then turns fully to the real Veridin Zippel. "Veridin Zippel, why are you here?" The pieces are slowly clicking into place. He realizes the man he fought wasn't Veridin at all. Veridin turns to them both. "Well then, Dante, Jin," Margella cuts in, exasperated. Veridin, using such a precious item for that reason, the swordsman, the real Dante Heiran, looks utterly shocked. "Numerous, you used that on me? The price for that blood is astronomical." Veridin ignores them and focuses on Jin. "First, Jin, how am I to repay this debt?" Jin thinks warily. "Of course, he's a Zippel. Who knows what he'll ask for?" Veridin grins, extending a hand. "Have a good drink with me after all this?" Jin flinches, surprised by the casual invitation. "You'll come, right?" Veridin insists. "I won't take no for an answer. And," he adds, "whenever you see me from now on, don't pretend you don't know me." He leans in, still smiling broadly. "All right?" Jin just stares, completely thrown by this bizarre Zippel. He processes this strange turn of events. Veridin Zippel. I thought he was just some fool, but he was a pretty cool fool. A grudging respect forms despite everything. Jin meets his expectant gaze and gives a slight nod. "I'll think about it." Later that night, the Colosseum is quiet, warm light spilling from a nearby tavern, laughter echoes from inside. Jin, Veridin, and the real Dante Heiran are sitting around a table piled with rewards. "You sure are amazing," Margella says to Jin. "You were supposed to pick one of the 2 rewards, and you just took both?" Jin takes a swig from his mug. "I almost died in this stupid place," he thinks, "and I'm supposed to just pick one?" Veridin laughs cheerfully. "That's true! You both almost died!" Jin pushes the sack of gold towards Dante. I don't need both. This is for you. Dante accepts it. Not that the herons need money, but I'll keep it as a souvenir. Veridon immediately pipes up. Hey, me too! Give me something. Jin looks at the other prize, a large chest. He pulls out a rolled-up parchment. Ooh, the infamous treasure map, Margiela exclaims. Jin glances at the expectant Veridon and then tosses the empty chest towards him. No. Veridon catches it and beams. An empty box? Thanks. Jin deadpans. What's there to be thankful for? He then turns his attention back to Dante. Hiron, let me ask you something. Why didn't you use your secret skill? I thought I told you to give it your all. Dante pauses, taking a drink. Then he looks at Jin, a sly smirk on his face. But you didn't either. Jin realizes Dante caught on. I don't know what you were hiding, Dante admits, but asking a question like that while you're also hiding something makes me rather upset. Jin thinks, he's sharp. Dante looks him straight in the eye. I'm welcome to another duel if you want, but let's not hide anything if we do. Jin meets his gaze, a flicker of understanding passing between them. I feel the same. Veridon leans forward with a grin. The day we fight each other leading our families, I'm looking forward to that day. Then he bursts out laughing. But I think it might be better just to be friends. Jin lets out a small, dry ha. The sheer absurdity of it all isn't lost on him. Margiela scolds him for being so soft, but he just waves her off. Raise your drinks, he says. Dante raises his mug with a wry smile, looking at Jin. Enemies but friends, he muses. Friends but enemies. The three rivals toast, their mugs clinking together. I wonder, Jin thinks, how this paradoxical relationship will end. Suddenly, a light bulb seems to appear over Veridon's head. Ah, right. He takes a large gulp from his mug. Have you guys heard about the Verodon impersonator? Jin pauses mid-drink, intrigued. Meanwhile, back at the Colosseum, Cosmos is on his knees, head bowed in despair, surrounded by empty chests. Those damn aristocrats, he groans, realizing he's been completely cleaned out. The tavern buzzes, but at their table, the mood is charged. Dante looks baffled. An impersonator? How, he asks, to impersonate you in Zippel territory? Whoever it was, they're gutsy. Veridon lets out a sigh, swirling his drink. Recently, he explains, because of what happened to my Uncle Andre, our family's honor has fallen. He glances sideways at Jin. Not that I'm saying this for you to hear, Jin, he adds a little too quickly. The rumor that it was a Runkendel isn't confirmed either. Jin just takes a slow sip of his drink, his face unreadable. Dante asks what he's going to do about the impersonator. Veridon plays along, saying he needs to catch them, maybe by getting a high-ranking mage to search. Margiela, standing behind him, quietly interjects, I don't think that's a good idea. Jin leans forward, offering some political advice. If it were me, I'd use the rumor to improve your public opinion, he suggests. But if you, ASCII emphasizes, pointing at the Zippel heir, are seen searching for an impersonator, it will just look like he's making a fool of you. Veridon taps his chin. Now that I think about it, you're right, he concedes the point. I should talk about this when I get back. Jin pushes his chair back. Then, shall we end it here? Dante looks surprised. Already? If I stay here any longer, I think I might start to like you, Jin says, half joking. Unlike you two, I have a lot of things to do. Veridon tilts his head. Because of that reserve flag-bearer thing? Yeah, let's say it's because of that. Jin shrugs, turning to leave. I'll see you next time. As Jin walks away, Veridon watches him go, a strange mix of amusement and calculation in his eyes. He calls out softly, My friend! Jin pauses for a split second before continuing out the door. Veridon keeps watching the empty doorway, a faint, unreadable smile on his face. Once outside, Jin lets out a quiet breath, almost a chuckle. Ha! He walks away from the tavern with a slight smirk. On whose accord, he thinks, reflecting on the bizarre situation. Later, Jin holds up a neatly written report. Jin Runkendel defeated Dante Hiram and achieved 6-star swordsmanship. He mutters to himself, I told Kashmir to write less, so he sent me this? Miles away, in the dark fortress of the Black Sea, Sciron Runkendel crushes the report in his fist. It feels like I'm being trifled with, he growls. His subordinate, Garon, asks if something has happened to the young master. Nothing happened, Siren replies curtly. More importantly, Jin defeated Hiran's grandson. And on top of that, 6-star. A flicker of something like pride appears in Siren's eyes. It seems he has been diligent. A blue aura glows around his fist. And, he commands, tell Kashmir we'll drink together soon. A sign of his approval. Siren's gaze becomes distant, purple energy swirling around him. I need to see him. Garen understands immediately. I understand. Back in Tikan, Murakami shivers suddenly, though he's sitting right by the fire. Kashmir looks over. What? I feel a cold breeze. Murakami wraps his arms around himself. You feel a cold breeze with the fire burning like this? Do you have a cold? He glances away nervously. He knows it's not a cold. He can feel Siren's powerful gaze turning towards Jin, even from this far away. Jin interrupts his panic, turning back to Kashmir. Can you show me the map? Kashmir asks. Jin unrolls it onto the table. It's a little rough. Maybe you'll know what it is. Kashmir leans in. I've never seen a map like this before. He picks it up to study it, but Julia's excited voice cuts him off. What's that? She rushes over with Murakami as a cat perched on her head. Wow! A treasure map! She leans over it, but as her eyes scan the details, they begin to glow with a faint green light. Huh? She seems confused, focusing intently on one spot. Kashmir looks concerned. Julia, she points a trembling finger at the map. There's something important here, her voice rises. Something you need to be cautious of. Her expression shifts to one of deep sadness. People are protecting it. There's something really precious. Tears well up in her eyes. I am sad there. A sob escapes her. Kashmir's eyes widen in alarm. Suddenly, she recoils violently, shoving the map away as if it burned her. I don't like it, she screams, pure terror on her face. I don't like it. A wave of dark, chaotic energy bursts from her. Kashmir grabs her tightly. Her authority is going crazy. I'm scared, he yells desperately. We need to call her guardian dragon. He screams at his subordinate, Microbe. Call the tree, quickly. Just then, Dante Heron rushes towards the commotion. Julia. She saw something and suddenly went crazy, Kashmir says, relieved to see him. If it's you, you can calm her down. Dante nods grimly. Leave it to me. He gently takes the sobbing Julia. Julia, take a deep breath. It's okay now, he murmurs softly. I'm next to you. A gentle blue aura surrounds him as he holds her. I'm here, so don't be scared. Just then, Alicia bursts into the room, but Dante just puts a finger to his lips. Shh. Alicia immediately quiets down. He continues to hold Julia until her sobbing subsides. It's all right, he says quietly. She fell asleep. Alicia takes the sleeping child, relieved. Murakami approaches Dante. Forget the greetings, he says. What did the kid see? The future. Dante shakes his head grimly. She saw the past. A grudge. Murakami probes. Dante nods. Yes, when a contractor of Asmil looks into the past, they see a deep grudge or attachment. That happened because she saw an object associated with it. He indicates the map, which now glows with a faint, ominous red aura. It was so horrific, tell me, Murakami demands. Dante looks down, his expression somber. It was a scene of a primeval land. The natives there lived in peace, cut off from the outside world. Until they arrived. He describes ominous, hooded mages. They came saying they wanted to learn the native culture, but they were digging for something, making more and more difficult requests. And then, in the end, they killed a native child. They got rid of all their obstacles, violently killing the natives and threatening them to retrieve something. The three of them listen, horrified. Sheben's third 056 narrator. The thing they were looking for, Jin says sharply, was a divine relic the natives worshipped. Sir Latrie, Dante asks, seemingly to the air, can you show us what it looks like? He picks up a pen. He begins to sketch rapidly. It looks like an ordinary silver mirror, but light is coming out of it. Jin's eyes widen in sudden dawning realization. Dante finishes the sketch, revealing a circular mirror with intricate patterns. There's no doubt about it, he declares. That is the artifact mirror. The fountain of magic, the mirror. Jin remembers it clearly now. Before I regressed, that artifact became known to the world because a brave reporter revealed the Zippel family's brutality. In order to find it, the Zippel family found the Kolin ruins. Horrific images flashed through his mind, and forcefully exploited the citizens there. For one of my cadet missions, I confirmed what those bastards were doing. He recalls the horrifying sight of a malformed, stone-like creature, likely one of Zippel's failed experiments. He stares at the map, the pieces falling into place with chilling clarity. A land with a primeval landscape, the Kolin ruins, the mages, the Zippel family. Then this map is showing me where the mirror is? Meanwhile, far away, Veridin Zippel relaxes against a tree in a sun-dappled forest, taking a long drink from a bottle. He hums contentedly. He spits out the alcohol with a grin. "Those damned bastards," he mutters. "If I stay here too long, I'll become attached to them." He looks around the empty forest. How lonely. He leaps onto a crumbling stone structure. "The taste of this alcohol is to die for," he declares to the empty ruins. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room, a mysterious blindfolded woman kneels before a small altar, her hands clasped in prayer. Finally, a single tear traces a path down her cheek. The time has come. She lifts her head, her blindfolded eyes seeming to stare into the distance. I need to prepare to greet a guest. Jin's thoughts drift to the powerful artifact he's hunting, the Fountain of Mana. It was almost unbelievable that a simple map, won from a common pirate, would lead him to something so legendary. It felt like more than just luck. It felt like fate. Back in the room, Murakami leans over Jin's shoulder, seeing the grim look on his face. He asks, what's wrong, if Jin has any idea what they're dealing with. Jin quickly smooths his expression, knowing he can't reveal the memories of his past life. He just tells Murakami that he has a bad feeling about it all. Across the room, Kashmir gently watches over his sleeping daughter Julia. Dante stands nearby, his gaze fixed on Jin. Jin gets Kashmir's attention, who turns to face him. Dante, speaking with a gentle tone, apologizes for the horrific vision Julia was forced to endure because of him. But Kashmir shakes his head, saying that as a contractor of a god, this was an ordeal she was destined to face sooner or later. Dante places a reassuring hand on Kashmir's shoulder, promising that he will always be by Julia's side to protect her. Kashmir looks up, full of gratitude, and thanks him. Turning back to Jin, Kashmir knows it's time for him to leave. Jin agrees, saying his first step is to find someone who can read the ancient language on the map. But Kashmir insists, telling Jin to leave the task to his information guild and simply wait. Jin offers a confident smile and agrees to trust him. But inwardly, he knows it's not that simple. Even for the Great Seven Colors Guild, deciphering the lost language of Kolin would be nearly impossible. His mind returns to the horrifying truth Julia's vision revealed. Hundreds of years ago, the Zippel clan annihilated the people of Kolin, destroying their entire civilization. The few who survived were trapped, their history erased. And now, a grim question hangs in the air. Can he find the mirror before the Zippels do? The race had begun, and the stakes couldn't be higher. 2 weeks pass. The date is now February 17th, 1796. Night has fallen over Tikan. In the quiet streets, a man hums a drunken tune to himself. His humming continues as he stumbles through the empty city. We see him now, a muscular man with dark skin, weaving his way down a deserted alley, completely lost in his drink. His thoughts are a blur, the world spinning around him. He takes another long drink from his bottle, swaying as he slurs a song about his life spinning out of control, right before tripping over his own feet. He crashes hard against the stone ground with a loud thud. A figure emerges from the darkness, looking down at the man on the ground. It's Jin, cloaked and unimpressed. He sighs, noting the man is completely wasted. Jin nudges the man with his foot, observing how exhausted he seems. The man groans, barely lifting his head to see who's there. Standing over him, Jin offers to be a friend for the night. The drunk man squints, asking who he is. Jin casually dismisses the question, pulling out a fresh bottle of alcohol. He's just someone with plenty to share. The man's eyes light up. He must be a nice person. As Jin walks on, the man scrambles to follow, excitedly asking if he has food too. He calls Jin an angel. Jin just smirks, saying he has a hobby of helping people. The man beams, saying his little sister will surely like him. Jin drapes an arm around the man's shoulders, casually mentioning that his skin tone is quite unique. The man just chuckles, saying everyone from his tribe looks like this. "Tribe?" Jin asks, feigning simple curiosity. The man nods, taking a long drink from the bottle Jin gave him. He starts to say his hometown is far away from here, but he suddenly stops, pushing the bottle away. He doesn't want to talk about it, saying it only makes him sad. Jin nods, then adds that he also has something from a place far from here. Jin pulls out the treasure map, claiming he has no idea what it says. He asks if the man recognizes the writing. The man leans in, his drunken haze vanishing as he stares at the familiar script. In a flash of pure rage, he smashes the bottle against the wall. He whirls around, his expression now cold and sober. He glares at Jin, his eyes burning with suspicion. Just then, Murakami and Dante appear silently behind Jin. The man's wary gaze shifts between the three of them, demanding to know who they are. He points a shaking finger at Jin, accusing him of knowing he was a Colonian from the start. Jin just meets his furious gaze with a calm, disarming smile. Jin introduces himself as a freeloader staying with Tikan's guard captain. Then, with a gesture to his companions, he casually adds that the black-haired man and the green-haired boy are dragons. The man stares in complete disbelief, wondering why he would say something so absurd. Murakami sighs, saying they'll have to tell him everything anyway. Jin tries to shush him, but the Colonian man shakes his head. He's convinced now. They aren't Zippel. He asks how they found him. Jin calmly explains that he came across the map by chance just a few days ago. Jin then points to Dante, identifying him as a dragon of the god Asmil. He explains that through Asmil's power, they saw the deep, bitter grudge embedded within the map itself. They saw a vision of people who looked just like him being horribly exploited. After searching for anyone who could read the map and finding no one, they happened to find him, living right here in Tikan. Jin finishes his story, claiming it was all a complete coincidence. The man stares back at him, repeating the word coincidence, as if testing it. Jin's gaze sharpens, and he admits it wasn't a coincidence at all. Understanding dawns on the man's face. His shoulders slump in resignation, and maybe a flicker of hope. He tells them to follow him, saying it's best if they meet his younger sister. He leads them to a simple but clean building. From inside, a woman's calm voice welcomes them before they even see her. She turns, and it's the blindfolded woman from weeks ago, Lausa. Standing before a small altar, she says she was waiting for them. The man, Pan, bows his head and apologizes for bringing guests without her permission. Lausa simply tells him, it's fine, that he did a good job. Jin remarks on her strange greeting, sensing something is different about her. Murakami agrees, his eyes narrowed in focus. Murakami feels a divine aura radiating from her, a presence far too sacred for such a humble place. He recognizes it as the feeling he gets from a truly noble bloodline or someone chosen by a god. As if sensing their thoughts, Lausa addresses Jin directly. She calls him the one born to the house of the sword and chosen by the shadow. Jin's eye twitches in surprise. Her gaze then shifts to his companions. She names Murakami as the last dragon of the shadow species and Dante as the young guardian treasured by Asmil. Lausa turns back to Jin, telling him not to be surprised. It's just a simple trick. But Jin feels the immense, transcendental power coming from her, an aura he's certain he has felt before. He asks her bluntly if she is a god. A faint smile plays on her lips from beneath her blindfold. No, she says, touching the large turquoise pendant at her neck. She is merely a vessel. Murakami scoffs, saying no god would be hiding in shame after losing their home. He correctly identifies her as an astral body of an ancient god. Lausa acknowledges his incredible insight, but warns him that he won't have it for long. As dark tendrils of energy seem to leak from her, she says his words have hurt her. Her power is fading fast. She dismisses the topic, saying that even if she told them the name of her god, they wouldn't know it. Jin brings the conversation back to the reason they came. He asks her to look at the map, glancing at Pan, who still holds it. Pan hands the map to Lausa. Jin asks if she can tell them what it says. She takes it, her expression unreadable. As she holds it, glowing script only she can see appears. She begins to translate the message from her ancestors. It's a plea to the one who finds it. It begs not to be turned away. A desperate cry from a quiet people asking only to be allowed to live. The message continues, full of sorrow. Their god gave them a difficult mission, but not the power to complete it. Laosa lowers the map, her voice filled with the resentment of her grandfather who wrote it. She explains that the map had two possible destinies. It was meant to lead either to the Zippel clan and further disaster, or to their only hope, Jin Runkandel. She adds softly that her daily prayers have finally been answered. Murakami crosses his arms, asking if she intends to make them an offer. Pan looks confused, wondering what kind of offer they could possibly make. Murakami scoffs, telling Laosa she should be honest and just ask for help since she's about to lose all her power anyway. Jin agrees, adding that they were already planning to go to Cologne. Laosa just chuckles, calling them kind-hearted. But then her expression turns deadly serious. She says she doesn't trust help that is given out of sympathy or compassion. Her focus narrows entirely on Jin, her voice echoing with a strange power. She asks him if it's been a while since he has heard Soldere's voice. Jin freezes, his eyes widening in shock. Laosa holds up her glowing pendant. Behind her, a massive, ethereal hourglass materializes, crackling with energy. She tells him she has only one reward she can give him. With energy surging around her, she makes her final, stunning offer. She will use every last remnant of her divine power to summon his god, Solderet. Inside the dimly lit sanctuary, Laosa senses the spies lurking nearby, drawn by the recent events. She knew that the god As-Mil's contractor and the other powerful beings visiting her would not go unnoticed for long. Murakami looks to Jin, waiting for his answer. The offer hangs in the air, help her people, and she will summon his god. After a moment of thought, Jin makes his decision. He agrees, turning to his companions and telling them to get ready to head to Colin. But Jin adds a heavy condition. He tells Laosa that he can't guarantee he can save everyone. The task ahead is difficult. Laosa simply nods, her face calm. That is enough for her. In return, she offers to tell them everything she knows about the situation inside Colin, hoping the information will help them on their journey. Jin gives a slight, grateful nod, thanking her for the help. Sometime later, Jin, Murakami, and a man named Microbe from Kashmir's guild arrive at the Colin historical site. Their path is blocked by a large sign hammered into the ground, bearing the crest of the Vermont Empire. It declares the area closed, with no entry allowed. Jin frowns. This is not good. Microbe scratches his head, wishing he'd sent scouts ahead. But Murakami just scoffs, saying it wouldn't have mattered. A restricted area is a restricted area. Jin silently agrees. Murakami is right. He stares past the sign into the overgrown ruins. In his past life, this place was open to the public. He realizes now that his actions during his cadet days must have caused this change, forcing the Zippels to lock the area down. He grimly recalls that the horrors of this place weren't exposed until a reporter revealed the truth 11 years from now. But with the site sealed off, that reporter would never get the chance. The truth might stay buried forever. Sighing, Jin knows there's no other way. Microbe looks to him, asking what he plans to do. Without a word, Jin simply walks right past the sign and into the forbidden ruins. Microbe stares after him confused, muttering that this plan was supposed to be easy. Murakami follows Jin without a second thought, leaving Microbe to panic. "Young Master Jin, wait for me," Microbe calls out, scrambling to catch up. The three of them move deeper into the quiet, decaying ruins. As dusk settles, Murakami notes how strange it is that there's only a single sign marking such a large, restricted area. He points out the lack of guards or even basic warning magic. It was careless, especially for a place the Zippel family considered important. Microbe suddenly realizes what that could mean. He wonders if the Zippels had already found the artifact they were looking for. Murakami just shrugs, guessing they might have given up after centuries of failure and were now just using the place as a private vacation spot. Suddenly, Murakami freezes, his eyes glowing faintly with a red light. "Wait, stop," he whispers, holding up a hand to halt their advance. They duck behind a thicket of bushes. Murakami peers through the leaves, his expression turning grim. In a clearing just ahead, a group of exhausted, dark-skinned men are being forced to haul massive stone blocks. Murakami confirms they are the Colin natives. Jin's gaze drifts to another figure lounging nearby. He scoffs under his breath, spotting someone annoying. Leaning against a pillar and drinking from a flask is a man with long, silver hair. A pure-blood Zippel. Jin recognizes him immediately. With his habit of drinking in the middle of the day, it could only be Mioran Zippel. The name brings back memories. Murong Zippel, Kellyark's sixth son, better known as the lunatic of the Mage's Tower for his countless strange and cruel acts. Microbe whispers what he knows. Murong is the master of the seventh Mage's Tower, an 8-star mage with a hoard of powerful items. He travels without guards because he's arrogant and powerful enough to believe he doesn't need them. Murakhan cracks his knuckles, dark energy swirling around his fists. He figures they can just take Murong's head and free the natives. That's why Microbe was with them, to help coordinate the escape. No, Jin says firmly, stopping him. After killing Andre Zippel, another attack on a pureblood could trigger something catastrophic. Jin explains that if they are going to kill Murong, they need a clear justification, a reason so airtight that the Zippel family can't retaliate. As he thinks, Jin scans the surrounding forest, and a soft rustle in the bushes catches his attention. He focuses on the sound, another slight rustle confirming someone is hiding nearby. A young man with glasses and a reporter's cap peeks out from the leaves, looking nervous but focused. Jin moves like a ghost through the undergrowth. He appears right behind the reporter, a hand clamping down on his shoulder as a dagger presses lightly against his neck. "Who are you?" Jin asks in a low voice, making the man jump in terror. "I won't repeat myself," Jin warns. The terrified man swallows hard, his body trembling. "Dino Jaglin," he stammers out. "I'm a reporter." Jin's eyes widen slightly. Dino Jaglin. The name is instantly familiar. This was the reporter who exposed the colon tragedy in his past life. The report was released 10 years from now, which means this man has been working on this story alone for a very long time. Jin pushes him to turn around. Jin studies him. He's young, maybe in his early 20s, with a frail build, clutching his bag like a shield. He can't help but feel a flash of admiration. This kid started a fight with the entire Zippel clan all by himself. How admirable, Jin thinks, his tone softening. He lowers the dagger. "A reporter? Are you here for the next big scoop?" Stepping back, Jin gestures casually, trying to appear non-threatening. "What's the story?" Dino hesitates, watching Jin with fearful, untrusting eyes. Jin prompts him gently, telling him not to be nervous. "We're just people passing through," he says smoothly. He continues the lie, explaining that a friend from this area asked for a favor. He then adds that since Dino is a reporter, it seems they have similar goals. Dino's eyes widen with a sudden spark of hope. "You guys," he exclaims, "you know what's happening to the Colon natives." Murakhan leans over to Microbe, whispering loudly about whether they can really trust this guy. Microbe quickly pulls him back. Microbe quietly explains Jin's plan. This reporter is here to expose the truth. By cooperating with him, they can get the justification they need to attack the Zippels. Dino overhears them and seems to understand. His expression hardens with determination as he adjusts his cap, realizing he's found powerful, if dangerous, allies. He reaches into his bag and pulls out a worn notebook, offering it to Jin. Jin flips through the journal. It's filled with detailed notes on the natives' suffering, their disappearances, and Murong's every move. He tells Dino he's gutsy, that the Zippels would kill him if they ever found this. Dino just nods grimly, saying it's all right. Dino explains his plan. He's already approached Murong, pretending to be a drinking buddy. He knows that after days of drinking, Murong has let his guard down completely. Murakhan and Microbe are skeptical, pointing out that it would be easier for Murong to just kill him than to trust him. "I see," Jin says thoughtfully. He holds out the small knife he'd taken from Dino earlier, returning it to the startled reporter. Then, "Dino Jaglin." Jin looks at him with a serious expression. "Can I ask for a favor?" As night falls over the ruins, the air grows colder. By the campfire, Murong Zippel keeps drinking, cursing the elders who sent him to this insect hellhole. He slams his flask down, furious that a simple joke got him exiled here. He glares into the flames, muttering about the bastards who run the clan. He angrily kicks a pile of empty flasks, shouting at one of the silent natives nearby. A voice cuts through the night, asking if he's bored drinking alone. Murong looks up, annoyed. His mood instantly brightens when he sees who it is. "Oh, Dino! My close drinking buddy!" Dino approaches the fire with a wide smile, holding up a new bottle of alcohol. Murong grins, waving him over. He complains that he was dying of boredom, unable to talk to the silent insects around him. He pats the log beside him, but then notices the figures emerging from the shadows behind Dino. But you're not alone today? Dino quickly explains that they are travelers and storytellers he thought Muron might enjoy meeting. Muron narrows his eyes, sizing up the three newcomers. Dino apologizes for bringing them without permission, but Muron just waves it off, already reaching for the bottle. He asks where Dino found them. Dino lies smoothly, saying he met them in a kingdom nearby while digging for herbs. He then prompts the group to introduce themselves. Jin steps forward, his expression polite but his eyes sharp. "It's an honor to meet you," he says. He looks directly at Myron, meeting his gaze. "Sir Myron Zippel." Myron flashes a predatory grin, clearly intrigued by his unexpected guests.